Chapter 1 Never let the deities know you are reborn. PS the old city natural universe antiploty spula fictional please either not relate to reality, feel free to leave out ouch. Just a moment, dear handsome and beautiful readers, don't rush vestra jets more sitting aside unfolds, if I find it enjoyable later, comma back and via comment. Inth Great Xia Empire. Year 80 of Xia Era. Never let her deities know you are reborn. Never let her deities know you are reborn. In a days, linuo penitize, confusion clouding eyes expression. Faint echoes of fine distinct voices reverberated in his mind, gradually fading away. Where is this? Still bewildered, Hegland stare end. It appeared to be a hospital. At that moment, a sharp pain surged through sheet. Touching his forehead, he felt the bandages. Suddenly, his pupils widened, and his hand for Zemide, didn't I already, I was of Ibisia Heron, my soul consumed, my talents stripped away. What is happening now? As Linu pondered, another wave of excruciating pain struck his mind. Never let her deities know you are reborn. That voice each a weed again in his sheed, accompanied by a blurred image. In that image, a silver white coffin was bound by countless silver chains, submerged at the Bertamo of an unknown river. In the driver flowed not water, but shimmering silver light. The image quickly faded, and the pain in Linu's mind dissipated. What a wretched deities! Have I really been reborn? After several minutes, Linu finally grasped his current situation. He had indeed been reborn, returning from the apocalypse 6 years later. Where's my phone? What is it? He hurriedly searched around and soon found his phone in his pocket. Unlocking the screen, a familiar face greeted him. On the phone's wallpaper was a gel, radiant tassensheen resting her chin on his head, her hands play for lip and shing his cheeks as she laughed heartily. It was her scene of warmth and comfort. Seer you, in this life, I will definitely find you and protect you. Linya's gaze swept to the top of the screen. Great Xia Era, June 14, year 80. Upon seeing this date, Linya's pupils constricted. Tomorrow is the 15th night at midnight, the apocalypse will descend. At every fine wavy of corpses and countless mutations would so engulf the world in fear, slaughter, and darkness. Oh! Linu struck his head hard, trying to clear his chow ticks outs. Right, I got into fight and ender dupe with the concussion. He finer liar called Hevens. He hard fought for his girlfriend, and both ended dupe injured, landing in the hospital. I can't waste that time in for horse remain until the apocalypse strikes. I must seize this opportunity to rewrite the future and thus enter the peak of power. Checking the time in his phone, Linu felt her hold to virgin signed hurried lie begin peerting on his hooves. Suddenly, he remembered thought scoundrel from the fight. Duanyang, the class monitor from university, her orchestrated a scheme to break up his relationship with his girlfriend, Su Yu. He had colluded with Suyu's cousin, Su Yang, using the pretext of discussing marriage to Linu to a hotel. Then, head rogued Linu and seduced him, waiting for Linu to lose control before Beijing intercatch him and thieved. Thus, he made Toro in Linu's life with an accusation over tempted rape. We're tappy tea. Linu recalled what had happened afterward, still feeling a lingering thrill. Later, while Suyan was leading him to the hotel, Duanyang had an accident Turker was struck. The outcome was obvious. Under the influence of the powerful drug, Linu lost his senses and entered a faving eyes way with Suyang. Unfortunately, the drug's effects were too strong, and a cold to remember the specifics. In the end, their shimmer failed. Suyan refused to report it would never expose the scandal. Yet, that malicious woman still took a naked photo of herself with the unconscious Linu and sent it to his girlfriend, Su Yu. This led to their complete breakup. Infuriated, Linu had confronted his mastermind, Duanyang, just yesterday, and they both ended up in the hospital. That guy should be lying in the bed next to Minnie now, right? Linu's expression shifted between her candlelight. As the saying goes, a gentleman seeks revenge whether he takes it or rare. He was no longer the same person he and Swash had survived 6 years in the apocalypse and was no reborn. The vengeance he had failed to act in his past life were be set a lead in thy zone. After a moment's hesitation, Linu merged his mind. Just then, the door tothwards swung open. Anna entered, carrying an IV drip, and upon seeing Linu said, "Hey, handsome, what are you doing? Lie down, it's time for your injection." Other words, Linu's expression shifted. As the nausea approached him, he suddenly struck. With a swift motion, her delivered her hard cope to the back of the nurse's neck. Ouch! What are you doing? Vanessa attained, Glarin got Linyu. Oh. Linyu felt embarrassed his body, on Enghan's seat before the apocalypse was too weak and he hard knocked to hear out. Sorry, let Metri again it'll Beckwick. What did you say? Gunnis sees widened, still not grasping the situation, when Linyu struck her again at the back of her neck. This time, without a doubt, she fell unconscious. Linyu quick lie closer to a door, lifted Thanosionto thieved, and began removing her clothing. Before long he hard stripped off her uniform, revealing her curvaceous figure. Linyu couldn't help burglan see fu extratims. In his mind he horridly recited, with her houter sclerasis I remain unperturbed. Then, Hess hifted his gaze, removing Thanersa shatand mask, quickly putting them on himself. Luckily, the sword fitty slugy the wise, I wouldn't fit. Linyu muttered, swiftly covering the unconscious nurse with a blanket before striding out. It was just past 7 p.m, with puberty in Synthor Spittle, and no one paid him in a mind. Linyu peeky doot side their near ringward. Noticing that their caretaker was absent, he felt her surge of excitement. What a perfect opportunity. Hack weekly oppernet Ada Rand entered. Gazing at the bed where another figure lay, similarly rapid like him or meand unconscious, Linyu gritted his teeth. The apocalypse is almost there. Should I just kill him? No, I need to wait until midnight. Seize the opportunity. Going too far will attract police attention. I can unlike afternoon tomorrow, once the zombies appear in the apocalypse official I begins. Two conflicting lights wrestle lead in Lean Osmond. I desperately wanted to eliminate that vile scoundrel right then, but Timachi shower at midnight was crucial to determine whether he could survive longer in the apocalypse. If I killed some money and caused a commotion, and then failed to attain the opportunity, wouldn't that make his rebirth meaningless? Forget it, I'll spare you for now. But letting you go easy lie sort half the question. After a moment of thought, Linyu's top and Hackwick lie excited. Minutes later, with the caretaker still absent, Linyu returned carrying 2 large bags. Without hesitation, he began to set hammer for Duanyang. Let's see how you fare white this. He grinned wickedly. On see for everything was it, Linyu's whiffed lie lefty horse spittle and had her to a supermarket where he bought a larger backpack and filled it with water and bread. Driver, Takamito Shin Mountain. Sure thing. The Toxus bed off. In the cab, Linyu quietly organised his thoughts, planning his next steps. With 6 years of experience in the apocalypse, he possessed countless scripts unknown to their sound understood the most effective air path to evolution. In this life, he aimed to become the strongest, surviving through a very catastrophe. Siharan, this time, while making I feel the pain of flows in everything, the depths of despair. Linyu thought of hot person, his enemy hum Huey shed to consume yetly. In his previous life, Siharan, a power full figure Ethan's glass Daland for pondering had targeted him. To dissect him for research, he had killed Divirion Linyu read about. Siharan, from the Vermilion Kyoto, this death must be repaid in blood. Linyu licked his lips, his eyes filled with hatred and madness. After a long while, he gradually calmed down. Find his sister, take revenge, annihilate Tatsu coronation, absorb the sun's heartfire, and become the strongest he saw as few wishes for this life. Bringing his thoughts back, Linyu pulled out his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and saw the note silly girl, a fine smile crept onto his lips. His fingers trembled slightly as shepherd still, feeling a mix of anticipation and inexplicable emotions. Hulu WA, owner Vine. The quirk hearing tone rang out before a kick a leak a ting of. A playful verse come through, brother, did you miss your adorable Suyu so soon? Hearing that familiar yet long-lost voice, Linyu felt a lump in his throat. He wanted to express 1,000 words, but themed, heckled say nothing, as if his throat had been blocked. Brother, what's wrong? Sensing something was off, Lin Sirius verse turned anxious. Linyu took her deep breath, slowly exhaling. His verse softened, Siriu emissared good to our voice, so good. Despite his efforts to himself, his verse still trembled slightly. Brother, what's going? Don't scream. Anxiousness echoed with throat headphone. Linyu beat his reddened eyes, his right hand gripping the phone tightly, vine slightly protruding. Siriu, do you trust me? Just as she was about to say more, he noticed you still in the taxi, glanced at the driver, and softly said, Siriu, I'll message you in QQ. Unbidden, the phrase from his rebirth reserved his seat in his mind. Never let her deities know you're reborn. Never let her deities know you're reborn. Thys inexplicable phrases sent waves of unkire through him. Chapter 2 Planning for the Apocalypse. What are rather deities? Lin Yu mused internally during his sightseers in Thepercalypse. He had never heard of any deities. Is it a dream? Or an illusion? Scenes from Thepercalypse flashed through his mind, yet found no clues related to deities. Forget it for no, I'll stick to the plan. Lin Yu append Q can send him a suggestion his sister Siryu, do I trust me? Brother, I trust you hate for I believe Lin Siryu replied without hesitation, hurt in his ears. Having grown up in an orphanage, they had really Donia Kurther, inseparable. In this world, her brother was her closest companion, Heronless support. Not related by blood, yet closer than family. Shardle was remembered what Lin Yu had said in their childhood. That it might have been a child's playful words she had kept in her heart. All right, brother will tell us anything next, no matter how absurd it sounds, don't question it, just do as Isery. Tell him, I'll remember it well. Lin Siryu responded obediently. I've ordered some food and supplies for you, they'll be delivered to our cool tomorrow morning. While Eviri and Isinklis gepick them up and died their mundry hour beaten in the cupboard, don't alanyon. Also, remember, tonight thou will be a nooners met shower. And tomorrow what noon, it will rain ready must gut and jet so aki din it for as long as possible. Linya Stone was research relate these critical tasks without her fringe explanations. He also sent him a suggestion his best friend Wankang, detailing everything. This guy had risked his life to save Linyu in the past. Even Indiath had clung to Siaharan's fort, trying to buy Linyu to meto escape. In this life I will eradicate and Emasand and sure my brothers are vive. The machu shower at midnight would bring countless rari items and materials. The drain 8 noon tomorrow would contain factors to awaken talents equal of vital. The more the absorbed, the easier the awakening process would. Of course, if only had null attentlance, absorbing the drain would be futile. Lin Yu remembered. Atop Xi'an Mountain in Queen City, a massive meteorite would fall, scattering numerous rare treasures. Immer stopped and dragon blood from there. Hysius gleamed with determination. In his previous life, the person wo acquired it becometh first tier 3 powerhouse in Queen City, leading the charge in the pathu solution. That individual possessed dance glastalant ability reception. After obtaining the dragon blood, used his Dalen to absorb the power within, gaining the ability to transform a chance into dragon claws. It was side Tayton see a chance become dragon claws, his strength multiplied several times in their life stages, he could easily tear apart very zombies and mutant beasts. While Mightland Maynard beast class, absorbing the power of the fire dragon can still elevate team abilities. Indeed, in his previous life, Lin Yu's awakened talent was deemest lackluster fee class flame. In the early stages, he could only cast small fireballs and fire snakes, simple methods for incinerating enemies, which was particularly underwhelming. Yet, his talent was not as simple as it appeared. He called for other fiery attributing geostode fanciest talent. These was anything other fire talents scout inter kivu ways unique among fire talents. Mittelentis and elementalits devouring. If all went well, this Demir and his awakened talent would still beth fee class flame. However, with his previous life's experience, he was no intimately familiar with his talent. First, he called for various rare treasures containing fiery attributes to advance his abilities. In this life, all those 3 and 6 talents are just illusions. My goal is 9's super divine talent. Lin Yu grinned. In his previous life, he had discovered the Stulet, thinking he was merely an ordinary fiery elemental talent, wasting precious time. As for Ashik knew, weren't everyone a begging to awaken, the highest talent was glass, with extremely rare individuals possibly awakening to SS. However, evolving from glass to 9's super divine is exceedingly difficult. It required a profound understanding of one's own talent, along with certain fortuitous encounters, to advance in a level. In his previous life, the strongest individual Shen Yu during the apocalypse hadn't liar each SS level after 6 years, the shy time and see difficulty of talent evolution. But for him, it seemed far simpler. He just needed to find the terrifying flame Shen Yu from his past life and for them to continue his life over his talent. Achieving 9's super divine talent was not a fantasy. Once he progressed to 6's divine talent, event the strongest individuals from Ipai's life while likely still be struggling at SS's level. Lin Yu thought to himself. Further on progress in talent evolution, the more re-challenging it became, and the greater the disparity. The gap between SSS and doubles may seem just a level say part, but it is far larger than the distance between the class and class. Event-terrifying talents like time, space, and fate must both form heighty fiery abilities. Lin Yu see a spark led with him in the confidence. Moreover, he could consume fire. Indeed, he could consume fire. With a wide open mouth, he could absorb various flame stories storstum and magical power. His third abilitulo dimto envelifies anti-abridian flames for offense or defense. Rapid in flames, heavy kami warrior raw fire enclose cumberton de fire magitrange. Hey, Wevi river Dacian mountain. A voice interrupted Linyo's torts. Thanks. Linyu pi donned goter to Fethiker. Looking at the time in his phone June 14, year 80 of Xia Era, 9:23 p.m. Time eyes tight. Linyu's expression tightener dash sir short cuch up the mountain. The Xian mountain scenic area closed at 5 p.m. prohibiting tourists from entering to avoid genesis irritrable he opted for his hotcut. 2 hours later, Linyu, panting heavily, Linny Dagan Starrock. Luckily, immediate. Hepolet at this phony and gunseed at the time it was just minutus he of midnight. Hello Kidan at coincid beneath them. The dazzling night sun, filled with countless lights, was be Sephilan serene. But soon, it would all vanish. Time ticked by, and finally, the night sky suddenly brightened. Linyo sprang to his feet, wide-eyed with excitement. The pitch-black sky erupted with light, countless bright stars trailing long tails as he streaked across the heavens toward earth. Linyu watched as wave after wave of starlight fell, illuminating the entire landscape as if it were daytime. It's here. Before long, countless beams of light filled his vision, growing larger. Linyu felt a rush of exhilaration as saw numerous streaks of starlight ascending toward Xian Mountain. There! As the starlight approached, Linyu focused on the largest luminous Mars. The light burst overhead, heading toward a distant peak. Linyu quickly got up and drained in that direction, relieved it wasn't too far away. Half an hour later, Hesperty da bright glow through the bushes, surrounded by Ferrofivio their glowing Marses. Linyu sprinted over. Asha beheld the light, his face lit up with uncontainable excitement. Within the radiant mass Wazer's mal porcelain vial, emanating an intense het that the thyme event through a bottle. Without his conthort, Linner reached into the light hand grasp etivial. Ach! A fierce burning sensation shot through his hand. A hurried lie retrieved her towel from his backpack, rapid thievil, and stirred it away. Finally, held a toot along breath. Yet, this was not end. Han knew how many rare treasures had fallen across Xian Mountain, all enveloped in light like guiding beacons. Beauty's time passed, these lights were gradually dim, and within an hour they would all vanish. The treasures would drop to the ground, some seeping underground, others absorb abnormal soil plants, leading to mutations. These waste evolution of all species. Linyu dashed toward the dimming light clusters, not pausing to examine them, grabbing whatever he could and stuffing them into his backpack. Onto the next. He made to collect as many treasures as possible within the half hour. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Duanyang, rapid like a mummy, was retching continuously. Doctor, doctor. Based on these symptoms, it seems like poisoning. In a flurry of activity, Duanyang was rushed into the examination room. Chapter 3 Blood Infection. At this moment on Xian Mountain, Linyu was unaware that a man had appeared in the very spot he had just scavenged. The man, clad in mountaineering attire, had presumably trespassed into Xian Mountain, drawn there by the prospect of witnessing the sunrise. He sought out a suitable location and began to pitch his tent. In Qianhai City, at Qianhai University, Lin Xiaoyu carefully placed a golden fruit into her bag. Is the world about to change? She wondered, gazing up at the now darkened night sky, her heart filled with profound astonishment. After spending the evening conversing with her brother, she had hurried to the football field behind the dormitory, quietly awaiting the arrival of dawn, not anticipating that a meteor shower would indeed grace the night. It was an unprecedented spectacle, a phenomenon not witnessed in a century. In the annals of history spanning thousands of years, such a massive meteor shower had never been recorded. How astonishingly similar it is to what my brother described, Lin Xiaoyu mused as she observed numerous luminous orbs descending upon the school after the meteor shower. I must collect more. Recalling her brother's admonition, she mustered her courage and, emboldened, found 6 glowing orbs in the football field, carefully stowing their contents in her bag. The school, typically serene in the early hours, was stirred by the meteor shower, prompting some students to rise and witness the celestial event. As the meteor shower intensified and the orbs fell, the entire school erupted in excitement, and so did Qianhai City. Indeed, the entire world was ablaze with fervor that night. In just half an hour, countless individuals around the globe encountered these luminous orbs, acquiring their treasures. On her way back to the dormitory, Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Another one." Her face radiated joy as she gently tucked the contents of the orb into her bosom. With 7 fruits in her possession, she hurried back to her dormitory. Inside, the atmosphere was bustling, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. Atop Xian Mountain, Linyu surveyed his bounty, his spirits soaring. A total of 62 rare treasures. Besides a small porcelain vial, he had also obtained 7 cards, 3 red fruits, 16 yellow fruits, and 35 green fruits. This is nothing short of an extraordinary fortune. While true evolution had yet to commence and he lacked the means of appraisal, he was acutely aware of the value of these items. In the early days of the apocalypse, possessing such treasures could elevate one into the ranks of the powerful. In the world of the apocalypse, those embarking on the path of evolution typically began with modest attributes. A normal person's attributes would be recorded as a magic, 500 strength, 5 points, constitution, 5 points, speed, 5 points, spirit, 5 points. Most ordinary individuals would possess such values, with those in better physical condition potentially reaching 7 or 8 points in strength and constitution. However, some frail individuals might only have 3 or 4 points. Lin Yu chuckled. The fruits he had recently acquired were either attribute fruits or magic fruits. Consuming them post-evolution would enhance one's attributes. The green fruits were of a lower tier, with each consumption yielding 1 additional attribute point, while magic fruits granted an increase of 100 magic points. The yellow fruits were of medium grade, providing 5 additional attribute points or 500 magic points upon consumption. The red fruits, I've never encountered in my previous life, Lin Yu exclaimed with palpable excitement. The high-grade red attribute fruits conferred an increase of 50 attribute points, while the high-grade red magic fruits offered 5,000 magic points. Having scavenged a significant portion of the luminous orbs on Xian Mountain, the fruits he had gathered could potentially amount to a staggering 265 attribute points. The cumulative attributes of an ordinary person would scarcely reach 20 points. His initial attributes could immediately soar to around 200 points, an absolutely terrifying prospect. Suppressing his inner exhilaration, Lin Yu leaned against a crevice in the rocks, retrieving his phone to check the trending news. To his surprise, there was no mention of the meteor shower. It appears the meteor shower has not garnered much attention, he murmured to himself. It was late at night. After all, most people were likely asleep at home. Even those who might have glimpsed the meteor shower would probably dismiss it as a mere spectacle. Moreover, Lin Yu understood that most of the meteors had fallen in remote, sparsely populated areas. The forests and mountains were the sites of the most significant falls, while urban centers, teeming with life, experienced far fewer. Tightening his backpack, he closed his eyes to rest, awaiting the evolution rain of the following day. He refrained from consuming any attribute fruits, as doing so would waste the majority of their energy. Only after the onset of evolution could he absorb them perfectly. Ding dong. Lin Yu opened Q message to find a voice message from his childhood friend Wang Kang. Lin Ji, you truly are incredible. You guessed it right, you haven't studied fortune-telling, have you? Wang Kang sounded both astonished and skeptical. Everything Lin Yu had conveyed over the phone had come to pass, as if it were a prophecies. Enough chit-chat. How many orbs did you manage to touch? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. I scoured the entire neighborhood and only managed to find 9 orbs. I even stumbled upon someone engaging in a clandestine rendezvous behind the community gazebo. Hehe, even through the phone, Lin Yu could envision Wang Ergo's lewd grin. Only 9. You didn't lose focus in your quest due to that little distraction, did you? Of course not, I just happened to bump into it while searching for orbs. That guy probably got scared stiff. Hehe, Wang Kang replied cheekily. What did you find? Lin Yu wanted to cut to the chase without any further banter. 2 cards, 1 red fruit, 1 yellow fruit, 2 metallic lumps of unknown origin, and 3 green fruits. Ergo, you struck it lucky. Don't forget my instructions. Go out at noon tomorrow to bask in the rain, then consume the fruits. Lin Yu advised before ending the conversation. Scrolling to Lin Xiaoyou's profile, he hesitated not a moment before clicking in. Beep, after roughly half a minute, the call connected. Siryu, how were your findings? Brother, I found 7 orbs. Inside were 6 green fruits and 1 golden one, came Lin Xiaoyou's voice over the line. A golden fruit. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Lin Xiaoyu, having only touched 7 orbs, would uncover a golden fruit. This was something he had never even heard of in his previous life. While he was uncertain of the exact attribute increase provided by the golden fruit, it was undoubtedly far superior to the red fruits. The total worth of the fruits he had scavenged on Xian Mountain might not even compare to that singular golden fruit. Hee, am I impressive or what? Lin Xiaoyu sent a proud emoticon, her cuteness radiating through the screen. It's quite late now. You should get some rest, remember what I told you. Lin Yu replied with a head-patting emoticon, reflecting on his sister's extraordinary luck. While the other 6 fruits were merely the most common green ones, that single golden fruit far outweighed the rest. This luck is truly remarkable. Concluding the chat, Lin Yu succumbed to drowsiness and drifted into a gentle slumber. Morning arrived, the dawn light gently illuminating the world. Lin Yu opened his eyes, feeling the contents of his bag and sighing in relief. Thank goodness it wasn't just a dream. He retrieved some bread and water to replenish his energy, quietly awaiting the evolution rain at noon. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation filled him. Simultaneously, he called the supermarket outside Xiao's school to arrange for the delivery of supplies. At this moment in the hospital, Mr. Duan, your son appears to have a blood infection. The doctor spoke cautiously. Upon examination, we discovered an unusual presence of urine in his bloodstream. How could there be urine in the blood? Do you take me for a fool? A corpulent middle-aged man bellowed at the bedside. Behind him, 6 imposing men clad in black suits stood, exuding an air of intimidation. Mr. Duan, please remain calm. The attending physician continued, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Our investigation revealed that the individual who fought with your son knocked out our nurse and surreptitiously replaced the 4 fluids with urine. The attending physician, aware that the man before him was a prominent businessman in Cohen City, was understandably on edge, knowing he was entangled with a criminal syndicate. Mr. Duan, we have tracked down the whereabouts of that boy, one of the men in black interjected. He is likely at Xian Mountain. Should we involve the police? How dare he act so brazenly? Reporting him to the authorities would be too lenient. Mr. Duan's eyes gleamed with malice as he snorted coldly. Send a few men to bring that boy back. I wish to personally extend my greetings. Normally, he would not concern himself with such juvenile altercations. However, the fact that this boy had the audacity to administer urine to his son was utterly intolerable. Chapter 4 Blood falls from heaven and earth. The lament of the saints. Strange meteor shower. Have you made a wish? Bored, Lin Yu scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon a post that piqued his curiosity. He clicked on it and skimmed through the content. It detailed the experience of a fortunate individual who witnessed the meteor shower the previous night and inadvertently acquired something from the luminous orbs, prompting discussions online. The post garnered thousands of replies, indicating that many had shared similar experiences. The largest meteor shower in human history. I witnessed it through my window. It was utterly breathtaking. Damn it, I worked overtime until dawn and a meteor struck my head, causing me to black out. I thought my life was over. May I ask, did anyone notice something within the meteor shower? I found a green fruit. It tasted delightful. You're insane for eating something of unknown origin. Even if your fate is strong, I wouldn't dare. It was indeed delicious. After consuming it, I felt completely rejuvenated, far more effective than Red Bull. I have a bad feeling about this. Lin Yu perused the comments, noting a prevalent nonchalant attitude among many, as most seemed indifferent to the events. Those who had consumed the fruit either experienced a mere 40 enhancement in their abilities upon evolving or discarded it without a second thought. A few, however, felt the situation was more complex. They neither consumed nor discarded their finds, opting to keep them instead. Are you all finding green ones? I found a red one and didn't dare eat it, so I fed it to my husky. But now, it hasn't woken up, and I'm thinking of taking it to the hospital. I suspect it might be the end for it. What the hell? No way am I going to die. I am still a virgin. Several individuals who had consumed the fruit lamented in the comments. Upon reading this, Lin Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. A precious red fruit, wasted on a dog. A pang of anguish surged within him. He couldn't resist leaving a comment. Bro, you should quickly slaughter your husky and stew it. It would be a great boost. After posting, he casually closed the webpage, glancing at the time. Less than 10 minutes remained. Ring, ring. At that moment, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw an unfamiliar number. As soon as he answered, a furious voice bellowed, Lin Yu, where the hell have you been? I haven't seen you for 2 days. Do you even plan on coming to work? If you don't want me, then just fire me. It was the manager from his workplace. As Lin Yu listened to the tirade on the other end, his gaze turned icy. Fool. I fired you. After the verbal assault, Lin Yu hung up the phone. Damn. This jerk actually dared to curse at me and talk about firing me. The manager, enraged, was about to retaliate but realized the call had already ended, further fueling his fury. This was merely a minor incident, and Lin Yu paid it no mind. He steadied himself, sensing an intangible pressure in the air, as if something monumental was about to transpire. As midnight approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the sky shrouded by ominous clouds. At last, it struck 12. Boom. Thunder roared. A colossal lightning bolt rent the sky, creating countless fissures that refused to close. It appeared as though a giant beast had torn the heavens apart, and the lightning was blood red. Even having witnessed it once before, Lin Yu felt a surge of terror at the sight. Drip, drip, raindrops began to fall from the sky. They were light, mere wisps of rain, yet upon contact with his skin, they stung sharply. Lin Yu wiped his face with the rainwater, which was crimson. It resembled human blood. Looking up, he beheld the sky, a chaotic tapestry of intertwined lightning and red rain, casting the entire world in a sanguine hue. Blood falls from heaven and earth. Is this the lament of the saints or a defiant roar? Boom. A crack of thunder startled Lin Yu. Steeling himself, he set his backpack aside, stripped off his shirt, and bared his torso to welcome the baptism of the evolution rain. As the rain cascaded down upon him, penetrating his skin, waves of excruciating pain surged through him, as if countless ants were gnawing at his flesh. Thump, thump. Lin Yu could feel his heartbeat growing louder and more powerful. Simultaneously, a formidable force seemed to awaken deep within his organs, stirring to life. After more than 10 minutes, a flame erupted from his body. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in his mind, awakening talent. F-class flame. Just as in his past life, following this, an attribute panel materialized in his mind. Magic, 500 strength, 6 constitution, 6 speed, 5 mental, 55 talent, F-class flame, what the hell? Upon viewing the attribute panel, Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. Most attributes seemed normal, but the mental attribute of 55 was extraordinarily abnormal. It exceeded that of an ordinary person by tenfold. He speculated that such a high mental attribute was likely due to his past life. The formidable mental fortitude forged over 6 years during the apocalypse, coupled with the fact he had been reborn. However, what exactly is this attribute panel? It feels so surreal, as if I'm playing a game. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Having lived through the apocalypse, he understood that this was far from a game. Moreover, the values on the attribute panel were not merely simplistic data, they represented the true strength of his physical capabilities. Some say the attribute panel is a tool used by powerful beings not of this world to monitor their toys. In his previous life, such claims were often dismissed as jokes. Yet now, Lin Yu felt a sense of vigilance creeping in, particularly that haunting thought in his mind, do not let the gods know you are a reincarnator. Gods, that term had never crossed his mind in his previous life. Could the attribute panel be something placed in everyone's minds by the gods? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yu shook his head. The truths that many powerful individuals failed to uncover in his past life were not something he could fathom now. At present, enhancing his strength was of utmost importance. First, let us consume the attribute fruits. I wonder what attributes they possess. Lin Yu pulled over his backpack, retrieving 54 fruits, and began by swallowing 3 red ones. Magic 5000. Strength 50. Mental 50. 1 magic fruit, 1 strength fruit, and 1 mental fruit. As the 3 red fruits were consumed, they instantly transformed into streams of power, melding into his body. The attribute increases provided by the high-grade red fruits were overwhelmingly substantial. Without hesitation, he devoured 16 intermediate yellow fruits as well. Constitution 5. Strength 5. Speed 5. Constitution 5. Upon consuming the last fruit, Lin Yu took stock. 2 mental fruits, 6 constitution fruits, 2 strength fruits, 4 speed fruits, and 2 magic fruits. He then proceeded to absorb the remaining green beginner fruits entirely. Soon, the attribute panel appeared in his mind once more. Magic. 6,500 strength, 79 constitution, 47 speed, 35 mental, 115 talent, F-class flame. This starting attribute is nearly 10 times that of an ordinary person. This feeling is exquisite. Lin Yu felt an exhilarating thrill. He was confident that even among the strongest individuals at the forefront of evolution in his past life, none could surpass his attributes. However, he would not grow arrogant. Attributes do not define everything. When encountering the strongest individuals, their awakened talents were what truly instilled fear and despair. Powerful rule-based talents left one feeling helpless. Soul-based abilities were insidious and elusive. Fate-based talents instilled despair. The eerie talents evoked terror. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took out the small porcelain vial containing dragon blood, inside which lay 3 drops of dragon blood. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed 1 drop. As the dragon essence coursed through his lungs, a terrifying heat erupted within Lin Yu. Devourer! Lin Yu gritted his teeth and growled softly. He fervently activated his F-class talent, Flame, continuously absorbing the fiery power contained within the dragon blood. It was a force far beyond ordinary flames, more potent and elevated. Instantly, fine lines began to appear on his skin, blood seeping forth as flames raged around him. The rain of evolution continued to fall from the sky. The blood rain extinguished the flames, merging into his body, yet soon, the flames re-emerged, consuming everything in their wake. Boom. Finally, after another 10 minutes, a muffled sound resonated from within Lin Yu. Ding. Absorbing the power of the dragon, talent evolution begins. All the flames instantly retreated into his body, and his skin had not only restored, but had become even more refined and smooth than before. Chapter 5, S-Rank Flame Controller. Lin Yu gazed upon the attribute panel within his mind. Magic, 6,500 strength, 79 constitution, 47 speed, 35 mentality, 115 talent, S-Rank Flame Controller, evolving. Flame unlock form, Blaze, Dragon's Flame, unlocking, as an S-rank flame controller, in the form of Dragon's Flame, I should be able to contend with the strongest evolvers of my previous life. Lin Yu's heart surged with intense battle fervor. In his past existence, after awakening his talent to S-rank, he barely managed to squeeze into the ranks of top evolvers. The gap to catch up with the strongest sequences of evolvers was still substantial. However, this time was different. He had evolved into the S-rank talent of Dragon's Flame, far surpassing his previous self. An S-rank flame controller. This had transcended the most fundamental elemental talents, placing him among the elite of special talents. The zombie rain is about to arrive. Lin Yu lifted his gaze toward the sky, where the crimson evolutionary rain had become sparse. Once the evolutionary rain ceased, the heavens would be riddled with dimensional rifts, unleashing countless zombies from the skies. At that moment, the world would be overrun by the undead, marking the gradual unveiling of the true evolution saga. In the struggle for survival, only the fittest would endure, the weak would inevitably be eliminated. Now, I must procure some sustenance, the awakening has drained too much energy. Lin Yu donned his attire and hurried toward the foot of the mountain. His paramount objective remained to reunite with his sister as swiftly as possible. However, with the imminent massive drop of zombies, he could not afford to act recklessly at this juncture. I wonder what talent my sister will awaken, Lin Yu pondered, pulling out his phone to make a call as he ran. Brother, the call connected instantly, revealing Lin Xiaoyu's slightly anxious voice. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Brother, do you know something? Is the world about to change? I have an unsettling feeling that something monumental is about to happen. Lin Xiaoyu's words weighed heavily on Lin Yu's heart. Silly girl, do not worry. Your brother is here to protect you, Lin Yu softly reassured her. In just over 20 minutes, an overwhelming number of zombies will rain down from the skies across the globe. Zombies! A shriek erupted from Lin Xiaoyu on the other end, her voice trembling. Are they the kind of zombies I know? Indeed, they are the very same as those in the film Resident Evil 56, and they may be even more terrifying than those depicted in the movie. But do not be afraid, an eerie silence fell on the line, yet, the hurried, quivering breaths that followed made Lin Yu realize that his foolish sister was likely paralyzed with fear. After a lengthy period of comfort, Lin Xiaoyu finally began to accept the reality. However, her pale lips, ashen face, and trembling hands gripping the phone all indicated the terror and helplessness within her heart. Yet, she had to remain strong. She must wait for her brother to find her, for they needed to survive together. Silly girl, just stay in your dormitory. Do not venture out, regardless of what you see or hear. Do not open the door. There are enough supplies for you to last over a month, and I will come to reunite with you as swiftly as possible. Lin Yu reiterated his instructions. Lin Xiaoyu's school boasted decent conditions, with student dormitories consisting of double rooms, each equipped with a bathroom. Her roommate had scarcely been around since the second semester of her freshman year, often staying off campus. By the way, silly girl, what talent did you awaken? Talent? What is that? Lin Xiaoyu inquired, her tone filled with confusion. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that his naive sister had not awakened a talent? Did anything happen after you were caught in the rain? He asked tentatively. Brother, that red rain stung so much. I only endured for about 20 minutes before retreating to my dormitory. Then, an attribute panel appeared in my mind. I followed your instructions and consumed all 7 fruits, and I felt a significant surge in strength, as if a powerful force resided within me. Lin Xiaoyu chattered excitedly, recounting her experiences. Listening to his sister's words, Lin Yu fell into silence. Magic, 1000 Strength, 20320, 3 Constitution, 5 Speed, 5 Spirit, 5 Golden Power Rune, Permanent 10 to Strength Attribute. This is the current attribute panel of Lin Xiaoyu. As Lin Yu runs, he contemplates. This panel differs slightly from his own. It lacks the talent attribute, but features the Golden Power Rune. It appears that the Golden Fruit is indeed a fruit of strength, as the enhancement to this attribute seems rather extraordinary. The Golden Fruit directly enhances attributes by 200, along with a permanent 10 bonus, causing strength to soar to an astonishing 223. 3 points. It is nothing short of terrifying. In the early stages, this is akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. This strength attribute exceeds his own by more than 3-fold. However, having awakened his innate talent, if he were to envelop his fists in fiery power, the force of his punches would be exponentially amplified. Moreover, the damage inflicted through direct fiery attacks would also see a significant increase, such is the might of his innate ability. In his past life, the F-grade flames could enhance his power by 0.5 times. Now, in the S-grade flame state, the enhancement reaches a remarkable 2 times. As for the dragon flame state, Lin Yu estimated it could amplify his strength by at least 3 times. This implies that although his current power attribute stands at 79 points, this figure represents a fundamental value, akin to the damage of a standard attack. Should he invoke the S-grade talent Flames and cast a fireball spell, the damage inflicted would be doubled to 158, culminating in a total attack damage of 237. Thus, the base attribute signifies the damage of a normal attack, while the awakened talent serves as a skill that exponentially magnifies that damage. However, utilizing such talents necessitates a consumption of magical energy. The greater the magical energy, the more formidable the talent skills become. Magical energy is akin to inner strength, while skills resemble martial arts techniques. The 18 dragon subduing palms mastered over a century is evidently far superior to those cultivated over merely 20 years. Brother, why are you silent? Does my lack of awakened talent render me weak? Understanding the immense power of awakened talents, Lin Xiaoyu felt a tinge of disappointment at Lin Yu's silence. Silly girl, what are you pondering? Do you comprehend what your 223 points of strength signify? Noticing his sister's despondent mood, Lin Yu hastened to offer reassurance. The average strength of an adult male is around 5 points, and a full-powered punch can generate approximately 100 kilograms of force. Now calculate for yourself how formidable your 225 points of strength truly are. However, Lin Yu pondered a concern. Purely augmenting strength without a corresponding increase in physique might hinder one from realizing their full potential. After all, formidable strength necessitates a robust body to support it. Yet, having never encountered the golden fruit, he could only allow Xiaoyu to experiment and discover for herself. Listening to Lin Yu's words, Lin Xiaoyu's mouth fell slightly agape, her eyes widening in astonishment. In less than 3 seconds, she solved the seemingly simple mathematical problem. Brother, are you saying that I now possess over 4 tons of strength in a single punch? Surely, you jest. If you doubt it, give it a try. Lin Yu's lips twitched. The attributes conferred by the golden fruit were indeed terrifying. In his past life, he had never heard of any related rumors. Yet, without an awakened talent, encountering someone with an S-grade talent might still render one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, as evolution continued, this disparity would only widen. Even low-tier evolutionaries endowed with potent talents could easily overpower high-tier ordinary individuals. Wait a moment. Reflecting on Lin Xiaoyu's attribute panel, Lin Yu suddenly recognized an anomaly. Chapter 6, The Descent of the Undead. Upon reviewing the attribute panel sent by Lin Xiaoyu once more, Lin Yu discovered an anomaly. Magical power, 1000, strength, 20320, 3, constitution, 5, speed, 5, spirit. 5, golden power divine mark, permanent 10 to strength attribute. This is Lin Xiaoyu's attribute panel after consuming 7 fruits. When she first opened the panel, before absorbing the fruits, her attributes were Magic, 500 strength, 3 constitution, 3 speed, 4 spirit, 3. All her metrics were significantly below those of a typical adult male, which is to be expected. However, her magic stood at 500. After consuming a yellow intermediate magic fruit, her magic surged to 1000. This indicates that Lin Xiaoyu possesses an extraordinary innate ability within her, though it has yet to be fully awakened. If there were no innate talent within her, the attribute panel would not display magic as an attribute. Even consuming the magic fruit would be futile, Lin Yu murmured softly. Only those who have activated their innate ability can store and absorb magic. Otherwise, even if they consume a magic fruit, the magic will dissipate almost immediately. I fear that my sister harbors an incredible talent. Despite the baptism of the evolution rain, it remains partially dormant. Lin Yu contemplated a possibility. The sole purpose of the evolution rain is to hasten the awakening of innate abilities. For those lacking innate talent, exposure to the rain is ineffective. If one's talent is potent, what might normally take days or even months to awaken could be triggered by the evolution rain in just a few days, or even instantly. Xiaoyu's current predicament only serves to highlight the formidable nature of her innate talent. The evolution rain alone is insufficient for a complete awakening. Additional conditions are necessary. Wow, brother, it's true. I feel like I've become a strong man. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu's voice echoed with uncontainable excitement over the phone. She had just tested her newfound strength, effortlessly lifting the bunk bed in her dormitory with one hand, feeling no weight at all. It was as if the bed was as light as a feather, negligible in her grasp. It is worth noting that the lower bed was attached to a desk and wardrobe, laden with a computer and books, and contained numerous clothes, altogether weighing no less than 100 kilograms. Yet, in her hands, it felt weightless. She even attempted to lift it with just a single finger and still felt no resistance. Do you feel any discomfort or abnormalities in your body? Lin Yu asked, astonished. Logically, with her constitution at only 5, she should not be able to exert such extraordinary strength. Having strength without the corresponding constitution could lead to self-injury when exerting force. Yes, at first, when I began to use my strength, I felt a sharp pain throughout my body. But then a mysterious power coursed through me, and a faint golden pattern emerged at my fingertips, alleviating any discomfort. Xia Yu replied joyfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was greatly astonished. He surmised that this must be the wondrous effect of the golden divine mark. Silly girl, you need not fear now. Early zombies are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. However, do not overexert yourself, and certainly do not play the martyr. Stay put in the dormitory and wait for me to come find you, Lin Yu insisted once more. He felt considerably relieved, with 223 points of terrifying strength. As long as that foolish girl remained obedient in her dormitory, provided with food and drink, she should be relatively safe. Understood, brother, Lin Xia Yu murmured. To be honest, she still felt a profound fear regarding the events that were to unfold. Her newfound power merely provided her with a semblance of confidence. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old delicate girl. What girl is unafraid of zombies? This is no jest. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that her brother was coming from Kundu City to find her, a journey fraught with dangers far exceeding her own, so she could not allow him to worry. Here they come. Just as he ended the call, Lin Yu noticed countless fissures appearing in the sky, with numerous dark figures bursting forth from them, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. Bang! Before he could reach the foot of the mountain, 4 or 5 shadowy figures crashed down nearby, forcing him to halt. Then came the sound of a crack, crack. Several zombies twisted their bodies, rigidly rising to their feet. It seemed as though they were enveloped by a transparent protective shield while in the air, which vanished upon landing. They wore tattered garments unlike anything in this world, their faces twisted and terrifying, with numerous areas of their bodies already decaying. Lin Yu even witnessed pieces of their rotting skin falling away, revealing the grotesque flesh beneath. One zombie, facing away from him, held its head with both hands before performing a 180-degree spin, forcibly twisting its head around. This maneuver was nothing short of astonishing, its hollow white eyes fixed on Lin Yu. Roar! The guttural growls erupted as 5 zombies twisted their bodies, advancing toward Lin Yu with a stiff yet rapid gait, intent on tearing him apart and consuming him. Even low-level zombies are still so repulsive, inducing nausea, Lin Yu remarked, his gaze sharpening. He grasped a tree trunk, roughly the thickness of a bowl, beside him and with a slight exertion, uprooted it entirely. Although the zombies appeared rigid, they were surprisingly swift, far from the sluggish creatures depicted in films. In the blink of an eye, they had closed the distance to within 3 meters of Lin Yu. Vile creatures, unworthy of existence, Lin Yu whispered, his action swift as he swung the tree trunk toward the zombies' heads. Thud! It shattered like a ripe watermelon, the nauseating fluid spraying everywhere. Indeed, the newly emerged low-level zombies have yet to coalesce into crystal cores. It is likely that only by tomorrow or the day after will some of their heads begin to generate cores, Lin Yu mused as he discarded the tree trunk and darted further down the mountain. Along the way, he encountered scattered zombies, all easily dispatched. This race of zombies is innately driven by a thirst for blood and flesh. Feeding on blood and flesh enables them to grow stronger and evolve. As time passes, most of the zombies emerging from the fissures will gravitate toward the most populated areas, such as the city center. In the vicinity of Xian Mountain, there are fewer people during non-holiday periods, so it is unlikely that a large horde of zombies would gather. Even if several hundred zombies were to congregate, he could handle them with ease given his current strength. However, should he encounter thousands, he would have to turn and flee. After all, even the most enjoyable activities can become exhausting after more than an hour. Facing 10,000 zombies, even if they stood still for him to slay, it would take several hours without respite. At the foot of Xian Mountain lies a quaint ancient town. Upon arriving, he witnessed chaos as people scattered in a panic. Several zombies were already rampaging through the crowd. Ahead, a woman was sprinting frantically in his direction. Hot on her heels was a blood-soaked zombie, relentless in its pursuit. The woman, in her 20s, clad in tight-fitting sharkskin pants, showcased her exquisite figure perfectly. With her fair skin, stunning beauty, and long legs, she fled desperately from the zombie. This scene, one must admit, was somewhat aesthetically pleasing. The beauty and the beast, such a dissonant tableau always invites wild imaginings. As the woman ran with all her might, she somehow managed to outpace the zombie by a margin. Indeed, an overwhelming will to survive can unleash incredible strength. Unfortunately, she could not maintain this for long. Once her stamina began to wane, she would be swiftly overtaken by the zombie. Help me, please, save me. Upon spotting Lin Yu standing still in the street, the woman seemed to latch onto him as if he were a lifeline, screaming desperately. With every ounce of her strength, she fled toward the approaching man, her beautiful face momentarily flashing with madness. Finally, salvation was within reach. If she could just reach that man and push him down, he would take her place as the zombie's meal. This frenzied notion took root and expanded within her mind, as she had never considered that Lin Yu might possess the ability to fight off the zombies and save her. Thus, the only solution she could conceive was to sacrifice another to save herself. Chapter 7, Why Push Me Where It Hurts? Without a moment's hesitation, the woman rushed past Lin Yu, forcefully shoving both hands towards him. Were he an ordinary person, caught off guard by such a vigorous push, he would undoubtedly stumble and fall to the ground. To fall now would spell death, however. As she charged forward with all her might, it was as if she had collided with an immovable boulder, completely unable to budge him. Then, she felt her right hand grasped by someone. In an instant, she was flung away. With experience from apocalyptic times, Lin Yu was far from being outmaneuvered by such a woman. The glint of madness in her eyes revealed her intentions to him. This woman was akin to a lantern in a restroom, searching for filth. He swiftly seized her right hand, exerted a slight force, and hurled her directly towards the oncoming zombie. Bang! She soared through the air like a basketball, colliding head-on with the zombie, embracing it in a gruesome encounter. The two figures tumbled to the ground, and she emitted a pained groan before she could rise. The zombie lunged at her, its grotesque jaws sinking into her neck. Our blood gushed forth, and a chilling scream echoed. Her legs flailed desperately, struggling in despair as she slowly succumbed to agony. Her head faced Lin Yu, and in her mind, regret flooded her thoughts. Lin Yu observed this scene with an unsettling calmness. Had the woman harbored no malicious intentions and not sought to harm him, she might have been saved. What he did was merely a matter of convenience. The 6 years of struggle during the apocalypse had not hardened Lin Yu's heart into one devoid of compassion. On the contrary, many had willingly risked their lives for him, and he too had fought fiercely to protect his brothers. In this world, absolutes of black and white, good and evil, do not exist. Those who are entirely selfish will often meet a far worse fate. In his past life, there was a legendary figure known as Dawn, the strongest of the first sequence, possessing an S-class talent. Absolute purification, once unleashed, everyone within its range would passively face the judgment of rules. There was no escape, no avoidance. The rules would assess a person's heart, determining whether it was dark or bright. Once deemed that malevolence outweighed virtue, one would face judgment and be utterly purified, vanishing without a trace. Wherever Dawn tread, countless strong individuals would flee in terror. Of course, the specific criteria and limitations for determining good and evil remained a mystery to him. Thus, while Lin Yu could be ruthless, he would never be devoid of humanity. He could stand idly by or become a beacon for all. He feared not the absolute purification. Even such a supreme talent has its countermeasures. This was merely his principle, his bottom line. In the face of disaster, humans could forsake all semblance of humanity, rendering themselves no different from zombies. Both are revolting entities. In the annals of his era, when the Sakura nation and other nations invaded the Central Plains, should one become a traitor merely to survive? Countless ancestors had sacrificed their lives for honor, had they not. Thus, selfish and hypocritical individuals are eternally so. Regardless of the era, the apocalypse merely magnified such malevolence. This world has never lacked those with boundless love and altruism. In his previous life, among the strongest in the first sequence, there were those who donned the light, driving away darkness, who would lay down their lives without a second thought. Such individuals earned Lin Yu's profound respect, a respect that stemmed from the depths of his being. Yet, he was no saint. Should anyone wish him harm, he would obliterate them with merciless force. Not far away, the woman's struggle ceased, and her cries fell silent. After her demise, the zombie lunged at Lin Yu like a rabid dog. "Disgusting creature!" Lin Yu exclaimed as he swung his hand, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed both the zombie and the woman's remains. The S-class talent ability, Flame Incineration, was activated. Magic consumption, 20. In the blink of an eye, both the zombie and the woman were reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. With his substantial magic value of 6,500, he could employ this simple flame ability over 300 times. Glimpsing the shops flanking him, many doors stood ajar, their occupants likely having fled in panic at the sight of zombies. Some entrances were firmly shut, with the owners presumably cowering inside, trembling in fear. However, without sustenance, they too would inevitably meet their end. Lin Yu dashed into a medium-sized supermarket, procuring 2 large backpacks to commence his looting. Before long, he emerged from the store, laden with supplies. A muscular man lunged at him, blood streaming from his mouth as he howled. Lin Yu frowned, sidestepping the attack, then swung the steel pipe in his hand, smashing it against the man's head. Now, should I head to Qianhai City to find my sister, or should I remain here to execute that plan? After dispatching the zombie, Lin Yu found himself in a quandary. He desired to seek out his sister, yet that would jeopardize the plan's execution. The first few days of the apocalypse were critical. If he could not seize this opportunity to gather more attribute fruits, his rebirth would be in vain. Soon, Lin Yu resolved his dilemma. His sister was safe in her dormitory, with ample food and drink, her strength attributes off the charts, her combat prowess formidable, thus her safety was assured. In that case, I shall stay here to implement that plan. Lin Yu murmured, a sense of determination washing over him. He recalled a rather luxurious hotel in this ancient town, frequently filled with tourists visiting Xian Mountain. He intended to rest there for a day. Soon, the zombies would evolve and produce cores. That would be his moment to act, slaying zombies and collecting cores. He aimed to exploit the early days of the apocalypse, the most terrifying time, to frantically hunt for cores and exchange them for rarer attribute fruits. On the journey to find his sister in Chennai City, the path between cities was predominantly forested, with zombies scattered and drawn primarily towards areas with larger populations. This would significantly diminish the number of cores he could acquire, causing him to miss the optimal growth period. On the streets, chaos reigned. Numerous cars lay haphazardly strewn along the roadside, billowing thick smoke. The air was filled with continuous screams and cries. Lin Yu, guided by memory, pressed forward, his target clear, as he dashed towards the hotel. With a speed attribute of 35, 7 times that of an ordinary person, he had no cause to fear the zombies. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he observed a plump young woman, kneeling in despair with a little girl in her arms. She pounded on the large glass door of the hotel, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "My niece is unconscious, please, let us in." Yet, no matter how fervently she begged, the 2 yellow-haired men stationed by the door remained indifferent. One even barked, "Get lost, you filthy woman, if you attract zombies with your crying, I will kill you." Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Approaching the glass door, he tapped the doorknob with his steel pipe and spoke slowly, "Open the door." "Hey, didn't you hear? Get lost." The brash yellow-haired man sneered, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Zombies. Suddenly, the yellow-haired man appeared to spot something, a glimmer of fear flashing in his eyes as he pointed outside, retreating slightly. Though he was inside the hotel and the door was securely locked, an inexplicable terror gripped him. Upon hearing the yellow-haired man's words, the 2 outside turned simultaneously to look. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. The young woman's complexion turned ashen, clutching the girl tightly, her eyes filled with despair. In an instant, the zombie surged forward, perhaps attracted by the scent of the woman's flesh. It lunged at her first. Screaming in terror, she helplessly shut her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, Lin Yu tightened his grip on the steel pipe, thrusting it forward with precision, inserting it into the zombie's mouth, halting its advance. The zombie's ashen eyes widened in shock as if to say, "You fool, why stab me in the mouth when you could choose anywhere else?" Chapter 8. The duality of human nature. At this moment, the blood-soaked hands of the zombie were merely a few centimeters away from the young woman. It flailed its arms frantically, desperately attempting to grasp her. A low, intermittent growl emanated from its mouth. The young woman felt the zombie looming before her, and though she had not been bitten, she trembled as she slowly opened her eyes. Gazing at the grotesque figure so close at hand, its bloated visage instilled terror within her. The horrifying sight nearly prompted her to scream, but just as her mouth opened, her right hand instinctively covered it. She was not foolish. She understood that another cry could attract even more zombies. Lin Yu glanced at her. This woman was not entirely dim-witted. Despite her fear, it was evident that her mind remained relatively clear and resolute. With a swift motion, Lin Yu swung the steel pipe in his hand, unleashing a terrifying force that sent the zombie crashing to the ground, its head nearly obliterated, lifeless beyond resurrection. However, the commotion had already drawn the attention of 3 or 4 wandering zombies in the vicinity, all of them roaring and charging toward him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid strikes dispatched the zombies in an instant. The young woman's eyes widened in astonishment. This man was incredibly formidable. The 2 small-time thugs behind the glass door were equally stunned. How could this seemingly unassuming youth dispatch such terrifying creatures with such ease? "I shall say this once more. Open the door." Lin Yu shook the blood from the steel pipe and turned to speak coldly. 3 seconds. If you do not open the door in 3 seconds, I will smash it down and feed you all to the zombies. Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired thug shivered involuntarily. He hurriedly dashed over, fumbling to open the door. The hotel's large glass door was made of thick tempered glass, remarkably sturdy. An ordinary person would surely struggle to break it without tools or skill. Yet, yellow-haired thug dared not gamble on the ruthless man outside, who had displayed an alarming proficiency in dispatching zombies as if they were mere dogs. In under a minute, the glass door swung open. "Step inside," Lin Yu gestured to the young woman. She quickly lifted the little girl in her arms, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and bowed in gratitude before hastily entering. Lin Yu followed closely behind. "Yellow dog, are you seeking death? I told you to guard the door and not let another soul in." As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, a booming voice echoed through the air. The bustling sounds of the lobby came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned toward the entrance. The yellow-haired thug trembled at the sound of the furious roar. He swiftly locked the glass door and jogged toward the man who had bellowed. The man was a burly figure, exuding an aura of menace, with a long, old scar etched across his face, presumably a knife wound. He was the leader of these small-time thugs. When the apocalypse erupted, he had been strolling the streets with his underlings. As the zombies attacked, they had fled into this hotel in a panic. Once inside, they quickly took control of the situation. The yellow-haired thug approached him, bowing and whispering. As he listened to the yellow-haired thug's account, the scarred man's expression grew grave. His gaze shifted toward Lin Yu, who was calmly making his way to a corner sofa in the lobby. With a backpack slung over his shoulder and 2 large bags in his left hand, he wielded a blood-dripping steel pipe in his right. "Forget it, this person is not to be trifled with." Let us refrain from provoking him, we shall keep to ourselves, the scarred man pondered aloud. Quickly, instruct everyone to surrender their food and drink. He turned to face the crowd of 40 to 50 people in the lobby, his expression darkening. Hand over all your supplies, or do not blame me for being unmerciful. Most of these individuals were guests and staff of the hotel, with some having rushed in seeking refuge amidst the chaos. The scarred man's dozen or so underlings, armed with makeshift weapons like iron plates, encircled the group, methodically robbing them of their belongings. The young woman felt a pang of anxiety upon witnessing this scene. She hurried toward Lin Yu's direction and settled onto a nearby sofa. In the presence of this man, she felt a semblance of safety. Stealing a glance at Lin Yu, she found him looking back at her. Her face flushed crimson, and she quickly spoke in a hushed tone, "My name is Liu Xian, thank you once again for your help." "It was nothing, merely a small act of kindness," Lin Yu replied with a faint smile, finally taking a closer look at the young woman before him. She was strikingly beautiful, her features akin to a delicate painting, with skin that appeared tender and dewy, her complexion a radiant peach, suggestive of her late 20s, clad in a fitted white dress suit. Her voluptuous figure was elegantly showcased, exuding a sensuality that did not lack grace. No longer in imminent danger, the young woman seemed to regain her composure, revealing her inherent poise and grace. Liu Xian noticed Lin Yu's unwavering gaze upon her, and her cheeks grew even warmer as she turned her head away. How mortifying! Within Lin Yu, a nameless fire began to stir, having awakened a fiery talent and absorbed dragon blood. He often felt a simmering heat within him. At that moment, witnessing the young woman's alluring demeanor ignited a primal impulse. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the heat surging within him. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. "Hey kid, if you have no food to offer, you can always present your girlfriend instead." Har har. In the encircled group of over 40, those unable to submit food resources were being coerced. Many couples had come for a vacation, and thus possessed no supplies. The scarred man had decreed that anyone failing to comply would be thrown out to feed the zombies. The crowd dared not express their anger. Though they wished to resist, they were met with violence. A couple in the front, having failed to surrender any supplies, heard the threat of being tossed to the zombies. The man immediately offered up his wife. She turned pale but offered no resistance. Being tossed out meant certain death at the hands of the undead. Better to be subjected to her husband's desires than to face such a grisly fate. In the wake of the apocalypse, as order crumbled and the law lost its power, the most primitive aspects of human nature emerged. The duality of good and evil lay bare. "Who dares touch my girlfriend? I will fight to the death," a young man roared, shoving the scarred man aside and protecting his girlfriend behind him. "How dare you seek your own demise?" the scarred man bellowed, delivering a swift kick that sent the young man sprawling to the ground along with his girlfriend. Are you? The girl struggled to her feet, cradling the young man in her arms, calling out desperately. Cough, cough. "I'm fine." The scarred man's kick had been forceful, and the young man was sweating profusely from the pain. "I have little patience for this. I shall give you one final opportunity." The scarred man crouched before the couple, his hand patting the young man's face. "This woman can accompany me, and you can live. She, too, can survive." Chapter 9, Decisive Action. Foolish delusion. Even in death, I would never allow her to engage in such an act. The young man glared intensely at the scar-faced man, enunciating each word with conviction. "To save my own life by sending my beloved woman to accompany other men, I, Liu Yu, could never commit such an ignoble deed." "Hey." The scar-faced man let out a cold chuckle. He turned his gaze towards the woman. "Is that what you think as well? Would you rather die, even if it means becoming food for zombies, than to be with me?" Upon hearing this, the woman appeared to envision the horrifying image of being torn apart by the undead, fear etched across her face. Yet, in the next moment, she managed a sorrowful smile. If survival requires the abandonment of dignity and principles, then what is the meaning of life in such a world? "Brother Yu, I love you. Even in death, we shall face it together." The woman pressed her lips to the young man's in a deep kiss, then supported him as they slowly made their way toward the hall's entrance. The scar-faced man's expression darkened, uncertain that he could not believe that this fragile couple would dare to step outside the hotel, where countless zombies awaited. If they truly preferred death over submission, he would not let them go unscathed. The man was inconsequential, but he was determined to possess this enchanting woman. He had never had the pleasure of such a pure and beautiful creature. Her delicate legs made his mouth water with desire. With so many zombies falling from the sky, it was clear that the apocalypse had arrived, and within this hotel, he was king. Any woman he desired would have to obediently climb into his bed. The scar-faced man discreetly signaled to his henchman with a glance. The henchman understood, swiftly approaching the glass doors, retrieving a key, and feigning an intention to unlock the door for their escape. Liu Yu and his companion exchanged fearful glances, yet their strides remained resolute, devoid of hesitation, embodying a spirit akin to that of a chilling wind sweeping across the river. Good and evil reside in the heart. The apocalypse merely amplifies such sentiments, Lin Yu observed, admiring the couple's retreating figures. Get back. Just as they reached the threshold, preparing for their final stand, the henchman halted them. The scar-faced man approached, coldly scrutinizing the pair. I never imagined you truly fear not death. To speak frankly, I have taken a liking to this woman. Should she perish, she shall only die beneath me. You shameless fiend. The young man, filled with rage, clenched his fists and lunged at the scar-faced man. Yet, he was no match. The scar-faced man kicked him aside, leaving him crumpled on the ground, unable to rise for a considerable time. Clap, clap. Suddenly, a round of applause echoed throughout the hall. In this apocalypse, everywhere is mired in the darkness of human nature, yet it is rare to witness such untainted beauty. Why must you seek to destroy it? Lin Yu slowly stood, fixing his gaze upon the scar-faced man. Moreover, a man should honor his word. How can you be so deceitful? At these words, all eyes in the hall converged upon him. The young woman regarded Lin Yu with glimmering eyes. Kid, I intended for us to coexist peacefully, yet you seem to be overstepping your bounds, the scar-faced man barked, his temper flaring. Besides, you do not know them. Why meddle in affairs that do not concern you? To borrow your words, I shall do as I please. If I find you displeasing, I will act against you. It's as simple as that. Lin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Damn it. You refuse to heed my warning. Brothers, attack. Kill him. A flash of fury crossed the scar-faced man's face as he summoned his gang to converge upon Lin Yu. Merely ants. Lin Yu's figure flickered, appearing at the scar-faced man's side in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. So fast. The scar-faced man was taken aback, crossing his arms defensively over his chest. Bang! With but a single blow, the scar-faced man's body was sent flying, crashing into 4 or 5 of his approaching lackeys. The thugs halted in their tracks, dread washing over them as they beheld their leader's form sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from his mouth, his hands contorted, and his chest visibly caved in. The rise and fall of his breath was uneven, signaling his impending demise. The expressions of the small-time thugs shifted to one of terror. This individual was far too fearsome. He had killed their leader with a single punch. Lin Yu approached step by step, and with each stride, the thugs retreated in unison. What, are you seeking vengeance for your leader? Lin Yu surveyed the group of thugs. No, no. Each thug who met Lin Yu's gaze trembled, fervently shaking their heads. What an absurd notion. Who would seek revenge for a dead man, especially against this terrifying figure before them? Only a fool would entertain such thoughts. Then step aside. Lin Yu commanded sharply. With a synchronized movement, the thugs parted, clearing a path down the center. This man exudes such dominance, the young woman observed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Yu approached the table where the thugs had gathered their spoils, eyeing the assortment of items before him. He plucked a yellow fruit from among the clutter. He had noticed this fruit during their scavenging. Stowing the fruit away, Lin Yu addressed the assembled crowd. Does anyone have similar fruits, regardless of color? I am willing to trade for food. At this moment, a bespectacled man stepped forward, addressing Lin Yu. That fruit belongs to me. They took it from me. And? Lin Yu replied with a smirk. You should exchange it for food. The bespectacled man stated matter-of-factly. Har, it belongs to the scar-faced man. What business do you have with it? He stole it from me. The bespectacled man retorted, his face contorted with indignation. Lin Yu found such people particularly insufferable. They cowered when bullied by tyrants, yet resurfaced to claim their share once someone else took charge. Very well, then come and take it. Lin Yu smiled pleasantly. The bespectacled man, elated, rushed forward, grabbing bag after bag of bread from the table and stuffing them into his pockets. Lin Yu's expression turned icy as he swiftly seized the bespectacled man by the throat. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Clean and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, Lin Yu released his grip, and the bespectacled man's body crumpled to the floor, his eyes wide in shock. One hand weakly pointed at Lin Yu, attempting to speak but unable to utter a word, blood trickling from his lips. The scar-faced man took your fruit, and since you are so desperate to reclaim it, I shall send you to meet him. You can ask him directly. Lin Yu's tone was flat, and his ruthless action sent a chill through everyone present. Now, as I mentioned earlier, my offer still stands. Anyone with fruits may come to me for food. Lin Yu surveyed the room. Brother, I have a green one. I wonder what I can exchange for it. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut timidly inquired. A green fruit can be exchanged for 2 days' worth of food. Choose from the table, but do not be greedy. Lin Yu replied with a smile. I want tea. The middle-aged man chuckled nervously, cautiously selecting 2 days' worth of food before retreating. Before long, Lin Yu had accumulated 11 green fruits and 3 yellow ones, a significant haul indeed. Chapter 10. The two-dog man is stunned as Lin Yu shook off his garments. Realizing that there were no more attribute fruits in sight, he returned to the sofa, retrieved his bag, and prepared to ascend the stairs in search of a room to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. Passing by the young couple, they expressed their gratitude towards him incessantly. Even in the face of an apocalypse, it is commendable that you both have maintained your principles and upheld your boundaries, Lin Yu remarked, halting in his tracks. He continued, however, this alone is insufficient. Only by becoming formidable can one safeguard their ideals from being trampled upon. With that, he ascended the stairs without further ado. At that moment, the young woman, cradling a child, hurriedly followed him. Why are you trailing behind me? Lin Yu turned, a smirk playing upon his lips. I too require a moment of rest, and my niece has been incessantly expressing her fatigue, sleeping for hours on end, she replied, her gaze evasive. Lin Yu glanced at the little girl in her arms, nodded in acknowledgement, and said nothing further, initially believing them to be mother and daughter, only to discover otherwise. Upon reaching the second floor, he casually selected a room, leaving the door unlocked, for the scarred man had previously dispatched individuals to search all the rooms thoroughly. After securing the door, Lin Yu organized his belongings and prepared to take a refreshing shower. The young woman watched as he entered room 203, quickly following suit into the adjacent room 202, feeling a sense of security in proximity to this man. After his shower, Lin Yu reclined upon the circular grand bed, simultaneously enjoying a snack while sending messages to his sister and Wang Ergo. Both responded promptly. Brother, everything is well here. I am staying in the dormitory, not venturing out, it's just a bit lonely by myself. Har, Yu, guess what talent I have awakened? Contemplating for a moment, Lin Yu decided to create a group chat for ease of conversation. Little Yu, do you miss your brother? Just as he established the group, notifications began to flood in. You wretched Ergo, you've ignored me for so long. Just wait until we meet again, and I won't hesitate to give you a good thrashing. On the other end, Lin Xiaoyu waved her tiny fist defiantly. Fear not, for I have grown immensely. Today I effortlessly dispatched 8 zombies. Wang Kang, also known as Wang Ergo, proclaimed with pride. Ergo, let us see your attributes, Lin Yu replied. Magic 1500, Strength 55, Constitution 5, Speed 22, Mentality 5, Talent. S-Class overbearing shatter. Before long, Ergo shared his attributes in the group. Your attributes seem off, I recall you didn't collect that many attribute fruits. Lin Yu recollected that Ergo had not salvaged a significant number of such treasures. I saved a few individuals today and acquired several yellow intermediate fruits from them. They were completely unaware of their value, Ergo swiftly responded. Boss, quickly share yours. Ergo's attributes were quite commendable. Many of the initial awakened ones in his past life lacked such prowess early on. After all, prior to advancing and leveling up, attributes could only be enhanced through the fruits that fell from meteor showers, which relied heavily on chance and luck, unlike Lin Yu, who possessed memories from his previous life, enabling him to strategize in advance, thus benefiting both his sister and Ergo. Lin Yu casually sent his attributes to the group. Magic, 6500 Strength, 79 Constitution, 47 Speed, 35 Mentality, 115 Talent, S-Class Flame Controller, Evolving. Flame Unlock Form, Inferno, Dragon S-Blaze, Unlocking, What on Earth? What kind of monster are you? Wang Ergo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu still possessed 46 green primary fruits and 3 yellow intermediate fruits, amounting to a staggering total of 61 attribute points. Little Yu, what about you? Share yours with us, Ergo urged Lin Xiaoyu, eager to see how she measured up. Although she could not surpass Lin Yu, surely she would outshine Lin Xiaoyu. The position of the second member in their trio could not be usurped by a mere girl. However, when Lin Xiaoyu revealed her attributes, Wang Ergo was left utterly dumbfounded. Magic, 1000 Strength, 20320, 3 Constitution, 5 Speed, 5 Spirit, 5 Golden Power Divine Rune, Permanent 10 to Strength Attribute, Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo, Little Yu, what is the meaning of this strength? Did you mistakenly add an extra 0? Lin Xiaoyu, no, it's just as it is. Wang Ergo. Wang Ergo, Strength 20320, 3. Lin Xiaoyu, indeed. She deliberately sent an expression pack that appeared utterly innocent. Wang Ergo, I am utterly bewildered. Lin Xiaoyu, you all have awakened your talents, and yet mine remains dormant. How frustrating. Lin Yu, do not fret. Xiaoyu, your attribute panel displays magical power, indicating that you possess talent. You have awakened, albeit not fully. It seems a catalyst is required. Lin Xiaoyu, millimeter hum. Weimer go, it appears that acquiring attribute fruits from others will be an impossibility henceforth. I just saw someone reveal their effects on the forum. Indeed, the reign of evolution arrives without warning, drenching many and unlocking their attribute panels. Among these individuals, anyone who has consumed the fruits and felt the shift in attributes will be aware of their effects. It would be splendid to obtain them, but if not, we are already surpassing the majority in attributes. Lin Yu, by the way, starting from tomorrow and the day after, many creatures will begin to evolve, and numerous signal towers across the nation may be compromised, leaving our phones without service. If we cannot establish contact, let us proceed according to plan and not worry. Lin Yu concluded with a final admonition, bringing the conversation to a close. He glanced once more at his attribute panel. Talent, S-Class Flame Controller, evolving. Flame unlocking form, Blaze, Dragon's Flame, unlocking. I wonder if I can complete the evolution within 3 days. Lin Yu murmured, feeling an inexplicable heat within his body. Lin Yu chuckled wryly. The most challenging aspect of each evolution is always this, an overwhelming internal fire. Tomorrow, a considerable number of zombies will likely grow stronger, yielding crystal cores in their minds. At that point, the next stage of evolution will commence. By vanquishing zombies, extracting crystal cores, and absorbing their power, one can gradually become more formidable. The vast majority of ordinary individuals have yet to embark on the path of evolution. Those who have been drenched in the rain of evolution and possess an attribute panel are already on this journey. They are at the 0 tier. After absorbing the power of crystal cores, they can progressively break free from constraints and enhance their attributes. At the 0 tier, absorbing 10 0-tier crystal cores enables one to advance to level 1, and absorbing 20 more elevates one to level 2, and so forth. With each level gained, magical power increases by 500, while each of the 4 base attributes rises by 5, alongside an additional 5 free attribute points. To reach level 10 at the 0 tier, one must absorb 10 first-tier crystal cores to advance to the first tier. Each tier ascension brings about transformative changes. Chapter 11, The Midnight Beauty knocks on the door with each advancement. All attributes experience a terrifying doubling effect. Thus, prior to reaching the first level, the higher one's attributes, the greater the rewards upon advancement. For instance, the initial attribute values of an ordinary person are predominantly Smiley Magic, 500 Strength, 5, Constitution 5, Speed 5, Spirit 5. Each level gained results in an increase of 5 points across all 4 attributes, leading to a level 10 at the 0th stage with the following attribute values. Magic 5500, Strength 55, Constitution 55, Speed 55, Spirit 55, free attribute points 50. Upon advancing to the first level, the magic will soar to 11,000, with each attribute growing to 110 points. Currently, Lin Yu possesses a magic value of 6,500. Reaching level 10 at the 0th stage will elevate it to 11500. Upon advancing to the first level, his magic will reach an astounding 23,000, far surpassing the ordinary person's 11,000. Hence, attributes prior to the first level hold immense significance. With a plan in mind, Lin Yu refrained from further contemplation and settled down to rest. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, pondering who it might be at this hour. Could it be that young woman? An image of her alluring figure flashed through his mind, igniting an inexplicable flame within him. Upon opening the door, a youthful and radiant girl stood before him. "Who are you?" Lin Yu inquired, perplexed that it was not the woman he had imagined. "Handsome, aren't you going to invite me in for a chat?" The girl, with her striking features and long, lustrous black hair cascading down her shoulders, possessed large, sparkling eyes that glimmered with mischief. Wearing denim shorts that accentuated her smooth, delicate thighs, she also sported a white leather jacket that emphasized her ample bosom. Without waiting for Lin Yu's consent, she confidently stepped inside. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yu couldn't help but admire her shapely figure that her jeans clung to tightly, rekindling the flame he had just subdued. The girl plopped herself down on the large round bed without a hint of decorum, gazing at Lin Yu as she declared, "I wish to propose a trade with you." "What kind of trade?" "Do enlighten me." "I wish to trade this fruit with you." The girl produced a red fruit from her pocket. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. It was indeed a red fruit. "Do you understand the value of this fruit?" Lin Yu questioned. Of course, it increases 1. When the reign of evolution began, she had been riding her motorcycle towards Xian Mountain and had been drenched along the way. Not long after, she opened her attribute panel. Upon arriving at the ancient town, the zombie outbreak occurred. In a panic, she sought refuge in this hotel, only to be captured by a group led by a scarred man. Had Lin Yu not eliminated him, her fruits would have surely been confiscated. Later, when Lin Yu traded supplies for fruits, she realized these items were indeed extraordinary. Previously, while escaping on the streets, she had witnessed Lin Yu effortlessly dispatch zombies. The most astonishing aspect was that flames erupted from his palms. What kind of world was this? She had seen someone wield flames, incinerating both a terrifying zombie and a woman in an instant. Thus, she had kept a watchful eye, suspecting that Lin Yu had consumed such a fruit to attain his formidable strength. After Lin Yu departed, she hastily secured a room on the second floor. She consumed one yellow fruit, only to find her speed increased by 5 points. After consuming a second yellow fruit, her speed increased once more. Finally, she consumed a red fruit, enhancing her spirit by 50 points. She concluded that yellow fruits boosted speed, while red fruits augmented spirit. She confirmed her findings, realizing her speed had indeed multiplied several times over. However, she found no immediate benefit from the enhanced spirit, hence she decided to keep the last red fruit. Yet, as the world transformed and zombies emerged, it seemed the apocalypse had arrived. She needed to find a way to survive. The red fruit that increased spirit appeared ineffective in enhancing her strength, prompting her to seek a trade with Lin Yu. Lin Yu observed the girl with a bemused expression, surprised by her perspective. It appeared she had consumed 2 yellow fruits, both enhancing speed, leading her to believe yellow fruits increased speed while red ones bolstered spirit. Indeed, at this stage, other attributes surpassed spirit by a considerable margin, providing immediate enhancements to combat effectiveness. Survival opportunities would greatly increase with stronger attributes. Spirit, unless awakened through specific talents, held little power. Tell me, what do you wish to exchange? Could you share how I might be able to unleash flames from my hands, just like you? The motorcycle girl gazed at Lin Yu with eager anticipation. Lin Yu pondered before responding, the flames are a manifestation of my awakened talent. Each person's abilities are unique, and without awakening, one simply lacks that power. Upon hearing this, the girl appeared disheartened. If awakening isn't an option, are there other ways to grow stronger? Lin Yu's gaze fell upon the red fruit in her hand. Really? Her eyes sparkled with hope. Then, noticing Lin Yu's intent gaze, she bit her lip and said, "Here, take it." Reluctantly, she extended the fruit towards him. Receiving the fruit ignited a thrill within Lin Yu. This represented a potential 50-point attribute boost, capable of significantly enhancing his strength. However, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, concealing his excitement. After stowing away the red fruit, he spoke slowly. In this apocalypse, everyone can enhance their strength by killing zombies and absorbing the crystal cores from their brains. Killing zombies. The girl's complexion paled instantly. How could a defenseless girl like her possibly defeat such monstrous beings? The thought filled her with despair. I can help you reach level 3, Lin Yu offered, observing her reaction closely. Really? Her expression brightened with delight. Of course, I value fairness above all, Lin Yu assured her. Having received the red fruit, he found it simple to assist the girl in increasing her strength. It felt unjust to gain such an advantage while watching a young woman struggle for survival in this harsh reality. With his current capabilities, leading a few individuals in combating zombies and leveling up was a trivial task. Only level 3, brother, could you possibly help me reach a higher level? The girl suddenly grasped Lin Yu's hand, shaking it imploringly with a pitiful expression. Level 3 sounded rather weak. She needed to employ all her charms to secure a greater boost. Lin Yu felt a vein throb on his forehead. Chapter 12, The Motorcycle Girl, Chen Jinger's daily attire reference. Lin Yu found himself pressed for time. Once his innate talents reached their advanced awakening, he would have to depart in search of his sister, leaving no room for delays. Hey there, why not let me accompany you? I can do laundry, cook, give massages, and even warm your bed, the motorcycle girl exclaimed, tugging fervently at Lin Yu's hand. If she could not grow stronger on her own, how could she hope to survive in this apocalyptic world? Before her stood the perfect candidate. Lin Yu was not only powerful but also strikingly handsome. Becoming his girlfriend would certainly not be a loss. The more she pondered, the more vigorously she shook his hand. What kind of leader could withstand such a test? Lin Yu, with his fire attribute abilities, was in the awakening phase, the flames within him surging with extraordinary vigor. It seemed that the intensity of his gaze had ignited a blush on the motorcycle girl's cheeks. Lin Yu, unable to contain himself, found his resolve wavering. Due to a report, the content here has been entirely removed, 3,000 words omitted. If you doubt, check the chapter S-word count. Over an hour later, Lin Yu surveyed the chaotic scene on the bed, the glaring scarlet hue presenting a dilemma. What was he to do? He had intended to wait until his abilities fully awakened before setting out alone to find his sister. During this interim, he planned to assist those he could and remain uninvolved with those he could not help. Yet now, faced with this predicament, he simply could not abandon the girl to fend for herself in this harsh world. However, bringing her along in his quest for his sister would be fraught with peril, amplifying the dangers exponentially. Within the city, there were merely zombies. Beyond the city's confines lay an endless expanse of mountains and forests, where evolved beasts could prove far more terrifying than the undead, potentially presenting threats even he could not confront. The more companions one had, the greater the peril. Perhaps I shall decide when the time comes, Lin Yu mused, glancing at the exhausted girl who had succumbed to slumber on the bed. Disturbed, he retreated to the bathroom to wash up. The following morning, the girl nestled in Lin Yu's embrace whispered softly, "Will you take me with you?" At her words, Lin Yu's body tensed, and silence enveloped him as he grappled with what promise he could make. The unspoken quietude sent the girl's heart plummeting. "It's all right, but you must promise to take me along for upgrades. I won't let you go until I reach level 5, she said, inhaling deeply before mustering a strained smile. Sensing her emotions, Lin Yu tightened his embrace slightly. "My name is Lin Yu, my sister is alone in Qianhai City, and I must find her," he began to recount his situation slowly. The girl listened intently. She could not ask this man to forsake his sister, nor could she envision doing such a thing herself. Moreover, accompanying him would undoubtedly heighten the risks. Gazing into Lin Yu's eyes, she spoke with unwavering determination. "Lin Yu, take me with you for upgrades. I, Chen Jing'er, will seize my own destiny." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. "But remember, once I grow stronger, I will return to claim you as my prized consort." Chen Jing'er suddenly grinned, playfully lifting Lin Yu's chin with her finger, radiating confidence. "Prized consort." Lin Yu erupted in indignation, rolling over to engage her in spirited combat, intent on subduing her beneath him. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped past, now nearing 10 a.m. On the second floor, the door to room 202 creaked open, revealing Liu Xiyun, her cheeks flushed as she stepped out. She cast furtive glances back at the door, inwardly muttering, "Is this person made of iron?" Chapter 13, Do You Wish to Die? After taking a shower, Lin Yu glanced at his phone only to discover that there was no signal or network at that moment. It seems the signal tower has been destroyed. Upon entering the hall, he was greeted by a chorus of voices. "Brother, you are being rather unreasonable. The attribute fruits are of utmost importance, and you casually consumed some, leaving us all bereft, treating us like beggars. Indeed, you had better return all the attribute fruits to us." A throng of people surrounded him, each wielding an array of weapons, clubs, steel pipes, and fire axes among them. "Kid, you had best hand over the attribute fruits. Once the government has dealt with the zombies, we can help conceal your murderous deeds," a portly man in a suit declared. "How do you wish to die?" Lin Yu revealed a set of gleaming white teeth, a sinister smile spreading across his face. It appeared that killing 2 individuals the previous day had not instilled fear in them. "Brother, I beg you, return the attribute fruits to us, otherwise, we won't survive." Just as Lin Yu was about to take action, several individuals suddenly knelt before him, pleading. They had merely sought to intimidate him with their numbers, but upon sensing his wrath, they quickly backed down. "I did not coerce anyone in yesterday's transaction. If you continue to press me, I shall not be so courteous. Get lost." A thunderous shout sent a shiver down the spines of all present. Lin Yu, disinterested, led Chen Jing'er towards the door and beckoned to the yellow-haired man. "Boss, what is it?" The yellow-haired man approached with a broad smile, exuding servility. "Open the door," Lin Yu commanded. The yellow-haired man gasped, for outside lurked numerous zombies. Earlier that morning, several had passed by the hotel entrance, leaving them too terrified to make a sound. "What do you mean open the door?" Lin Yu frowned. "But they're zombies." The yellow-haired man's face twisted in fear, his voice trembling. "You are well aware of how much food you have. Once it runs out, you shall perish as well. Here is a piece of friendly advice. While the zombies are not yet overwhelmingly powerful, you can easily slay them in groups with the right tools. By doing so, you may even grow stronger." With that, Lin Yu ceased to engage with the crowd, fixing a sharp gaze on the yellow-haired man. "If you do not wish to venture outside, guard this door well. We shall return shortly." Yes, the yellow-haired man stammered, trembling in fear. Lin Yu's gaze seemed lethal, causing his legs to quiver. The yellow-haired man cautiously opened the door, his movements hushed, fearful of attracting the zombies. As soon as Lin Yu and Chen Jing'er stepped outside, he was eager to lock the door behind them. "Wait, we want to go out too." The couple whom Lin Yu had saved the previous day stepped forward with determined expressions. "Only by becoming stronger can we ensure that our ideals are not trampled upon." Lin Yu's words from the previous day echoed in their minds. Coupled with his recent assertion that killing zombies could lead to strength, they exchanged a glance and swiftly made their decision. They too would hunt zombies and strive for power. Each brandished a kitchen knife, pilfered from the hotel kitchen the day before. Observing their resolve, the yellow-haired man dared not act boastfully and allowed them to leave. Meanwhile, the remaining individuals in the hall remained inactive. To confront such terrifying zombies, were they courting death? Each one simply wished to survive until rescue arrived from the government. And no matter how formidable the zombies, could they rival bullets? They were not convinced. Lin Yu regarded the emerging couple with admiration. He could surmise the thoughts of the others, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the world's advanced weaponry had been rendered ineffective by the laws of nature. Explosives and artillery had been neutralized, becoming mere duds, let alone missiles. Only low-caliber firearms remained operational. In the face of the overwhelming zombie horde, the government would not be able to provide immediate assistance. Moreover, nuclear energy had failed, having been absorbed by the mutated beasts, transforming them into even more terrifying entities. In this mid-apocalyptic phase, humanity's true threat was no longer the zombies, but rather those horrific mutated creatures, especially those that had absorbed nuclear energy, mercilessly slaughtering humans. It was a time of utter despair for mankind. In Sakura Nation, the country fractured and sank into the sea under the assault of a terrifying mutated beast, leading to its complete obliteration. During the apocalypse, one cannot rely on anyone but oneself. As Lin Yu ventured onto the street with his 3 companions, they were soon spotted by 4 or 5 zombies, who roared and charged towards them. Lin Yu was there to level up, thus he held nothing back, swinging his steel pipe with ferocity. Bang! The zombie's skull shattered, and its body propelled forward 2 meters before collapsing. You 3, finish it off. After slaying it, check if there's a crystal core within the zombie's head. Those are vital for enhancing your strength. Lin Yu instructed while clearing the area. Simultaneously, he led the trio into a dead end, swinging the steel pipe in rapid succession. One zombie's arms were brutally crushed, and with a powerful kick, he deliberately sent the creature tumbling towards the 3. Thud! The zombie crashed heavily before them. Despite its missing arms, it continued to screech and lunged at the trio. The young man, Liu Yu, and his partner, Yang Shanshan, though terrified, gripped their kitchen knives tightly, their eyes fixed on the approaching zombie. Chen Jinger, however, was already pale with fear. Having followed Lin Yu without any weapons, she could only desperately hide behind the couple. Shanshan, I'll cut its neck, you take its legs. Liu Yu shouted, bravely launching his attack. The zombie, now armless, posed significantly less danger. Crack! Liu Yu, overwhelmed with anxiety, miscalculated and plunged the knife into the zombie's mouth, where it got stuck between its teeth. He urgently shouted, Shanshan, hurry. Okay. Yan Shanshan replied, her teeth chattering, yet she charged forward without hesitation, raising her knife to strike. She closed her eyes and swung repeatedly, landing 5 or 6 blows yet failing to sever the zombie's leg. Bang! At that moment, a large shovel came crashing down upon the zombie's head. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Yu kicked the zombie to the ground, yanking the knife from its mouth and delivering a decisive blow. Roll! The zombie's head separated from its body, blood gushing forth. Oh! The 3 spectators felt their stomachs churn at the gruesome sight, nearly retching. Nonetheless, they remained vigilant, backing against one another, breathing heavily while anxiously scanning their surroundings. Witnessing the couple successfully slay the armless zombie, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod in approval. Though Chen Jinger had initially faltered, she had shown significant progress by retrieving the large shovel and delivering a crushing blow to the zombie. Bang! Another sickening sound of a skull fracturing echoed, startling Lin Yu. He turned to see Chen Jinger smashing the dead zombie's head with the shovel, exposing a white crystal core within. Pale-faced and suppressing her nausea, she used the shovel to extract the core and hurried over to Lin Yu, presenting it to him as if seeking praise. Lin Yu did not accept it but addressed the trio, saying, just as you did before, work together to slay the zombies. I shall gradually release 2 at a time. As for the crystal cores, you may divide them equally amongst yourselves. Chapter 14. The strong-willed sovereign Lin Yu estimated that he had slain at least 400 zombies, accumulating a total of 42 crystal cores in his possession. The probability of obtaining a crystal core upon defeating a zombie was approximately 1 in 10. Here, Jinger, take these. Lin Yu handed over 40 crystal cores to Chen Jinger, instructing, hold the crystal cores in your hands and focus on absorbing them. Having promised to help her level up, Lin Yu would not go back on his word. After all, she was his first woman. Moreover, Chen Jinger possessed magical attributes but had yet to awaken her innate talent, indicating that she harbored immense potential within her that required a unique opportunity for awakening. The more challenging the talent was to awaken, the more formidable it would be once it manifested. Lin Madam, you're truly wonderful. Chen Jinger tossed her hair, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Madam, Lin Yu's expression darkened. Boom, a surge of flames erupted from his hand, incinerating over a dozen approaching zombies instantly, which subsequently dropped 2 crystal cores that he casually picked up. Wow, Lin Madam, I've leveled up to level 2, Chen Jinger exclaimed, exhilarated. The absorption of the crystal cores was rapid. Within 3 minutes, she had successfully absorbed all 40 cores, advancing to level 2, with each of her 4 attributes increasing by 10, and gaining an additional 10 points in free attributes. Lin Madam, let us continue to slay. With 14 points in strength and 25 points in speed, Chen Jinger felt somewhat elated. Liu Yu and Yan Shanshan, witnessing the evidently enhanced Chen Jinger, felt a twinge of envy but kept their thoughts to themselves. With Lin Yu leading the way, the group continued their ruthless rampage. The hotel was situated on Cross West Street, relatively close to the base of Xian Mountain but far from the urban center. Thus, the number of people and zombies on West Street was minimal, in stark contrast to the bustling Central Street and its adjacent thoroughfares. Most critically, the plaza on the Central Street was constantly filled with booming music. On the first day of the apocalypse, the vast majority of zombies were drawn to the sound, congregating there. In other locations, zombies remained scattered, lacking significant gatherings, which greatly facilitated their endeavors. By around 6 o'clock in the evening, the group had cleared a third of the West Street area. It's about time, let us call it a day, Lin Yu said as they exited the bakery, heading back to the hotel. Boss, thank you. Without you, we wouldn't know how to survive in this apocalypse. The young couple expressed their heartfelt gratitude, truly respecting him from the bottom of their hearts. You should thank yourselves, it is your own efforts that have safeguarded you. Lin Yu admired their tenacity. In any case, from now on, you are my boss, Liu Yu asserted with determination. Lin Yu smiled faintly, not contesting, and replied, tomorrow we'll follow the same routine, we shall continue hunting monsters. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged peculiar glances, yet felt it was only natural. Indeed, with Lin Yu's presence, the zombies that instilled fear in ordinary people were rendered as simple as slaying monsters in a game. Both Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan had leveled up to 2, while Chen Jinger had remarkably reached level 4. Each individual's strength had surged significantly, making it effortless to eliminate zombies solo. In the hotel lobby, only 2 or 3 individuals remained. Could they have already been devoured by zombies? Huang Mao muttered, gazing cautiously outside. Inside, he could only see the 5-meter stretch of street directly in front of him, unable to discern the scenes unfolding on either side. Just then, 4 figures appeared within his line of sight. Startled, Huang Mao hurriedly opened the door. A little treat for you. Upon entering the hotel, Lin Yu tossed a bag of pastries nonchalantly. Thank you, big shot, Huang Mao beamed, bowing deeply. Returning to his room, Lin Yu and Chen Jinger entered the bathroom together, engaging in yet another round of passionate combat. Ultimately, the encounter concluded amidst Chen Jinger's stubborn defiance. Truly, she was the sovereign of strong words, her entire demeanor yielding except for her indomitable tongue. Extracting 60 crystal cores from his backpack, Lin Yu silently absorbed them. Before long, he had exhausted the power of 70 cores, propelling himself to level 3 with a notable enhancement in attributes. At tier 0, each level gained resulted in an increase of 500 magical power, 5 points for each of the 4 attributes, and 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 15 additional free attribute points from level 3 to his strength. Yet, this was not the end. Lin Yu retrieved all the attribute fruits and began to consume them. I wonder what attribute this one possesses, Lin Yu mused, holding the fruit that Chen Jinger had given him. Feeling a surge of excitement, it promised 50 attribute points. Strength 50, excellent, it's a strength attribute. Next, he consumed 3 yellow fruits and 46 green fruits. Before long, all attribute fruits were absorbed completely. He then examined his own attributes. Level, tier 0, level 3, magical power, 8600 strength. 156 constitution, 56 speed, 50 mentality, 130 talent, S-class flame controller, evolving. Flame unlocked form, blazing flame, dragon S inferno, unlocking. Gazing at his current attribute panel, Lin Yu felt immense satisfaction. In relation to his talents, strength and magical power were of utmost importance. The following morning. One day, I shall surely have you beneath me. Chen Jing languidly sprawled across the bed, clenching her tiny fist to motivate herself. NAV, Lin Yu ruthlessly retorted. Today, the quartet ventured forth once more, choosing a different direction as they began clearing the street to the right of the hotel. Lin madam, I sense something amiss. Why are there so few zombies here? After 2 hours, Chen Jinger observed the eerily silent street, her vigilance heightened. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Logically, there should be a considerable number of zombies on this street and within the shops lining either side. The current emptiness could only be explained by one conclusion: the zombies had been eradicated. Tap tap, the sound of powerful footsteps echoed nearby. Chapter 15, The Awakening of Dual Talents. What is that? A zombie dog. A massive black teddy, missing one ear, slowly emerged from the alley. Heavens, is that still a teddy? Chen Jinger gasped. The teddy before her had lost an ear and was as large as a horse. Its eyes were ghastly grey, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Hiss. Another sound echoed. A slightly smaller, yet still sizable, teddy appeared nearby, its gaze predatory. They bared their teeth at the group, crimson blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, steadily dripping down. The larger one is at least level 8, while the smaller one is no less than level 5, Lin Yu observed, feeling a shiver run down his spine at the sight and presence of the zombie teddies. At level 8, their attributes would have reached approximately 45 points. In Lin Yu's eyes, this was no different from the lowly level 1 or 2 zombies, they were merely insignificant pests. You 3 handle the smaller one with all your might. Lin Yu instructed, turning his attention to the larger teddy. Hiss! The zombie dogs simultaneously roared, their hind legs propelling them forward with astonishing speed. Boom! A crimson flame erupted around Lin Yu, enveloping him entirely in fire. An overwhelming aura surged forth. Super Sai Yang! Liu Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Yu's current state resembled that of a Super Sai Yang, completely shrouded in flames, akin to a deity of fire. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an explosive surge of power. His strength, initially at 156, doubled to an astonishing 468. In terms of raw power, he surpassed a first-level evolved being, nearing the prowess of a second level. Simultaneously, his magical energy was depleting at a rapid rate of 2 points per second. This meant that with his 8,600 magical energy, he could sustain his fiery form for approximately an hour. Once his magical energy was exhausted, he would be temporarily unable to wield his extraordinary abilities, having to wait for his energy to replenish. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch, colliding with the teddy's paw. Instantly, the larger teddy was sent flying, unable to withstand Lin Yu's might, half of its body exploding into a gory mess. Yet, even in this state, the zombie teddy did not perish and continued to charge forward with a ferocious roar, driven solely by instinct. Bang! Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a colossal ring of fire materialized around the zombie teddy, swiftly contracting and ensnaring it. In the next moment, the flames within the ring surged violently, engulfing the creature, and with a resounding bang, it detonated. The zombie teddy was obliterated into countless chunks of flesh, consumed by the flames and rendered to nothingness. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a second. After vanquishing the teddy, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Chen Jinger and her companions, who were retreating against the level 5, possibly level 6, zombie dog. In terms of basic attributes, Chen Jinger was slightly stronger than the small zombie dog, having consumed numerous attribute fruits. However, she ultimately lacked combat experience. Don't. Suddenly, the zombie dog kicked Chen Jinger back and, twisting its body, lunged at Yang Shanshan with intent to bite. Instantly, the expressions of the trio changed dramatically. If bitten by the zombie dog, survival would be impossible. I'll make you pay. Liu Yu's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed, wind strangulation. Instantly, a myriad of wind blades surrounded the zombie dog, slicing towards it. Thorny sands. Simultaneously, a fierce voice rang out. Yang Shanshan, witnessing the approaching war of death, felt a surge of power awaken within her. With a swift motion, she raised her right hand, the ground trembled beneath her, and a thick spike, approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in diameter, erupted from the earth, crashing into the zombie dog. This spike was entirely composed of sand, resembling tendrils. Lin Yu watched in surprise as this young couple unleashed their potential in this life or death moment, awakening their latent talents simultaneously. The impact sent the zombie dog flying, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. Shanshan, are you all right? Liu Yu rushed to Yang Shanshan's side, concern etched on his face. Brother Yu, I think I've awakened my extraordinary ability. Yang Shanshan spoke uncertainly. So have I. Stop dawdling, quickly deal with the zombie dog. Lin Yu barked, snapping the trio back to reality. The next moments were filled with whirling wind blades and exploding sands. Although both had awakened their talents, their low-level attributes rendered their damage inferior to Chen Jinger's. However, their wind and sand abilities effectively restrained and bound the zombie dog. Before long, the small zombie dog was slain by their combined efforts. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Well done. Lin Yu patted Liu Yu's shoulder and then turned to Chen Jinger. Don't lose heart, you too harbor extraordinary abilities within you, merely waiting to be awakened. Really? Brother Yu, you're not deceiving me, are you? Chen Jinger's eyes sparkled with hope, recalling Lin Yu enveloped in flames like a deity. She felt a surge of infatuation. She had sworn to rise above Lin Yu. How could she accept being weaker than others? Even Liu Yu and the others had awakened their talents, leaving her feeling disheartened. Yet, hearing Lin Yu's affirming words lifted her spirits considerably. Are your abilities wind and sand? Lin Yu inquired. Brother, mine is A-grade wind power. Brother, mine is A-grade desert dominion, Yang Shanshan echoed, mimicking Liu Yu's address to Lin Yu. Quite impressive. A-grade talents are indeed formidable. You both should observe and contemplate the applications of wind and sand, thereby mastering more methods of utilizing your talents, Lin Yu advised. Upon returning to the hotel, after showering, Chen Jinger resolved to place Lin Yu beneath her. An hour later, Lin Yu retrieved the crystal cores he had acquired that day, an impressive total of 96. How many do you have? Lin Yu asked Chen Jinger. I have 22 today, quite a bit more than the first day, the young girl beamed with pride. Absorb them, Lin Yu handed her 8 more. Chen Jinger accepted them with delight. As long as one of us reaches level 5, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the rules will soon descend. Lin Yu felt a surge of anticipation. As for himself, there was no need to rush into leveling up. Being at 0 tier was the best time to lay a solid foundation. Advancing too early to first tier could prove detrimental. After all, absorbing more attribute fruits at 0 tier would ensure that every subsequent advancement would yield doubled attributes. With his current strength, utilizing his talents made him stronger than a first-level evolved being, so there was no need to hurry into the first tier. Gathering attribute fruits remained the utmost priority. Chapter 16, The Arrival of Rules. Lin Yu gazed as the crystalline cores extinguished one by one, while Chen Jing's aura subtly intensified. Bang! At last, the final crystalline core transformed into energy and entered her body, causing her form to tremble slightly. In that fleeting moment, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Congratulations, survivors, someone has taken the lead on the path of evolution and successfully ascended to level 5. The information of global survivors is now connected to the rules. Various functions await your exploration. Codename, unnamed, level, 0. Tier 30, magic power, 8600 strength, 156 constitution, 56 speed, 50 mentality, 130 talent, S-class flame controller, evolving 62 flame unlocking form, blaze, dragon's fire, unlocking 62. Lin Yu summoned the attribute panel in his mind, noting the subtle changes. A new column for code name had appeared, and the level and evolving talent now featured a progress bar, rendering it all the more intuitive. Magician. Note, transitioning to Flame Emperor in the midterm, Lin Yu contemplated briefly but ultimately decided to retain the code name from his previous life. Although he had not been particularly powerful then, he had focused on the development of fire-based abilities, conducting profound research into the application of flames. One could say he had mastered his flame talent to an extraordinary degree, and with the flames being resplendent and magnificent, many referred to him as the Flame Magician. As Lin Yu surveyed the panel in his mind, he noticed that in addition to the attribute panel, a regional chat channel had appeared in the lower left corner. The upper right corner displayed a leaderboard and forum, while the lower right corner showcased a trading system and evolution points. Evolution points. 628. In the early stages, evolution points could only be acquired by slaying zombies, 1 point for defeating a level 0 zombie and 10 points for a level 1. Within the regional channel, with but a thought, any message would automatically materialize as text and be sent forth. What in the world is this? A game has descended into reality. Brothers, my roommate was bitten and has turned into a zombie, searching for me everywhere. I've been hiding in the bathroom for 2 days, starving and exhausted. Someone come save me. They say Xu Xian, Knight Saichen, and Dong Yang are the 3 great extraordinary men of the world. I believe I can add myself to that list now. Inside a villa in Huacheng, a young man stood naked, gazing at the lifeless body of the zombie he had just strangled. The woman had been caught by a zombie and, without taking heed, transformed while they were cultivating their Koan character technique. This would leave an indelible shadow on anyone. I see someone here can breathe fire. Is that an ability? Har, I've awakened a B-class talent. Mighty fist, with a single blow, I smashed a zombie's head. Great one, please take me along. Brother, save me, I can warm your bed. The regional channel was ablaze with messages, and Lin Yu casually glanced at it before activating the leaderboard. Currently, there were only 2 major rankings and 2 sub-rankings, the Daxia Tier ranking, Daxia Evolution Points ranking, Yun Province Tier ranking, and Yun Province Evolution Points ranking. At present, both the Daxia and Yun Province Tier rankings featured only a single individual. First place, unnamed, everyone knew this had to be the individual who was the first to reach level 5, the very reason the rules had descended. Only upon reaching level 5 could one make it onto the leaderboard. Lin Yu understood that this first place was undoubtedly Chen Jing'er. Upon opening the evolution points ranking, he found a more substantial list of names, most of whom were still unnamed. At the pinnacle stood, first place, Magician, evolution points 628. Second place, unnamed, evolution points 86. Third place, unnamed, evolution points 72. Wow, everyone, look at the leaderboard. Who is this magician? An astonishing 628 evolution points. How terrifying. This must be a great one who has awakened an S-class talent. A great one right here in our Yun province. Could you please come save us? We have hundreds of survivors in our community. Those upstairs are delusional. It's the apocalypse now. Who has the time to save you? Exactly, in this world, one must rely on oneself for salvation. The most reliable way is to venture out, slay zombies, and level up. Slay what? I am utterly powerless and have been starving for nearly 2 days. I might as well deliver food to the zombies. The regional channel erupted with fervor. Lin Yu paid no heed to it. According to his plan, he entered the trading system. Currently, it only supported domestic transactions and could not facilitate global exchanges yet. He divided all the zombie crystalline cores he possessed and listed them in the trading market. 3 zombie crystalline cores for 1 green fruit. 10 zombie crystalline cores for 1 yellow fruit. With the trading listing set, a spatial fluctuation occurred before him, and a rift in space opened. Lin Yu felt no surprise. He tossed all the zombie crystalline cores into it, as this was the rule claiming his traded items. And no one could explain this phenomenon, it was merely speculated to be a manifestation of the rules. After all, this was not a game, everything was tangible, and with a mere gesture, items were automatically traded. This was a genuine exchange of goods, conducted by the rules, which would take away the traded items and return the counterpart's goods. Following the successful listing of his trades, Lin Yu entered the forum. At that moment, the forum was already bustling with numerous threads, encompassing various frivolous posts, alongside a fair share of technical and discussion threads. At the forefront was a post detailing the effects of attribute fruits. Lin Yu delved into it with his mental prowess and found the information accurate and comprehensive. He then proceeded to compose a post titled, Long-Term Effective. Exchange zombie crystalline cores for magic fruits to level up rapidly and survive the apocalypse. In his post, he emphasized the crystalline cores required for leveling up and the subsequent changes in attributes. He also stressed that consuming fruits was akin to opening a blind box. No one knew what fruit they would receive until absorption. If the fruits were magic, mentality, or constitution fruits, they currently offered no significant enhancement to combat capability and might not guarantee the ability to slay zombies. However, if one could exchange crystalline cores, the resulting absorption would yield a 5 increase across all attributes, making it feasible to slay ordinary zombies single-handedly. After completing the post, Lin Yu spent 10 evolution points to pin it at the top, ensuring it occupied the foremost position. Other posts would need to bid higher than him to surpass it. Within a minute of posting, a multitude of comments flooded in. Taking advantage of the fire, shameless. Upstairs, nonsense, the great one is quite fair, 20 crystalline cores for a level up, with a total of 10 points and 250 magic power. Indeed, it surpasses the yellow fruit's value of 5 points. However, the attributes gained from fruits are additional and do not conflict with those gained from leveling up. I suspect the gap is bridged by the attribute fruits. The person above is correct, but what if the fruit you consume boosts your mentality? In the end, you might either be killed by zombies or starve to death. It's better to exchange crystalline cores to level up, ensuring survival. The comments continued to pour in without pause, but Lin Yu chose to ignore them. He had already stated in his post that excess crystalline cores would be listed in the trading market. After posting, Lin Yu opened the trading market once more, only to find that his listings had been removed. With only 88 crystalline cores left, they had all been exchanged for fruits, leading to the automatic removal of his listings. Chapter 17, The Awakening Talent of Duan Yarn. Gazing at the trading interface, Lin Yu concentrated his mental energy and clicked to claim his reward. Evolution points deducted. 170. The amount deducted each time varied, primarily determined by the distance between the buyer and seller of the traded items, as well as the quantity involved. After all, a longer distance required more energy for transmission, resulting in a greater deduction of evolution points. Before him, a rift in space materialized, and a cluster of fruits tumbled forth. Lin Yu reached out to catch them. 3 yellow fruits and a total of 19 green ones. Are you the one who placed an order in the trading market? Chen Jinger exclaimed, startled as a space above the circular bed suddenly split open, spilling forth a multitude of attribute fruits. Indeed, Lin Yu acknowledged without hesitation, feeling no need for concealment. For him, there was no urgency to level up. His strength rendered him unafraid of any zombies below the first tier. Ascending in levels was not a daunting task. It was the attribute fruits that held true value. Each one was irreplaceable. Utilizing them at the 0 tier would maximize their benefits. Once he advanced to the first tier, all attributes would double, and upon reaching the second tier, they would double again. This is the detail that will create a gap between me and others in the future. It will grow exponentially like a snowball, Lin Yu mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. With the apocalypse just entering its second day, and with a scarcity of attribute fruits yet to be consumed, he knew that failing to seize this opportunity to gather more would leave him with no chance later on. After Lin Yu posted his request, many capable individuals began to emulate his approach in the trading market, seeking to acquire attribute fruits. However, their supply of crystal cores was limited, resulting in minimal success. At that moment, many began to comprehend the significance of attribute fruits. In a university in Chuan City, a group of over a dozen girls gathered in a dormitory. This magician is quite remarkable. We were just planning to trade crystal cores for attribute fruits, and he has already taken action. What should we do? Since he has set the precedent, let's place our orders as well, but at a price 1 fruit lower than his. We can't afford to be as extravagant as he is. In this world, there has always been no shortage of clever minds. I need to save up my crystal cores tomorrow to exchange for some attribute fruits, a Chen Jinger resolved. The addition of attribute fruits represents a significant enhancement, far too precious to overlook. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall head towards the city center to hunt, Lin Yu declared, collapsing into sleep. In the darkness, the sound of rustling stirred. What are you doing? Lin Yu asked helplessly, bemused by the woman's insatiable desire for action. Only through constant battle can one grow, as you said. Chen Jing'er asserted, taking the initiative to engage, but Lin Yu was determined to thwart her ambitions. After all, the allure of unattainable goals often serves as a greater motivation, does it not? At that moment, in a hospital, Duan Yang, having consumed a dozen crystal cores, felt a tremendous surge within him. A powerful force erupted from his body, causing all the bandages binding him to snap apart. I've leveled up, I've recovered, har har har, Duan Yang laughed heartily. Lin Yu, how dare you humiliate me? Just wait. I will make you pay with your life. Each recollection of this incident filled him with disgust towards his own body. He could even smell the foulness of his own blood. Have you awakened your talent yet? A middle-aged man beside him inquired. Father, I have awakened, but Duan Yang hesitated, his expression darkening. The talent he had awakened was, quite frankly, difficult to articulate. Speak. The stern expression of his father sent a shiver down his spine. Father, the talent I awakened is A-class, flatulence attack. Upon hearing it was an A-class talent, Duan Yang's father was momentarily elated. This was indeed remarkable. Among his subordinates, only one had awakened an A-class talent, while the others were merely weaklings of B, C, D, or E rank. However, what on earth is flatulence attack? Father, I can vibrate all the blood in my body and release a cloud of yellow smoke. Duan Yang struggled to explain. The surrounding crowd's expressions shifted, as if they were suppressing laughter. Flatulence can't possibly be an A-class talent. Are you trying to deceive me? His father's expression darkened. No, father. Don't underestimate my flatulence, it contains potent toxins. Anyone who comes into contact with it will experience dizziness and succumb to poisoning. Duan Yang fervently defended his peculiar talent. He felt a sense of injustice. What was wrong with flatulence? After all, it was still an A-class talent, was it not? I suspect this talent of yours was awakened due to Lin Yu's influence. His father pondered, stroking his chin. Upon hearing this, Duan Yang's expression darkened. What, should I be grateful to him? The thought ignited a surge of anger within him. Father, isn't he Lin Yu at the foot of Xian Mountain? Send a few subordinates with me, I intend to kill him and erase this humiliation. It's not far from here, a mere 30-minute journey, but the area is swarming with zombies. How do you plan to get there? Duan Yang's father frowned. Father, this is an apocalypse. What is there to fear? Our family possesses many firearms. If I take them along, combined with my talent, reaching Xian Mountain should not be difficult. You underestimate the zombies. Father, I must avenge myself. I will not rest easy until I do. Duan Yang was resolute. Without eliminating that individual, he could not dispel the shadow looming over him. Very well, I will make the arrangements. Ultimately, Duan Yang's father reluctantly acquiesced. At this stage, the zombies were not too formidable, and firearms held significant lethality. Slaying zombies could also yield crystal cores. At the foot of Xian Mountain, the following day, as dawn broke, a 4-person team had gathered. You are all aware of the rules established last night, correct? Today, we must strive to kill as many zombies as possible and seize their crystal cores. Lin Yu instructed as they charged towards the city center. Along the way, he activated the trading market with his mental energy. Various peculiar items were listed, most being rare treasures brought forth by the meteor shower. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with desire. Unfortunately, he lacked sufficient crystal cores and had to prioritize exchanging for attribute fruits. He selected the keyword attribute fruit, and soon, a multitude of listings appeared. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 40 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. 1 yellow attribute fruit, exchange for 38 zombie crystal cores. These people have truly lost their minds, demanding such exorbitant prices. Lin Yu scoffed. If he had an abundance of crystal cores, he would not hesitate to acquire them all. However, currently, he could barely collect a handful each day, necessitating careful budgeting. Those willing to trade their attribute fruits were primarily individuals who had experienced luck but lacked the courage to confront zombies. Checking the rankings, he noted that only one person occupied the top tier. First place, unnamed, tier 0. In his previous life, it was only on the 6th day of the apocalypse that someone reached level 5, prompting the arrival of the rules. In this life, Lin Yu's presence accelerated the evolutionary process. It was only the 3rd night, and Chen Jing'er had already attained level 5, far ahead of everyone else. Viewing the evolution points leaderboard, the top position was held by first place Magician, evolution points, for 58. He had expended a considerable number during trading last night. 2nd place, unnamed, evolution points, 96. 3rd place, Thunder God, evolution points, 91. Thunder God. Lin Yu had no recollection. He presumed it to be an evolutionist who had awakened lightning abilities. Approximately 2 kilometers from the hotel, they began to encounter scattered zombies. By now, the strength of the four had significantly increased, leaving them unfazed by ordinary zombies. Lin Yu unleashed a burst of flames, igniting an ancient, elegant building. In the ancient town, there were few steel-reinforced concrete structures. Most shops were constructed from wooden boards. Yesterday, he had not realized this issue, which led him to hold back while slaying zombies, always retaining over 50% of his magical power in case of unforeseen dangers. Now, however, he was ready to unleash his full potential and engage in a massacre. Countless ancient buildings surrounded him, providing ample resources for sustaining his energy. Roar! Lin Yu's grand movements drew the attention of numerous zombies. Instantly, they howled and charged towards the group. The morning tranquility shattered. As one zombie moved, countless others followed suit. Brother Yu, there are too many of them, we should escape. In an instant, over 100 zombies surged forward, creating a formidable and terrifying spectacle. Moreover, in the distance, more zombies stirred, seemingly drawn to the commotion. Liu Yu and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Run! Lin Yu shouted, leading the trio in retreat. They sprinted away with all their might. That should be enough. After running back 300 to 400 meters, Lin Yu observed that the pursuing zombies had diminished significantly, leaving only 30 or so behind. The others, blindly following, eventually realized they were surrounded by their kind, devoid of any human presence, and gradually fell behind. Jinger, you will be responsible for collecting the crystal cores in a moment. All right, I enjoy this task. Lin Yu halted, watching the relentless zombies pursuing them, a smirk curling at his lips. He then rapidly concentrated his fiery energy. Flame Blade. Chapter 18, a missed opportunity to become a firefighter. Flame Blade. Lin Yu invoked his innate talent, and a searing flame coalesced in his hand, forming a colossal sword measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, which he swept horizontally before him. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the oncoming zombies were cleaved in two, igniting a furious blaze. Within a mere half-minute, nearly 40 zombies had been reduced to ash, leaving only a scattering of crystal cores behind. This is incredible. Boss, your efficiency in exterminating zombies is astonishing. The three observers behind him were left utterly dumbfounded. Who, indeed, was the real monster here? Over 30 zombies had been dispatched with such ease. Brother Yu, we have collected a total of 14 crystal cores, Chen Jinger exclaimed joyfully, cradling the cores in her arms. Magic power -100. Lin Yu felt a rush of excitement within. The expenditure of 100 magic points for such a fiery assault was truly worthwhile. His flame blade was not merely an innate ability, his true talent lay in the mastery of fire, enabling him to harness the elemental flames of the world. However, the application of this talent to deliver powerful attacks required relentless study, practice, and experimentation to refine. Some fire talents could only conjure small fireballs for attack, even those with a bit more strength merely upgraded to larger fireball assaults. Lin Yu, on the other hand, had perfected his flame abilities over 6 years in his previous life. Beyond the flame roar, he had also mastered the flame waltz, flame doppelganger, celestial inferno array, flame arrow, and heavenly fire meteor. Yet, there was no need for him to overly reveal his capabilities, for now, the flame roar and flame blade sufficed. Let's go again. Lin Yu led his companions, employing the same strategy once more. He attracted wave after wave of zombies, and as long as they did not exceed 100 in number, he would dispatch them right then and there. Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan also demonstrated formidable offensive power. With both being at level 3, their strength had significantly improved, and as they possessed A-grade talents, their damage output against zombies was more than adequate. Their talents were suited for ranged area attacks, allowing them to support Lin Yu from the sidelines. Flame Roar. Another devastating strike erupted as flames shot forth from Lin Yu's mouth, engulfing all the zombies in its path. Wind Strangle. Thorny Sands. A few zombies that managed to escape the inferno were swiftly torn apart by Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan's skills. Magic power -100. After a considerable time, Lin Yu sensed the depletion of magic energy within him from the continuous use of large-scale area attacks. Taking a deep breath, he opened his mouth wide, forming a swirling vortex of magic energy. Suddenly, the flames from the surrounding buildings, as if drawn by an unseen force, transformed into serpentine streams of fire that flew into Lin Yu's mouth. Boss can actually consume fire. It's a shame he isn't a firefighter. Indeed, if only he had this skill before the apocalypse, firefighters would be out of work. What manner of monster is this? The three could hardly comprehend Lin Yu's astonishing display. Countless flames converged and surged into his mouth. In mere moments, the street lay devoid of any flame, completely devoured by Lin Yu. Burp. Having consumed a vast quantity of elemental fire energy, Lin Yu involuntarily let out a satisfied belch. Magic power 986. Having absorbed the raging fires from around 30 shops lining the street, he had merely restored just under 1,000 magic points. However, this was still quite formidable. After half a day's battle, Lin Yu found himself with over 3,000 magic points, while they had slain nearly 6 to 7,000 zombies, collecting close to 1,000 crystal cores. His evolution points on the leaderboard surged relentlessly, now nearing the monumental threshold of 4,000. Even Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan had managed to secure spots among the top 30. The Great Xia Evolution Points leaderboard, 1 SD, Magician, Evolution Points 3762 2 ND, Unnamed, Evolution Points for 27 3 Road, Frenzied Wolf, Evolution Points for 16. 26 TH, Liu Yu, Evolution Points 286 29 TH, Yang Shanshan, Evolution Points 257. All who observed the leaderboard were struck dumb by the terrifying evolution points of the Magician. Who is this Magician? They haven't even appeared on the rank list yet, they possess such fearsome power. To have killed over 3,000 zombies in half a day, if I stood still, I couldn't possibly achieve such a feat. I suspect this individual possesses an overwhelmingly powerful area attack talent, at least S grade or higher. Yesterday's massive collection of attribute fruits must have been the work of the Magician. Indeed, the strong only grow stronger. I can't hold back any longer, I need to exchange some zombie crystal cores today. I want to level up and head out to slay more zombies. Everyone, I advise against gambling on attribute fruits. I consumed 3 green ones, all of which enhanced my magic power, yet I haven't even awakened any innate abilities. What use is this magic power? I believe the Magician is not a singular person. They must be backed by a team, otherwise, this is simply too terrifying. This viewpoint garnered the consensus of the majority. Given the Magician's overwhelmingly daunting evolution points, the regional chat remained lively, with messages scrolling rapidly. In this apocalyptic world, instead of devising strategies to slay zombies for survival, these individuals seemed content to flood the chat with trivialities, which was rather disheartening. Time flew by, and dusk began to settle. Lin Yu's team returned to the hotel. The day's gains had been monumental. By this moment, his evolution points had soared to 8261. The second place contender had yet to breach 1,000, barely reaching 965. Crystal cores had exploded to a staggering 2216, which he distributed, 100 each to Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan, and 200 to Chen Jinger. When the trio finally totaled their share, they were left in a state of numb disbelief. None of them objected to Lin Yu's distribution. Although tempted, Liu Yu understood that without Lin Yu's prowess, they would have struggled to acquire even 50 cores, let alone 200. Chen Jinger, having contributed nothing, happily received her 200 cores and eagerly challenged Lin Yu to a friendly spar. Of course, the outcome had long been predetermined. The King of Tongue remained victorious only in verbal exchanges. The group refrained from consuming their crystal cores, opting instead to follow Lin Yu's lead and list them in the trading market for attribute fruits. It seems there are still quite a few individuals with fruits on hand, Lin Yu mused to himself. As soon as his trading order was posted, in under 2 minutes, 1,800 crystal cores were snatched up in an instant. Based on today's exchange rate, 5 cores yielded 1 green fruit, while 20 cores yielded 1 yellow fruit. Anything below these rates was virtually unsold. Ultimately, he acquired 42 yellow intermediate fruits and 192 green fruits. Upon seeing these figures, his breath hitched. What a staggering quantity! While this number might seem insignificant when spread across the vast population of over 2 billion in the Great Xia, with millions likely possessing fruits, its concentration in one individual was terrifying. 42 yellow fruits and 192 green fruits translated to an impressive 402 attribute points. With exhilaration coursing through him, Lin Yu glanced at Chen Jinger, who was soaking in the bath, before clicking to claim his rewards. Evolution points minus 3020 hiss. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Uncertain of how the rules dictated the deductions, he found over 3,000 evolution points deducted in one fell swoop. Then, the void split open, and countless attribute fruits cascaded down, enveloping him entirely. Without hesitation, Lin Yu began to consume the fruits, which melted upon contact, instantly transforming into waves of energy that enhanced and fortified his very being. Strength 5 inch, speed 5, magic power 500, mental power 5. Chapter 19, There One Beneath One. Lin Yu's mouth was numb from consumption. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had devoured all the attribute fruits. The pristine attribute panel greatly inflated his confidence. Codename: Magician Level 0. Tier 3 Level 0, Magic Power, 18500, Strength, 249, Constitution, 136, Speed, 142, Mentality, 185, Talent, S-Class Flame Controller, Evolving 86, Flame Unlocking Form, Inferno, Dragon's Flame, Unlocking 86. Day 5 of the Apocalypse. Under Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the entire world, particularly the Great Xia nation, was experiencing a significantly accelerated evolution compared to his previous life. In his past existence, it was only on the 6th day that someone evolved to level 5, triggering the arrival of the rules. This time, it occurred a full 4 days earlier. Concurrently, Lin Yu's actions in the trading market had also garnered the attention and imitation of all the evolutionarists in the Great Xia nation. Given the vast population base of the Great Xia, even if only a minimal number of fruits converged towards a select few, it could still forge a multitude of formidable beings. I can hardly wait for the moment the world rankings are unveiled. I wonder how the expressions of foreigners will be when they see our Great Xia people dominating the list. A sly smile crept across Lin Yu's face as he felt a sense of anticipation. In the evening, Lin Yu and his companions took a respite in a jewelry store. They counted their gains while replenishing their energy with food. Today's harvest was slightly greater than yesterday's, prompting Lin Yu to distribute 250 fruits to Liu Yu and the others, 300 to Chen Jinger, while retaining 1922 for himself. Today should be the final opportunity. You all should prioritize exchanging fruits. After today, it may become impossible to do so. Lin Yu advised the three. Boss, do you mean to say that those with fruits are planning to keep them for themselves? Most of those willing to trade will likely exhaust their exchanges today. After today, there won't be many left. Chen Jinger, quite astute, replied. Precisely, the effects of the fruits and the cores are now common knowledge. The scarcity of cores was the primary reason for the high demand the past couple of days, but today is a different story. Indeed, and after the initial fear subsides, some will attempt to slay zombies. If they succeed, they certainly won't be trading fruits any longer. So, today is the last chance. With that, Lin Yu promptly accessed the trading market. Currently, the price for green fruits had surged to 10 cores, while yellow fruits had escalated to 38, doubling from the previous day. Without hesitation, Lin Yu placed an order for green fruits at 10 to 1, and yellow at 40 to 1. Have you all placed your orders? Lin Yu inquired of the three. I've placed mine, but the prices are quite steep, Liu Yu lamented. It matters not. Any exchange is better than none, Chen Jinger remarked, shaking her head, acknowledging the situation's inevitability. Regardless, with boss's assistance, we have already advanced far beyond many others. Indeed, were it not for Brother Yu, we would have long since perished. We wouldn't be here today. As they spoke, Yang Shanshan and the others were filled with gratitude towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled, then opened the evolution points leaderboard, his gaze sharpening as understanding dawned upon him. Great Xia Evolution Points Leaderboard, 1 SD, Magician, 14662 Evolution Points 2 ND, Grand Magus, 9833 Evolution Points 3 Road, Unnamed, 9721 Evolution Points. 20 TH, Fire God, 7699 Evolution Points. Today's leaderboard had undergone a complete transformation, with all participants showcasing terrifying statistics, a stark contrast to the previous day. The trio noticed Lin Yu's expression and began to check the leaderboard themselves. After a day spent slaying zombies, they were finally able to take a breather, having had no time to peruse the rankings earlier. Upon seeing the results, they were taken aback. What? Why are today's figures so outrageous? Liu Yu gaped in astonishment. Yes, the top 10 all boast over 9,000 evolution points. I've fallen off the leaderboard, Yang Shanshan remarked, clicking her tongue. Chen Jinger pondered momentarily before stating, many of them must have formed teams. If several powerful awakeners band together, their efficiency would indeed be remarkable. True, and there are also those with vast area of effect talents, whose enhanced base attributes would expedite their zombie slaying. I saw in the forum last night that the individual ranked 20th, Fire God, is also a fire-type talent awakener, exceptionally formidable. The tier leaderboard for the Great Xia has changed as well. Yesterday, there was only one person, and now it's entirely filled. Chen Jinger's observation piqued everyone's interest. Lin Yu took a look. The first rank still belonged to the unnamed individual, Great Xia tier leaderboard. 1 SD, unnamed, 0 tier 2 ND, unnamed, 0 tier 3 road, blade edge, 0 tier. The tier leaderboard does not account for levels, only tiers. Currently, everyone is at 0 tier, thus rankings are determined by the order of their appearance. Although the first place remains unnamed, Lin Yu was aware it referred to Chen Jinger. Even if the second place has now reached level 10, they would still remain behind her unless they ascended to tier 1. Let us return and rest, Lin Yu beckoned to the others as they made their way back to the hotel. On the way, he checked the trading orders. Thus far, only half had successfully exchanged, with the remainder still pending. The entire trading market today was bustling with numerous orders. Lin Yu understood that those truly powerful evolutionarists were beginning to reveal themselves. In the initial days of the apocalypse, everyone was still unfamiliar with one another. However, now those who had awakened potent talents, as well as those exceptionally lucky individuals who had consumed red or even gold attribute fruits, were starting to stand out. The individual known as Blade Edge, if Lin Yu recalled correctly, was from the military, possessing the awakened talent skill Heavenly Blade, reputed to be indestructible and capable of breaking through anything. The Grand Magus, on the other hand, had been a formidable force in the strongest ranks during his previous life, with his awakened talent skill, undead catastrophe, instilling fear in all who heard it. This individual, once familiar with their extraordinary abilities, could slay zombies at an astonishing rate. However, no matter how powerful you all become, in this life, you shall remain beneath me. A smirk played on Lin Yu's lips. He recalled a particularly captivating anime from before the apocalypse, One Beneath One, and he intended to embody that singular one amidst the chaos of the end times, with all others beneath him. He was confident that his advantages were unmatched. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Yu and his companions returned to the hotel, a knock echoed at the door. I'll see who it is. Chen Jinger opened the door to find a woman clad in a white suit standing at the threshold, her beauty striking. May I help you? Chen Jinger grew cautious. This woman was no less attractive than herself and possessed a similar figure, yet exuded a mature allure. May I come in to speak? The young woman, sensing the hostility from the girl before her, offered a wry smile. Come in, Chen Jinger relented after a moment of silence, allowing the woman entry. Are you here to find me? Lin Yu inquired. I wish to join your team. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinger frowned. What benefit would your joining bring us? As far as I know, you are accompanied by your daughter, and both of you seem to be defenseless. Lin Yu regarded her with a playful expression. Chapter 20, Spatial Talent. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze of Lin Yu, the young woman exhibited a hint of unease, her cheeks tinged with a delicate flush. How could she be unaware of the thoughts swirling in the minds of these men? Taking a deep breath, she adorned her face with a serene smile and articulated, Accept me, and you shall never regret it. Accept you? Lin Yu was taken aback. Was she being so overt? No, I meant to say, allow me to join your ranks. The young woman seemed to realize the ambiguity in her words and hastily clarified, her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Heaven bear witness, though she harbored some peculiar fantasies about Lin Yu, she was, above all, a woman of intelligence. She understood that a mere vase, easily obtained, held no value for a man, particularly in a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, even if she sought a man for support, even if she found him quite appealing, she would never attach herself in the guise of a mere ornament. Pray tell, what value do you possess that would ensure I do not regret this? Lin Yu inquired, intrigued. This woman was perpetually imbued with an irresistible charm. Despite exuding a certain grace and composure, she also appeared to be rather easily flustered. Such contrasts were utterly captivating. Noticing Lin Yu's unusual expression, the two women each harbored their own thoughts. Vixen. Chen Jinger seethed inwardly, her teeth gnashing in resentment. I'm Liu Shiyun, and this is my niece, Liu Rook. We have both awakened our talents, the young woman introduced. Previously, she had managed a company in Koan City, albeit not on a grand scale, yet it generated an annual income exceeding 1 million. Rook was the child of her twin sister, who had passed away when Rook was merely 2 years old, leaving her to raise the girl as her own. Although not by blood, she regarded her sister's child as her own, and thus they had always referred to each other as mother and daughter. There are numerous individuals in this world who have awakened talents. It is hardly remarkable, Lin Yu remarked, shaking his head. My daughter has awakened an A-level talent, holy light healing. With her, no matter how grievous the injuries, recovery is assured. Indeed, that is a commendable talent, Chen Jinger interjected, astonished. This was a nurturing skill that would significantly enhance survival rates in a world beset by chaos. And what of you? What is your talent? My talent is S-level infinite space. After a moment's hesitation, Liu Shiyun revealed the truth. Although both she and her daughter had awakened talents, they seemingly lacked offensive capabilities. Surviving in a world rife with zombies and the worst of human nature was nearly insurmountable. Even if she could hoard various supplies, she lacked the strength to scavenge. S-level infinite space. The moment her words left her lips, Lin Yu sprang to his feet. This talent was simply extraordinary, an S-level spatial talent, coveted by many. In novels, such a gift would undoubtedly mark one as a protagonist, hoarding supplies while others floundered in the apocalypse. What a dream. Yet, despite its astonishing nature, this was not what Lin Yu prioritized most. In a post-apocalyptic setting, strength was paramount. Otherwise, while neighbors stockpiled food, he would be hoarding weapons, with his supplies mere walls away. What Lin Yu truly valued was that an S-level spatial talent was not merely a simple dimensional space, it surely encompassed myriad spatial abilities yet to be discovered. In his past life, anyone who awakened a talent related to space was invariably a formidable powerhouse. Techniques such as spatial dimension slash, spatial binding, spatial solidification, spatial exile, and spatial teleportation, once mastered, these abilities would catapult one's combat prowess to unimaginable heights. Furthermore, those who awakened spatial talents, upon mastering the ability to extract from space, could create spatial rings, objects of immeasurable worth, capable of fetching astronomical prices. Very well, from this day forth, you shall accompany me, Lin Yu declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could win this woman's heart, she would become an invaluable ally in the future. Not only was she formidable in strength, but she could also amass untold riches. With her spatial talent, should it flourish, she would undoubtedly stand atop the world as a powerful figure. After bidding farewell to Liu Shiyun, Lin Yu accessed the trading market. By this time, all crystals had been exchanged for attribute fruits. He acquired 21 yellow attribute fruits and 108 green fruits. Though this was considerably less than the previous day, rarity imbued value, and being able to exchange them all was commendable. This would grant him over 200 points in attributes. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu absorbed them all. Then, a thought struck him. He still possessed several treasures, 7 cards and 2 drops of dragon blood. Keeping these items on his person was ultimately unsafe. Should he inadvertently lose them, it would spell trouble. I shall place them in the trading market and exploit a loophole, Lin Yu mused. In this world, if one sought to safeguard precious items, the rules of the trading space were paramount. However, utilizing the rules came at a cost. Aside from incurring fees when posting trades, one would also suffer daily deductions of evolution points if trades went unfulfilled. Hence, most individuals, even if aware of such loopholes, could not afford the fees. After some consideration, Lin Yu listed his most prized possessions, the dragon blood, for trade. 1 drop of dragon blood for an equivalent value in treasures. 1 drop of dragon blood for an equivalent value in treasures. Having posted 2 listings, the dragon blood had lost its utility for him, yet its value was incalculable. The 7 cards, too, were rare commodities, and he listed them all, treating the trading market as his personal spatial ring. Should anyone wish to trade, he would be notified, and he could simply decline if he wished. What are you doing? Just as Lin Yu prepared to retire for the night, Chen Jing'er wrapped herself around him like an octopus. Failure is the mother of success. I shall not relent. Relent about what? Why, to surpass you, to defeat you, and to make you my cherished consort. How you think you can? Lin Yu delivered a ruthless retort. Do not underestimate me. I feel a surge of power within. Is that so? Lin Yu was taken aback. Could this girl be on the verge of awakening her talent? Regardless of its authenticity, a moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. We must cherish the present. Hearing you say that feels rather peculiar, Lin Yu remarked, rolling his eyes. Wasn't this typically the sort of thing a man would say? In Qianhai City, within a lavish villa, 8 individuals were gathered around a hot pot. Suddenly, one of them appeared to have made a discovery, standing abruptly. What's wrong? His movement startled the others. Boss, someone just posted on the forum, offering 100 crystal cores for anyone who can rescue his wife, willing to exchange 1 red attribute fruit. At this revelation, the others exchanged glances, excitement flickering in their eyes. Red attribute fruits, such temptation was irresistible. Is it in Qianhai City? The burly man among them inquired, his gaze flashing with intensity. He was the leader of this 8-member team, codenamed Divine Punishment. All members of this team were awakened talents, with 6 possessing A-level abilities. Both Divine Punishment and the second in command, Black Feather, boasted S-level talents. Indeed, it is right here in Qianhai City. It appears his wife is trapped in a hospital. Reply to him, I am Divine Punishment. Our Thunderstorm team will take on this task. Instruct him to send detailed information. Understood, boss. And tell him that if he deceives me and fails to produce the red attribute fruit, I will make him wish he were dead. Understood. The news of Divine Punishment accepting the task sparked significant discussion on the forum, as he was a well-known figure. Chapter 21, Scavenging for Supplies. Divine Punishment, the formidable being ranked 9th on the evolution points leaderboard, has amassed an astonishing 127 evolution points, signifying that he has vanquished over 9,000 zombies within a mere span of 2 days. Such a prominent figure has undeniably thrust himself into the limelight, instantly propelling the post to the forefront of trending topics, second only to Lin Yu's post, which was prominently pinned through monetary means. As a result of this event, similar occurrences began to proliferate on the forum like mushrooms after rain, with posts emerging in quick succession. Red attribute fruit for exchange in hopes of saving a life. Another post regarding the trade of red attribute fruits surfaced. Host, given the rarity of red attribute fruits, how could you bear to part with them? Is this not some kind of deceit? Indeed, would you truly relinquish something so red? Would it not be more beneficial to absorb it directly? Goodness, do you think I desire this? The crux of the matter is that even if it were a strength fruit, consuming it would not guarantee my survival. The original poster responded anxiously. Host, you must be exaggerating. The red attribute fruit could potentially grant 50 points to attributes. With an additional 50 points in strength, one would become an exceptional fighter, easily dispatching zombies. Do you truly comprehend the situation? I am holed up in a warehouse adjacent to a zoo, surrounded by a horde of mutated tigers, lions, and elephants. Are you certain that an extra 50 points in strength would allow me to escape? Upon uttering these words, a heavy silence enveloped the comment section. Take care, host. Take care, host. The comment section was soon inundated with these words. Suddenly, a new comment appeared. I am a supernatural being, currently at the same zoo as you. Send me your exact location, and I shall rescue you. Remember, red attribute fruit. Another prominent figure emerged, ranking 5th on the evolution points leaderboard. That night, Lin Yu enjoyed a restful slumber, primarily due to the exhausting exertions of the previous evening. After a meal, he, accompanied by a few others, exited the hotel as per their usual routine. However, this time, the team included 2 additional members, Liu Xiyun and her niece, Liu Rook. Uncle, are we going to battle monsters? Sister, are you incredibly strong? I also want to fight monsters. I want to protect my mother. The little girl chattered away, her vibrant demeanor betraying little fear or trepidation. This innocence is likely to be extinguished soon, Lin Yu mused with a faint sigh, addressing the group. Today, we shall take a detour towards South Street. What is the matter? Today, there shouldn't be many people exchanging attribute fruits, so we will first retrieve the supplies from the Ormer supermarket. By circumventing the wetland park in front of West Street, we can conveniently arrive at Ormer supermarket. The others expressed no dissent regarding Lin Yu's decision. Roar! As they approached the wetland park, a group of zombies lunged at them. Whoosh! Wind blades sliced through the air, and the heads of the approaching zombies were severed in an instant, dark blood splattering across the ground. Liu Rook had never witnessed such a gruesome scene and immediately screamed, only to have her mouth covered by a hand. Rook, do not be afraid. Those are monsters, Liu Xiyun said, her own face pale, yet she managed to suppress her internal fear and quickly covered the little girl's mouth. Wu Rook, don't be frightened, let me tell you, these are vile monsters that feast upon humans. The little girl shrank back slightly. If you remain fearful, they will bully your mother and devour both you and her. No? We cannot allow the monsters to eat mother. Then you must be brave, do not be afraid, and certainly do not scream. You must grow strong and slay the monsters, only then can you protect your mother. Chen Jinger gently persuaded. Rook is not afraid of monsters. Rook will protect mother. The little girl's expression solidified with determination. In truth, children's minds are the most malleable, their ignorance shields them from fear. Before the apocalypse, some juvenile delinquents committed heinous acts, including murder, precisely because of their naivety. They were unaware of the consequences of their actions, emboldening them to undertake deeds even adults would hesitate to commit. After traversing the wetland park, they soon arrived at Ormer supermarket. Boss, the door is locked from the inside. There are no zombies around. It seems they have been cleared out, there should be quite a few survivors inside. Liu Yu knocked on the door several times with no response. Kick the door open. Understood, boss. Liu Yu stepped forward and delivered 2 powerful kicks, but the door merely trembled without yielding. It is worth noting that he was now a level 3 evolver, and after consuming several attribute fruits, his strength had reached 52 points. With a single kick, he could exert nearly 1,000 kilograms of force. This is the back door. I wonder what the people inside have reinforced it with. It refuses to budge. I'll give it another try. Liu Yu activated his talent, directing a massive wind blade forcefully at the door. Boom. The outer door was instantly torn apart, revealing the objects behind it. The wind blade left mere scratches on the surface, failing to cleave through. How incredibly sturdy. Is this steel and various iron reinforcements? How did they amalgamate these metals to seal this place? It must be the ability of an awakened individual. Allow me to handle it. Lin Yu was not surprised. In the apocalypse, awakened talents were diverse, and controlling metals was certainly within the realm of possibility. He stepped forward, flames erupting from his right foot, and delivered a powerful kick. Bang! The amalgamation of metals was immediately shattered by the tremendous force, revealing a pathway. The group stepped inside, rows of shelves came into view, laden with a variety of foodstuffs, rice, and grains, hundreds of bags in total. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were stacked in a corner, an abundance of them. This is fantastic. There is an abundance of food, we need not worry about sustenance for a considerable time. Xiyun, store all of this in your infinite space and take it with us. Liu Xiyun nodded in agreement. She approached the large shelves, extending her right hand, and a black hole of space materialized before her, directly consuming the shelves. The others, witnessing the spatial talent for the first time, were left astounded. At that moment, Lin Yu's resolve solidified further. Liu Xiyun's spatial talent was far more than just a simple means of storage. The supermarket was vast, and they were situated deep within. Supplies were abundant here. As they progressed, they encountered a plethora of food, beverages, and recreational items, all of which Liu Shiyun eagerly absorbed into her space. I can't continue. My magical energy has been depleted. After several minutes, Liu Shiyun appeared fatigued. Chapter 22, Kill them all, let us proceed for the time being. We should check on the survivors ahead, said Liu Yu as they approached the far end of the warehouse, only to be met by a massive iron door blocking their path. The door isn't locked. Liu Yu stepped forward and gently pushed, effortlessly swinging the door open. Who goes there? A thunderous voice boomed. Upon entering, Lin Yu and his companions were met with a group of individuals fixating their gazes upon them. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Within the room were over 100 people, with more than 20 lounging on sofas, exhaling clouds of smoke, most wielding weapons. The remaining 70 or 80 were women, all of considerable beauty, yet scantily clad and cowering in the corners. Upon noticing the intrusion, the men on the sofas sprang to their feet, their eyes locking onto the newcomers. How did you end up here? The leading man squinted, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. We entered through the back door, Lin Yu replied. Impossible. The back door has been fortified, no one can enter from there. The man wore an expression of disbelief. The back door had been reinforced by their leader's extraordinary abilities, making it nearly impenetrable even for a level 5 evolver. Or did you think we were hiding in here the whole time? Lin Yu remarked with a hint of amusement. I have no interest in why you are here, but I shall present you with 2 choices. First, surrender these 3 women to me, and I shall spare your lives. Perhaps I could even allow you to join us. Second, I kill you, and the women remain. A lewd grin crossed the man's face. The 3 women before him appeared even more alluring than those of their leader. I choose the third option. Har har, it seems you are somewhat perceptive. What did you say? The leading man paused, then erupted in fury. Are you mocking me? Congratulations, you are correct, but alas, there is no prize. Sharp-tongued, it appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. The man barked at his subordinates, leave the women, and break the men's limbs. Instantly, 4 men surrounded them, armed with various weapons, steel pipes and fire axes. You dare to act so brazenly on our turf? You are courting death. As they spoke, they swung their weapons towards Lin Yu's legs. Thorns of sand. Yet, Yan Shanshan acted first. Under her extraordinary ability, 4 tendrils, each as thick as a bowl and entirely composed of sand, burst through the concrete floor, piercing through the bodies of the 4 men. Seeing the emaciated women huddled in the corner, their faces ashen from torment, her fury surged. Witnessing the attack on Lin Yu, she could no longer restrain herself and swiftly eliminated the 4 men. The sand dissipated, and their lifeless bodies crashed heavily to the ground. A talent awakened, the leading man shrieked, leaping from the sofa, fear etched across his face. He was acutely aware of the terror that talent-awakened individuals could instill. Everyone, misunderstandings abound. He immediately plastered a smile on his face, hastily adding, our leader has taken a group to slay zombies and should return shortly. Our leaders are also talent-awakened, perhaps we could collaborate on a grand undertaking. The man beamed as he bowed towards Lin Yu. Shanshan, your ability allows you to manipulate earth elements into thorns of sand. You should explore and contemplate further, striving to transform the earth into a sandy marsh or similar skills. Lin Yu disregarded the man, instead imparting wisdom to Yan Shanshan. All right, I will give it a try. Yan Shanshan exclaimed joyfully. The thorns of sand were an innate skill she had acquired upon awakening her talent. However, as there was no sand within the earth, she pondered the source of her thorns. Thus, tracing back to the origin, her true talent was the ability to convert earth elements into sand. The thorns of sand were merely a form of attack that arose from this transformation. At present, it is still challenging. When I utilize the thorns of sand, they naturally form. However, consolidating sand is difficult, Yan Shanshan remarked, attempting to practice. Do not rush. I will guide you. Practice during your spare time and engage with your abilities, Lin Yu advised. Feel the process of sand formation. Once you grasp the essence of elemental transformation, you will unlock additional offensive techniques. Lin Yu turned to Chen Jing'er and the others, saying, you too must engage and study to fully uncover your talents. The group nodded, contemplating his words. Meanwhile, the man, feeling increasingly ignored, could no longer contain himself. With a dark expression, he barked, oh, what do you mean by this? Do not assume you are the only talent-awakened individuals here. We have our own. Oh, where are they? Call them forth so I may see. You, the man was instantly choked with rage, his face turning crimson. The awakened leaders had ventured out to slay zombies, leaving only the underlings to guard the supplies. Then let us eliminate them. Lin Yu's nonchalant words sent chills down the spine of everyone present. Lin Yu frowned. What, are you hesitant? Boss, Liu Yu began, only to be interrupted by Lin Yu. If you are hesitant, do not call me boss. They truly deserve to die. Yan Shanshan declared, her right hand sweeping as dozens of thorns of sand erupted from the ground, lunging towards the men. Lin Yu glanced at her in surprise. This woman had become more resolute than Liu Yu. Impressive indeed. Chen Jinger also sprang into action. Seizing a steel pipe, she pierced the throat of one of the men, blood gushing forth. Lin Yu was taken aback. This woman was unexpectedly violent. Kill. Seeing the two women had taken action, Liu Yu gritted his teeth and summoned wind blades, charging towards the men. In less than 2 minutes, the ground was littered with corpses. The gruesome scene left everyone, save for Lin Yu, feeling uneasy. While the sight of slaying zombies was more grotesque, these were still living beings. Taking a life was a first for them. I have killed you. Suddenly, from the corner where the women huddled, a group of 10 surged forth. They grabbed various weapons from the ground, mercilessly striking the dead bodies. Some, lacking weapons, resorted to biting, tearing off ears with their teeth, venting their madness. Let us proceed to the second floor, Lin Yu declared, stepping onto the adjacent staircase. The second floor housed primarily daily necessities. After scouring for useful items, they encountered several more women on the third floor. These women were indeed beautiful, yet their eyes were devoid of life, ravaged by torment. These brutes! Yang Shanshan cursed vehemently. The others, though silent, wore expressions of deep discontent, their faces darkened. Chapter 23, The Imprisoned. The apocalypse is a veritable hell on earth, thus, it would be prudent for you to adjust your mindset and abandon any notions of compassion. Otherwise, it may be you lying there one day. Lin Yu's words resonated like a sinister melody, sending a shiver through the women present. After moving a short distance further, they stumbled upon a massive iron door. Liu Yu stepped forward, unleashing a blade of wind that tore the door apart. Within, a young man clad in black was confined in the chamber. Thick iron chains secured his limbs to the corners of the room, while countless steel rods ensnared his entire body, extending mercilessly to his neck, rendering him utterly immobile. More alarmingly, 2 steel rods pierced through his calves, the wounds long since dried and caked with congealed blood. The deafening noise stirred the young man from his stupor, and he opened his eyes. You are not Wenhao's people. Who are you? He inquired, studying the group before him. And who might you be, and who is Wenhao? Lin Yu countered. Upon hearing this, the young man realized they were not aligned with Wenhao, and his eyes brightened momentarily before dimming once again. I was once the master of this Ormer supermarket. However, when I ventured out to slay zombies, Wenhao's brother arrived here and, horrifically, he violated my wife. When I returned, it was too late. My wife had already taken her own life. The young man spoke through gritted teeth. I dismembered that bastard and fed him to the zombies, but my wife can never return. And how did you end up in this predicament? Later, Wenhao came with his men. He imprisoned me here and tormented me day after day. Hatred filled the young man's eyes. As long as I live, I vow to send those bastards to hell. They are all beasts. Are those currently occupying the supermarket under Wenhao's command? Chen Jinger inquired. Indeed, they are. Friends, I do not know your intentions, but I advise you to leave swiftly. The young man warned, looking at them. When Wenhao and his men return, your fate will be dire, especially for these 3 women. Do you not wish for us to rescue you? Lin Yu asked, intrigued. The young man shook his head. You still have a chance to escape. If you attempt to save me, Wenhao will not spare you. You are a brave man, but we must regrettably decline your kind offer. Lin Yu stepped forward, grasping the chains and exerting a slight force, causing them to snap apart. The young man observed the spectacle with narrowed eyes. Subsequently, Lin Yu effortlessly pried apart the steel rods imprisoning him and freed him from his shackles. He gripped the steel rod embedded in the young man's calf and yanked it out forcefully. The young man's face contorted in pain, yet he suppressed any cries that might escape his lips. Xiao Ruko, come and tend to his wounds, Lin Yu instructed. The little girl, her expression resolute and unafraid, approached and placed her hands over the young man's bleeding injury. A faint green glow emanated from her palms. To everyone's astonishment, the wound began to heal at a visible rate, forming a scab. Is this truly possible? Ruko is incredible. This must be a healing talent. The onlookers were astounded by the unfolding scene. Thank you all for saving my life. Should you require assistance, I, Xiao Wen, am at your service. The young man tested his limbs and bowed slightly to Lin Yu. Let us proceed. We shall wait for them below. Lin Yu nodded slightly, lifting Liu Ruko in his arms. The little girl beamed with pride, relishing the praise from those around her. Are you not leaving? Xiao Wen asked, astonished. Did these individuals truly intend to wait here for Wenhao and his group, risking their lives? I understand you may be formidable, but that group is even stronger. Confronting them will not end well, Xiao Wen cautioned solemnly. This is our affair. If you are afraid, you may leave, the others replied, casting him a glance before following Lin Yu downwards. They were unwaveringly loyal to Lin Yu's directives. Xiao Wen watched their retreating figures, gritting his teeth before sighing heavily. Very well, if it comes to it, I shall surrender my life to them. At least I shall be free from this torment. Observing the young man who had joined them, Lin Yu smiled and said, if Wen Hao is truly as fearsome as you suggest, why do you not flee? You saved me. Through fire and sword, I shall accompany you without hesitation, Xiao Wen declared, pausing before adding, moreover, I possess strength as well. Then why were you imprisoned? Xiao Wen's expression faltered, and he fell silent. What abilities do Wen Hao's men possess? Wen Hao wields an S-rank talent. Magic suppression, under the influence of his ability, all talents and powers become unusable, which is why I was captured. P.S. I have noticed numerous comments from readers suggesting that everyone encountered possesses S-rank talents. Allow me to clarify, in this narrative, the Daxiar kingdom boasts a population of 2 billion. Even if only 1/5 awaken their abilities, that amounts to 400 million awakened individuals. If only 1 in 10,000 possesses an S-rank talent, that still equates to 40,000 S-rank talents, distributed across the country's 34 provinces, resulting in approximately 177 S-rank talents per province. In cities of provincial significance, it is reasonable to assume there are at least a couple hundred S-rank talents. Secondly, the character we have encountered is the leader of a team of several hundred people, and he does not even possess an S-rank talent. How could he possibly maintain his leadership? Thirdly, must I enumerate every individual who is not S-rank? For instance, Wen has nearly 200 subordinates. Should I detail Zhongsan with F-rank talent, Li Sai with D-rank talent, and so forth? The absence of such details does not imply that they are all S-rank. He has 5 awakened subordinates, A-rank Hu Bin, who can control steel, A-rank Chen Zhang, who can become invisible. Both of these individuals are quite formidable. The remaining 3 pose little threat. C-rank Fireball, D-rank Strength Amplification, and D-rank Acceleration. S-rank Magic Suppression, quite intriguing, Lin Yu mused aloud. Undoubtedly, this was an extraordinarily powerful ability, likely belonging to the realm of rules. Rules must be adhered to by all parties involved. Within the confines of this magic suppression, no one could utilize their powers, relying solely on their fundamental attributes in combat. As they descended to the first floor, the sight of corpses strewn about elicited disdain. Sandification. Suddenly, Yarn Shanshan exclaimed. As her words echoed, the once solid concrete floor appeared to corrode rapidly, transforming into sand instantaneously, engulfing the bodies beneath. I succeeded. Yan Shanshan exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. After hearing Lin Yu's words, she had been contemplating and pondering, eventually grasping the essence of sandification. Shanshan, you are remarkable. To have comprehended it so quickly. Chen Jing'er remarked enviously, still unawakened in her own abilities. It seems your comprehension is quite impressive, Lin Yu added with a smile, praising her. Xiao Wen's expression shifted. This woman was also an awakened talent, and she appeared formidable. With the corpses dealt with, the environment was considerably cleaner. Lin Yu then led Liu Xiyun back to the storage area, collecting the supplies that had yet to be salvaged. Clatter. Half an hour later, the rolling shutter door was slowly raised. Hao Ji, you are incredible. That zombie we just encountered must have been at least level 10, and you dispatched it with such ease. The leaders should be able to level up to 7 tonight. As the shutter rose, a chorus of voices filled the air. Upon hearing the commotion, Liu Yu and the others stood up, their eyes fixed on the entrance. Wen Hao entered the armor with a contingent of 70 to 80 men, momentarily pausing as he spotted Lin Yu and his group. Where's the rat? And where did these 3 women come from? They are quite the catch. These women are more beautiful than stars. Tonight, my fellow leaders are in for a treat. The crowd paid little mind to the newcomers, assuming they were merely women brought in by the rat, and they began to jest and comment about the 3 women. Chapter 24, The Forbidden Magic Realm. That's not right, that's Xiao Wen. A stern-faced man narrowed his eyes and whispered a reminder. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to the scene. Are you here to rescue Xiao Wen? Wen Hao sneered. Where's the rat? We killed him. Lin Yu, seated upon the sofa, showed no intention of rising. At this revelation, Wen Hao and his group pressed forward. The oppressive presence of 70 to 80 individuals was formidable, all seasoned in the slaughter of numerous zombies, exuding an aura of bloodlust. The few individuals behind Lin Yu grew tense, secretly gathering their strength. Suddenly, from the pile of women in the corner, 13 stood up, weapons tightly clutched in their hands. Without uttering a word, they moved to stand behind Lin Yu, confronting Wen Hao and his entourage. This unexpected maneuver took Lin Yu by surprise. Har har, you can't possibly be relying on these few wretched women, can you? Wen Hao laughed heartily. With a swift motion of his hand, a dozen of his subordinates charged forward. Liu Yu stepped up, his right hand slicing through the air, conjuring countless blades of wind that swiftly slashed towards the oncoming throng. Thud, thud. The wind blades flew by, leaving trails of crimson in their wake. Among the 10 or so attackers, 5 or 6 immediately clutched their necks and collapsed, while others sustained grievous wounds, blood gushing uncontrollably. Awakened ones. A diminutive man beside Wen Hao vanished in an instant. Liu Yu, the invisible awakened one, has made his move. Pay close attention to the fluctuations of the wind elements in the air, Lin Yu cautioned. Invisibility only obscures the body, yet his presence, his murderous intent remain, even in his movement, the air will shift. By sensing the changes in the wind, you can easily locate him. Boss, I understand. Initially flustered by the revelation of the invisible assailant, Liu Yu felt a surge of calm as he absorbed Lin Yu's words and began to concentrate. I found you. Suddenly, Liu Yu waved his hands vigorously, sending a colossal blade of wind slicing towards his left front. Bang! The invisible figure was forced out of concealment. The massive wind blade severed the dagger from his grasp, inflicting a gruesome gash upon his shoulder. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have been cleaved in two. The invisible assailant retreated rapidly. Liu Yu's wind blades whirled again, targeting the retreating figure. Clang, clang, clang. Hu Bin, who could manipulate metal, made his move. Under his control, over a dozen steel rods soared towards the airborne wind blades, colliding with them. HMPH. Yang Shanshan snorted lightly, activating her talent. Several tendrils of sand surged from the ground, breaking through the concrete floor and lunging forward. Hu Bin's expression shifted as he grasped with his right hand, summoning all nearby metallic objects, which flew into his grasp. They quickly coalesced into a barrier of various metals, shielding him from the wind blades and the sand thorns. This individual is formidable, his abilities extend beyond mere prowess, Xiao Wen remarked gravely. Indeed, his mastery over his innate talent eclipses that of both Liu Yu and the others. As expected, Hu Bin waved his hand, dispersing the metallic barrier, which hovered in the air. The steel rods twisted and, propelled by his palm, shot towards Lin Yu and his companions like lethal arrows. The faces of the group paled. Wind strangulation. Liu Yu conjured a multitude of wind blades again, forming a small tornado that surged forward. This move was evidently far more powerful, and upon collision, most of the steel rods were shredded, yet, several still broke through, hurtling towards the group. Ice shield. A commanding shout rang out as Xiao Wen darted forward. A blue crystalline structure rapidly formed in his hands, becoming a large and thick ice shield that stood before the others. Clang, clang, clang. Several steel rods struck the ice shield, penetrating slightly before being completely halted. This individual is exceptionally strong. Liu Yu wiped the sweat from his brow. If it were solely up to him, he would be utterly outmatched. The metal manipulator indeed appears to be superior. You are mistaken, his strength lies in his superior control over metal. If you were to attain such mastery over your talents, you too would be formidable, Lin Yu remarked. When an innate ability is wielded to its utmost potential, it should not be underestimated. With that, he slowly rose and declared, we should aim for a swift resolution. All together now, attack. Wen Hao, too, wore a frosty expression as he issued his command. In an instant, various abilities erupted into chaos. This was no battle for ordinary evolutionaries unless their attributes were exceptionally robust. Be wary of that invisible one. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, he keenly sensed the shifts in airflow. In the next moment, his right hand shot out, grasping an individual from thin air. It was indeed the invisible figure. Lin Yu's hand clenched around his throat, slamming him forcefully to the ground. Bang! The sound of a skull shattering echoed. Blood splattered across the ground. An awakened one with an A-grade talent met a swift and decisive end. The crowd was taken aback. Just how terrifying was this individual's strength? Suddenly, a peculiar force manifested in the arena, rapidly permeating the atmosphere. The instant this power emerged, the wind blades, sand spikes, and ice shards all vanished without a trace. Various metallic objects plummeted from the air. This is an S-grade talent, the forbidden magic. I can no longer utilize my abilities, Liu Yu exclaimed, his face a mask of dismay. Indeed, it is a remarkably potent rule-based talent, Lin Yu noted, sensing that even his S-grade flames were banned, rendered unusable. However, it was not an absolute rule. By unleashing all of his magical power, he could easily shatter such a forbidden constraint. In scenarios where there was a vast disparity in magical power, a mere burst of energy could dismantle this ordinary rule's constraints. If it were absolute forbidden magic, the situation would differ entirely. Although the addition of absolute may seem trivial, the implications of such a rule were monumental. Under absolute rules, all must comply. You insignificant insects have no comprehension of the might of S-grade talents. I shall ensure your demise. The death of the invisible assailant incited Wen Hao's fury, for that was one of his trump cards. Under the constraints of the forbidden magic, you cannot utilize your talents. What are you so proud of? Liu Yu challenged, come here, and see if I don't take you down. Fool. Wang Hao retorted coldly. With the inability to use talents, he had 60 or 70 evolutionaries at his disposal. Easily overwhelming their opponents, why would he risk his own safety? This fellow, isn't he falling for it? He is not as foolish as I imagined, Liu Yu said, scratching his head. Yang Shanshan was left speechless. It seems we may meet our end here today, Xiao Wen sighed. Do not underestimate us. Be prepared to unleash your innate abilities at a moment's notice to counter any potential ambush from the enemy, Lin Yu instructed, stepping forward. Unleash our abilities. What do you mean? Xiao Wen asked, bewildered. It was a time of forbidden magic, how could one possibly unleash their powers? Chapter 25, The Metal Manipulator. Enough of your nonsense, just heed the boss's words. Liu Yu and his companions harbored unwavering trust in Lin Yu. Break their legs. With a thunderous command from Wang Hao, his subordinates surged forward, weapons in hand. Lin Yu plunged into the fray. With a powerful kick, a man was sent flying like a cannonball, toppling 7 or 8 others before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Bang! A steel pipe struck Lin Yu's shoulder with great force, yet he remained unfazed, retaliating with a punch to the assailant's chest. Blood spewed forth as the man fell, his chest caved in. Lin Yu charged through the chaos like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, a wolf among sheep. Each strike claimed a small foe. Hiss! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What kind of monstrous being is this? That person must be level 10 at the very least, Wen Hao thought, horrified at Lin Yu's beast-like ferocity. Or perhaps he has consumed a considerable number of strength fruits. Then we shall adhere to our usual strategy. I will lift the magic suppression momentarily, and you will swiftly eliminate him with your talent. Understood, Hu Bin replied, quietly gathering his strength. They had not anticipated that, even under the magic suppression, 60 to 70 of their men could not contend with Lin Yu. In another 7 or 8 minutes, all his subordinates would likely be dead. Now is the moment. Wang Hao's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dispelled the magic suppression. Hu Bin seized the instant to strike. Countless steel rods shot towards Lin Yu like lightning, a maneuver they had executed flawlessly countless times before. However, Lin Yu had anticipated their move. Flame roar. As the magic suppression vanished, he unleashed his own extraordinary ability. Flames erupted from his mouth, imbued with unmatched power, sending the incoming steel pipes and surrounding individuals hurtling backward. The flames engulfed them, and by the time they hit the ground, they struggled briefly before succumbing to death. This is impossible! Wang Hao exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Yu's form flickered as he lunged at the two. His speed was blinding, closing the distance in an instant. His fist, enveloped in flames, struck forward. Magic suppression. The rogue skill activated once more, extinguishing the flames around Lin Yu's fist, yet his punch continued unabated. Die. A dagger materialized in Wen Hao's hand, aimed directly at Lin Yu. Upon awakening his S-class talent, his attributes had increased by 20 points, and having absorbed several attribute fruits afterward, he could not believe Lin Yu's strength could surpass his own. Har. Lin Yu sneered, his attributes having long surpassed those of anyone else. To compare strength with him was akin to a fat pig wandering into a butcher's home, a sheer invitation to doom. As predicted, upon contact, the dagger shattered against his fist, which then slammed into Wang Hao's chest. This is impossible. Wang Hao's eyes bulged as the immense force from the collision sent him flying. The magic suppression was abruptly interrupted. Flame roar. Another torrent of fire erupted, the entire sequence executed with fluid grace, wasting not a single second. In the aftermath of the flames, the surroundings lay in disarray. Hu Bin knelt on the ground, tattered and blooded, wounds peppering his body as blood flowed freely. Before him, the metal shield he had conjured crumbled piece by piece. Cough, cough, how can you be so strong? Hu Bin struggled to speak, the person before him surpassing all his expectations. After uttering those words, he collapsed, breathless. Beside him, Wang Hao had long since met his demise. Even a stronger absolute magic suppression would pose no threat to me. My base attributes are formidable enough, Lin Yu mused. With the magic suppression lifted, Liu Yu and the others commenced their slaughter. Soon, not a single person brought by Wang Hao remained. Xiao Wen gazed at Lin Yu's silhouette, filled with awe. So many formidable foes had been effortlessly vanquished by this man. As the group exited the Ormer supermarket, Lin Yu's expression hardened as he sensed a gaze upon him from afar. Indeed, on a massive billboard 800 or 900 meters away, a figure stood, observing them intently. Lin Yu focused his gaze, only to see the figure tumble from the billboard, vanishing from sight. He furrowed his brow. In the evening, a crowd gathered in the hotel lobby, candles lit as they leisurely savored their meals. Over the past few days, the zombies in West Street had been largely cleared by Lin Yu and his companions, and the occupants of their hotel had long since fled. Thus, this place had temporarily become their sanctuary. The zombies have grown significantly stronger today. I feel they are all at least level 3, with many even reaching level 5. Indeed, those zombies were far easier to deal with a few days ago. A palpable tension gripped the group. They were not the only ones growing stronger, the zombies, too, were rapidly evolving with time. Fortunately, the chances of obtaining crystal cores had increased markedly. Lin Yu wiped his mouth and addressed the crowd. Since you have all joined this group, Chen Jinger will be your leader from now on. The crowd gasped in surprise. Are you leaving? Chen Jinger inquired, her expression dimming. By tomorrow, I will be heading to Qianhai City. It is too perilous for you to accompany me, Lin Yu stated, turning his gaze to Liu Yu and Yang Shanshan. The two hastily replied, Boss, do not worry, we will heed your words and ensure the safety of sister-in-law. Lin Yu then turned to Xiao Wen and Yu. I believe you all are excellent companions. I will stay here, Xiao Wen replied. We will follow Big Sister. The remaining 13 women in the lobby chimed in unison. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with their performance at the Ormer supermarket, so he did not impede Chen Jinger when she chose to take them along. Well then, as we have formed a small team, I hope you all can become reliable allies who can watch each other's backs and survive in this apocalypse. Having already reached level 10 himself, Lin Yu found the level 0 crystal cores to be of little use, making it a perfect opportunity to bolster the strength of this fledgling group. As Lin Yu spoke, an inexplicable feeling began to blossom within the hearts of those present. Today, we acquired a total of 751 crystal cores. Jinger, take 400, this will elevate you directly to level 10. Lin Yu instructed Liu Shiyun to lay the crystal cores on the table. Liu Yu, 220 cores. Shanshan, you too, 220 cores. Xiao Wen, you receive 180 cores. The three, all A-class talent awakeners, represented the strongest force in the team and naturally received priority for upgrades. Thank you, boss. Liu Yu and the others exclaimed in unison, joy radiating from their faces. They were currently at level 3, reaching level 4 required 40 cores, and level 5 required 50. With 220 cores, both of them could ascend to level 7. Thank you, boss. Xiao Wen, unaccustomed to addressing anyone in such a manner, felt a bit awkward, but he too would ascend to level 7 after absorbing the 180 cores. You 13 will each receive 40 cores, allowing you all to reach level 2. Do we get some too? The 13 girls gasped in unison, astonished that they were to receive crystal cores. They had only just been rescued and had become part of this team, yet as weak women, they were still allocated cores. 40 cores each was something they had never dared to imagine before. I have stated that I wish for this team to be composed of warm-hearted individuals, partners upon whom you can rely, rather than mere users of one another. Of course, it is impossible for everyone to receive the same resources. The three of them are talent awakeners, and their strength directly correlates with the survival chances of the entire team. Boss, we understand, thank you. The 13 women expressed their heartfelt gratitude, genuinely appreciative. Chapter 26, Eternal Day. In the aftermath of the cataclysm that has gripped the world for 9 days, these women have encountered an overwhelming darkness. At this moment, they finally perceive a glimmer of warmth and kindness in this bleak world. Let us strive to ensure that all of you reach level 5 by tomorrow. A chorus of cheers erupted, as if they had found a sense of belonging. There are still 220 crystals remaining. Let us allocate them to Shiyun and Rook. With the final crystals divided equally, each would receive 110, enabling both to ascend to level 4. To progress to level 10, one would require 10 first-tier crystals, and at this tier, all attributes would double. Ordinary individuals stand no chance against first-tier zombies, let alone defeat them. Only those awakened with an A-class talent possess the opportunity and capability to single-handedly vanquish ordinary first-tier foes. Otherwise, cooperation among many is essential. Boss, why don't we give our team a name? Something like Thunderclap Squad would sound impressive. What name do you think would be suitable? How about Kings of the Realm? Have you been playing too many games? I suggest we name ourselves Carefree Pavilion. Lin Yu covered his forehead with both hands. What on earth is this? Let us call ourselves Eternal Day. Lin Yu interjected, invoking the name from his past life. Eternal Day. Yes, Eternal Day. I hope that within our team, everyone will have a glimmer of hope for the future. That sounds wonderful, filled with promise. At this moment, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Eternal Day had finally been established in this lifetime. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, all 4 A-class awakened members of Eternal Day reached level 10, while the remaining 13 women uniformly attained level 5. In the vicinity of the ancient town, they could be considered a formidable force. You won't forget me, will you? Chen Jinger gazed at Lin Yu, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Of course not. You are my first love, and I shall never forget you. Lin Yu gently stroked her head, speaking tenderly, you must strive to survive. By the latest, once you reach level 3, we will surely reunite. If I awaken my talent and become powerful, will I be able to join you? The experiences of this time had already left an indelible mark on her heart. Do not overthink. The presence of magical energy in your attributes indicates that your talent has already been activated, though not yet fully awakened. The more challenging a talent is to awaken, the more extraordinary it becomes once realized. I suspect that when you finally awaken, it will be at least S-class. Lin Yu embraced Chen Jing, whispering softly in her ear, "Stay alive, and wait for me. Let us proceed. Today we shall continue our advance towards the center, aiming for everyone to reach level 10 within 3 days. After Lin Yu departed, Chen Jing quickly made arrangements. I must awaken my talent and not be a burden to him, she vowed resolutely. Where are we heading now? Liu Shiyun, holding Rook's hand, followed behind Lin Yu. She had not anticipated that Lin Yu would take only the two of them along. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yu had his own considerations. Keeping Chen Jing, his first love, with the support of numerous companions in Eternal Day, would ensure her safety. As he embarked on the perilous journey to find his sister, traversing mountains and valleys, the risk of encountering terrifying mutated beasts was significantly high. Liu Shiyun possessed spatial talent, enabling her to gather fuel and other combustible materials. In the face of danger, having such resources would facilitate escape and the restoration of magical energy. Furthermore, once she progressed to the first tier, she would likely comprehend powerful spatial techniques. As Liu Shiyun gazed at Lin Yu's silhouette, her mind began to wonder. Could it be that he intends to take advantage of our solitude? If he were to force himself upon me, what would I do? He is so strong, I doubt I could resist. Lost in thought, a flush crept across her cheeks. So engrossed was she that she failed to notice Lin Yu had halted, colliding directly into his back. What were you daydreaming about? Lin Yu asked, bemused by the sight of Liu Xiyun's crimson face. And nothing. We are heading towards Huanshu Road. I recall there being numerous 4S dealerships there. Are you planning to buy a car? Liu Xiyun blurted out. In this apocalypse, why would we buy cars? Can't we just take a few? The woman seemed lost in her own thoughts, her focus elsewhere. We need to go to Qinghai City, which is over 600 kilometers away. We can't possibly walk there. Lin Yu replied as he walked. Liu Xiyun regained her composure and added, then we should gather more gasoline to store in the space, it will likely prove useful later. Lin Yu cast her a sidelong glance. This woman is rather clever. The trio made their way towards Huanshu Road, encountering only a sparse scattering of zombies along the way. Lin Yu refrained from engaging, using the zombies as training fodder for Liu Xiyun and Rook. It's so difficult for ordinary evolved beings to level up, Liu Xiyun gasped, exhausted. After about an hour, both she and Rook were beginning to tire, having only dispatched over 50 zombies. The crystals they had collected were a meager 12. Although she was merely at level 5, Liu Xiyun had awakened an S-class talent, granting her attributes far superior to those of ordinary individuals. However, her lack of practical combat experience and unexploited offensive capabilities left her reliant solely on her basic attributes to slay zombies. At this rate, if all goes well, an ordinary evolved being could gather less than 100 crystals in a day. This would only be feasible for a level 5 evolved being. For a level 1 evolved, even defeating a single zombie would pose a challenge. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, most zombies had already reached levels 3 or 4. That row ahead appears to be the 4S dealerships. But there are so many zombies, Liu Xiyun observed. Lin Yu confirmed, spotting 5 4S dealerships clustered together, all teeming with zombies. There must be 2,000 to 3,000 of them. This number posed no threat to him whatsoever. You two stay here. I will clear out the zombies, and then you can come over. Given his formidable attributes, Lin Yu regarded these low-level zombies as no challenge, provided their numbers did not exceed 10,000. With a speed of 172, when he sprinted at full force, these level 3 and 4 zombies couldn't even brush against his sleeve. However, he needed to avoid being surrounded. With zombies swarming, even the swiftest speed would be rendered futile, leaving no room to maneuver. Lin Yu darted swiftly into the horde of zombies. As he neared within 50 meters, he hurled a fireball into their midst. The fireball erupted into flames, instantly incinerating 7 or 8 zombies. Roar! Their horde erupted into chaos, the outermost zombies charging towards Lin Yu. Flame howl! A terrifying wave of fire surged forth, engulfing the first few hundred zombies in its grasp. In the aftermath of the flames, a sea of crystals lay strewn across the ground. Again, Lin Yu unleashed his talent, sending wave after wave of flames crashing into the zombie throng. These mindless creatures, oblivious to pain, acted solely on instinct, one after another plunging into the fiery inferno. Chapter 27, targeted. Compared to 2 days before the apocalypse, Lin Yu's attributes have grown immensely. The flame roar he unleashes now possesses greater power than ever before. Each use consumes 200 points of magical energy. However, with his current abundant magical power of 18,500, he can cast it 92 times. Each casting can eliminate at least hundreds of zombies. Within moments, not a single zombie remained outside the 4S dealership. Shiyun, come quickly and collect the crystal cores. There are so many, do you think we can reach level 10 tonight? The excitement in Liu Shiyun's eyes was palpable. There appeared to be around 500 or 600 cores on the ground. Be careful. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the 4S shop, a withered, pale hand reaching out toward the three. Lin Yu swiftly pulled Liu Shiyun and the other girl to safety, enveloping his fist in flames and striking out. Bang! The shadow was sent flying. The trio focused their gaze, revealing a zombie with disheveled hair, distinct from ordinary ones, as its face bore no signs of decay. Its complexion was ghostly pale, devoid of blood, and its eyes were white, lacking pupils. A first-level zombie. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. After an evolver reaches level 10, they require 10 first-level crystal cores to break through to the first tier. The distinction between first tier and zero tier level 10 is significant, all attributes double. Roar! The first-level zombie, having been repelled, charged back with incredible speed. Flame roar. A torrent of flames erupted, yet the zombie deftly dodged, evading the flames and lunging once more. The first-level zombie had gained some combat experience and was no longer foolishly charging forward. It seems this zombie has evolved toward speed, however, its strength and constitution are far inferior to a typical first-level zombie, Lin Yu remarked, positioning the two girls behind him as the zombie advanced again. He remained still, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. In the blink of an eye, the zombie was upon him, its hands reaching out to grab Lin Yu. Now? Flames enveloped his body instantaneously as he reached out, successfully grasping the zombie's claws. Roar! The zombie howled in frustration, its strength insufficient to break free from Lin Yu's grip. It opened its maw, lunging forward to bite. At that moment, Lin Yu did the same. Don't misunderstand, I'm not attempting to kiss the zombie. Flame roar. A fiery column suddenly erupted from his mouth. At such close proximity, with the zombie's hands restrained, it had no chance of evasion. The flame struck true, penetrating the zombie's throat. Boom. The overwhelming force shattered the zombie's neck in an instant, causing its head to tumble to the ground. Though it possesses a modicum of combat awareness, it is clearly lacking, Lin Yu stated as he discarded the severed torso, cracking open its skull to extract the first-level crystal core, a walnut-sized, pale green orb. Uncle, you are so amazing, the little girl Rook clapped in admiration. Lin Yu smiled, ruffling her hair. Were you scared just now, Rook? I wasn't scared at all. The trio took nearly 10 minutes to gather all the crystal cores scattered on the ground, amounting to a staggering 527. Suddenly, Lin Yu sensed something and gazed into the distance. On a nearby low building, a slender figure stood quietly atop the roof, seemingly fixated on their direction, or rather, on him. It's him again. Lin Yu squinted. This figure had appeared for the second time, each instance leaving him with an unsettling feeling. Just then, the figure leaped from the rooftop, vanishing from sight. What's wrong? Liu Shiyun noticed his unease and asked. Nothing, let us head inside, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head without elaborating. Liu Shiyun did not press further. During this time, Lin Yu glanced at his attribute panel, particularly concerned about the progress of his talent advancement. Codename, Magician, Level 0. Tier 10 0, Magical Power. 22, 500 Strength, 289 Constitution, 176 Speed, 182 Mentality, 225 Talent, S-Rank Flame Controller, 99 Evolution Flame Unlock Form, Blaze, Dragon Flame, 99 Unlocking. Such a terrifying attribute panel, Lin Yu was confident that no one in this world could match it. Noticing that the talent evolution had been stuck at 99 for several days, he surmised it was nearing completion, and he felt a sense of anticipation. Brother Yu, I checked, and this place is filled with sedans, which aren't suitable, Liu Shiyun remarked. There's a Jeep dealership next door, and a Mercedes is also available. We should opt for an off-road vehicle. You're right, many roads are damaged now, and driving an off-road vehicle would be more convenient. Lin Yu nodded. Off-road vehicles are a dream for many men. Let us go to the neighboring Jeep dealership. The three scoured the Jeep and Mercedes for S dealerships, uncovering 3 intact Jeep Wranglers and 1 G-Class, all of which they stored in Liu Shiyun's space. Can you drive? Of course. I used to drive a G-Class for work, Liu Shiyun replied. Lin Yu was taken aback. It seemed the little lady had a lucrative job before the apocalypse. With Liu Shiyun at the wheel of the G-Class, Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat while Rook occupied the back. The trio drove along confidently. Never mind, let us walk instead. Within 2 minutes, the G-Class couldn't proceed any further, as numerous cars lay strewn across the road. The three disembarked and stored the G-Class in the space. There's a gas station ahead. Let us siphon all the gasoline. Lin Yu turned and asked, can your infinite space accommodate liquids directly, or do we need to find barrels? It seems unnecessary, I can manipulate the space to create a barrier, allowing me to partition it, she replied. In that case, you should focus on sensing the flow of space to develop skills with offensive capabilities. Lin Yu became increasingly convinced that Liu Xian's spatial talent was far from ordinary. Before long, they arrived at the gas station. Liu Xian activated her space black hole and tossed the nozzle inside, allowing the gasoline to flow into the infinite space. Just then, an announcement echoed. Congratulations to Qianqian Junzi of Great Xia for becoming the first evolver in the world to break through to the first tier. The Global Evolver Connection Rule Forum is now live, facilitating information exchange. All survivors are urged to pay attention to the pinned post on the forum, which pertains to the evolution of various nations. Chapter 28. The struggle of 100 nations. Has someone really reached the first stage so quickly? Lin Yu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback yet ultimately indifferent. Rapid advancement does not necessarily equate to formidable strength. Luck plays a significant role in the early stages. After all, for the powerful at this juncture, ascending to level 10 is not particularly challenging. From level 0, it merely requires 560 crystal cores, which can be obtained by vanquishing over 3,000 zombies, sufficient to achieve level 10. Most teams composed of A-grade talent or those boasting S-grade prowess should have reached level 10 by yesterday. I estimated it would take at least 5 or 6 more days before a first stage evolved being emerged. I did not expect it to happen so soon, Lin Yu mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. In this life, there are evidently more strong individuals. First stage zombies or mutated beasts are still quite rare, rendering first stage crystal cores difficult to procure. Furthermore, only exceptionally powerful S-grade talent possess the ability to single-handedly slay a first-stage creature, and even that is no easy feat. Even A-grade talent typically require teamwork to have any chance of defeating a first-stage opponent. The gentleman known as Qianqian Junzi, it turns out to be him. Upon glancing at the leaderboard, Lin Yu's memory was jogged, and he finally recalled. Codename, Qianqian Junzi, talent, S-grade spirit communication. This talent is extraordinarily potent, allowing one to forge a pact with any mutated beast, thereby transforming it into a spirit companion. Indeed, mutated beasts from the zoo are far more amenable to reaching the first stage than zombies. Working in tandem with his spirit companion, Qianqian Junzi has a high success rate in eliminating other first-stage mutated beasts. No wonder he was the first to advance to the first stage, Lin Yu murmured to himself. This individual had previously ranked among the most powerful in the last life. Once animals and plants undergo mutation and evolution, they are significantly more formidable than zombies. Contemplating this, Lin Yu felt a surge of pressure. Although he had seized numerous opportunities that were not rightfully his upon his return, the world is vast, and some are simply born into advantageous circumstances. However, I possess the memories of my past life. Lin Yu suddenly broke into a smile. Armed with the knowledge of countless secrets, as long as he acts according to his plan, he will inevitably surpass everyone else. Lin Yu firmly believed that his foundational attributes are the strongest in this world. Moreover, my talent evolution has yet to be fully realized, and the dragon flame form remains locked. I cannot hasten my advancement to the first stage. With this realization, Lin Yu felt no urgency. Upon unlocking the dragon flame form, his attributes would improve even further. There would be no reason for him to advance prematurely. Subsequently, he navigated to the rules forum. A thread outlining the regulations was pinned at the top, and its contents sent a wave of tension rippling through all survivors. In the third month of the apocalypse, nations with a survivor count exceeding 2 million will compete. The champion nation will grant all its evolved beings a 3 boost to all attributes. The second and third place nations will provide a permanent 2 boost to all attributes for their evolved beings. Nations ranked 4th to 10th will bestow a permanent 1 boost to all attributes. Each qualifying nation will hold a vote on the forum to select 100 strong contenders to compete. This explosive news sent the populace of various nations into a frenzy. Countless individuals flooded the thread with comments. What? The champion nation gets a 3 boost to all attributes. Needless to say, the championship is already secured for our Great Xia nation. Nonsense, what does Great Xia even amount to? The championship rightfully belongs to our Cherry Blossom nation. Many evolved beings from the Cherry Blossom nation boasted in the comments. Brothers, join the Qing gang. I'll lead you to trample the cherry blossoms and obliterate those little sun worshippers. The explosive Sky Gang applies for battle. The Moonlight in Qin seeks to engage. Eternal Daylight requests to enter the fray. The 36 heavenly spirits petition for battle. Let us wipe out these scoundrels. Such a trifling piece of land theirs to act so arrogantly. Just wait until my cold water palace brings forth a tidal wave to drown you. The brash remarks from the Cherry Blossom nation incited the fury of countless evolved beings from Great Xia, each clamoring to trample the cherry blossoms. By the gods, Great Xia nation, brace yourselves. Our mighty divine society shall once again tread upon your land, leaving not a single creature alive. A bunch of soft-shell shrimp, daring to covet the territory of Great Xia, they court death. Lin Yu observed these comments, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. He recalled that in the 4th year of the apocalypse in his previous life, the Cherry Blossom Nation had vanished entirely from the world map. Their relentless discharge of nuclear wastewater had allowed mutated beasts to absorb the ocean's nuclear energy, leading to the emergence of numerous extraordinarily powerful mutated beasts, some surpassing even the sacred beasts. In those waters, nuclear energy birthed a terrifying creature reminiscent of Godzilla, name, Blue Sky, ranked 19th among the monstrous beasts. It was this formidable entity, transcending even the sacred beasts, that launched an attack on the entire Cherry Blossom Nation. In that battle, the strongest from the Cherry Blossom Nation gathered, suffering catastrophic losses, yet they could only inflict severe injury upon Blue Sky. Ultimately, the entire land of the Cherry Blossom Nation was shattered, obliterated by the immense energy wave unleashed by Blue Sky, sinking into the depths of the sea. From that moment on, the Cherry Blossom Nation was irrevocably destroyed. Only a handful of elite warriors managed to escape to other countries. The repercussions of the nuclear wastewater extended far beyond that. The terrifying mutated beasts birthed from the ocean later ascended to land, wreaking havoc. This disaster, far more dreadful and despairing than zombies, caused the number of survivors worldwide to plummet drastically. In this lifetime, you shall not be so fortunate. I will personally lead the strong to level Cherry Blossom Mountain. Before the apocalypse, during the peaceful era, many citizens of Great Xia could only vent their anger towards the Cherry Blossom Nation by attacking the hapless beings that merely uttered sun worshipper, fighting for their country. Yet now, failing to avenge the Cherry Blossom Nation would be a disservice to oneself. Nations in the Asian region are merely weaklings, they do not deserve a place in the top 10. The champion can only emerge from our European region. It is highly likely to be my Great Britain. However, the championship will undoubtedly belong to our United States. Our superheroes are unstoppable. Superheroes are nothing. I could easily shatter one with a single punch. The forum thread descended into chaos as nations bickered relentlessly. Simultaneously, the champion nation became the target for all strong individuals. The allure of a 3 boost to all attributes enticed everyone. This was an opportunity to enhance the overall strength of the nation. It was lunchtime, and Lin Yu sought out a restaurant. Liu Xiyun produced various ingredients, and the trio joyously indulged in barbecued delights. In the apocalypse, their ability to enjoy such leisure was indeed unique. Brother Yu, who do you think will emerge as the champion nation in this contest of 100 nations? That goes without saying. It must be our Great Xia nation. Lin Yu replied without a moment's hesitation. In his previous life, Great Xia had only secured 3rd place, but this time, it would undoubtedly rise to champion status. Are there any formidable individuals abroad? Lin Yu paused, contemplating seriously. Yes, the world is vast, and there are always some exceptionally fortunate individuals who can become super strong. In his previous life, a significant portion of the strongest evolved beings hailed from foreign lands. The pantheon of the Zikr nation, the shrines of the Cherry Blossom nation, King Arthur and the 12 Knights of the Round Table from Great Britain, the 12 Zodiac from the Saint Tor nation, the angelic hierarchy of the Heavenly Kingdom, and some of the top superheroes from the United States, all stood at the pinnacle of this world, among the most powerful evolved beings. Nevertheless, the champion can only be Great Xia. Confidence radiated from Lin Yu's eyes. The rules state that the contest of 100 nations will commence at the beginning of the 3rd month of the apocalypse, which leaves us just over 2 months. Indeed, 2 months will pass swiftly. As the 3 conversed while eating, several figures gradually appeared on the street. I think I smell barbecue. Even in the apocalypse, someone has the luxury to prepare barbecue. They must be quite bold. Boss, let's go take a look. That aroma is making my mouth water. Be cautious. The leader licked his lips, drawing a gun from his pocket, cautiously approaching. Boss, there's roasted meat and women. Upon spotting Lin Yu and his companions, they exclaimed in astonishment. Har har, it seems we are in for a treat. Chapter 29. Toxicity in the air. Get lost, kid, we want those 2 women and the barbecue. One of them chuckled, reaching out to grab Liu Xiyun. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. With a swift motion, he extended his right hand and seized the assailant's wrist, flames erupting violently from his palm, engulfing the man. Oh, the man's piercing screams echoed through the air. A talent awakener. The crowd instinctively recoiled at the sight. The leader immediately drew a gun from his pocket, pointing it at Lin Yu with a fierce command. Let go, kid, you had better not move, or the bullets in my gun won't show any mercy. Don't think that just because you've awakened a talent, you're something special. I've taken down plenty of talent users with this gun. The burly man clutched his weapon tightly, feeling a surge of confidence. They had encountered numerous talent users before, but when faced with bullets, they could only cower and shield their heads. Those who resisted had already met their demise. Oh. You bastard, let go of me. The young man whose arm Lin Yu had seized howled, his limb charred and mangled by the flames. Lin Yu was merely holding back, he had no desire to roast human flesh alongside his barbecue. Kid, did you hear me telling you to let go? A fire-based talent, ho he, can you withstand bullets? The man sneered coldly. It seems today is not meant for a pleasant meal. Lin Yu sighed, his appetite diminished by this swarm of pests interrupting his plans for a good meal. Suddenly, the flames in his hand surged dramatically, completely engulfing the assailant. The immense force propelled him backward, and when he hit the ground, he was a flaming figure, writhing in agony. You've chosen death. The leader's face paled upon witnessing this, and he immediately pulled the trigger. A bullet shot forth at breakneck speed, aimed at Lin Yu's forehead. Swish! In that instant, a fiery blade formed in Lin Yu's hand, slicing through the bullet with a decisive strike. The projectile was cleaved in two, melting into molten metal under the intense heat. This is impossible. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to seeing a ghost. The talent users they had previously encountered were all weak, unable to withstand such firearms. But what was this extraordinary individual? Are you an A-grade talent? The burly man shrieked. Only those who had awakened A-grade talents could defy bullets. A-grade? I am not. Lin Yu chuckled, darting forward, his fiery blade sweeping through the air. Bang bang bang. A flurry of bullets erupted. Yet, they failed to halt Lin Yu's advance, each bullet falling before the fiery blade. The leader turned pale with fear, shouting desperately, "Please don't kill me, my boss is also an A-grade talent." Swish, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu cleaved the leader in two. The remaining onlookers trembled in terror, their legs quaking from fright. Was this man a monster? Firearms could not even touch him. Brother, spare my life. Unfortunately, Lin Yu showed no mercy, sheathing his blade and swiftly dispatching 5 more individuals. Seeing Lin Yu's indifference to their plight, the last 2 men, faces twisted in fear, exclaimed, "Kid, if you kill me, our boss Duan Yang is also an A-grade talent. He will not let you off." Duan Yang. Lin Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, the fiery blade hovering above the man's head. Gulp, the man swallowed hard. He could feel the heat of the fiery blade, mere centimeters from his skull, sweat beads forming on his forehead. "Kid, our boss is very powerful, you'd best let me go." The man mistakenly believed that Lin Yu was intimidated and attempted to threaten him. Swish, in the next instant, the fiery blade descended, cleaving him down the middle. The last man, witnessing this horror, collapsed in fear, his pants thoroughly soiled. "Be brother, please, don't kill me. Is your boss named Duan Yang?" Lin Yu turned to face him, uttering a few words with deliberate calm. "Why yes," the man stammered, trembling uncontrollably. "Where is he? Take me to him." Lin Yu licked his lips. He had long kept Duan Yang in mind. "Trying to frame me, sending me to prison, hey. Now, it is time to send you to hell." The earlier incident in the hospital was but a minor punishment, insufficient to quell the fury and hatred that burned within him. Only death could suffice. He was about to leave Koan City in search of his sister, believing he could not deal with this individual, yet here he was, delivering himself right to Lin Yu's doorstep. At that moment, in a large farmhouse estate, a muffled sound resonated from Duan Yang's room, shaking the very foundations. He had, at this critical juncture, succumbed to an uncontrollable urge. He had passed gas. Instantly, a noxious yellow cloud billowed forth, enveloping the entire room. "Oh, how foul! Oh, there's poison in the gas." The sounds of retching filled the smoky air. Minutes later, Duan Yang, pallid and trembling, crawled from his bed, clearly affected by the toxic fumes. Although his own talent would not kill him, the stench was unbearable even for the master of this domain. "Damn it! Lin Yu, you despicable bastard, I will kill you, I swear." He glared at the woman on the bed, her eyes rolled back, mouth frothing, clearly dead from poisoning. Duan Yang roared in rage, feeling as if his life was ruined. At the most critical moments, his flatulence would always betray him. Chapter 30: One Punch Man. At this moment, outside the grand farmhouse, Lin Yu and his 2 companions, under the guidance of a man, finally arrived at Duan Yang's small base after winding through several parts. This location was far removed from the bustling city, where zombies were scarce, having already been cleared away. "You two wait for me outside," Lin Yu instructed. Stepping inside within the estate, Duan Yang emerged from the house, his expression dark and brooding. "Dispose of that woman's corpse," he commanded. Then, addressing a group of subordinates, he declared, "Everyone assemble. We are heading to the ancient town to hunt down the bastard Lin Yu. I want to see him suffer." Duan Yang could no longer wait a moment longer. Thus, he strode out with over 20 armed men at his side. However, just as they reached the entrance, they collided face to face with Lin Yu. They stared at each other in disbelief, with Duan Yang thinking he might be hallucinating, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Then, in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Lin Yu." "Are we meet again?" Lin Yu replied, his gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. "You really are fortunate. Even after wetting yourself, you still managed to awaken your talent. With so many followers, It seems you have quite the fondness for that ability. Ear. Damn it, Lin Yu, I will kill you. The mockery in Lin Yu's voice sent Duan Yang spiraling into a frenzy. He bellowed, seize him, I want him to experience the same agony. Make sure not to kill him, I want him alive. Duan Yang's visage twisted into a cruel smile. He envisioned Lin Yu being restrained by several burly men, and then he would crouch down, relishing the moment as he let out a fart. Instantly, 4 or 5 of his men lowered their guns and approached Lin Yu. Ha ha, kid, you dare to come to us. Truly, fortune favors the bold, they sneered, cracking their knuckles as they advanced toward Lin Yu's head. Yet, in the next moment, they were met with a blinding flash. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled groans echoed as the men who had charged forward were sent sprawling backward, crushing to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, accompanied by a few lost teeth. Each of their cheeks bore an exceedingly glaring imprint of a shoe. Such speed. A man in a suit, who had been watching with crossed arms, was taken aback. Then he stepped forward. Kid, you possess some skills. No wonder you dared to confront us. With a smile playing on his lips, Lin Yu beckoned him with his index finger. Come. Seeking death. The suited man's eyes darkened as he activated his talent. He was the second A-grade talent wielder in this estate, aside from Duan Yang. Armored shell. He shouted, and a brilliant light enveloped his body, encasing him in a dark, impenetrable armor. This was his talent, A-grade armored shell. Once activated, all his physical attributes would double. Among the 4-dimensional attributes of an evolver, strength represented attack damage, physique represented defense, vitality denoted health, and regeneration. For F-grade and E-grade talents, activating them would enhance the corresponding attributes by 50, D-grade and C-grade by 80, while B-grade and A-grade would double them, with S-grade boosting them by a factor of 2. The suited man's physique, rated at 10, reached 97 points, and upon activating his A-grade armored shell talent, it soared to 194 points. With a roar, he charged at Lin Yu. Overestimating yourself, Lin Yu chuckled lightly and threw a punch. His own strength attribute had already reached 289 points. Even without utilizing his talent, he could easily dispatch his opponent. After all, the armored state of the suited man, with its 194 points of physique, was utterly inadequate before him. Bang! Lin Yu moved with incredible speed, and before the suited man could react, his fist struck the latter's abdomen. Oh! The tremendous force caused the suited man's body to bend over. His eyes widened in shock, and he spewed a copious amount of blood. This all transpired in an instant. A second later, the suited man's body flew backward like a cannonball. Boom! The ground shook, sending clouds of dust into the air. The suited man lay on the ground, his armored shell shattered into pieces, and the earth beneath him cracked and fissured, demonstrating the sheer destructive power behind that singular punch. Pfft! Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth, and he stared incredulously at Lin Yu, his mind fixated on just 3 words. Impossible. How could a dignified A-grade defensive talent, a level 10 powerhouse, fail to withstand a mere punch? Until his last breath, he could not comprehend nor believe it. How is this possible? My second-in-command has activated his A-grade armored shell, yet he was still killed with 1 punch. Duan Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the scene unfolding before him. A man of equal strength to himself had been slain with a single blow, and it appeared to be an ordinary punch at that. Who in the world would dare to believe such a thing? Could it be that he has awakened the one-punch man ability? A strange thought flickered through someone's mind. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Lin Yu's recent punch was indeed a simple, unenhanced strike, devoid of any talent power. A one-hit kill. This was the caliber of his current strength, effortlessly dispatching ordinary A-grade talent wielders of the same level. Did you really think donning a suit made you Zhang Jin? Lin Yu scoffed, turning to Duan Yang. It's your turn now. Have you decided how you wish to perish? Charge at him, kill him. Use your guns. Only at that moment did Duan Yang regain his senses, a hint of trepidation crossing his face. Without needing to say another word, everyone seized their firearms and opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and countless bullets rained down upon Lin Yu. In the next instant, Lin Yu's figure was riddled with holes. We hit him. Everyone rejoiced. But why was there no blood flowing? Chapter 31, Breaching the Zombie Stronghold. Though every bullet had struck its target, why was there no bloodshed? That isn't him. Where is he? Soon, everyone realized something was amiss. The once battered Lin Yu began to fade away. It dawned on them that they had only hit a mere shadow of the man. Are you searching for me? A voice, reminiscent of something from the abyss, echoed behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and pulled their triggers, but it was too late. A massive flaming blade swept through the air, cleaving everyone in 2, blood splattering everywhere, an entrail spilling forth, like a scene from hell. You, a Duan Yang, witnessing this gruesome tableau, found himself at a loss for words. A large splatter of blood adorned his face, the result of a nearby execution. "Oh dear, young Master Duan, why do your legs tremble so?" Lin Yu remarked with a mocking grin. Duan Yang stumbled back, paralyzed by terror. Having lived a life of luxury, he had never encountered such horror. Even in this apocalypse, the dirty work was left to the underlings. Now, confronted with this bloody spectacle, his face turned pale, teeth chattering. "With your kind, it's a miracle that you have survived this long in the apocalypse." Lin Yu observed Duan Yang's pathetic state, producing a steel pipe from behind and aiming it at the man's leg. At that moment, sensing the proximity of death, Duan Yang summoned an inexplicable courage, flipping over and presenting his backside to Lin Yu, ready to unleash his innate skill. However, Lin Yu had anticipated this, his speed unparalleled. The steel pipe thrust forward, piercing right through. Oh! The sound of a pig being slaughtered resounded as Duan Yang's anticipated ability deflated in an instant. Lin Yu had previously gleaned knowledge of this man's talent from the evolutionist leading them. Although it was not formidable, the prospect of being subjected to his foul stench was utterly repulsive, hence the use of the steel pipe. Certainly, he could have ended Duan Yang's life with a single strike of the flaming blade, but that would have been too merciful. "Duan Yang, you conspired with Xu Yang to frame me, intending to imprison me for attempted rape. Did you ever imagine that your failed schemes would result in me sleeping with Xu Yang for free?" Lin Yu clenched the steel pipe and brought it down forcefully. With a resounding crack, the sound of breaking bones pierced the air. He had shattered Duan Yang's left leg. "Lin Yu, brother Yu, I was wrong, please spare me." Duan Yang's eyes brimmed with terror, his voice hoarse with desperation. "Do you think your wealth and power grant you the right to ruin others' lives at will?" Lin Yu's face contorted with rage. If Duan Yang's plot succeeded, backed by his influence, Lin Yu was certain he would languish in prison for at least a decade. That would spell his ruin. As he spoke, Lin Yu swung the steel pipe again, fracturing Duan Yang's other leg. Oh! The excruciating pain forced Duan Yang to claw at the ground, drawing blood. "Brother Yu, please, spare my life. I was wrong," he pleaded, drenched in sweat from anguish. "What will become of my sister if I end up in prison?" Lin Yu's eyes turned icy. The flaming blade coalesced once more, slicing through the air. Oh! Duan Yang's eyes widened, bloodshot and frantic, his limbs were severed with precision, blood gushing from the stumps. The intensity of the agony caused him to lose consciousness. "It is time to conclude this." Lin Yu had vented his frustration sufficiently. Looking down at the unconscious Duan Yang, he murmured softly, "I shall send you to your demise, may you live a better life in your next." With a swift stroke, he severed the man's head from his body. "Where is your father?" he muttered before departing. Subsequently, he, along with Liu Shiyun and Ryuko, scoured for supplies, particularly raiding two large supermarkets. Both establishments had been overrun by zombies, and it took considerable effort for Lin Yu to eradicate them entirely, yielding hundreds of crystal nuclei as a reward. Among them was a first-tier nucleus, a pleasant surprise indeed. "Let us find a place to rest for the night and set off in the morning." After a series of battles, Lin Yu felt fatigue creeping in. Previously, he had Chen Jinger to share the burden of fatigue, but now, glancing at Liu Shiyun, he dismissed the thought. "There seems to be a hotel ahead," Liu Shiyun remarked. "Let us proceed." Their hotel entrance was closed but not locked, and the three entered cautiously. Their eyes were met with bloodstains everywhere, the noxious odor assaulting their senses, threatening to induce nausea. "Should we find another place?" Liu Shiyun suggested, feeling uneasy. Lin Yu shook his head. "Another place would be no different. The last location would have met the same fate without my presence." "I'll pick a cleaner room," Liu Shiyun replied, pinching her nose as she took Ryuko by the hand, heading for the stairs. "Come back," Lin Yu suddenly called out. In that fleeting moment, he sensed a dangerous aura, causing his heart to grow heavy. At his current level, there were indeed creatures capable of instilling such dread, but they shouldn't be lurking in a place like this. They should be the kind of formidable mutated beasts found in the mountains. Creak! The sound of a door creaking open echoed, soon followed by numerous others. Creak! Creak! On the ground floor of the hotel, 5 doors swung open simultaneously. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. In that instant, he sensed formidable presences emanating from those rooms. The atmosphere of the hotel was eerie and serene, yet tinged with a chilling, bloodthirsty essence. Liu Shiyun clutched Ryuko tightly, retreating behind Lin Yu, her grip on his clothing relentless, drenched in sweat from anxiety. At last, movement stirred within the rooms. From each of the 5 chambers emerged a figure. First-tier zombies. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Their 5 silhouettes were unmistakably first-tier zombies, yet they made no further moves, standing at the threshold, eyeless sockets fixated on the trio. "Let us go," Lin Yu whispered, sensing something was off. He had heard many doors opening moments ago, suggesting the presence of numerous first-tier zombies on the second and third floors, perhaps even second-tier zombies. His voice was barely above a whisper, and their movements were cautious, fearful of awakening the undead within the hotel. Just as they edged towards the exit, roar. Suddenly, a cacophony of growls erupted from outside. In the blink of an eye, thousands of zombies swarmed to the entrance, emerging from who knows where. Yet, astonishingly, they did not rush inside. They all lined up outside the hotel, as if awaiting a leader's address. Now, escape had become a considerable challenge had they unwittingly intruded upon the zombie stronghold. Chapter 32. Have you, a mere human, become the zombie king? We are surrounded. It appears they are waiting for orders. There may be a zombie king among them. Liu Xiyun steadied herself and continued her analysis. The zombie king has not commanded them to attack, which defies logic. Unless, of course, it is wary. Lin Yu cast an appreciative glance at her. No wonder she had once founded a major corporation. Her intellect was commendable. In this situation, had it been anyone else, they would surely be doomed, yet if he wished to escape, he could still carve a path through. At that moment, footsteps echoed. 10 first-tier zombies descended in a line from the second floor. Lin Yu inhaled sharply. Had they truly stumbled into the zombies' lair? Roar! A deafening roar erupted, and the first-tier zombies parted to create a path. Is it the zombie king? Lin Yu inquired, gazing towards the staircase. A man clad in a black tuxedo descended, appearing no different from a normal human, save for his pallid complexion devoid of color. He walked down the steps with a perpetual smile. His immaculate black suit and well-groomed hair, seemingly styled with wax, lent him an air of elegance, making him the epitome of a handsome gentleman. He approached Lin Yu, bowed slightly, and performed a courteous gesture, stating, "Magician, I have long heard of your esteemed name." At this declaration, Lin Yu's heart raced. Only 3 individuals in the world were privy to his alias as the magician: his sister Lin Xiaoyu, childhood friend Wang Ergu, and Chen Jinger. Even Liu Xiyun, by his side, was unaware of his true identity. Yet, here was an enigmatic figure who had accurately recognized him. "You think I am the magician?" "Indeed. I myself am unaware of being a magician. On what grounds do you presume this?" "Instinct. My instincts have always proven reliable," the young man replied with a smile. Lin Yu fell silent. "Then are you human or a zombie?" "Well, how should I articulate this?" The young man seemed somewhat conflicted. After a moment, he declared, "I am human, yet I retained my sanity after being bitten by a zombie." "Is that comprehensible?" "So you are human, yet have become the zombie king here." "One might say that." "Remarkable. You, a mere human, have ascended to the status of zombie king." Lin Yu felt an urge to give him a thumbs up in admiration. "Do you intend to attack us now?" "I initially contemplated this, as your reckless intrusion disturbed my slumber." He paused momentarily. "However, upon seeing you, I have reconsidered. My instincts tell me that I cannot defeat you. It would be more advantageous to forge an alliance. A zombie king can befriend humans. In this world, why not?" The young man maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, a smile ever present. Lin Yu surveyed the surrounding zombies, deep in thought. The zombie king before him, once human, was immensely powerful. He could sense an enormous strength latent within him. Lin Yu swiftly glanced at the tier leaderboard. Indeed, the Great Xia Kingdom's tier leaderboard: first place, the modest gentleman; tier 1; second place, the great wet brother; tier 1. The leaderboard already featured 2 individuals of the first tier. "Are you the great wet brother?" Lin Yu asked the zombie king. In the Yunnan province's leaderboard, only the great wet brother held the top position as the sole first-tier powerhouse. "Indeed," the young gentleman replied with a smile. Lin Yu returned the smile, saying, "The figure that has been shadowing me is you, isn't it?" Previously, when he exited the Ormer supermarket, a silhouette had been observed on a billboard. Additionally, when he had slain the first-tier zombie, a figure atop the short building had seemingly watched him. Not exactly surveillance. Observing this small town, while there are a few strong individuals, I have particularly focused on you, magician. The great wet brother continued, I wish to propose a partnership to eliminate another zombie king. Is there another zombie king in this town? Yes, and it is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier, if it hasn't already. However, unlike me, it is a pure zombie. You overestimate my capabilities. I am not even tier 1, how could I possibly slay a tier 2 zombie king? Lin Yu spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. To his surprise, the great wet brother responded, this is simple. Roar. He bellowed commands to the first-tier zombies behind him, though Lin Yu could not comprehend their utterances. In the next moment, 5 first-tier zombies slowly stepped forward. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, preparing for battle. However, what transpired next was utterly horrifying. The 5 zombies raised their hands to their heads and jaws, then twisted with great force. Crack! 5 heads were swiftly severed, rolling to the ground before Lin Yu, blood splattering. This is my sincerity. 5 first-tier crystal cores, you should have a few of your own. Combined, they should be sufficient for you to advance to Tier 1. The Great Wet Brother added, upon successful completion, I will gift you another 15 first-tier crystal cores. Perhaps you could give me 5 more, for otherwise, I cannot reach Tier 1, Lin Yu pondered briefly, feeling tempted. What about your own stock? I have only encountered for first-tier zombies, and I gifted all their cores to others. I currently have none on me, Lin Yu shrugged, feigning innocence. I can't believe you. The Great Wet Brother's expression twitched, mentally cursing, nearly losing his gentlemanly facade. Nevertheless, he selected 5 more first-tier zombies and bellowed orders to them. Once again, 5 more heads rolled toward Lin Yu. Elated, he unleashed a fireball, incinerating their heads and leaving 10 crystal cores behind. Liu Xian stepped forward to collect the cores. In such a tense standoff, it was prudent for Lin Yu not to expose himself to danger by gathering them. Thank you, Great Wet Brother. Once I reach Tier 1, we shall join forces to vanquish that zombie king. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. The nations are at odds, and the forums are ablaze with disputes. Do you believe our Great Xia can emerge victorious? The Great Wet Brother inquired suddenly. Victory can only belong to our Great Xia. None shall snatch it away, Lin Yu asserted confidently. Har har, well said. If I can represent Great Xia in battle, I will ensure that those foreign scoundrels understand why the flowers bloom so vividly, the Great Wet Brother proclaimed with grandiosity. Evidently, every citizen of Great Xia, regardless of strength, harbored a profound sense of national confidence and pride. In the face of foreign threats, unity was assured. When the time is ripe, I wish to trample the cherry blossom nation. Would you be interested? Such monumental matters cannot exclude me. Count me in, I shall not be absent, the Great Wet Brother exclaimed, his excitement palpable. To trample the cherry blossom, what an exhilarating prospect. Now, I must take my leave. See you tomorrow. Very well, see you tomorrow. With that, Lin Yu departed the hotel with the 2 women, as thousands of zombies outside parted to create a clear path, their movements synchronized like seasoned soldiers. The Great Wet Brother watched Lin Yu's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with intrigue. He had contemplated seizing Lin Yu, transforming him into a zombie to become his subordinate. Alas, he lacked the confidence. Even though he had reached Tier 1, Level 3, Lin Yu remained at Tier 0, yet he still felt uncertain. Lin Yu, accompanied by the 2 women, sought another hotel. As he lay on the bed, he suddenly sensed a terrifying power awakening within him. Then, flames erupted spontaneously from his body, transitioning from yellow to a deep crimson. Brother Yu, there's a fire! Liu Xiun cried out, startled by the flames that had unexpectedly surged. The newly found hotel bore numerous bloodstains, evidencing a previous zombie incursion. Fearing the prospect of sleeping alone, she opted for a double room, sharing a bed with her daughter while Lin Yu took another. Just moments ago, flames had erupted from Lin Yu, igniting the bedding. Hearing Liu Xian's exclamation, Lin Yu promptly retracted the flames into his body, extinguishing the blaze upon the covers. Could this be the completion of my evolution? Chapter 33 The Form of Dragon's Flame. Lin Yu sensed a remarkable transformation within his body, overwhelming joy surging through him. He hastily examined his attribute panel. Code name, Magician. Level, 0th Stage 10th Level 0 Marner, 27, 500 Strength, 339 Constitution, 226 Speed, 232 Mental Strength, 275 Talent, S-Class Flame Manipulator. Flame forms unlocked. Flame, Dragon's Flame. This brand new attribute panel surpassed even that of an ordinary 1st Stage 10th Level Evolver. The advancement of his talent allowed for an enhancement in attributes, yet Lin Yu had not anticipated that consuming the blood essence of the fire dragon would elevate him to S-Class, resulting in such a substantial increase. His mana surged by 5,000, while his 4 primary attributes experienced a boost of 50 points each. At present, he was more formidable than the typical 1st Stage 10th Level Evolver. For ordinary Evolvers, at Level 10, the 4 primary attributes were all at 55 points, along with an additional 50 free points. Upon advancing to the 1st stage, all attributes doubled, reaching 110 points for each primary attribute, with 100 free points to allocate. Thereafter, with each level gained in the 1st stage, both primary and free points increased by 10. However, Lin Yu, at merely 0th stage, was already comparable to an ordinary 1st stage 10th level evolver, effectively bridging a significant gap. This was a truly terrifying development. Seated on the charred remains of his bed, Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Everything was aligning perfectly for him. He possessed a total of 14 first-stage crystal cores, ready to break into the 1st stage at any moment. Yet, within the trading space, he had a batch of attribute fruits, which he initially intended to reserve for his sister, considering his already exceptional attributes. But upon reflection, he wondered if, by the time he found her, she would have awakened and surpassed the 1st stage herself. If she consumed the attribute fruits at the 1st stage, their effects would be halved. To illustrate, if a 0th stage individual consumed a fruit that increased their attributes by 10 points, upon breaking into the first stage, the increase would double to 20 points. Conversely, if consumed at the first stage, it would only yield the initial 10 points without any additional enhancement. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu resolved to absorb them himself. Evolution points minus 1000. The attribute fruits were stuck in a trading market bog, consuming 200 evolution points daily, and today marked the 5th day. The void split open, and a plethora of attribute fruits cascaded forth, 21 yellow and 108 green. Without hesitation, Lin Yu began to absorb them. Having made his decision, he was not one to procrastinate. Marner 500-inch speed 5, one by one, the attribute fruits transformed into an overwhelming force surging into his body, continually reinforcing him. As the final fruit was consumed, a tremendous aura emanated from Lin Yu, a pressure radiating from his colossal Marner. Code name, Magician, level, 0th stage 10th level 0, Marner, 34, 500 strength. 386 constitution, 241 speed, 262 mental strength, 293 talent, S-class flame manipulator, flame forms unlocked, flame, dragon's flame. Lin Yu clenched his fist, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him. With a flick of his right hand, flames ignited, a flickering yellow flame dancing at his fingertips. This was S-class flame. Upon activation, it could double his strength to an astonishing 158 points. Subsequently, the yellow hue of the flames faded, revealing a deep crimson. S-class dragon's flame. Lin Yu was eager to ascertain the extent to which his attributes could be enhanced in the dragon flame state. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. This place was entirely unsuitable for him to employ the dragon flame form. It was impossible to unleash it here. With that thought, he quelled the flames, glancing at the charred bedding with a hint of resignation. Brother Yu, why don't you come and sleep on the same bed with us? Liu Xian suggested, her cheeks flushed. Her voice was barely audible, and had Lin Yu not possessed formidable strength, he might not have heard her at all. Yes, uncle's bed is all burnt, the little girl Ruker chimed in. Lin Yu scratched his nose, offering an awkward smile, yet without hesitation, he shrugged off his outer garment and slipped beneath the covers, his body pressing against Liu Xian's. The bed, meant for two, felt cramped with 3 individuals. Suddenly, from the darkness, the little girl's voice emerged. Mama sleeps on one side, uncle on the other, and I'll be in the middle. You two protect me. The little girl clambered up from one side, forcing her way between the 2 adults, prompting them to awkwardly shift away from each other. Once freed from the child's petite form, Lin Yu felt a slight relief and quickly turned to lie flat. Unfortunately, the bed was too small, and a third of his body hung off the edge. I want to sleep in the middle. It's too hot there. Before long, the little girl clambered up again, murmuring as she shifted to the far left, pushing Liu Xian closer to Lin Yu. This is quite the predicament. Lin Yu thought to himself, forcing a wry smile. He resolved to turn onto his side once more, pressing his body against Liu Xian. Otherwise, with half of his body dangling off the bed, sleep would be nearly impossible. Now, all 3 were lying on their sides. Liu Xian cradled Ruker in her arms, while Lin Yu nestled closely against her, maximizing the limited space. However, Lin Yu found himself unsure of where to place his hands, feeling quite uncomfortable. How about you rest your head on my arm? Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep. Millimeter came a barely audible response, almost imperceptible. Upon receiving her consent, Lin Yu's right arm slipped beneath her neck, and suddenly, he felt much more at ease. The night passed in silence. Lin Yu struggled to find restful sleep, finally drifting into a haze of slumber in the latter half of the night. Chapter 34, The Powerful Spatial Talent. The little girl, Ruko, was sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking her lips, with drool spilling from her mouth. Before long, both women were awake. Liu Xian retrieved some bread, pastries, snacks, and water from the spatial realm. Shiyun, you should absorb these 10 first-tier crystal nuclei, Lin Yu said, handing them over. This was a plan he had conceived the night before. Today, he intended to confront the Zombie King, and it was not feasible to bring both women along. Thus, he needed to ensure they had means for self-defense. I refuse. It's too dangerous to hunt the Zombie King today. Your safety is paramount. You must advance to the next tier first. Liu Xian immediately rejected without a second thought. You must trust me. Even if I do not advance, I am not afraid of the Zombie King. Moreover, when I meet with Brother Xia later, I can persuade him to part with a few more nuclei, he added, knowing that if Brother Xia heard this, he would undoubtedly erupt in anger, exclaiming, You shameless scoundrel! Are you just going to fleece me? The battle today will be perilous. I cannot take you both with me, and I feel uneasy leaving you here unprotected. But there are no buts. You must believe in me. Lin Yu said, gazing earnestly at Liu Xian. He had his own plans. Not advancing to the next tier, he hoped to persuade Brother Xia for a few more nuclei. Even if that failed, his current attributes were formidable enough. Furthermore, his dragon flame state had already awakened, making him even stronger. Without the means for self-defense, you two would become my liabilities. Only by becoming stronger can I ensure that I have no lingering worries, Lin Yu stated solemnly. Liu Xiyun gazed at him dreamily, and after a long pause, she finally spoke, "All right, I will do as you say. I will not be a burden to you. As you advance to the next tier, your spatial talent will begin to change. You must carefully perceive this transformation and see if you can grasp other spatial abilities through this opportunity." Lin Yu shared some precautions with her and taught her how to sense the changes in space. Once everything was prepared, Liu Xiyun picked up a first-tier crystal nucleus and began to absorb it. As she continuously absorbed energy, her aura gradually began to rise, the space around her flickered erratically, signifying that her innate spatial talent was stirring and beginning to transform. Liu Xiyun absorbed the nuclei very slowly, as she needed to capture the flow and changes of space during the process. The entire endeavor was arduous and lengthy. One by one, the crystal nuclei vanished, yet she always felt a lingering incompleteness. She grasped something, yet sensed that something was still missing. As the last crystal nucleus was completely absorbed, Liu Xiyun's body trembled, and a tremendous aura surged forth, causing the space around her to quake violently. In that instant, she finally discerned that elusive sensation, riding on the waves of her breakthrough to the next tier. She had attained a degree of enlightenment. Once the flickering disturbances around Liu Xiyun settled, she slowly opened her eyes, her face radiant with joy. "Did you comprehend it?" "Yes, let me demonstrate for you," she replied. In that moment, she resembled a top student eager to share her joy with her beloved. Liu Xiyun gently snapped her fingers towards the wardrobe. Bang! The space appeared to freeze, then rippled like water, suddenly bursting apart, shattering the wardrobe into fragments. "I call this move Mirror Flower, Water Moon," Liu Xiyun declared. "First, it solidifies space, then it shatters it. This is essentially two distinct abilities. It is quite powerful," Lin Yu remarked. "By the way, your attributes must be impressive, considering you possess an S-tier spatial talent. I believe they are stronger than an average person's. When I awakened my spatial talent, my power increased by 50 points, my magical power surged by 50, and my other attributes each rose by 30 points. An S-tier talent is indeed formidable." "Your attributes far exceed those of an ordinary evolver. Now that you've advanced and gained offensive capabilities, you can be considered a strong individual," Lin Yu said with a smile. "Let me show you my attributes." Liu Xiyun displayed her attributes to Lin Yu. Codename: Unnamed. Level: First Tier 0. Magical Power: 22600. Strength: 326. Constitution: 168. Speed: 168. Mental Strength: 170. Talent: S-Tier Infinite Space. This was the standard attribute profile of a powerful S-Tier talent awakener, indicating that she had likely not consumed any attribute fruits. However, she was evidently much stronger than the previous S-Tier magic restriction Wang Hao they had encountered. Lin Yu estimated that Wang Hao's S-Tier talent had only granted him a total attribute increase of 30 points. "What do you think? Are my attributes acceptable?" Liu Xiyun inquired. "Yes, quite impressive indeed," he replied. "How do I compare to you?" "Well, you might be somewhat lacking," Lin Yu chuckled. In comparison to him, she certainly fell short. He had yet to advance, yet all his attributes surpassed Liu Xiyun's. Once he did advance, his attributes would double, widening the gap even further. "You two stay here and wait for me. I should be back by afternoon," Lin Yu said, pinching Ruko's little face. "Be safe, and don't push yourself too hard. If danger arises, just run. I will wait for you," Liu Xiyun said, stepping forward to adjust his collar with gentle care, reminiscent of a wife preparing her husband for an outing. "Uncle, you must come back safe," the little girl Ruko chimed in, her expression filled with anticipation. "Don't make it so serious. It's just a zombie king we're dealing with," Lin Yu chuckled, truly relishing this warm moment. After stepping outside, he hurried towards the hotel where Brother Xia was located. "Brother Xia, I have arrived," Lin Yu exclaimed as soon as he entered the hotel. It was still only 8 in the morning, and the hotel was eerily quiet. His shout echoed through the establishment, provoking a roar from the 3rd floor, followed by the rustling of movement everywhere. "Why haven't you advanced to the next tier?" Brother Xia, still clad in his black suit, approached Lin Yu with a frown. Trailing behind him was a group of first-tier zombies, and upon closer inspection, there were as many as 23. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. "Brother Xia, it would be far too perilous for me to accompany you to slay the zombie king. If I were to meet an untimely end, what would happen to my wife and child?" Lin Yu began his performance. "I need to ensure that they possess the means for self-defense before I can dare to risk my life for you. Brother Xia, for the sake of your grand plan to unify the zombies, could you possibly spare me 10 more crystal nuclei? Once I break through to the next tier, I assure you this endeavor will be foolproof." Upon hearing this, Brother Xia's chest tightened with exasperation, nearly causing him to explode in rage. Such shamelessness, such unmitigated audacity, he had never encountered someone so brazen in his life, yet ultimately, he suppressed his fury. Just yesterday, he had been a first-tier level 3, and now he was a first-tier level 5. For him, eliminating another zombie king and unifying the ancient town was of utmost importance. At that point, he could acquire as many first-tier crystal nuclei as he desired. Chapter 35, Eruption. The battle is about to commence. I can only spare you 5 cores, or else I'll be left utterly defenseless, Brother Xia remarked with a furrowed brow. Brother, 5 cores are truly insufficient. Only 5, there are no more to be had. Could you possibly add 1 more? 6 cores would suffice, otherwise, I truly cannot advance. After a bout of persistent persuasion, Brother Xia finally accepted that Lin Yu possessed only 4 cores, and with a grim expression, he let out a fierce roar. Roar as before, 6 first-tier zombies twisted their heads off in a grotesque and bloody display. Wait for me a moment. Lin Yu retrieved the cores and cheerfully ascended to the 2nd floor. The process of advancing to the first tier was swift and devoid of any peril, thus he was indifferent to the location of his breakthrough. He entered a room, sat cross-legged, and began to absorb the energy. As each core transformed into energy and vanished, the aura surrounding Lin Yu surged. Crack! With the final core absorbed, he felt as though he had shattered a shackle. Waves of power coursed through his body. This is the power of human potential. An unfathomable surge of magical energy erupted from him, soaring skyward. This was eruption. In an instant, his entire magical power erupted, enveloping him and forming a pillar of energy. The pillar of magic shot upwards, piercing through the ceiling and continuing into the heavens. The entire hotel trembled beneath this overwhelming pressure. Roar! The sound of his roar echoed throughout the hotel. The immense magical presence exuded by Lin Yu instilled fear and unease in all the zombies. This fellow possesses such formidable magical power. It is truly terrifying. On the 1st floor, Brother Xia felt the weight of immense pressure. He was left astounded, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. Fortunately, I did not act hastily earlier. He took a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. On the 2nd floor, Lin Yu was still in the midst of his breakthrough and could not yet control the vast magical energy. The pillar of magic swirled around him, continuously expanding outward. Every item within the room was obliterated within the magical pillar. After about 10 minutes, all the magical energy retracted back into his body, and the energy column dissipated. Lin Yu stretched his body, the sound of cracking bones resonating as he was filled with boundless strength. He promptly checked his attributes. Codename, Magician. Level, 1st tier, level 0, magic power, 69,000, strength, 772, constitution, 482, speed, 524, mentality, 586, talent, S-class flame controller, flame unlock form, blaze, dragon's flame. With such extraordinary attributes, he could easily crush 1st-tier zombies, and even 2nd-tier ones would fall before him. His attributes were nearly 6 or 7 times that of an ordinary evolver. Even an S-class talent awakener would not measure up to half of his prowess. Once I reach the 6th tier, I can finally execute that plan. Lin Yu clenched his fist. Having been reborn, even if his talent remained merely the weakest F-class, he now possessed an abundance of secrets, allowing him to stay a step ahead in every endeavor. In the future, he would undoubtedly become the strongest of all. The coveted soul fire from his past life was no longer a mere fantasy in this life. As long as he followed the plan, acquiring that secret treasure and finding those unique, powerful individuals from his previous life, he would certainly be able to slay that terrifying beast and seize the soul fire. Devouring the soul fire could potentially elevate his talent to SS class. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Yu descended to the 1st floor. This guy, Brother Xia, regarded Lin Yu with a calm exterior, yet his heart was ablaze with astonishment. This fellow is simply invincible. After a mere glance from Lin Yu, he felt the flow of magic within him slow significantly. The sensation of pressure was something he had never experienced before. Brother Xia took a deep breath and said, "Let us go. The 1st-tier zombies under the Zombie King are far more numerous than ours. Brother Xia, you need not share your cores with me. How about we claim whoever kills the zombies?" Lin Yu licked his lips. The opponent's 1st-tier zombies were plentiful. Wasn't that a stroke of immense fortune? A bounty of cores awaited him. Deal. The two emerged from the hotel, accompanied by the remaining 17 1st-tier zombies. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Zombie King, Brother Xia, sent tremors through the earth as countless zombies converged from all directions, leaving Lin Yu in a state of shock. The number was likely in the tens of thousands. Leading this vast army, Brother Xia surged toward the northeast, the territory of another Zombie King. Brother Xia, if the opposing faction's level exceeds yours, will your troops turn on you in an instant? Not at all. They are loyal only to me. Brother Xia did not turn back, continuing to sprint ahead. Lin Yu pondered. From what he understood of zombies, such beings possessed no sense of loyalty. Among their own kind, the one with the highest rank and greatest strength commanded their obedience. Brother Xia confidence was not to be underestimated. The horde surged forth, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. They barreled through streets, disregarding the occasional overcowering in corners, too frightened to move. Upon entering the North District, the zombies erupted into chaos. Not only did Brother Xia seek to slay the Zombie King, but the Zombie King here also aimed to eliminate Brother Xia. Soon, the North District's Zombie King emerged with his minions. Roar! The earth-shattering roar resonated through the air. From the sheer aura, Lin Yu sensed that the North District Zombie King did not appear to be a first-tier creature. Could it have genuinely advanced to the second tier? With a furious bellow, countless zombies surged forward. Behind it, there were an astonishing 59 first-tier zombies. Compared to Brother Xia, this was a formidable force. Roar! Brother Xia bellowed, and his underlings charged forth, the two waves of zombies colliding like a scene from an ancient battlefield. Such a grand spectacle was undeniably breathtaking. Brother Xia's minions exhibited unwavering loyalty, recklessly charging despite the higher-tier zombies' overwhelming presence. I will deal with the Zombie King. You hold off some of the first-tier zombies for me, Brother Xia instructed. Absolutely. This arrangement suited Lin Yu perfectly. Whoever killed the zombies would claim the cores, and with 70 or 80 first-tier zombies in the vicinity, the potential for cores was immense. In this chaotic battle, his opportunities for maneuvering were significantly enhanced, allowing him to seize the moment and strike swiftly. Kill. Lin Yu flashed forward, soaring like a great rock, diving into the horde of zombies, targeting a first-tier zombie directly. Roar! The zombie, spotting a human, let out an excited roar, lunging forward with a claw. Unfortunately, Lin Yu's attributes were simply too high. He merely shifted his foot, appearing instantly behind the zombie, his speed leaving the surrounding zombies unable to react. With flames enveloping his fist, he struck out, obliterating the first-tier zombie's head in an instant. Lin Yu's hand dove in, retrieving the core. The flames encasing his fist served only to prevent any unsightly remnants from adhering to him. Thus, he weaved through the horde of zombies, relentlessly seeking out more first-tier zombies. Any that fell under his gaze were typically dispatched with a single blow. To him, first-tier zombies now held no distinction from those at levels 6 or 7. Chapter 36 The Crisis of Chen Jing'er struck gold. Opportunities to slay such a throng of first-tier zombies were rare indeed. In merely half an hour, he had acquired 16 first-tier crystal cores. At this moment, he paid no heed to anything else, fixated solely on the frenzied slaughter of the first-tier undead. Roar! After more than an hour of relentless killing, a thunderous roar resonated, causing all the zombies to abruptly halt. Is the battle over? A wave of anxiety washed over Lin Yu. Seizing the fleeting moment of the zombies' pause, he swiftly maneuvered and snatched 2 more crystal cores before coming to a halt. These 2 first-tier zombies were, after all, the underlings brought by Brother Xia. Brother, that's enough. You were about to wipe out all the first-tier zombies on the field, came Brother Xia's voice. Am I not lending you a hand? Lin Yu chuckled heartily. Brother Xia wore a dark expression but refrained from further comment. Were it not for Lin Yu's efforts in dispatching many first-tier zombies, he would likely have been besieged, making the capture of the Zombie King considerably more difficult. Did you subdue it? Lin Yu was astonished. Brother Xia had not slain the Zombie King but rather brought it under his control. How was that even possible? He could distinctly sense that this Zombie King was no longer a first-tier entity, but had ascended to the second tier. A high-tier zombie bending the knee to a lower-tier one, it was quite fantastical. Lin Yu felt a stirring in his heart, contemplating whether he should intervene and eradicate these high-tier zombies. However, he quickly quashed that thought. Let us go. Lin Yu called out, leaping away as he made his exit. This excursion had yielded a bountiful harvest of 37 first-tier crystal cores. Next up is Qianhai City, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse. Under the influence of Lin Yu's butterfly effect, the evolutionary pace across the Great Xia Kingdom had surged significantly compared to his previous life. On the evolutionary ranking of the Great Xia Kingdom, the number of first-tier evolutionists had reached 26, with Lin Yu positioned at 9th and Liu Xian at 7th. This was quite reasonable, as some individuals possessed innate talents that facilitated a quicker progression in the early stages. For instance, Brother Xia, with countless underlings willingly providing him with crystal cores. Or the spiritualists, who could leverage the keen senses of their summoned beasts to locate first-tier zombies and mutated beasts with greater ease, thus accelerating their advancement. Now, many formidable individuals possessed the capability to effortlessly slay first-tier zombies. The challenge lay in locating them. Lin Yu cast a cursory glance at the ranking list. The strongest individual from his previous life, Dorn, had yet to reach the first tier as well. Rapid progression did not equate to strength. Lin Yu understood that none of those on the list could rival Dawn, except for himself. I wonder if Jing'er has awakened her talent by now. Lin Yu recalled the woman who aspired to surpass him. On the highway from Koan City to Chennai City, traffic was sparse, insufficient to bring the road to a standstill. Liu Xiyun drove the G-Class, occasionally executing sharp turns to weave around various obstacles. "There's a blockage up ahead," Liu Xiyun remarked. Lin Yu leaned forward to take a look. In the middle of the highway lay 7 or 8 small cars haphazardly obstructing the way. "Watch me," Lin Yu declared, leaping from the vehicle and delivering a powerful kick that sent the obstructing cars flying. And so, nothing could impede their progress as they sped down the highway. Unbeknownst to the trio, soaring above them at an altitude of 1,000 meters was a colossal eagle, flying in the same direction. Its wings spread wide, reaching a terrifying 10 meters, clearly not an ordinary eagle, but one that had undergone mutation. On its back stood a lone figure. Meanwhile, in the hotel lobby, Chen Jing'er was organizing the tasks for the day. It had been 3 days since Lin Yu departed, and their small team still numbered 17. Apart from the 4 leaders who had reached level 10 early on, the remaining 13 women had all attained level 9. Within the evolutionary factions of this ancient town, they were ranked among the top 10. "Today, we shall head towards the western backstreet, aiming to slay 3 more first-tier zombies to complete our collection of 10, Chen Jing'er announced. The others nodded in agreement, all displaying a fervent determination. After lunch, the group of 17 exited the hotel. However, they were immediately confronted by an obstruction. "Are you the only team in the West Street?" A man surveyed the group, not overly impressed. "What do you want?" Chen Jing'er furrowed her brow. "Your strength is commendable. You qualify to become my subordinates." The man scrutinized the group, noting that the weakest among them was at least level 9, which pleased him somewhat. However, he was curious to know how many awakeners were among them. If Lin Yu were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual. In his previous life, this man was Lu Qi, the first to reach the 3rd tier in Koan City and the bearer of the blood of the fire dragon. Alas, in this life, he had been outpaced by Lin Yu, losing out not only on the fire dragon's blood but also on many other treasures. However, some individuals were simply destined for greatness. Following the onset of the apocalypse, the animals in the Xian Mountain Zoo had also mutated, some engaged in deadly battles, while others fled into the forests. A tiger and a leopard, both gravely injured from their skirmish, happened to be discovered by Lu Qi, presenting him with his fortuitous opportunity. His S-level awakening talent, ability acceptance, enabled him to absorb the tiger's ferocity and the leopard's swiftness. "Subordinates." Chen Jing'er tossed her hair back, a smile playing at her lips. "I believe it is you who should consider becoming my subordinate. Then allow me to witness if you possess the required strength." Lu Qi responded, unfazed, his tone cool. "I will demonstrate to you what a true powerhouse is." With that, he vanished in a flash, charging forward. "Be careful, Jing'er." The others could only catch a glimpse of a shadow before Lu Qi had already reached Chen Jing'er. "Ice shield." Fortunately, Xiao Wen reacted swiftly, raising his hand to summon his ice ability, conjuring a massive ice shield before Chen Jing'er. Bang! Yet in the next moment, Lu Qi's fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck the ice shield with such ferocity that it shattered into countless fragments. A chill gripped everyone's hearts. Xiao Wen was the strongest among them. His ice shield had been obliterated in an instant. The man's strength was truly terrifying. Bang! Another resounding collision echoed as Lu Qi, having shattered the ice shield, unleashed another punch. Chen Jing'er swayed, attempting to evade. However, she soon realized that his speed surpassed her own, rendering escape impossible. Faced with the oncoming fist, she gritted her teeth, knowing she could not avoid it and thus prepared to take the hit. Yet, the force behind his strike was far beyond her capacity to withstand. Upon impact, her body was sent flying backward, crushing heavily to the ground. "Jing'er! Jing'er!" Alarmed cries erupted from the others as they rushed to her aid. Sandification. Yan Shanshan activated her talent, instantly transforming the ground beneath Lu Qi's feet into sand. Under the influence of gravity, Lu Qi found himself quickly sinking. In the blink of an eye, the area beneath his thighs was entirely engulfed by sand. In no more than 10 seconds, he would be completely buried. Har! Lu Qi's expression turned grave as he exerted all his strength, managing to halt his descent. "Get down." Just then, with Xiao Wen's booming shout, enormous ice spikes coalesced above the man's head, hurtling down upon him. Simultaneously, countless wind blades sliced through the air, closing in on him. At that moment, Lu Qi felt a surge of panic. He had not expected to encounter 3 talented individuals, all possessing formidable abilities, who worked together so seamlessly that he unwittingly found himself in a precarious situation. If he could not swiftly extricate himself from the encroaching sand, he feared he would meet his demise. Chapter 37, The Awakening at Last. Release me. Lu Qi bellowed, unleashing the full extent of his magical power. With a forceful strike of his hands into the sand, he unleashed a tremendous energy that scattered the grains widely. Seizing the moment, he propelled himself upward with his legs, activating the lightning speed of a cheetah, and instantaneously extricated himself from the pit of sand. Following that, he executed a roll to the side, narrowly evading the descending ice spikes and razor winds. His strength is overwhelming, I cannot restrain him for long. Yang Shanshan's face paled, revealing the exertion she had just undergone in binding Lu Qi. A heavy silence enveloped the group, each acutely aware of the man's formidable power, likely that of an S-class awakened. You truly astonish me. Lu Qi exclaimed, somewhat disheveled, as he had not anticipated that a dignified S-class awakened would find himself in such a predicament. However, I have discerned your tactics. It is impossible for you to ensnare me as you did before. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he felt a surge of excitement. The three before him were even mightier than the A-class extraordinary talents he had encountered previously. He had firmly resolved to subdue them. Abruptly, he stomped the ground, propelling himself forward like a sharpened blade, charging directly at Yang Shanshan. She posed the greatest threat with her troublesome sand manipulation ability. Thorns of sand. Yang Shanshan's expression shifted as massive tendrils of sand surged upward, aiming to impale him. Yet, Lu Qi's speed was unmatched. Weaving through the sand thorns with deft agility, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! In the terrified gaze of Yang Shanshan, a figure materialized before her, bracing for the blow, only to be sent flying. Jingjie! With a resounding crash, Chen Jing'er once again slammed into the ground, blood gushing from her mouth, as if her very organs were in disarray. Lu Qi did not pause, he struck again, and Yang Shanshan followed suit, blood raining down from her as she soared through the air. I will see you dead. Liu Yu's eyes bulged with fury as he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of wind blades from his hands, slicing toward Lu Qi. Futile. Your attacks cannot reach me. Lu Qi deftly dodged, his figure flickering. However, the very next moment, he collided with a massive block of ice. Shield, now! Xiaowen shouted. In an instant, 4 ice shields manifested simultaneously, swiftly converging to encircle Lu Qi. Ice explosion! Another thunderous cry echoed. The 5 ice shields detonated violently. Surely, this will bring your end. Xiaowen knelt, continuously casting powerful talent attacks, draining his energy substantially. To have inflicted such injuries upon me, you have earned your pride. A voice emerged from the shattered ice. Lu Qi stepped forth from the debris, a trace of blood staining his lips. The others froze in disbelief. How could he emerge unscathed? Storm slash! Liu Yu bellowed, summoning countless wind blades that coalesced into a tornado, spiraling toward Lu Qi. Shatter for me! A savage expression crossed Lu Qi's face. At the central street, he had faced far greater adversity without faltering, yet here, against a group of A-class talents, he had sustained injuries. This was utterly intolerable. Radiance surged from his hands as he struck the storm, obliterating the tempest. Accelerating his speed to its zenith, he became a blur. Bang bang! 2 resounding impacts echoed as Liu Yu and Xiaowen were sent hurtling backward. How can he be this powerful? This was the thought coursing through their minds as they flew through the air, despair creeping in. Chen Jing'er, collapsed beside her motorcycle, gritted her teeth in defiance. I cannot die, my dreams remain unfulfilled. I must retrieve Lin Yu and make him my consort. I must rise above. Frantic thoughts surged through her mind. Kill. The 13 women, witnessing the defeat of the 4 strongest from Eternal Day, felt no fear. They brandished their weapons and charged forth. Eternal Day was their home, a place of rebirth. No one could destroy it. Intriguing. Observing the fearless women charging at him, Lu Qi felt a spark of intrigue. In the brief duration of the apocalypse, he had witnessed the depths of human depravity, yet these individuals, what allowed them to face death without fear? What conviction sustained them? Despite his astonishment, his hands moved swiftly, delivering a punch to each woman, sending them sprawling, yet he refrained from inflicting serious harm, for they would ultimately be his subordinates. Now do you understand what strength truly is? Join my ranks, and I assure you a life far better than before in this apocalypse. Bar those forces outside devour their own, selfish and gluttonous, one of the 13 women spat, blood trickling from her mouth as she cursed. Though they operated solely in the West Street, they were aware of the machinations at Central Street. The factions of evolvers there engaged in treachery, continuously recruiting survivors, not for their protection, but to bolster their own power, using those individuals to slay zombies for crystal cores. Some factions even fed the living to the undead, all in the pursuit of evolution, so they could kill and claim the cores. It was a hellish existence. Having recently been rescued from such darkness by Jingjie, they would never again submit to such forces, even at the cost of their lives. Here, in Eternal Day, there would forever be light and warmth, a place worth fighting to protect. How so? You would rather die than submit to me? Lu Qi's voice turned icy. Bar. Then let you all perish. The man's patience had worn thin as he approached the Forlorn group. This is Eternal Day, his Eternal Day, our Eternal Day. No one shall destroy it. Suddenly, a chilling voice broke through. Chen Jing'er rose slowly, wiping the blood from her lips, stepping forward. An indescribable aura flickered around her. With each step she took, this presence intensified, accompanied by ethereal lights. Jingjie! The crowd shouted, believing their doom was imminent, yet Chen Jing'er stood again, transformed, her growing aura exerting immense pressure upon them. Talent awakening. Lu Qi's expression hardened as he sensed the aura of death emanating from this woman. Die. Chen Jing'er was enveloped in a shroud of black light. In her hands materialized a colossal bone scythe, larger than her very form. With a single swing, Lu Qi's expression turned grave. Markings of yellow and white emerged on his arm, instantly transforming into a tiger's claw. He swung to block the impending strike. And the next moment, his pupils constricted. Chen Jing'er, the red motorcycle, the Reaper Girl. Chen Jing'er, the Black Reaper Girl. Chapter 38. The dark night. Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The enormous scythe had inexplicably pierced through his tiger claw, leaving his arm unscathed, yet a searing pain surged through his mind. Swish! As the scythe swung down once more, Lu Qi deftly shifted his feet, evading the attack. He had yet to comprehend the nature of his opponent's enigmatic ability, and thus dared not underestimate her, nor face her attacks head-on. However, he soon realized that Chen Jing'er was keeping pace with him, her strikes coming one after another. He was reluctant to engage directly, having already suffered 3 unavoidable strikes. The scythe had penetrated his form each time, his body remained intact, but the torment to his soul intensified with each hit. You can sever souls. Lu Qi's heart raced in terror. He suddenly noted that each time he was struck by Chen Jing'er's scythe, his mental power diminished by 2 points. In a mere moment, he had lost 8 points of mental power, and he was left wondering if it would ever recover. The thought of permanent loss brought him to the brink of despair. Lu Qi cursed vehemently. Everyone understood the significance of attributes. In such a brief encounter, he had lost the equivalent of 8 green attribute fruits. Who could possibly accept such a fate? I must evade the scythe and engage in close combat, he resolved, charging forward once more, unleashing his speed to the fullest. Die. This time, he managed to dodge the scythe and found himself before Chen Jing'er, his tiger claw reaching for her head. He had made up his mind, even if the scythe struck him again, he would risk losing 2 points of mental power to shatter this woman's skull. Sister Jing, be careful. Yan Shanshan warned. Yet, Chen Jing'er remained unfazed, her pupils suddenly transforming into crescent shapes. Soul binding. Just as Lu Qi was about to grasp her with his claw, it froze in midair, ensnared by an inexplicable force that bound his soul. Swish, swish, swish. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Jing'er unleashed 3 swift strikes, further diminishing his mental power by 6 points. Boom. A terrifying force erupted as Lu Qi finally broke free from the soul binding. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated at high speed, his gaze locked onto Chen Jing'er, panting heavily. Lu Qi felt helpless. How on earth could he fight? He couldn't close the distance, nor did he possess any ranged attacks. Continuing on this path, he feared he would lose all his mental power, potentially rendering him a mere vegetable. I must take my leave. Lu Qi turned to flee. He understood that Chen Jing'er had undoubtedly awakened an S-class talent. Otherwise, such overwhelming power would be impossible. A formidable force was rising in the ancient town, Eternal Day. Did I permit you to leave? A cold voice called from behind. Chen Jing'er's expression was frigid. Having inflicted heavy injuries on all members of Eternal Day, she would not allow him to escape so easily. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Qi's speed only increased. Madam Lin. Chen Jing'er cried, and her motorcycle, which had been idling by the roadside, began to emanate a dark glow, its wheels spinning as it autonomously moved to her side. She leapt onto the motorcycle, standing atop it. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. How peculiar, who had ever seen a motorcycle that could run without ignition? Chen Jing'er stood tall at the front of the motorcycle, her long legs extending forward, a 4-meter-long black scythe resting on her shoulder. The motorcycle bore her swiftly toward Lu Qi, its speed breathtaking. This spectacle was nothing short of bizarre. Sister, I was wrong, please, don't pursue me. Lu Qi felt tears welling in his eyes. You have injured all of us in Eternal Day. There is no way you can leave unscathed. I am hardly unscathed, I've lost 14 points of mental power. Lu Qi retorted angrily. That is your own doing. If you wish to leave empty-handed, you shall not. Chen Jing'er relentlessly pursued him, the scythe repeatedly slashing, forcing Lu Qi to evade desperately, unable to break free. What do you want from me? As long as I avoid combat, you cannot do anything to me. This statement held truth. He had acquired the speed of a cheater, making him incredibly swift. If he focused solely on evasion, Chen Jing'er would find it difficult to catch him. It would simply become a battle of magical energy, a test of whose reserves would deplete first. What is it that you desire? After a moment, Lu Qi grew anxious. He had already expended a significant portion of his magical energy during his earlier confrontation with 3 awakened individuals. He suspected he could not outlast Chen-Jinger. At this rate, he feared he would meet his end here. First-tier crystal cores, I want first-tier crystal cores in exchange, Chen-Jinger declared. Here. Without hesitation, Lu Qi tossed a crystal core behind him as he ran. One is not enough. Hand over all the crystal cores you possess. Are you abandoned by nature? Enough with the idle chatter, otherwise, we shall see whose endurance prevails. I only have 3 in total, I will give them all to you, just please stop pursuing me. Lu Qi retrieved 2 more crystal cores, tossing one to each side. He vowed that once he returned, he would venture deep into the mountains to capture some mutated beasts and acquire powerful abilities, preferably ones that allowed for ranged attacks. The motorcycle, carrying Chen-Jinger, swerved left and right, swiftly retrieving the 2 crystal cores. Upon observing Lu Qi's retreating figure, she halted her pursuit, but her body began to sway, nearly toppling over. Sister Jing. 2 of the less injured women rushed to support her. Let us return. Everyone has sustained significant injuries, we should rest today. Chen-Jinger felt somewhat drained, having just awakened to her powers. She had endured a fierce battle that left her exhausted. Her unspent attribute points remained untouched, as she had been advised by Lin Yu to refrain from using them until absolutely necessary, waiting until after awakening to allocate them according to her talents. Now, she no longer had to suppress her potential. She allocated all 25 of her free attribute points from levels 5 to 10 to her mental power. Subsequently, she retrieved 10 first-tier crystal cores and began to absorb them. Initially, they had only possessed 7, but having taken 3 from Lu Qi, they had just enough to elevate her to the next level. Her black scythe, imbued with a devouring property, could sever another mental power, leaving them unable to recover. A tenth of the severed mental power would be absorbed by the black scythe, replenishing her own reserves. In the previous battle, she severed 14 points of mental energy from Lu Qi, while she herself gained an increase of 1. 4. Do not underestimate this 1. For as time progresses, the more it eliminates, the stronger its mental fortitude will become. Chapter 39, King Arthur. With a resounding boom, as the final crystal core vanished, Chen-Jinger successfully ascended to the first tier. Codename. Unnamed level, first tier, level 0, magic power, 32, 600 strength, 232 constitution, 226 speed, 352 mental power, 504 talent, S-class spirit of death. Her brand new attribute panel exhibited a remarkable enhancement, far surpassing her previous capabilities, and even eclipsing Liu Xian's prowess by a significant margin. Her S-class talent, the spirit of death, belonged to the realm of soul-related abilities, prompting her to allocate all her free attribute points into mental power prior to her evolution. She had consumed attribute fruits and subsequently exchanged numerous items in the trading market while accompanying Lin Yu. Upon awakening her S-class talent, her 4 primary attributes each increased by 50 points, resulting in such formidable statistics. While she still fell short compared to Lin Yu, she was evidently far superior to many other S-class talent bearers. What shall I name it? Chen-Jinger pondered with a furrowed brow, as naming was not her forte. I've got it. Let's call it Chen's Wushang. Har, that's settled then. I, Chen-Jinger, shall sit atop. Were it not for this conviction bolstering me, I might not have awakened today. She felt no remorse regarding this moniker, instead deriving great satisfaction from it. If Lin Yu were to discover this, he would likely be infuriated. Who in their right mind would choose such an indecent name? In the World Forum, ever since the information of evolutionists worldwide was integrated, the discussions had been incessant. Look at the top-ranked person from the Great Xia nation, named Big Wet Brother. With a name like that, he must be a mere pawn. To achieve first place, it must be sheer luck. When the 100 Nations War begins, I shall make him wet his pants. Har, well said. And that magician, he sounds like nothing more than a juggler. How on earth does he rank within the top 10 of the Great Xia nation? The men of the Great Xia are inadequate, but the women, oh, the flower girls, are stunning. Iron Man. What a ridiculous notion to even dare to challenge Big Wet Brother. Sakura, old dog, your doom is nigh. Your Sakura nation is finished. We, the people of the Great Xia, shall trample upon the Sakura. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Where is the explosive heaven gang? I want to join. I aim to crush this loathsome nation. Within a palace in Great Britain, 4 figures stood resolutely. King Arthur, I regret to inform you that the strength of the Knight legend was somewhat unexpected. Though I can defeat him in tandem with the Thunder Knight, subduing him may require your intervention. The Sun Knight was enveloped in sunlight, radiating brilliance. Then I shall make a journey. With him, we will only have 4 of the 12 knights. The 100 Nations conflict approaches, and we must act swiftly. King Arthur displayed little emotional turbulence. His strength was widely acknowledged as the most formidable in Great Britain. In the 100 Nations conflict, the Great Xia nation, the Sakura nation, the Hika nation, and the Celestial Kingdom possess significant power. I have witnessed the Scorpion King's prowess on the World Forum. He is indeed formidable. However, I remain confident in facing him, the Sun Knight declared with unwavering assurance. On the highway, a black G-Class sped past. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, his mental power delving into the trading market for a glance. The 2 drops of dragon blood and 7 cards still hung there. Despite the passage of time, he had received numerous trade requests, all from those hoping to take advantage of him, with little value in their offerings. He unhesitatingly rejected them. After all, he was not genuinely seeking to trade, he merely suspended these items there, treating them as a temporary spatial ring. Both the dragon blood and the cards were invaluable and would prove useful in the future. At that moment, Liu Xiyun remarked, "After we pass the Qinyu Tunnel, we will enter the vicinity of Qianhai City." She gazed apprehensively at the dark tunnel ahead. "That hole looks like a giant mouth." The little girl, Rook, poked her head from the back seat, her large eyes blinking curiously. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, also gazing into the distant tunnel entrance. After observing intently for a moment, he discerned nothing abnormal, yet a hint of unease stirred within him. "Is there something wrong with this tunnel?" "I can't tell. I don't see anything unusual." Lin Yu shook his head. "It should be fine, this tunnel is less than 2 kilometers long. We'll be through shortly." Liu Xiyun dismissed her anxiety, pressing the brake pedal slightly. "Stop." Just as the G-Class approached the tunnel's entrance, Lin Yu called for a halt. The vehicle came to a steady stop. Lin Yu leaped out, slowly approaching the tunnel's mouth to peer inside. Due to the power system's failure, darkness enveloped the tunnel, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. A fireball materialized in Lin Yu's hand, which he tossed into the tunnel. As the fireball descended, it erupted into countless sparks, illuminating the darkness within. After scrutinizing for a considerable time, he still found nothing amiss. "Perhaps we are overthinking it. Let us move on." Lin Yu returned to the vehicle, though a lingering unease remained. It was not overwhelming. Even if something lurked inside, they would not be intimidated. The G-Class advanced slowly, its headlights cutting through the gloom of the tunnel. The two gazed around, finding everything to be in order, albeit eerily quiet. "Phew," Liu Xiyun exhaled, relaxing her tense demeanor. She pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Gradually, both began to sense something was amiss. The Qinyu tunnel measured less than 2 kilometers, yet after 3 or 4 minutes, they had not yet emerged, with the tunnel's exit still out of sight. Liu Xiyun's anxiety escalated. 10 minutes later, the vehicle remained ensconced in the tunnel. "Ugh, could it be that we've encountered some bizarre phenomenon?" She gripped the steering wheel tightly, clearly nervous. "Perhaps." Lin Yu furrowed his brow. A tunnel barely 2 kilometers in length, yet they had driven nearly 30 kilometers without exit. Such a situation could either be an illusion or entrapment by some rules. Alternatively, they may have transcended the tunnel into another realm. "Have we inadvertently stumbled into a secret domain?" Lin Yu murmured. Following the onset of the apocalypse, many anomalous spaces and dimensional realms had emerged, each offering numerous opportunities yet accompanied by tremendous peril. In his past life, these spaces were referred to as secret domains. However, secret domains varied greatly. Some were tied to fundamental rules, necessitating a secret domain card and specific conditions for entry, while others relied solely on luck. "Let's disembark and assess the situation." Liu Xiyun braked and halted the vehicle. After the three exited, she stored the G-Class within her spatial realm. "You hold onto me and Rook," she instructed. In the enveloping darkness, silence prevailed. Liu Xiyun grasped Lin Yu's hand with one, while holding Rook's with the other. Suddenly, a tremendous bell tolled, reverberating throughout the tunnel. As the sound ceased, a sliver of light pierced through the tunnel wall not far ahead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a door, seemingly beckoning them forward. "Interesting." Lin Yu squinted, stating, "Let us investigate what lies beyond that door." The two women followed him, cautiously advancing. Upon reaching the illuminated area, they discovered indeed it was a door, slightly ajar, with light streaming from within. Creak. Lin Yu pulled the door open and stepped inside. It was a vast stone chamber, quite spacious. In the center stood a stone table, surrounded by numerous individuals. The head of the table sat a being wearing a bull's head mask, distinctly non-human. "Congratulations, you three newcomers have arrived." The creature spoke slowly, devoid of any emotional inflection. The individuals seated beside the table turned their attention toward them. Lin Yu discerned a myriad of emotions on their faces: savagery, joy, despair, and pity, among others. It was all exceedingly bizarre. "Where is this place?" Lin Yu inquired, regarding them intently. "This is the abode of demons," the bull-masked being replied. "Demons?" Lin Yu frowned. In his past life, demons typically refer to powerful entities awakened by dark forces, be they dark evolutionists or dark aberrations. Chapter 40, The Devil's Game. Please, take a seat. The Minotaur gestured towards the benches beside the stone table. He was undeniably not human, for what protruded from his sleeve was not a hand, but a withered vine. Come on, I am rather curious about what they are up to. Lin Yu urged the two to sit down at the stone table. At this point, there were 19 individuals seated, with 6 spots remaining vacant. Allow me to introduce the newcomers here. Every day, there will be a deadly game, and the loser will perish. Ear. You now have 10 minutes to deliberate on which game you wish to partake in, the Minotaur stated, falling silent thereafter. The other 15 individuals promptly turned their gazes towards Lin Yu and his companions, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. They did not speak but exchanged knowing glances, subtly nodding as if reaching a certain understanding. Could anyone elucidate the situation? Lin Yu inquired, yet no one acknowledged him. Brother Yu, I have an ominous premonition, Liu Shiyun spoke gravely. These individuals had arrived before them and ought to possess considerable knowledge, yet they remained tight-lipped. It matters not. Time's up, please reveal your choice, the Minotaur announced as the 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. We choose 3, the 15 individuals declared in unison. Very well, I comprehend. Thus, the game we shall play will be determined by the newcomers. However, the Minotaur uttered a statement that astonished everyone. Upon hearing this, the 15 present were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. You are not adhering to the rules, a burly man abruptly stood, slamming his palm against the table, glaring at the Minotaur. Har! Here, I am the rule, what, are you challenging me? The Minotaur coldly regarded him, a flicker of mockery in his eyes. You, the burly man, filled with fury, ultimately resigned himself to sitting back down. I see now, Lin Yu said, a faint smile gracing his lips as he grasped the nature of this place. Rules had been established, yet they could be flouted at will. There are a total of 10 games. Which one will you select? The Minotaur directed his gaze towards Lin Yu and his companions. All eyes turned to them, and the burly man's expression still bore a hint of menace. Let us try game 2. Lin Yu casually suggested. Upon hearing his choice, the 15 individuals exhaled a collective sigh of relief, though their expressions remained tense. Brother Yu, do you know what kind of game this is? Liu Shiyun whispered beside him. Not a clue, I chose at random. Seriously? Given that they knew nothing of the matter, isn't it imperative to know the rules before engaging in a game? No worries, just follow my lead, Lin Yu reassured the two. The game begins. The Minotaur, with his withered vine, produced 2 decks of playing cards, tossing them towards each participant. After 2 rounds, each person received precisely 2 cards. Once the cards were dealt, the 15 individuals picked up their playing cards, stealing glances at them. I'd like another card, the burly man declared. The Minotaur tossed another card his way. Upon viewing his card, the burly man's pupils constricted, though he revealed no sign of distress. Among the 8 seated to Lin Yu's left, 5 requested an additional card. Is this bullfighting? Liu Shiyun mused, sensing a strong resemblance to the game. Perhaps, Lin Yu replied nonchalantly. From the earlier events, he was now entirely certain that this was neither a secret realm nor regulated space. It could only be classified as having been captured by a formidable being and forced to partake in a series of chaotic games. It is your turn, the Minotaur announced, turning his attention to Lin Yu. I'll take a card. Aren't you going to look at your hidden card? Doesn't he matter? At this declaration, everyone turned to regard him. Not even glancing at his hidden card before requesting another, was he not concerned that a high card might turn low? Liu Shiyun and her companion also requested an additional card without inspecting theirs. Eventually, all participants concluded their requests for cards. Everyone, reveal your cards, the Minotaur commanded. As the players unveiled their hidden cards, the burly man's composure shattered, his face turning ashen. A pair of aces, a total of 2 points, the lowest in the room. He slumped down, his visage as pale as death. At that moment, Lin Yu noticed wisps of black mist swirling above the burly man's head, continuously ascending and vanishing from sight. Within those tendrils of dark mist, he sensed an overwhelming aura of despair. Proceed. The Minotaur produced a dagger from his withered vine, tossing it onto the table. Beneath the burly man, a middle-aged man stood, seizing the dagger and positioning it against the latter's throat from behind. The burly man, his face devoid of colour, exhibited not the slightest inclination to resist. The middle-aged man swiftly drew the dagger across, and blood gushed forth. The burly man clutched his neck, struggling as he collapsed to the ground. In his eyes, there was despair, yet a semblance of relief as well. The Minotaur extended his withered vine, dragging the burly man towards the exit, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The remaining 14 individuals watched this scene, their faces pale, wisps of black despair rising above their heads. Once the Minotaur departed, the group slowly exhaled, a feeling of survival washing over them. Young brother, we have been trapped here for 15 days. I wonder how the world outside fared. At that moment, a bespectacled man approached Lin Yu and his companions. 15 days, you have been trapped here since before the apocalypse. Not at all, we only stumbled into this tunnel on the 8th day of the apocalypse. We just arrived. Today marks the 13th day of the apocalypse. Your statements are riddled with inconsistencies, Lin Yu retorted coldly. We are not deceiving you. I inadvertently entered on the 9th day of the apocalypse and have been here for 14 days, a weary woman asserted. So, while 5 days have elapsed outside, 15 days have passed in here. The bespectacled man's expression turned to one of terror. Do you have any food? May I have a little? I fear I won't last until the next game. The woman crawled to Lin Yu's feet, grasping his trousers, her voice strained. Just a morsel, and I will do anything you ask. Lin Yu regarded the woman. She was quite attractive, her figure curvaceous. Regrettably, she now appeared to be on the brink of starvation, her complexion as pale as paper, stripped of any color. Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Liu Xian and nodded slightly, saying, give them some. The remaining 14 individuals all bore expressions akin to those who had suffered prolonged hunger. Liu Xian retrieved some food and water from her backpack, placing it upon the table. The eyes of everyone present lit up, and they rushed forward, devouring the bread ravenously. 3 individuals fought over a single bottle of water. Minutes later, you claim to have been trapped here for over 10 days. How have you managed with food and water? Lin Yu inquired. Chapter 41, Breaking the Rules. After consuming some sustenance, these individuals finally regained a modicum of strength. The middle-aged man remarked, every 3 days, that Minotaur appears, compelling us to partake in a deadly game. Those who lose shall perish. It takes away the deceased, and then, every day, we must engage in a food game, where the victor is granted sustenance. Does the Minotaur distribute food to you? There seems to be a dearth of provisions here, Liu Xian interjected. If I am not mistaken, the so-called food is, in fact, the flesh of those who have perished in the death game, Lin Yu continued. Silence enveloped the group. It was evident that they, too, comprehended the grim reality of their so-called sustenance, yet they felt powerless, unwilling to embrace death. Their only recourse was to consume human flesh. The creature claimed that if we managed to survive for 30 days, we would be granted our freedom. Is this akin to raising livestock? Lin Yu recalled a certain dark entity, capable of absorbing the purest despair, thriving on the consumption of despairing emotions. In that moment, Lin Yu grasped the truth. They had encountered a dark being that feasted on despair. This dark entity had ensnared these individuals, forcing them to partake in games daily, thereby unleashing their inner despair. Simultaneously, it offered them the glimmer of hope for escape, perpetuating a cycle of despair. If this entity is a mutated beast, it would have likely infiltrated the city by now, gaining access to far greater despair. However, its presence here in the tunnel suggests it cannot leave. It is a plant-mutated dark being. In an instant, Lin Yu had unraveled the entirety of the situation and voiced his thoughts aloud. Then how can we explain the differing flow of time? Liu Xian inquired. Quite simply, these individuals are isolated from the outside world, trapped in a state of fear, thus they believe whatever the Minotaur proclaims, Lin Yu replied. Now that you mention it, I recall, a refined gentleman suddenly spoke up. Do you remember that every time a newcomer arrives, the Minotaur announces a game each day without ever disclosing the rules? Indeed, so subconsciously, we assume there is a game each day, and each participation signifies the passage of a day. The group began to piece together the puzzle. Within this realm, there was no distinction between day and night. Everyone remained in a constant state of tension. Even if 3 games occurred in a single day, they could not discern the passage of time. What shall we do now? A sense of desperation hung in the air as the group looked to Lin Yu as their beacon of hope. In the case of such an illusion born from concentrated emotions, the only way to dispel it is to locate the practitioner and eliminate them, Lin Yu stated. This particular illusion was indeed troublesome. Typically, only by slaying the practitioner could one break free. Alternatively, an overwhelming superiority in strength could also shatter it violently. Is the practitioner that Minotaur, or one of those creatures lurking in the mist? They're too fearsome. We cannot slay them, someone lamented, despair evident in their voice. Do not heed his foolishness. Those who break the rules shall face death. Have you all forgotten the fate of those who defied the rules before? An elderly man in his 60s interjected. This newcomer knows nothing of the horrors that await. Do you wish to follow him to your demise? Upon hearing his words, many present faltered, their eyes filled with trepidation. Indeed, previously, powerful level 8 evolvers and those with water-spouting abilities had revolted against the monsters, only to meet their end. This individual had only just arrived. Who could ascertain his true intentions? Initially, they had been desperate, but now, with a moment to reflect, no one dared to align themselves with Lin Yu. Whether Lin Yu was correct remained uncertain, but they understood that provoking the monsters and breaking the rules would lead to death. There were no exceptions. Brother Yu, what should we do now? Liu Xian asked. In order to escape this illusion, we must identify the practitioner and eliminate them, Lin Yu asserted, his eyes glinting with determination. He could not afford to waste time here. As you indicated, if the dark being seeks to absorb despair, locating it should not pose a challenge, Liu Xiyun mused briefly before stating, if we can prevent it from absorbing despairing emotions, it will inevitably reveal itself. Lin Yu regarded her thoughtfully. Indeed, this woman possessed keen intelligence. With even a slight hint, she could conceive a solution. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yu instructed, procure 10 boxes of instant noodles, 10 cases of water, and some additional supplies. Liu Xiyun complied without hesitation. In an instant, a plethora of food supplies materialized beside them, capturing the attention of all. Expressions of longing and greed surfaced on their faces. Those willing to join me in slaying the monsters, approach. I shall share some food with you, Lin Yu addressed the onlookers. As long as he instilled hope for survival within them, they would not succumb to despair, and thus, the dark being would be deprived of the emotions it craved. In time, it would naturally make its appearance. Do not listen to him, resisting those monsters will lead to death, the elderly man shouted once more, his words quelled the inner impulses of many. Har. Lin Yu scoffed coldly. Ultimately, 3 individuals stepped forward to stand beside him. Is it permissible for us to eat? The initial woman inquired cautiously, her hunger evident. Ever since their arrival, she had gone without food, enduring 3 days of hunger without sustenance. Go ahead. With Lin Yu's approval, the 3 rejoiced, tearing into the instant noodles with fervor, their voracious appetite on full display, eliciting envious glances from the 11 onlookers opposite them. My friends, we may not dare to oppose those monsters, but we can certainly seize this man's provisions, can we not? Someone proposed suddenly. While they feared confronting the monsters, they felt emboldened to pilfer from their fellow captives. Indeed, we are entitled to our share of those supplies, another asserted, leading a throng of individuals who wore predatory expressions. Among them were a few who had previously tasted human flesh. They intend to rob us. Liu Xiyun furrowed her brow in concern. Har, I possess an even swifter method to elicit the dark being, Lin Yu declared. These individuals do not merit our sympathy. Liu Xiyun understood precisely what Lin Yu's plan entailed. Initially, they had intended to employ the gentlest means to sever the dark being's source of power, however, it now seemed unnecessary to take such a convoluted approach. Mirror flower, water moon. Liu Xiyun was not one to embody NAV benevolence. Observing the leading figures charging forth, she raised her right hand and snapped her fingers lightly. A peculiar wave emanated from her fingertips, resembling ripples on water. The 5 individuals at the forefront found their bodies abruptly frozen, their grotesque expressions captured in time. In the next instant, the 5 bodies shattered like glass, fissures appearing across their forms. With a resounding bang, that segment of space erupted, tearing everything asunder, leaving only a cascade of blood in its wake. Murder. Cries of terror filled the air, those following behind were spattered with blood and remnants of flesh. Silence. Lin Yu conjured flames in his grasp, morphing them into a colossal flaming blade, measuring nearly 15 to 16 meters in length. This length was not his limit, but rather the confines of the stone chamber. Chapter 42, the tree demon. Lin Yu gripped the flame blade and sliced through the crowd with remarkable swiftness, moving in utter silence. The agonized screams of the onlookers barely had time to escape their lips before they were mercilessly cleaved in two, their bodies consumed by the flames. Once the grim task was complete, Lin Yu took his seat at the head of the table, awaiting the appearance of the spellcaster with quiet anticipation. The 3 survivors, witnessing the horrific scene, trembled in terror. After an indeterminate period, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed, tap tap tap. The remaining individuals turned towards the entrance, where the creature adorned with a bull's head mask emerged. It surveyed the desolate scene and appeared momentarily stunned. Where are the others? They are all dead. Lin Yu met its gaze directly, a smile curling upon his lips. You killed them. The bull-headed entity erupted in fury. They were the food for the demon lord. How dare you kill them, you wretched fool? It raged, leaping about in a fit of anger, rolling and cursing. The onlookers could only stare in astonishment. Goodness, is it mad? The young girl, Ruko, remarked with wide-eyed innocence. Having followed Lin Yu and witnessed various grand spectacles, her composure was far superior to that of the forlorn crowd. You have violated the rules of this place, you shall all perish. The creature seemed to regain its composure, rising slowly while its murderous intent surged towards the survivors. Bring forth your master. Lin Yu commanded. Har. You think you are worthy to meet my master? The bull-headed being scoffed, flinging its sleeve. From the sleeve emerged withered vines that rapidly elongated, lunging towards the group. In an instant, Lin Yu dodged, extending his right hand to seize the vine. With a powerful tug, the creature was yanked towards him, unable to resist the immense force. Bang! A kick connected with the bull-headed being's chest, sending it crashing to the ground with a thud. Flames erupted in Lin Yu's hand, racing along the withered vine towards its origin. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Just as the flames approached its body, the creature wrenched the vine from its arm in a desperate bid for survival, severing its own limb. Yee-yee-ya-ya. It emitted a series of incomprehensible sounds, as if summoning something. Roar! In an instant, 5 grotesque beings burst through the door, trampling it underfoot. They were not human. Each creature bore a unique form. Some stood 4 to 5 meters tall, their necks crowned with pumpkin heads and wielding massive axes. Others were mere tree stumps, a single glaring eye pulsating with malevolence at their center, oozing blood. Are monsters. They are indeed monsters. Should anyone breach the rules, they will appear to devour the transgressor, screamed the woman behind Lin Yu, retreating frantically into a corner. All first tier. Lin Yu's heart soared as he sensed the formidable presence of the 5 creatures. Kill him, the bull-headed entity bellowed. The 5 monsters charged at Lin Yu, focusing his energy. Lin Yu conjured a fiery blade over a meter in length. He darted forward at an incredible speed, visible only to Liu Shiyan among the crowd. Swish, swish. The flame blade struck the throats of the 5 monsters in swift succession, before resting against the bull-headed being's neck. His speed was beyond comprehension. Before the creatures could react, their throats had been severed. How is this possible? The bull-headed entity's eyes widened in disbelief as it watched the heads of the 5 monsters roll away from their bodies. How could this person possess such strength? To annihilate 5 first-tier monsters in an instant was a feat that could only be achieved by its master. Lin Yu's blade fell, sending a fragment of the withered vine flying. It was the bull-headed being's remaining arm. It let out a chilling wail. Will you not summon your master? Lin Yu severed the bull-headed mask, revealing a wooden visage beneath. You will all die, everyone shall perish. Fear flickered across the wooden face. I shall grant you 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, I will send you to join those 5 monsters. As Lin Yu threatened, he began to cleave the heads of the slain monsters, extracting their cores. The wooden face displayed a perplexing array of human emotions, bizarre in its complexity. Yili Walar. After a string of incomprehensible utterances, the ground began to tremble. At the entrance, a black light converged, slowly materializing into a human figure. As the darkness dissipated, it revealed its true form, a tree man indeed, a tree man with finely chiseled features and a robust physique akin to that of a human. Its hair consisted of intertwining vines, and its skin resembled the bark of a great tree. The tree man advanced, emanating a terrifying aura, an overwhelming surge of magical power enveloping it. Lin Yu tensed, muscles coiled, ready for battle. Indeed, a formidable creature. Lin Yu's expression grew serious as he sensed the boundless magical energy concealed within. This being was likely of 2nd-tier rank or possibly even nearing the 3rd tier. In the 13th day of the apocalypse, it represented the pinnacle of power, among the most formidable of entities. Although Lin Yu was merely a 1st-tier being, his magical strength reached an impressive 69,000, with a mental fortitude of 586, attributes that paralleled those of a typical 2nd-tier level 10 evolutionist. Only magical or mental power greater than his own could induce such pressure. You incompetent fool, you can't even handle such a trivial task. What use is there in keeping you around? Upon hearing the bull-headed entity's report, the tree man's wrath ignited as it seized the creature by the throat. Master, spare me. Please. Before it could finish, a sickening crack echoed as the tree man crushed its neck. Thud. The lifeless body was carelessly discarded onto the ground. The tree man raised its gaze, scanning the remaining individuals before locking onto Lin Yu. You, the one who killed my livestock. It advanced deliberately, stepping over the corpse of the bull-headed being, crushing it into fragments beneath its foot. 3rd tier. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance. It should have been completed quickly, but alas, you ruined it. How about you remain as my servant instead? A grotesque semblance of a smile appeared on the tree man's wooden face. First, let me borrow your core. Lin Yu roared, launching the first strike. His body propelled forward like an arrow, reaching the tree man in an instant. Gathering his strength, he landed a precise blow to the tree man's chest. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu unleashed a flurry of punches. The tree man, however, did not flinch or evade, allowing Lin Yu's fists to rain down upon it. Is this all the strength you possess? The tree man countered suddenly, its fist colliding with Lin Yu's in a fierce clash. The two engaged in a whirlwind of strikes, their speed so rapid that onlookers could scarcely perceive their movements, only catching glimpses of blurred after-images. Come again. Flames erupted around Lin Yu as he activated his fire affinity's fiery form, enveloping himself in a blaze of yellow magical flames. In this moment, his power doubled. Chapter 43, 2nd form, Dragon Flame Mode, activate. Kill. Lin Yu charged forward once more, his fists enveloped in flames, striking out with the ferocity of a torrential storm. Bang! With a single blow, the treant was sent flying, blood seeping from its chest. This was the terrifying power unleashed by utilizing an S-class talent, doubling his primary attribute. Interesting. The treant was utterly astonished. This mere first-tier creature was capable of delivering such a formidable punch, truly remarkable. However, before it could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Yu's fiery fist came crashing down again. No matter how great your strength is, if you can't land a hit, what use is it? The treant sneered. It deftly dodged, shifting left and right, perfectly evading Lin Yu's strikes. Unable to land a blow, Lin Yu realized that his speed was simply inadequate to match the treant's agility. No matter how quickly he threw his punches, the treant effortlessly sidestepped them. After all, there was a full 2-tire gap between them. The treant's speed attribute was evidently superior, making it difficult to connect. At level 10 of the second tier, its 4-dimensional attributes had reached at least 620 points, with its freely allocated primary attributes soaring to 1020 points. His own speed of 524 fell significantly short. It's my turn. The treant's form flickered, becoming a blur. Bang! A solid punch landed on Lin Yu's back, sending him hurtling away. His internal organs jolted from the impact. The treant chuckled coldly and struck again. Its speed was astounding. Lin Yu found himself in a passive position, unable to defend against the onslaught. Cough, cough. Lin Yu was once again sent flying, crashing into the stone wall. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixated on the foe. Brother Yu. Uncle. 2 anxious voices called out as Liu Xiyun and Liu Rook rushed over. Rook unleashed a flurry of green light, which surged into Lin Yu's body, rapidly healing his wounds. Mirage. Seeing the charging treant, Liu Xiyun's expression changed, and she quickly activated her talent. With a snap of her fingers, the treant's movement halted in midair, the space around it freezing before bursting apart. Bang! Blood erupted from within that space. However, the explosion only resulted in a few additional wounds on the treant. The force was insufficient to shatter it. Ultimately, there remained that 2-tire disparity. The treant broke through the remnants of space and hurled a punch toward her. Mirage. Liu Xiyun cast her talent once more, but this time the treant was prepared, its speed surging as it evaded the spatial trap. After multiple attempts to utilize her spatial talent without hitting the treant, Liu Xiyun gritted her teeth and charged forward. She knew this punch would undoubtedly injure her severely, but retreat was not an option, for behind her stood Lin Yu and Rook. At this critical moment, Lin Yu bellowed, "Second form, Dragon Flame mode, activate." He entered his second form, marking the first time he had utilized the Dragon Flame state since successfully awakening to S-class talent. The foes he had encountered thus far had been weak. In his normal fiery state, he could easily overpower them, yet, this treant represented the first truly formidable adversary he had faced since the apocalypse, having awakened its own talent and reached the impressive rank of second tier level 10, even teetering on the edge of tier 3, a terrifying prospect. With its awakened talent, the treant's attributes surged dramatically, far exceeding those of a typical tier 3 creature devoid of such endowments. In an instant, the yellow flames surrounding Lin Yu transformed into a vibrant crimson hue, his aura skyrocketing. A colossal beam of magical energy erupted from his body, causing the entire stone chamber to quake violently. Crack! Fragments of stone began to rain down. The treant sensed the immense pressure and its expression shifted as it retreated hastily. Is this the Dragon Flame mode? Lin Yu reveled in the transformation, clenching his fists and feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through him. His primary attribute, strength, doubled under the S-class fiery state, while other attributes remained unchanged. However, in Dragon Flame state, his primary attribute tripled, and the other 4-dimensional attributes doubled. This was an utterly transformative condition. His speed attribute of 524 soared to 1048, with magical energy consumption far exceeding that in fiery state. Are you alright? Are you alright? Lin Yu and Liu Xiyun spoke simultaneously, their astonishment giving way to shared smiles. I feel unprecedentedly invigorated. Just wait until I deal with that treant, Lin Yu declared, tightening his fists. I'm fine too, be careful, Liu Xiyun responded with a charming smile. It's time to end this. Lin Yu advanced, striding forward, enveloped in a cloak of crimson flames, resembling a deity. In this moment of Dragon Flame state, even if the treant were tier 3, he was confident in his ability to annihilate it, crossing 2 tiers in power. Has your strength increased yet again? Alas, it remains futile if you cannot strike me, the treant retorted coldly. Lin Yu's aura sent shivers down its spine. The sense of oppression was unlike anything it had encountered before. Is that so? Lin Yu smirked, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind the treant. How could this? The treant's words faltered, its body unable to react in time as immense pain shot through its abdomen. Its eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. So fast. In the next instant, its body was propelled backward like a cannonball, the latter half of its sentence escaping just as it began to cough. Cough, cough. It slowly rose from the ground, blood spilling from its mouth. Lin Yu's seemingly ordinary punch had nearly pierced through it, had it not been for the trent's nature as a vine tree, with a vitality far surpassing that of ordinary evolved beings, it would have likely been obliterated by that strike. In dragon flame form, Lin Yu was truly terrifying. The treant could no longer hold back, wiping the blood from its lips. The treant summoned a torrent of black mist that quickly filled the entire chamber. An overwhelming aura of despair spread, threatening to plunge everyone into a world of hopelessness. Behind Lin Yu, the three ordinary third-tier evolved beings instantly succumbed to the illusion. No, don't kill me. Dear, don't be afraid. I'll join you soon. The trio screamed in madness, their faces contorted with a spectrum of emotions, fear, disappointment, sorrow, helplessness, culminating in despair. One man gripped his throat tightly, attempting to take his own life. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, swiftly knocking the three unconscious. He then turned to Liu Xiyun and Rook. Liu Xiyun, possessing greater strength, had not lost her sanity, but Rook, the young girl, was already in tears, her complexion ashen. Her aura was fading, spiraling into an abyss of despair. Smack! Lin Yu delivered a precise strike, rendering the young girl unconscious. Liu Xiyun was also becoming increasingly weak, her mental fortitude straining against the assault of the illusion. However, she would likely succumb within minutes, trapped in the mirage. As I suspected, this treant allocated all its free attribute points to mental strength, Lin Yu murmured to himself. He knocked Liu Xiyun out as well. At this moment, the treant, at second tier level 10, must have surpassed 1000 points in mental strength if it had allocated all free points there. In dragon flame form, Lin Yu's mental strength doubled, reaching 1172 points, rendering him immune to the influence of the illusion. Had he been in fiery state, he likely would not have endured for long. Suddenly, from within the black mist, a fist emerged, crashing toward Lin Yu. Whoosh! Lin Yu flickered, disappearing from his spot, only to reappear behind the treant in the next moment. He unleashed a powerful punch. The treant was sent flying, yet before its body could touch the ground, Lin Yu's dragon flame surged. Essence, Red Lotus Annihilation /. Chapter 44, aiming to strike Liu Xiyun. Lin Yu's mental prowess surpassed even that of the treant, rendering the opponent's illusionary mirror and dark mists powerless against his heightened senses. Consequently, he remained acutely aware of the trent's every movement. Ultimate technique, Crimson Lotus Annihilation /. With a resounding shout from Lin Yu, the flames of dragonfire surged around him, the terrifying heat instantly transforming the entire stone chamber into a sweltering inferno. In the next moment, two colossal blades of fire coalesced, crossing each other with an overwhelming force and an eruption of flames, striking fiercely towards the treant suspended in midair. True form of the great tree, as the treant was sent flying, he sensed an imminent aura of death approaching. His complexion paled in an instant. In a fleeting moment, his form revealed itself, transforming into a massive celestial tree, firmly rooting itself within the stone chamber. Dark energies surged chaotically, enveloping him completely. Simultaneously, all branches retreated defensively, intertwining to form an incredibly sturdy wall of wood, emanating a chilling, ghostly glow. At that very moment, the Crimson Lotus Annihilation / struck. The mighty slash collided heavily against the wooden wall, its destructive force obliterating the barrier in an instant, and once more aimed towards the trent's true form. Impossible. Upon witnessing this, the treant let out a desperate roar. His most formidable defensive measure had failed to withstand even a single second, shattered in an instant. Boom! The earth trembled as the Crimson Lotus Annihilation / pierced through all obstructions, crashing down upon the colossal tree. A terrifying explosion erupted, dragonfire roaring to life and engulfing much of the stone chamber, incinerating everything in its path. Within the flames, a piercing scream echoed, soon extinguished. A minute later, as the light faded and the flames receded, a horrifying scene was unveiled. The spot where the treant had stood was now a vast, deep crater, measuring over 10 meters, the ground scorched crimson as if melting, a testament to the searing heat of the dragonfire. As for the treant, it had been reduced to mere ashes beneath the Crimson Lotus Annihilation / instant annihilation. Lin Yu took a deep breath, the flames around him dissipated, and he reverted from his dragonfire form. While the ultimate dragonfire mode unleashed unparalleled might through the use of his ultimate techniques, the toll it took was considerable. In that brief moment, his magical energy had plummeted by over 1/10, with more than 8,000 units vanishing. For an ordinary first-tier awakened individual with a total of 11,000 magical energy, it would be nearly impossible to wield such power multiple times. As the treant demon perished, the illusory space it had conjured began to dissolve. With the breaking of the illusion, everyone returned to reality. They found themselves still within the tunnel, merely 20 meters from the exit. Scattered haphazardly lay a pile of cars, presumably belonging to those trapped within the illusion. At the entrance, the corpse of the treant lay on the ground. Lin Yu approached, extracting the second-tier crystal core from the trent's head. What is this? Noticing a book beside the treant, Lin Yu saw the pages fluttering open as a gentle breeze passed by. He picked it up and discovered the title, Mysterious Tunnel, a horror novel from before the apocalypse. As he flipped through several pages, he found that the early content mirrored their own experiences, though it diverged significantly thereafter, for Lin Yu had made an appearance. How intriguing, Lin Yu chuckled. It turned out that all of this was merely the consequence of a horror novel. The treant, having evolved, had been unable to leave its true form here. It remained a mystery how it had come into possession of this book and replicated a similar illusion. Flames erupted from Lin Yu's hand, igniting the novel. Shiyun, wake up, Ruko, awaken. He roused the two, leaving the other three survivors to their fate. Couldn't he concern himself with that many lives had he not intervened? According to the novel's conclusion, all who had entered would undoubtedly have met their demise. Brother Yu, in the Xia region of the Forum, someone has compiled a list of foreign powerhouses based on clues from the World Forum, including related battle videos. King Arthur, the Angel Gabriel, Lucifer, the Scorpion King, Chizuru, Superman, the Sun God, among others. These individuals could pose formidable challenges in the contest of nations. Lin Yu listened intently. These were indeed true super beings, all having entered the strongest ranks in his previous life. Truly extraordinary. However, in comparison to Xia, they still fell significantly short. Ruko, how does it feel to ascend to the first tier? Thank you, uncle. I feel incredibly strong, especially strong, like I could punch a cow to death. The little girl clenched her tiny fist, her face brimming with excitement, prompting hearty laughter from the two. Previously, in collaboration with the Zombie King, they had both ascended to the first tier and acquired 37 first-tier crystal cores. In the illusory realm of despair, they had defeated 5 monsters, gaining another 5 cores. After some thought, Lin Yu bestowed 10 cores upon the little girl, enabling her to ascend to the first tier as well. Given the nature of their previous battles, her healing abilities at level 10 would clearly fall short. Liu Xian turned her head to gaze at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with warmth. This man was truly wonderful. What are you staring at? Sensing her gaze, Lin Yu glanced over. You look rather handsome. Liu Xian smiled alluringly, tucking a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. She leaned sideways toward Lin Yu, clad in a fitted shirt that accentuated her curves, paired with a high-waisted skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. Her languid posture added to her allure. This enchantress was truly captivating. Lin Yu steadied the steering wheel, nearly colliding with the guardrail, eliciting a peal of laughter from Liu Xiyuan. Do not provoke me. If you do, I may show you no mercy. Are you afraid of me? Liu Xian's cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glance, refusing to back down. Uncle, you're not going to hit Mommy, are you? The little girl in the backseat innocently asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Mommy, Uncle is great. You shouldn't provoke him, or he might hit you. Indeed, Uncle wishes to strike your mother. Lin Yu spoke with mock severity, implying something more. Ruko, do not worry. Uncle may not necessarily prevail against Mommy. Liu Xian raised her chin defiantly, her challenge evident. Women always like to put on a brave front. Lin Yu sneered. The three continued their playful banter. Brother Yu, it's getting dark. We want to reach Qianhai City tonight. We should find a place to rest. Agreed. Nighttime can be unsafe. Let us check out the service area ahead. Moments later, the trio arrived at the service area. This place was deserted, showing no signs of zombies. It seemed the residents had fled. There are many gas canisters here. Let us cook something. Lin Yu discovered several canisters, his eyes lighting up. Growing weary of bread and snacks, he sought a change. Then you can help me wash the vegetables. Liu Xiyun retrieved various ingredients from her storage space and began her preparations. An hour later, Lin Yu gazed at the table laden with delicacies, his appetite stirred. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing their stomachs to rumble. The three of them dug in enthusiastically. It must be said, Liu Xiyun's culinary skills were truly that of a master chef. Her dishes were simply delectable. Within a day's time, so many have ascended to the first tier. After satisfying their hunger, Liu Xiyun reclined lazily in her chair. Lin Yu, upon hearing her remark, opened the leaderboard, having neglected it for several days. On the Xia national tier list, the number of individuals who had reached the first tier had surged to 216. In the province of Yun where he resided, there were already 10 first-tier individuals, ranking within the top 5 among all provinces nationwide. This was largely attributable to Lin Yu, as 4 of them were connected to him. Today is just the beginning. In the coming days, a large influx will advance, Lin Yu stated. Currently, the limitation on the number of first-tier individuals was not due to a lack of strength, but rather the scarcity of first-tier zombies. As the strength of zombies continued to rise, the quantity of first-tier zombies would increase correspondingly. Moreover, many powerful evolvers were merely a core or 2 away from reaching the first tier. It's getting late. Let us rest. After a moment, the 3 squeezed into a single room. Brother Yu, with so many rooms available, why must we crowd into this one? Liu Xiyun inquired. It is best if we don't sleep apart. In case of monsters at night, I can protect you, Lin Yu asserted with righteous conviction. Are you suggesting you want to hit me? With a child present, you mustn't act recklessly. Liu Xiyun was well aware of Lin Yu's ulterior motives and shot him an exasperated glance. Chapter 45, The Awakened Talents of the Mutated Beasts. The 3 of them settled down for the night. Give me your hand, Liu Xian said, instinctively taking Lin Yu's right hand and resting it beneath her neck. Ruko, it's time to sleep. Oh, uncle, you mustn't hit mommy, the little girl murmured sweetly, drifting off to slumber. Half an hour later, the stillness of the night was suddenly pierced by the sound of rustling. Due to a report, I can only skip 3,000 words, please imagine the rest. Moreover, dear reviewer, please be gentle. Liu Xian is not a married woman, her daughter is not her biological child, but the daughter of her twin sister who passed away. After her sister's death, Liu Xian took care of her niece as if she were her own daughter. She is not a wife, so please show mercy. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Mommy, are you not going to sleep? The unexpected sound fell upon them like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all warmth. Ruko, are you awake? I haven't slept at all. The moment those words were uttered, both adults froze. Liu Xian quickly withdrew her small hand. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Lin Yu said, looking quite vexed. The following day, the trio set off early. Lin Yu, seated in the passenger seat, had his eyes closed, enjoying a deep slumber. The events of the previous night had left him feeling quite unsettled, resulting in a restless night. Screech! Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt, nearly throwing him out of his seat, though he was fortunately secured by his seatbelt. What happened? Lin Yu opened his eyes. The road is blocked, Liu Xian pointed ahead at the highway. Lin Yu looked and his gaze sharpened. The once intact highway was now severed, with several kilometers of the elevated road in shambles, as if it had been crushed by some colossal beast. What is that? A chilling roar echoed from afar, reverberating through the atmosphere. Lin Yu turned to observe, and the dense forest was in chaos, with countless trees swaying violently before toppling over. Suddenly, the trio witnessed a breathtaking sight. A massive serpent's head emerged from the woods, reaching skyward. Following it, a dark, hulking head appeared. A gigantic gorilla. It pounded its chest in a frenzy before lunging directly at the enormous serpent. No, serpent hardly sufficed to describe its enormity. The two beasts clashed, instantly clearing a vast swath of the forest, their true forms becoming evident. Lin Yu estimated that the gorilla was over 20 meters tall. It was a living embodiment of King Kong. The serpent, even more astonishing, towered above King Kong when upright. Is this a mutated beast? Indeed, it could very well be a third-tier creature. Lin Yu was equally astonished. Third-tier beings represented the pinnacle of evolution at this stage, the absolute ceiling of existence. What are we to do now? The highway ahead is damaged for at least several dozen kilometers. We must reach the intact section of the highway and then continue driving towards Qinghai City, Lin Yu said, furrowing his brow. With two ferocious beasts engaged in battle ahead, it would be far too perilous to intrude upon their territory. Moreover, this region lay deep within the mountains, where other powerful mutated beasts could also lurk. Brother Yu, that giant serpent can breathe fire. Liu Xian exclaimed. Lin Yu turned to look. The colossal serpent had entirely ensnared the gorilla, and from its elevated jaws erupted a torrent of flames. Roar! The roar was earth-shattering. Suddenly, arcs of electricity crackled around the gorilla, as lightning coiled around it. Its fist, seemingly grasping the very essence of thunder, surged with condensed electric arcs before crashing down upon the serpent's head. A fire-breathing python and a lightning-wielding gorilla, this, Liu Xian was momentarily dumbfounded. Neither of these creatures are ordinary mutated beasts. They belong to the awakened class, their power magnitude stronger than that of the average. Can mutated beasts also awaken talents? Yes, the evolution of the world is a grand banquet for all living beings. It is not solely humans who possess innate abilities. After a moment of internal conflict, Lin Yu gritted his teeth and said, Shiyun, you all stay here and wait for me. You intend to approach the mutated beasts? Liu Shiyun gasped in surprise. Yes, that serpent breathes fire and has undoubtedly awakened a fire affinity talent. Its core may prove useful to me, Lin Yu explained. His own awakened talent could be enhanced through the absorption of various fire attributes. If the serpent's talent were of S rank, its core would indeed be beneficial to him. But you mentioned they might have reached third tier. Awakened third-tier mutated beasts are likely beyond our current capability to confront. Liu Xian expressed her concerns earnestly. No worries, I will first observe from a distance to ascertain whether they are second-tier or third-tier. The distance was too great for him to accurately gauge the true strength of the two mutated beasts. If they were merely second-tier, there might be a chance. If third-tier, he would retreat immediately. Previously, in his dragonflame state, he had easily dispatched a second-tier Treant, but that creature's talent was evidently low, and after using Despair's power, he felt no significant enhancement in its attributes. Brother Yu, we should accompany you, Liu Xian declared resolutely. All right, if they are third-tier, we will turn back at once. If they are only second-tier, you must keep your distance. Lin Yu recalled Liu Xian's infinite space, which housed countless gallons of gasoline. Perhaps they will exhaust each other, and we can benefit from their struggle. Let us go. Stowing away the vehicle, the three of them leapt from the elevated bridge, a drop of over 20 meters. In the past, such a fall would have resulted in a gruesome demise. Now, even little Ruko could easily make the leap without a scratch. Although Ruko possessed only an A-rank healing talent, she had allocated all her points to physique, making her defensive and recovery abilities superior to Liu Xiyun's. They dashed through the forest, the distance to the battleground of the two mutated beasts still considerable, requiring them to traverse over 10 mountains. Roar! After more than an hour, they finally arrived near the forest where the two beasts were locked in combat, the terrifying roars echoing deafeningly around them. Chapter 46, The Ancient Battle on the Left of the Wave. Goodness, it's enormous. Although previously taken aback, the distance had dulled the impact. Now, witnessing the colossal forms of the two beasts up close, each over 20 meters in length, the sense of oppression was overwhelming. Fortunately, they are merely at the pinnacle of the second tier, not yet at the third. Lin Yu took a moment to assess, feeling a surge of relief. The pressure emanating from these two creatures was indeed formidable, yet it fell short of third-tier caliber. Should he unleash his dragon flame state, he would not only match them but likely surpass their strength. They appear to be quite severely injured, Lin Shiyun remarked, observing the grotesque and terrifying wounds adorning the beasts. Such is the nature of battles at the same level. Even if one can slay the opponent, they will undoubtedly be gravely wounded themselves. The three of them crouched behind a large tree, peering across a mountain at the spectacle of the two beasts engaging in combat. It was akin to a live-action monster movie, rendered in stunning high definition, naked eye 3D. They have been fighting for some time now, it won't be long before a victor emerges, Lin Yu declared with intensity. When that happens, we can simply swoop in to collect the spoils. Brother Yu, who do you think will ultimately prevail? In a match between equals, I fear the giant python will meet its demise. The gorilla possesses a more pronounced innate advantage. Indeed, no sooner had Lin Yu spoken than the gorilla seized the python's tail, unleashing a crackling bolt of thunder that severed it. The python writhed in agony from the loss of its tail, rolling about in pain, its massive body twisting as it belched flames that sizzled against the gorilla's chest. Roar! The gorilla, enraged, disregarded all caution, enduring the fiery onslaught and lunging forward to grasp the python's body once more. In its panic, the python opened its mouth, spewing forth another torrent of fire. The gorilla, refusing to back down, gathered bolts of lightning in its maw and unleashed them in return. Clash of elements, fire against lightning. Those who engage in elemental conflict inevitably lose to the left side, Lin Yu murmured to himself, sensing the python's impending doom. What do you mean? Liu Shiyun asked, puzzled. It's a popular saying from before the apocalypse. In clashes like this, when fire energy contends with lightning energy, the one on the left is destined to lose, Lin Yu explained with a smile. Is it really that fascinating? Indeed, the python, having lost its tail and suffering from severe injuries, was growing weak. The lightning pierced through the flames, striking the python squarely on the head, causing blood to spurt. A fist imbued with lightning descended upon it. In mere moments, the python's head was obliterated, its body convulsing briefly before succumbing to death. It's my turn. Lin Yu's eyes gleamed with determination. After slaying the python, the gorilla collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, heavily wounded and drained of stamina and magical energy. Just then, an immense surge of power erupted. Lin Yu activated his dragon flame state, his magical energy surging forth, exuding an astonishing aura. In an instant, he appeared behind the gorilla, delivering a powerful punch. Roar! The gorilla roared in defiance, its body crackling with lightning as it swung its fists to block. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Yu, taking advantage of his smaller size and accelerated speed in dragon flame state, continued to strike, each blow landing on the same spot on the gorilla's back. Flame roar! A terrifying beam of fire erupted from Lin Yu's mouth, striking the beleaguered area. Blood erupted forth as the fiery column pierced through the gorilla's chest, exiting through its back. Flame blade! He then concentrated the crimson flames in his hand into a massive sword over 20 meters long, bringing it down with force. The gorilla raised its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself, roaring furiously. Die for me! Lin Yu swung his blade once more, the tremendous force shattered the gorilla's arms, landing a decisive blow on its head. How is it still alive? Lin Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Though the gorilla was at the pinnacle of the second tier, it was clearly at its last breath. He was confident that in his dragon flame state, slaying it would pose no challenge. Yet, it proved remarkably resilient. Once more, Lin Yu continued his relentless assault, the gorilla left with no choice but to endure the punishment. Lightning surged within its mouth, gathering frantically before being unleashed. Those who engage in elemental conflict inevitably lose to the left side. Are you unaware? Lin Yu laughed heartily, opening his own mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. The already depleted gorilla, facing Lin Yu who was brimming with magical energy and in dragon flame state, stood no chance against the elemental clash. The fiery column obliterated the lightning, piercing straight into the gorilla's mouth and exiting through the back of its head. Boom! The unwilling body crashed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth. Suddenly, a multitude of wind blades descended from the sky. A massive eagle swooped down, its sharp talons glinting coldly as it aimed for the gorilla's head. Seeking death. Lin Yu scoffed, realizing the trap. This was a ploy to seize his second-tier crystal core while he was distracted. Mirage. Liu Xian's voice rang out. The eagle, in its descent, was abruptly frozen in midair, before the space around it erupted, showering it with blood. Let's go. A man atop the great eagle shouted, and the bird soared higher into the sky. Lin Yu, having deflected the wind blades, cast a cold gaze at the shadowy figure above. Brother Yu, are you all right? The two women rushed over. I'm fine, Shi Yun, please gather the remains of the two mutated beasts, Lin Yu instructed, his focus still fixed on the sky. The massive eagle circled overhead, seemingly reluctant to depart, searching for an opportunity to strike. Lin Yu felt a twinge of helplessness. While he was unafraid of the ground, his attacks could not reach such heights. Chirp! A cry pierced the air. Perhaps seeing Liu Xiyun collecting the mutated beasts' corpses, the man grew anxious and urged the eagle to dive again. Lin Yu's expression hardened as he quietly amassed his strength. Suddenly, from another direction, two more giant eagles appeared, launching a simultaneous attack. Beast Controller Awakener. Lin Yu concentrated the flame blade in his hand, swinging it towards the approaching threat. Unfortunately, the eagles were agile in the air, making it difficult for his attacks to connect. I despise these flying nuisances. Lin Yu grumbled in frustration. As the eagles descended once more, his anger flared. Had he comprehended the power of fire to form wings, he would not feel so constrained. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Crouching down, he pressed his right hand against the earth. Now's my chance. As the three giant eagles approached again, he shouted, engulfed in crimson flames, instantly entering his dragon flame state. Boom! Fire roared from his palm against the ground. Utilizing the tremendous recoil force, he propelled himself skyward like a rocket. What the hell? What kind of outrageous maneuver is this? The man atop the eagle gaped in disbelief at the spectacle. Was it even possible to perform such a feat? Moreover, what was this fiery enveloping his entire being? A super Saiyang. Lin Yu ascended with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, he soared nearly 100 meters, positioning himself above the eagle carrying the man. Flame roar. A devastating beam of fire erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards the target. The entire sequence unfolded in mere moments, a rapid succession of actions. This guy's power is utterly terrifying. The man on the eagle, caught off guard by Lin Yu's capabilities, had assumed that flying high would grant him safety. However, Lin Yu executed a dazzling aerial maneuver. At this point, evasion was no longer an option. My life is forfeit. Chapter 47, The Sorcerer. The roar of flames surged forth with a terrifying force, as the man commanded the giant eagle, unleashing countless blades of wind, only to be instantly overwhelmed. With no avenue for evasion and no means of defense, the man made a decisive leap from the giant eagle, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Unfortunately, the giant eagle was not so fortunate. It was pierced through by a column of fire and plummeted to the ground. Chirp! Two more giant eagles swooped in, catching the falling man and soaring into the distance. Lin Yu landed on the ground, casting a glance at the retreating figures, his eyes glinting with cold light. Yet, all was not lost. He had slain one giant eagle and acquired a first-tier crystal core, providing a lesson to their adversaries. Here you go. Liu Xian handed over 2 second-tier crystal cores and 1 first-tier crystal core. What a pity, Lin Yu sighed as he gazed at the giant python's crystal core, feeling a sense of disappointment. Ultimately, it was not an S-rank fire attribute talent, otherwise, it would have significantly enhanced his own abilities. Not to worry, we will undoubtedly encounter a genuine S-rank fire attribute mutated beast in the future, Liu Xian reassured him. Let us move. After more than an hour, the group finally traversed the damaged highway and reboarded the large G. As the sun began to set, they arrived in Qianhai City. What are we to do about all these zombies? Liu Xian exclaimed, her scalp prickling at the sight of the densely packed undead at the toll booth, at least 30,000 of them. Charge through, Lin Yu smirked. To him, these were merely low-tier zombies, nothing more than experience points. Let us go. The young girl, Aryuko, was even more exhilarated, showing no fear whatsoever. Although she possessed a support talent, her physical strength and defense were exceedingly high, making the slaughter of zero-tier zombies a breeze, as long as she avoided encirclement. 2 hours later, all three were utterly exhausted. Lin Yu alone had dispatched over 20,000 zombies, but the toll had been immense, leaving him with only a third of his magical power remaining. I am so tired, how long will it take to collect all these crystal cores? Lin Yu felt a heavy weariness in his heart, yet, despite his fatigue, he knew he had to collect them, over 6,000 cores, including 2 first-tier ones. It seems we must expedite the formation of Eternal Day, Lin Yu murmured. The group led by Chen Jinger could only be considered a small faction of Eternal Day. Establishing Eternal Day would grant them their own influence, alleviating the burdens of collecting crystal cores in the future, far too tiresome. Amidst the ruins of the street, a woman clad in a white tracksuit wielded a long sword, executing swift, fluid movements. Behind her, countless zombies surged forward, eager to devour her. With each strike of her sword, several zombies fell lifelessly to the ground. Alas, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. That woman is incredibly strong, exclaimed Liu Xiyun as the trio appeared on the street. Her strength is considerable, but she has yet to reach the first tier, Lin Yu observed, noting the 5,000 to 6,000 zombies following her. Fortunately, the street was narrow, allowing her to fight while retreating. That sister is so cool, Ryuko exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. The woman's swordplay was precise and elegant, exuding an air of confidence. It's rare to see a modern woman wielding a sword so skillfully. She must be exceptional, surely, she must have trained in martial arts, Lin Yu remarked appreciatively. In the distance, the woman continued to fight and retreat. Suddenly, she spotted Lin Yu and his companions ahead and shouted, "You all, run!" With a sweeping strike, she dispatched 7 or 8 zombies, then drew a line in the ground with her sword. A shimmering barrier rose from the earth, soaring skyward and blocking the zombies behind her. Roar! The zombies howled in a frenzy, relentlessly battering against the barrier, yet, it remained steadfast, revealing a line of text. Upon seeing it, Lin Yu's pupils constricted. Liu Xiyun was nearly taken aback, for the words displayed on the barrier read 6x27x8, find x. What is this, a linear equation, a math problem? Liu Xiyun asked, bewildered. This is a sorceress formula. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixated on the woman's figure. He had not expected to encounter her here, the most powerful individual from the strongest sequence in his previous life. She had awakened the talent of the rule system, S-rank sorcery. With the power of rules, she could write conditional statements to amplify her strength or cast binding spells. The technique of writing equations to form barriers was her most renowned method, marking her as a pioneer in the field. She had perfected the craft of sorcery, becoming the only existing 8-tier sorceress. Below her, the ranks of 7-tier sorcerers were sparse, and even the 6-tier sorcerers numbered only a few dozen. Her code name was Scholar, her name, Yi Piao. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and run. I can only hold them off for a minute. Yi Piao rushed over, gasping for breath as she shouted at Lin Yu and his companions. Suddenly, from a nearby rooftop, a zombie leaped high, lunging toward her. Clang! Caught off guard, Yi Piao was knocked back by the force of the zombie. As the minute elapsed, the barrier shattered, and the zombies surged forth in a frenzy. This is bad. Yi Piao's expression shifted. Her magical power was nearly exhausted, her unique abilities difficult to employ, and her physical strength had dwindled significantly. A first-tier zombie obstructed her path while nearly 10,000 zombies pursued from behind. The situation was dire. What should we do? Liu Xiyun would never take the initiative to rescue someone without Lin Yu's directive. Save her. Lin Yu did not hesitate. If he could recruit someone from the strongest sequence into his Eternal Day, it would be a game-changer. The 3 rushed forward swiftly. Mirage! Liu Xiyun was the first to act, solidifying the space around the first-tier zombie before causing it to explode. With a single strike, the first-tier zombie was obliterated. Such was the might of an S-rank spatial talent. Flame roar! Lin Yu gathered energy in his mouth, unleashing an inferno that incinerated a vast swath of zombies. You all! Yi Piao's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that the random individuals she encountered would be so powerful, dispatching zombies with such ease. In no time, all the zombies had been cleared away. At this moment, Lin Yu's magical power was nearly depleted. Should he encounter another 5,000 to 6,000 zombies, he would have to flee. Thank you. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she shook hands with Liu Xiyun, then extended her hand toward Lin Yu. I am Yi Piao, thank you. She recognized that Lin Yu had taken the lead in their recent battle, meaning it was he who had come to her aid. Lin Yu, no need for formality. Lin Yu took her delicate hand, offering a gentle smile. What happened? Upon hearing this, Yi Piao's expression turned cold. Gritting her teeth, she replied, I was betrayed by a few lowly individuals. Had I not encountered you, I might have lost my life. No wonder, given your strength, it's surprising that you were cornered to the point of exhausting your magic power. Now it makes sense. Lin Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's getting late, we should find a place to rest, Liu Xiyun interjected at the opportune moment. Together, Lin Yu turned to the aloof woman, extending an invitation. Very well. Yi Piao hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Sorceress Yi Piao, character reference image BPS, brothers, feel free to share your favorite images in response. Chapter 48, Secrets of Calamity. A few individuals found a secluded guest house to settle in. When Liu Xian retrieved various ingredients from her spatial storage and prepared a delectable hot pot, Yi Piao's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving her momentarily dazed. Countless individuals had gone to great lengths for sustenance, enduring days without food. How could these few still indulge in lamb hot pot amidst the apocalypse? Was this truly the end of the world? It felt more like a family of 3 on a delightful vacation. Dig in. Xian's culinary skills are truly exceptional, Lin Yu remarked, observing Yi Piao's expression with a slight smile. If they spent a few days together, experiencing the ease of defeating monsters and the luxury of abundant food and drink, he was confident he could win her over. This is absolutely delicious. I haven't had hot pot in ages, it feels as though I'm transported back to the last century, Yi Piao exclaimed. What a nostalgic experience. She disregarded her image entirely, gorging herself with vigor. Lin Yu and Liu Xian exchanged glances, sharing a subtle smile. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Lin Yu spoke up. What are your plans moving forward? Why not join us? Indeed, in this world, being alone is rather perilous, Liu Xian added. Upon hearing this, Yi Piao adjusted her glasses, a hint of regret in her voice. I have matters to attend to. I may not be able to accompany you. Lin Yu contemplated for a moment. He could not afford to let go of this potential powerhouse. The dangers of the apocalypse are formidable. Regardless of your endeavors, doing so alone is fraught with challenges. Together, we can look out for one another. To be frank, I have no desire to join any faction. The pursuit of power and the deceit that accompanies it are far more terrifying than this world, as she replied. Is that your concern? Lin Yu chuckled. Rest assured, with me, you will find a home that is joyful, warm, and filled with sunshine. Yi Piao was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yu's confident gaze. Then she offered a bittersweet smile. Is sunshine? Where is the light in this world? Follow me, and you shall see, he assured her. Why have you chosen me? Because I can glimpse the future, and I foresee you as part of our family in the realm of eternal day. Lin Yu spoke with an air of seriousness. Your talent allows you to predict the future? Yi Piao was taken aback, recalling Lin Yu's flames from earlier. Could it be that this man had awakened 2 talents? Indeed, I possess both the ability to foresee the future and control flames. I can vaguely perceive fragments of what is to come. Lin Yu's claim, while audacious, was not entirely unfounded. He carried the memories of his past life and could access knowledge of many secrets unknown to others in this era. To say he could predict the future was a stretch, yet not entirely inaccurate. You claim you foresaw my future within your eternal day. Naturally. Then tell me, what will my future entail? In the future, you will become the most powerful sorceress in this world, the sole practitioner of the 8th level of sorcery. Is that why you wish to recruit me? Because I am destined to be powerful. Yi Piao inquired. Lin Yu gazed intently at her, stating, this world is on the brink of numerous great horrors. Someone must delve into the origins of these calamities and seek to resolve them. This endeavor will demand countless lives, numerous corpses, and the collective efforts of many strong individuals. His tone grew somber. During the latter stages of the apocalypse in his previous life, true terror and despair reigned. What were the current zombies compared to the horrors that lay ahead? They were but a minor nuisance in the grand scheme of things. In those dire times, even the mightiest among them felt a profound sense of hopelessness and helplessness. Within the ranks of the strongest, some had gleaned insights that hinted at the origins of these calamities. It was those who donned the mantle of light, unafraid of life and death, who ventured forth, sacrificing their lives to combat the darkness and terror, extending a lifeline to this world. If they failed, the entire world would face utter annihilation, and the existence of all life on Earth would be extinguished. In his past life, Lin Yu lacked the strength to stand alongside such individuals. However, in this life, he was determined to join them and wrest a glimmer of hope for humanity from the abyss. He would confront those lurking in the shadows, the dark powers and mutated beasts, as well as those who clung to life in fear. With his fists, he would compel them to join the fight. Under the collapsing nest, how could any egg remain unscathed? I, Lin Yu, call upon all the saints to battle. You mean to say you glimpsed a fragment of the future, where the world plunges into even greater darkness and terror? The others were hearing such secrets for the first time, their bodies sweating profusely from fear that began to take root in their hearts. Otherwise, do you think the apocalypse would come to pass? Why are there zombies, and how do people awaken their talents? Everything has its reason. If we cannot address the source of these calamities, all will perish. In the mid-stages of the apocalypse, only the strong survived while the weak were eliminated. This was merely the natural order of the world, sifting through its seeds to cultivate strength, akin to nurturing poison. From this, a glimmer of hope would emerge, a cadre of powerful individuals capable of saving this world. Save the world? Do you truly overestimate me? Yi Piao found it difficult to accept. In truth, most of us merely strive to survive. We do not seek to save the world, we fight simply to live. We must take chances, mustn't we? In his past life, Lin Yu had lacked the strength. Even when he learned certain secrets, he was powerless to effect change, relying instead on the strongest among them to save the world. Only then could he survive. Yet in this life, he would save himself. He would not place his hopes in others. Indeed, to live. Very well, I will join you. Yi Piao pledged earnestly. With that, Lin Yu smiled. The genius sorceress from the strongest ranks had finally become a member of Eternal Day. Yi Piao adjusted her glasses and said, however, tomorrow I must resolve some personal grievances. Let us go together. Agreed. But you mentioned I would be among the strongest. Why do I feel I am not that powerful? Surely, you are all stronger than I am. Yi Piao expressed her doubts. In truth, she was quite confident. She considered herself the strongest in her previous team. However, in the apocalypse, caution was paramount, and she had held back. No one knew her actual attributes were quite high. They only believed she possessed an unusual sorcery with considerable supportive capabilities. Thus, when faced with a horde of zombies, she was the first to be betrayed and abandoned. Yet, upon hearing Lin Yu declare her future as a superpower, with fewer than 100 such individuals in the world, she felt a sense of unreality. If she were that strong, why was she unaware of it? Is your sorcery currently limited to trapping others? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, I can formulate simple problems within a certain time frame, establishing rules to confine my enemies, Yi Piao explained. For instance, as you witnessed earlier, I created a barrier by writing a linear equation within 3 seconds while providing the correct answer. Those within must also solve the equation within 3 seconds to escape. Otherwise, they must wait until the duration of the sorcery expires. And how long does it take for the sorcery to dissipate automatically? Liu Shiyun asked curiously. This depends on the caster's magical power. The more magic power infused, the stronger the rules formed, and the longer the duration, Lin Yu replied. Is this also something you foresaw? Yi Piao gazed at him as if he were curiosity. This was a secret of her talent. How could an outsider possibly know? Chapter 49, The Terror of the Sorcerer. Lin Yu smiled silently and continued, in truth, there exist myriad techniques within the realm of sorcery that you have yet to comprehend. Such as? Yi Piao inquired eagerly. For instance, you can inscribe a sorcery onto another individual, thereby diminishing their attributes, or inscribe it upon yourself to enhance your own attributes. Additionally, you may inscribe a sorcery at a fixed location, which will automatically trigger upon the fulfillment of predetermined conditions. You can also compose a written sorcery that intensifies the enemy's pain, slows their speed, causes incessant bleeding, effectively bestowing upon your adversary every conceivable negative state you have mastered, layering debilitating buffs to their detriment. As Lin Yu spoke, Yi Piao's eye sparkled with increasing brilliance. These methods, though perhaps not overwhelmingly powerful in the early stages, would become exceedingly formidable upon mastering the 8th or even 9th tier of sorcery. 9-fold pain enhancement, 9-fold speed reduction, 9-fold unending bleeding, which foe could withstand such a multitude of afflictions. As an 8th tier sorcerer, I am filled with anticipation, Yi Piao declared, her eyes gleaming with radiant light. She stepped into the courtyard and closed her eyes. Moments later, she suddenly opened her eyes. Drawing her sword, she swiftly inscribed a sorcery before her. Sorcery, Power Enhancement X2. The power of the rules coalesced into grand characters in the air, which then surged into her being. In that instant, she felt her strength surge dramatically, doubling in magnitude. Once more. Sorcery, Power Enhancement X2. Yi Piao concentrated again, inscribing the sorcery to augment her strength. However, this time, her power did not increase. There was no discernible change. She furrowed her brow. The same rule will only take effect at its highest level, Lin Yu elucidated, addressing her confusion. Both of your sorceries target yourself and enhance your attributes by a factor of 2, thus only one can activate. If you wish to further amplify your strength, you must inscribe a more powerful dual-tier sorcery, which would be Sorcery, Power Enhancement X2. I see. Yi Piao acknowledged, once again closing her eyes. Her sword danced through the air, meticulously inscribing sorceries while deeply contemplating. Brother Yu, if she is destined to become an 8th tier sorcerer, as you suggest, then she could potentially elevate her strength 8-fold. Indeed, hence her exceptional aptitude, Lin Yu remarked with admiration. Numerous individuals have awakened S-rank sorcery, yet she alone has managed to grasp the 8th tier. Lin Yu mused that individuals with an awakened S-rank talent typically enhance their primary attributes by a factor of 2 at most. Conversely, a sorcerer, upon mastering a dual-tier sorcery, can amplify any chosen attribute by 2-fold, reaching the S-rank level. The prospect of an 8th tier sorcerer is beyond imagination. Lin Yu activated his Dragon Flame state, tripling his strength while doubling all other attributes. This represented the enhancement of a 5th-tier sorcery, allowing him to match his Dragonflame form. No, it would surpass his Dragonflame form, because his Dragonflame form offers a fixed enhancement, whereas a 5th-tier sorcerer can inscribe various types of enhancements. For instance, they could increase strength 5-fold, or speed 5-fold, or even mental acuity 5-fold, and so forth. They could also inscribe a combination, such as tripling strength while doubling speed, resulting in a myriad of possibilities, rendering it superior to the Dragonflame form. If both had equal strength, yet the opponent was swifter, how could he engage? Even his Dragonflame form would be overwhelmed. However, this scenario hinges on the equivalence of their foundational attributes. Clearly, Lin Yu's foundational attributes are far beyond those of Yi Piao, thus, his Dragonflame form might only be matched by Yi Piao upon her reaching the 6th tier of sorcery. Considering all this, the pressure is indeed substantial. Yi Piao had once attained the status of an 8th tier sorcerer in her previous life. In the next moment, Lin Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was confident that the Dragonflame form was not his ultimate manifestation. As long as he continued to absorb various high-tier fire attributes, he could perpetually awaken and evolve into an even more potent form. Brother Yu, how long do you think it will take her to master the dual-tier sorcery? Liu Xian's eye sparkled with excitement. Lin Yu had previously mentioned that her spatial talent was quite formidable, and as long as she persisted in her understanding, she too could become a powerhouse. The enhancement of each tier of sorcery represents a qualitative leap. The first 3 tiers are relatively straightforward, other sorcerers typically require about a month. As for her, I estimate she will undoubtedly master it within a week. Lin Yu asserted confidently, gazing at the woman before him. Suddenly, Yi Piao let out a light exclamation, sorcery, power enhancement x2. The power of the rules coalesced, enveloping her. An aura of immense strength emanated from her being. Lin Yu was so astonished that he rose from his seat. Has she truly reached the dual tier so swiftly? Just moments ago, he had suggested a week, only to be proven wrong in an instant. How could fate be so capricious? I did it. Yi Piao exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy as she felt the immense power surging within her. Congratulations. Lin Yu rejoiced for her. As a dual-tier sorcerer, she finally embodied the strength befitting her S-rank talent. Sorcery, no men allowed. Yi Piao smirked mischievously, swiftly inscribing a sorcery around Lin Yu. Point for beams of light ascended, forming a shimmering barrier. This sorcery comprised 2 conditional judgments, thereby qualifying as a dual-tier sorcery. The first condition pertained to person, while the second condition was male. Thus, the result dictated that men could not exit the barrier. Yi Piao's dual-tier sorcery effectively confined the movements of men, prohibiting them from leaving the sorcery's domain. Does this mean women are unaffected? Liu Xian inquired with curiosity. Why not let your sister test it and see? Without hesitation, Liu Xian stepped into the barrier and then exited without any repercussions. Is it truly effective? She questioned, somewhat skeptical. Observe closely, Lin Yu replied with a smile, approaching the barrier and extending his hand outward. Upon contact, it felt like an impenetrable wall, unmovable. If one were trapped inside, would they simply have to wait for the barrier to dissipate on its own? The little girl, Aryuko, bounced nearby the barrier. You can forcibly dispel it using magic. Lin Yu chuckled, gathering magical energy and striking the barrier with a punch. In the next instant, the barrier shattered upon impact. Is it really so easy to break? Does that not render it rather ineffective? Aryuko blinked, perplexed. Lin Yu shook his head. Silly girl, why not ask your Aunt Piao how much magical energy was consumed for that sorcery? I only expended 1000 magical energy for the dual-tier sorcery I just inscribed, Yi Piao interjected. Lin Yu looked at them and explained, the punch I just threw required 3000 magical energy. Does that imply one must expend 3 times the magical energy to break it? Not exactly. To dispel a sorcery, you merely need a momentary magical output exceeding double the original energy. However, the crux lies in the uncertainty of how much magical energy the opponent used to inscribe their sorcery. If your magical output is insufficient, it will be ineffective, resulting in a complete waste. Hence, you must unleash a greater magical force. For instance, if Piao expended 1000 magical energy for her sorcery, delivering 1500 magical energy would be futile and wasteful. You must generate over 2000 magical energy to break through, yet you cannot ascertain how much Piao utilized. To be safe, you would need to unleash 3000 or even more magical energy. I understand now, she can employ this method to deplete the magical energy of others. Liu Xian's intelligence shone through, grasping the concept with ease. Chapter 50, suddenly acquiring a female apprentice. Indeed, she can continuously inscribe spells upon others to deplete their magical energy, Lin Yu elaborated. Even if someone possesses the same amount of magical power as her, she only needs to expend 1/3 of her magic to drain her opponent's reserves. After all, when others forcefully break a spell, they waste a considerable amount of magical energy. It is impossible to be precise to exactly double the amount. That is truly astonishing. Liu Shiyun exclaimed, realizing the sheer potency of such a technique. So, spells can be manipulated in this manner. The group was left in shock after Lin Yu's explanation. Yi Piao, in particular, felt as if she had discovered a new world. She had never known that her spells could be utilized in such a way. There are two types of barrier spells. One is the coercive type, like the one just cast upon me, which either must be forcefully broken or will dissipate once the time elapses. The other type is akin to the linear equations you previously encountered. Aside from brute force, one can also rely on intellect to derive the solution or wait for the time to run out. The duration of a barrier is contingent upon the level of your spell and the amount of magical energy infused. The more magic you imbue while inscribing a spell, the longer the rules will endure. As far as I know, a first-tier spell inscribed with 500 magical energy can only last for a minute. Upon finishing his explanation, Lin Yu turned his gaze towards Yi Piao. Indeed, the most fundamental first-tier spell inscribed with 500 magical energy can persist for a minute, Yi Piao confirmed. If one expends 5,000 magical energy to inscribe a first-tier spell, it can last for 10 minutes. For a second-tier spell, the duration doubles. Lin Yu felt a tinge of envy towards the innate talent for spellcasting. The mastery of higher-tier spells depended on one's comprehension. Once understood, a person's innate abilities would be enhanced. Interestingly, inscribing higher-tier spells does not consume additional magical energy. Thus, inscribing an 8th-tier spell would require the same amount of magical energy as a first-tier spell. The critical factor lies in the ability to inscribe it. It was said that in her previous life, when Yi Piao comprehended the 5th-tier spell, her innate talent advanced from S to SS rank. Upon mastering the 8th-tier spell, it ascended once more to SSS rank. This progression of talent was exceedingly arduous, reliant solely on one's potential and insight. In comparison, my path appears somewhat simpler. Lin Yu's advancement in talent was considerably more straightforward. He merely needed to continuously absorb and integrate various advanced fire energies to progress. This stark contrast further accentuated Yi Piao's formidable prowess. Piao, as a spellcaster, Lin Yu took on the role of a professional mentor, imparting a wealth of knowledge regarding the capabilities and techniques of spellcasters. However, he was unaware of the intricacies of comprehension and advancement. Such secrets remained undisclosed in his previous life. So, if a first-tier spell inscribed with 500 magical energy can last for 8 minutes, a first-tier spell inscribed with 5,000 magical energy can persist for 80 minutes. Yi Piao's eye sparkled like the sun, brimming with aspiration. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. He recalled the tumultuous events of his past life when Yi Piao, the academic prodigy, personally intervened, inscribing an 8th-tier spell around the Celestial Sea and infusing it with an immense 3 million magical energy. This act sealed the entire Celestial Sea for 33 days, rendering even the 2 mutated beast kings within unable to breach the barrier. This exemplified the terrifying power of an 8th-tier spellcaster, wielding the capability to obliterate worlds. Lin Yu, thank you. Suddenly, Yi Piao knelt before Lin Yu, her tone exceedingly solemn. From this day forth, you shall be my master. Liu Shiyun was left utterly bewildered. Lin Yu too wore a perplexed expression. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in an enlightening discussion, and now she was kneeling before him. Moreover, she wished to pay her respects as a disciple. Dear lady, I am younger than you. Lin Yu rushed over to assist her, exclaiming, Piao, please cease this jest. You are older than I am, and calling me master is, I refuse. When my grandfather was alive, I vowed that whoever could teach me in my area of expertise and garner my respect, I would take as my master. She gazed intently at Lin Yu. It is evident that you are that person, and besides, I am indeed younger than you. Lin Yu was left utterly speechless. What do you mean you are younger than me? He asked incredulously. Of course. I have just turned 20. Impossible, I distinctly recall you being a university professor. Lin Yu was adamant. He remembered that in his previous life, Yi Piao taught at a university. How do you know I was a university professor? Is this part of the prophecy? Yi Piao regarded him with suspicion. Of course. Lin Yu lied without a hint of embarrassment. I have been skipping grades since childhood. I pursued my doctorate directly during university, and it was only after graduating that I began teaching. Yi Piao did not dwell on it too much and instead elaborated. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu and the others were rendered speechless. What kind of genius is this? No wonder she was dubbed their academic prodigy. It was simply astonishing. With this revelation, her calling him master did not seem quite so outrageous. Please rise, he urged. I will not. I shall not rise until you agree. Yi Piapiao replied obstinately, her head bowed, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. She recalled her grandfather's words, in the eyes of those who practice martial arts, aside from family, the most trustworthy bond is that of master and disciple. After their brief interaction today, Yi Piapiao understood that Lin Yu's comprehension of spells far surpassed her own. To acquire such knowledge, becoming his disciple was undoubtedly the best choice. Very well, I accept, please rise, Lin Yu conceded, realizing he could not argue any further. Having an apprentice, especially a female one, was not entirely unwelcome. Master, Yi Piapiao pushed up her glasses, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment herself. Here, take these 10 first-tier crystal cores as a token of our meeting. Lin Yu decided, producing 10 first-tier crystal cores. Although Yi Piapiao was already at level 10, she only possessed 1 first-tier crystal core. Upon reaching the first tier, her strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Thank you, Master! Yi Piapiao exclaimed with joy as she accepted the gift, devoid of any pretense. This must be the welcoming gift from my master, she thought gleefully. Now, you should advance, Lin Yu encouraged. Understood. Yi Piapiao began to absorb the crystal cores, and within a mere 7 or 8 minutes, she successfully broke through to the first tier. Codename: Academic Prodigy Level, First Tier 0, Magical Energy, 29, 600 Strength, 312 Constitution, 163 Speed, 226 Mentality, 179 Talent, S-Rank Spellcaster. These were Yi Piapiao's basic attributes. Compared to Liu Xian's, her magical energy was significantly higher, while the rest were fairly comparable. The group, each harboring their own thoughts, found a room to rest for the night. Liu Xian pulled Yi Piapiao, and, along with Ryuko, the three settled in together, leaving Lin Yu alone. What on earth is happening, he sighed, a wry smile gracing his lips as he reflected on the unexpectedly tumultuous turn of events. Chapter 51, more ruthless than a man. The following day, within the confines of a dilapidated, abandoned building, a group of 70 to 80 individuals congregated, engaged in the distribution of the food they had risked their lives to gather the previous day. Most of these individuals possessed strength at level 7 or 8, with 7 among them reaching level 10. Be frugal, everyone, let each person take a small portion and then send them out to forage for more food, commanded the bearded leader, furrowing his brow. Yesterday, while he led the team in search of supplies, they had been besieged by a horde of zombies. Had it not been for the betrayal of that woman, he likely would not have returned alive. Brother, it's a pity about that woman, one remarked. Indeed, she was so beautiful. We hadn't even had the chance to savor her before she became zombie fodder. Her abilities could have been of some use. Had it not been for the dire situation yesterday, we would never have abandoned her. As the leaders lamented while eating, thoughts of the woman filled them with regret. Although Yi Piapiao was clad in sports attire, her flowing long hair and exquisitely beautiful face were enough to leave one yearning. With her glasses, she exuded an aura of icy aloofness that ignited a fierce desire for conquest within them. If I had known, I would have taken her a few days ago. One of the subordinates licked his lips, lost in thought. Stop dreaming. Let's focus on where to find food, another interjected. Just then, a commotion arose from within the building, drawing everyone's attention to the staircase. A man accompanied by 3 women slowly ascended. Sister Piapiao, it's Sister Piapiao. You're still alive. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically upon seeing Yi Piapiao. Many felt a wave of shame wash over them, lowering their heads in avoidance. Piapiao, it's truly wonderful that you survived. The bearded leader exclaimed, advancing towards her with a smile. Behind him, a throng of followers trailed closely. The second-in-command surveyed Yi Piapiao with a leering gaze, his eyes brimming with unabashed desire. HMPH, how hypocritical you all are, Yi Piapiao retorted coldly. Piapiao, it was an emergency yesterday, and look, you survived. Brother, why waste words on her? She's merely an awakened support, there's no need to be polite. The second-in-command pushed through the crowd, sneering, I was initially sorry to see you die. Who would have imagined you would come right to us? So, I shall not hold back. From today forth, if you make my brother and me comfortable, I guarantee you a life of luxury, free from the perilous task of scavenging for supplies. Before Yi Piapiao could respond, voices arose from the crowd. Brother, I can serve you too. Please don't make me go out to scavenge. I can do it as well. Several ordinary-looking women emerged from the crowd, eagerly seeking to curry favor with the leader and his second-in-command. Get lost. Take a good look in the mirror before you approach. The second-in-command shouted angrily, kicking several women to the ground before turning back to Yi Piapiao. Har har, did you see that? My offer is one that countless women yearn for but cannot attain. You shall die. Yi Piapiao's eyes glinted with cold fury as she addressed the bearded man. You shall personally kill him, and I will only require one of your arms. Har har, brother, did you hear that? This woman is truly ungrateful. What are you still hesitating for? The bearded leader's expression darkened, yet he was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. Yesterday, Yi Piao had been pursued by thousands of zombies, yet here she was today, alive and well. It was clear that this man had saved her. To rescue someone from the jaws of thousands of zombies without a scratch indicated immense strength, something he could not fathom achieving himself. My brother, this is a misunderstanding, you see. The bearded leader clasped his hands together, acknowledging Lin Yu. As the leader of a small faction, he was not foolish. In this apocalyptic world, those lacking intelligence often met an early demise. Lin Yu was taken aback. How had this matter become associated with him? Clearly, this individual was not simply a brute devoid of intellect. This matter shall be handled by Piao herself. I am merely an observer, Lin Yu replied with a smile, leading Liu Xian and Ryuko aside, pulling up a chair and sitting down without ceremony. Before long, seeds appeared in their hands, and they began to munch on them with great relish. The bearded leader took a deep breath and turned to Yi Piao. Piao, these are the supplies we gathered yesterday. Take as much as you wish, and let us leave it at that, shall we? Upon hearing his words, chaos erupted among the crowd. Brother, have you lost your mind? Leader, we worked hard for this food. Many have died in the process. Indeed, if we give it to her, what shall we eat? At the mention of food, those who had previously felt guilty towards Yi Piao suddenly sprang forth, vehemently opposing the leader's decision. Their change of heart was swifter than turning a page in a book, revealing their true, ugly natures. HMPH, let them perish. Yi Piao dismissed their protests, her patience wearing thin. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long sword. Are you truly prepared to do this? The bearded leader's eyes flashed with malice. Technique. Speed amplification twofold. Yi Piao seized her words, instantly channeling the technique upon herself. In a heartbeat, her speed surged dramatically, her form a mere blur. Kill her, I command you, the bearded leader shouted, but his words faltered as he found himself utterly voiceless. A crimson line began to materialize across his neck. What, when did this happen? He clutched his throat desperately, yet could not stem the torrent of blood that gushed forth. The crowd gasped in shock. They had barely seen Yi Piao move, yet their leader had already met his demise by her blade. Among those present, only Lin Yu and his companions had perceived her swift actions. The rest, including the bearded leader, were oblivious to when she had drawn her sword. Even as his throat was severed, he remained unaware, still attempting to speak, a testament to the astounding swiftness of Yi Piao. At level 1, her speed had reached 226 points, and with the technique doubling it, it soared to 678 points. The strongest among them, the level 10 bearded leader, had a speed of merely 55 points, a difference of more than tenfold. Thud! His lifeless body crashed to the ground, the sound echoing like the grim call of death, resonating in the hearts of all present. The second in command, now stripped of his previous bravado, wore a mask of terror. As he retreated amidst the throng, he shouted, "Charge, whoever kills her, I will make him the new leader." At that moment, fear gripped his heart. The strongest among them had been slain in an instant. Where was his chance for survival? This woman, who had once seemed so weak, had transformed into a formidable force. Little did he know, Yi Piao had always been stronger than them. She had merely concealed her true abilities. Once more, Yi Piao moved with lethal intent, targeting those who had abandoned her. With each swing of her sword, a life was extinguished, swift and effortless, as if she were butchering livestock. Even those who had awakened their talents were no match for her, their attributes vastly inferior. Before they could even deploy their abilities, their throats were already severed. S-class awakened ones and those below S-rank exist in entirely different realms. The disparity is as vast as a chasm. Likewise, levels are crucial. The difference between level 1 and 10 is not merely a matter of degree. Lin Yu and his companions gazed at Yi Piao's blurred figure, a sense of awe washing over them. Sister Piao, I had no choice. Please don't kill me, someone sobbed in desperation, yet, in response, there was only a flash of steel, more decisive than any man. Chapter 52, Lin Xiaoyu. In just a few fleeting moments, over 30 lifeless bodies lay sprawled upon the ground. These were the very individuals who had forsaken Yi Piao just yesterday, and those who had recently hurled insults at her. The remaining 40 or so huddled in the corners, trembling with fear, their eyes fixed on Yi Piao, who appeared as a deity of death. Yi Piao stuffed the majority of the food from the table into her backpack and shouldered it as she prepared to leave. Master, my matters have been resolved. Let us depart, as she stated, sheathing her long sword with an air of tranquility. Adjusting her glasses, she seemed utterly unfazed by the carnage surrounding her. Indeed. Lin Yu commended her with a thumbs up, admiring her decisive and unhesitating nature. The four of them descended from the dilapidated building. Master, where shall we head now? I have come to Qianhai City to rescue my sister. She is at Qianhai University, Lin Yu swiftly explained. Qianhai University. Yi Piao paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. Wasn't that the very institution where she was employed? Do you know the way? Lin Yu inquired urgently. To be honest, he had only visited once when his sister began her freshman year, and was utterly unfamiliar with the route. I am a newly appointed lecturer in the first year at Qianhai University, Yi Piao replied. What is your sister's name and what department is she in? Lin Xiaoyu, from the Department of Economic Management. Yi Piao's expression turned peculiar. What a remarkable coincidence. What is it? Lin Yu asked, sensing her unease. Lin Xiaoyu is the belle of the first-year Economic Management Department, quite renowned within the school, and her voice faltered slightly, I am her mathematics instructor. Lin Yu suddenly grasped the reason behind Yi Piao's earlier discomfort. He was her master, yet she was also his sister's teacher. The connections were undeniably complicated. Perhaps we should disregard the matter of apprenticeship, Lin Yu suggested after a moment's contemplation. Absolutely not. Taking on an apprentice is a solemn affair and should not be treated lightly. As for my relationship with your sister, let us keep them distinct, Yi Piao asserted firmly. Very well, as you wish, Lin Yu conceded with a resigned shake of his head. However, given that we are in an apocalypse beset by rampant zombies, is your sister still at the university? Rest assured, I called her in advance and advised her to stay in the dormitory, ensuring she had sufficient provisions, Lin Yu reassured her. You prepared in advance before the apocalypse? Yi Piao exclaimed in surprise, only to quickly recall Lin Yu's ability to predict the future. Let us proceed. I am familiar with the route, though the journey will not be easy. Despite being just over 60 kilometers, it is rife with densely populated zombie areas. When encountering fewer zombies, we will engage them directly. For larger hordes, we should take cover, Lin Yu replied with a furrowed brow. Qianhai City was a renowned tourist destination, with a permanent population exceeding 2 million. This implied that following the zombie outbreak, there were at least 250 to 600,000 zombies unleashed. Given the passage of time since the onset of the apocalypse, their numbers could have swelled to over 3 million. While he could effortlessly eliminate ordinary zombies with basic attacks, even if he managed to slay one per second, a continuous effort over 10 hours would yield only 36,000. Utilizing his talents for wide-range attacks would indeed expedite the process, yet his magical energy would be insufficient. At the 0 tier, his magical energy replenished at a rate of 1 point per second, doubling to 2 points at the first tier. To fully restore his magical energy, it would take nearly 10 hours. Piao, please optimize the route, we shall adapt as circumstances dictate. Understood, Master. Qianhai University had become a wasteland in many areas. Following the apocalypse, zombies descended from the skies, and of the 40,000 individuals who once populated the campus, fewer than 5,000 remained. These survivors formed small alliances, occupying different regions, their survival largely attributed to the awakened talents among them. The Xiechou Alliance was one such group, their current stronghold being the university's library. On the second floor of the library, over 200 individuals gathered, engaged in fervent discussion. Everyone, listen to me. Today's mission involves Xiaoyu and me leading a team to clear the zombies from the swimming pool. Monkeys and Yarn Jian will take a team out through the wall beside the swimming pool. There is a large supermarket outside, and they will search for supplies. A tall and handsome young man meticulously organized the tasks. He was Zhao Qiu, the leader of this small group and a junior in sports studies. I oppose this. I refuse to team up with you. Suddenly, a discordant voice pierced the air. Lin Xiaoyu stood up from the crowd, glaring at Zhao Qiu, her disdain for him palpable. Xiaoyu, for my sake, please don't cause a scene, all right. A beautiful girl beside her tugged at her hand. Ultimately, Lin Xiaoyu, still fuming, sat back down. Brothers, according to yesterday's observations, there are 2 first-tier zombies in the swimming pool. If we can eliminate them, Brother Qiu will soon reach the next tier. At this moment, someone quickly stepped forward to diffuse the tension, attempting to ease the awkward atmosphere. That's excellent. Brother Qiu's strength will increase, making us even safer. Indeed, Brother Qiu is always the strongest. The students showered him with flattery, and Zhao Qiu beamed with pride, casting a glance at Lin Xiaoyu that held an inscrutable significance. As the group dispersed to make final preparations, the girl who had previously pulled on Lin Xiaoyu's arm approached Zhao Qiu. She spoke while casting furtive glances around. She was Lin Xiaoyu's roommate, Fang Siki, and also Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Once you reach the next tier, are you planning to make a move on Xiaoyu? Indeed, as you can see, Xiaoyu's talent is too formidable. I must possess it. A ruthless glint flickered in Zhao Qiu's eyes. He had awakened an A-grade talent, Steal, although it was not a power-enhancing ability. Each tier he ascended allowed him to additionally steal 1 talent. Just 3 days after awakening, he had stolen an A-grade talent, Thunderstorm, from his roommate, significantly boosting his strength and establishing himself as the leader of this 100-member alliance. Later, he learned from his girlfriend about Lin Xiaoyou's talent. A-grade, 5-fold strength enhancement. Such an extraordinary ability was one he was determined to appropriate for himself. True power, after all, must be firmly held within one's grasp to ensure peace of mind. Let us depart. Once everyone was prepared, Zhao Qiu gestured grandly, leading the group towards the swimming pool. Master, following the planned route, I estimate that if all goes smoothly, we will arrive at Qianhai University in approximately 3 days. Yi Piepia shared her calculations. You are more familiar with Qianhai City. I defer to your judgment, Lin Yu replied without objection. Very well, then let us strike forth. The entirety of Qianhai City is quite similar. Every region is infested with zombies. The 4 of them advanced along the streets, battling zombies as they pressed onward. Chapter 53, the world rankings are open unbeknownst to them. The 4 had been engaged in battle since dawn. Pro, cast the speed enhancement spells for Shiyun, Ryuko, and yourself, and follow my lead. Lin Yu commanded loudly. His magical energy had been depleted by more than half, and he desperately needed a moment of respite. Spell, speed doubled. Yi Pro expended 15,000 units of magical energy, swiftly inscribing 3 spells and casting them upon the 2 women and herself. The effect would last for 10 minutes. In an instant, their speed surged dramatically, all surpassing 300 points. The first-tier zombies, with speeds barely reaching 60 or 70 points, couldn't even graze their clothing hems. Flame Waltz. Lin Yu forged ahead, while the 3 hastened behind him. There's a hotel up ahead. Let us take refuge there. The 4 of them plowed through the obstacles in their path. As night fell, they gathered for a hot pot meal, enjoying their small slice of life. Congratulations to all survivors, someone has successfully advanced to the 2nd tier, and the world rankings are now open. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed in everyone's mind. Lin Yu recognized it as the manifestation of the rules. Brother Yu, that big wet brother has advanced to the 2nd tier, Liu Shiyun remarked. So soon? Lin Yu was taken aback and opened the rankings. Before tier 5, no one can advance as swiftly as this fellow. Do you know who this top-ranked big wet brother is? Yi Pro asked, intrigued. Yes, he is a zombie king from Koan City. Bitten by a zombie, he mutated but retained human characteristics. How did he level up so quickly? I suspect he has unified the zombies in the ancient town at the foot of Xian Mountain. Liu Shiyun recalled that exceedingly gentlemanly figure. His methods are unreplicable. As long as he continues to recruit the zombie army, there will be a steady stream of first-tier zombies for him to level up. That is practically cheating. Yi Pro exclaimed, speechless. With her current strength, defeating first-tier zombies was effortless, yet finding them proved to be a considerable challenge. Furthermore, many first-tier zombies were often surrounded by thousands of their undead kin. Securing a first-tier crystal core was no small feat, let alone for those below S rank. The world rankings are almost entirely filled with people from the Great Xia. Lin Yu glanced over, feeling a swell of pride. In his previous life, the Great Xia, despite its demographic advantage, only occupied a quarter of the rankings. In this life, out of 1,000 individuals on the global leaderboard, 662 hailed from the Great Xia, a truly terrifying statistic. Even those formidable figures abroad paled in comparison to the Great Xia's ranks. Arthur ranked 36th, Angel Gabriel 39th, Lucifer 41st, Scorpion King 48th, Pisces King 49th, Thousand Crane 57th, Superman 71st, Solar Knight 76th. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. Subsequently, the chat room for the Great Xia erupted with fervor, comments surged rapidly, making it nearly impossible for anyone to keep up. At this moment, every citizen of the Great Xia felt an overwhelming exhilaration. Even in the apocalypse, they shouted, seemingly casting aside their inner fears. The World Forum was also in chaos. The most popular thread, "The Great Xia is the greatest in the world," reached the top position. Countless replies flooded in beneath the post, with new comments appearing every second. He was this big wet brother, incredible, bringing glory to the nation. What kind of talent has this remarkable individual awakened? I haven't even reached the 1st tier, and he is already at the 2nd. Aside from Lin Yu and his companions, no one knew that the big wet brother was no longer purely human. He was a zombie king. The world rankings consist entirely of 1st-tier individuals, and our Great Xia occupies nearly 70% of them. How utterly proud. As a citizen of the Great Xia, I am immensely proud. What can the trash Sakura nation say? Are they so frightened they've wet themselves? Har har. On the battlefield of 100 nations, you will await your demise. What is so impressive about having numbers? Our strong ones are low-key, otherwise, they'd be on the leaderboard in no time. Indeed, our genius warrior 1000 Crane possesses 3 S-tier talents. If he wishes, even the second tier is a breeze. Many evolutionists from the Sakura nation were becoming increasingly agitated, inadvertently revealing some critical information. Barker Yuru, who is this bastard? How dare he leak my information? At that moment, in a shrine at the foot of Sakura Mountain, a man adorned with 3 samurai swords emanated an intimidating aura. I'm ranked 57th in the world. He found it hard to believe. As the genius warrior of the shrine, he had awakened 3 S-tier talents in the apocalypse, becoming the foremost individual of the Sakura nation, yet, he never expected to be ranked so low on the world leaderboard. They must have been lucky to advance to the first tier ahead of me. That doesn't signify anything. Just wait, you detestable Great Xia people, soon you will know the might of 1000 Crane. On the Great Xia side, those who saw this news were taken aback. 3 S-tier talents, if that were true, this individual's strength would be unfathomable. Many began to worry, as they had yet to hear of anyone in the Great Xia possessing 3 S-tier talents. Master, that 1000 Crane from the Sakura nation sounds formidable. 3 S-tier talents, Ypro remarked, puzzled. Him. He is just SOSO, he is not even considered a top-tier powerhouse, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. Is having 3 S-tier talents not strong? Ypro was astonished upon hearing this. At the beginning, the majority of strong individuals may possess S-tier talents, but as evolution progresses, some can elevate their talents to 3S or even 6S, Lin Yu explained softly. Although 1000 Crane has 3 S-tier talents, it would be remarkable if he could elevate even one of those talents. In the end, it would transform into 1 high-tier talent accompanied by 2 low-tier talents. Does that still seem intimidating? No matter how many talents one possesses, they pale in comparison to a single high-tier talent. Human energy and time are finite. Continuously evolving a single talent is already a formidable challenge. Having 3 talents, if one does not know how to prioritize, can instead hinder their own progress. Perhaps, by the time I advance my flame control to 6S, the strongest among that elite group might only reach 4S, while most would still be at SS, Lin Yu mused internally. The advancement of talents becomes increasingly difficult over time, with the disparities growing wider. The gap between 4S and 6S is far greater than that between D-tier and S-tier. Consider this, can an evolutionist with 10 D-tier talents pose a threat to one with an S-tier talent? Thus, the quality of talents is far more valuable than quantity. Fortunately, Lin Yu's flame-devouring talent does not require extensive time to comprehend. He merely needs to continuously absorb high-tier flames to progress. In the west, atop a skyscraper. Ha! Great Xia! A tall man cloaked in golden light gazed towards the east. He was codenamed Arthur. Currently, he held the top position on the leaderboard for Great Britain. The opening of the world rankings had drawn everyone's attention. In the Western countries, any strong individual who made it onto the leaderboard was not overly concerned. They believed that only the first-tier individual, the big wet brother, was worthy of their attention. The rest had merely advanced to the first tier slightly ahead of them. Attention survivors, this is the official announcement from Kuan City. Our military has established a safe zone in the South Dragon District. Nearby survivors may come to seek refuge, and we will also advance into the city to cleanse the zombies and rescue survivors. A new outpost was pinned to the top. Military forces began to emerge, yet the undertone of their message was difficult to decipher. It hinted at consolidating survivors to bolster their power. Today marked the 22nd day of the apocalypse. The timid, the weak, and the damned had perished in droves. Those who remained were primarily organized into small groups. Together, they managed to clear out ordinary zombies, acquiring crystal cores and gradually evolving. Over the course of 2 days, they had eliminated nearly 100,000 zombies and amassed over 20,000 crystal cores, with a solid 82 first-tier cores. Advancing to the second tier is still quite a distance away, Lin Yu remarked, holding only 4 second-tier cores, needing 6 more. Here, each of you take 20 crystal cores. Lin Yu distributed the first-tier cores among the 3 women, enabling them all to break through to first-tier level 3. Each level gained in the first tier added 10 points to all attributes, 1,000 to magical energy, and 10 free attribute points. The improvement from leveling up twice was quite apparent. Master, I feel our speed in killing zombies is not slow. It is just too tedious to collect the crystal cores, Ypro commented. Indeed, my hands are sore from picking them up these past 2 days, Ryuko piped in with a frown. During these days of combat, she had not fought at all, solely focused on collecting the cores. Just as the 4 were conversing, a loud crash resounded from the hotel's first floor. Their expressions shifted, and they hurried to the railing to look down. The hotel they were staying in had rooms arranged in a circular formation, with the railing providing a view into the lobby below. At that moment, the hotel's entrance was shattered, and 70 to 80 terrified individuals tumbled in, scrambling for safety. Chapter 54, Roaring Flames and Gas Canisters. Quick, block the door. Hurry, hurry, those terrifying creatures are about to chase us. Damn it, don't step on me. Where's Yanglong? Come over and use your powers to seal the door. The leader shouted in a panic. Boss, I've exhausted too much of my energy. If I exert myself any further, I won't even have the strength to protect myself, Yanglong lamented, his face a mask of despair. Stop wasting time and get to it. If those things break in, you'll be dead too. Upon hearing this, Yanglong's face turned ashen. Finally, gritting his teeth, he unleashed his talent, extending his right hand toward the door. In an instant, all the metal within the hotel began to tremble violently, then flew towards Yanglong. Every metal railing and 7 or 8 metal doors converged at the entrance, forming a formidable metallic barrier. Witnessing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, there are people upstairs. Suddenly, a woman pointed toward the 6th floor where Lin Yu and the others were located. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction. They were all evolved beings, the weakest among them being at level 8, with over 30 at level 10, and the leader himself had reached the 1st tier. Their mental acuity had long surpassed that of the pre-apocalyptic era. Even in the dim light, they could clearly see the 6th floor, where a man, 2 women, and a child stood. Ignore them, do not make a sound, the leader advised, glancing once before retracting his gaze, urging the others to maintain silence. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, each moving stealthily toward the staircase, careful not to make a sound. On the 6th floor, the 4 watched this unfold in silence. It seems they have encountered something extraordinarily terrifying, Liu Shiyun remarked, furrowing her brow. Sure, don't speak. Lin Yu suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them and quickly cautioned. The others sensed something amiss and held their breath. The tremors grew more intense, as if 1,000 horses were galloping. Creak, creak, ominous sounds accompanied the cacophony of squeaks and grinding teeth, sending chills down their spines. Below, over 70 people had already halted, fixated on the door, too fearful to utter a sound. Some pressed their hands tightly over their mouths, their faces pale, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Bang, bang. Suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed. It seemed something had inadvertently collided with the metallic barrier. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats, as if they dared not breathe, their heartbeats threatening to cease. Could it be a rat tide? Lin Yu thought, the sound resembling that of rodents, and a realization struck him. In his past life, a massive rat tide had occurred beneath Huaxin in Qinghai City, comprised entirely of infected and mutated rats. There were around 30 to 40,000 of them, each possessing the strength of level 7 or 8, their sizes comparable to small dogs. Wherever they passed, no survivors remained, be it zombies, humans, or other mutated beasts, all perished at their jaws. It was said that only after encountering a 3rd-tier mutated tiger that killed the Rat King did the tide subside. But why are they here now, and judging by the noise, their numbers must exceed 30 or 40,000, Lin Yu pondered in shock. Could it be the butterfly effect? In this life, the mutated rats had not encountered the mutated tiger and had made their way to Qinghai City. The thought sent shivers down his spine. Mutated zombie rats and zombies are 2 distinct concepts. They grow larger, move faster, and attack all other creatures apart from their kind. Their teeth are incredibly sharp and infused with toxins. Wherever the Rat King goes, rats heed its call to join the horde, and any ordinary rat that consumes the flesh and blood of a zombie can rapidly mutate. No one knew how many rats resided within Qinghai City. After mutating, these rats would slaughter zombies and consume their flesh and blood, potentially growing to unimaginable proportions. Level 10, or even 1st tier, the mere thought of hundreds of thousands of level 10 mutated zombie rats sent chills down one's spine. Once they snowballed into an unstoppable force, it would be a calamity far more terrifying than the zombie apocalypse. Listening to the intermittent crashes against the door, Lin Yu felt an immense weight on his heart. It seemed these rats were merely passing through at the moment. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they occasionally bumped into the door, but it did not indicate an intent to invade. Before long, once the tide passed, they would be temporarily safe. However, what would happen afterward? Lin Yu fell into contemplation. He had yet to find his sister and could not simply flee. Yet, faced with such a massive horde, even he would have to escape. Bang! At that moment, a piece of metal was blasted away from the door. Then, 4 or 5 more pieces followed suit, revealing a small opening. A scream erupted from the hole. The emergence of the small gap shattered that person's psychological defenses, and in terror, they cried out. It's over. At that instant, everyone's mind echoed with the same thought, over, doomed. Damn it, what are you shouting for? The leader, his face filled with despair, glared at the one who had cried out. He rushed forward and swiftly throttled the person to silence them, yet, it was too late. Their shout attracted the horde of rats outside. Instantly, the sound of relentless impacts echoed as zombie rats began to assault the door. Run! Lin Yu exchanged a glance with Liu Shiyun and shouted, leaping from the 6th floor. The three women followed suit without hesitation. As Liu Xian was still in the air, she waved her hands, causing countless gas canisters to emerge from her spatial pocket, landing in front of the door in advance. She and Lin Yu had experienced much together and had developed a profound understanding of one another. With just a glance, she comprehended Lin Yu's intentions and immediately discarded the gas canisters. At that very moment, the door finally succumbed, yielding to the onslaught of the zombie rats. Roaring flames. As Lin Yu landed in the first floor hole, he wasted no time unleashing a pillar of fiery energy. Boom, 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 the flames struck the gas canisters, causing a massive explosion that obliterated the dozen or so incoming zombie rats. Flames erupted fiercely, sealing off the entrance. Impressive. The terrifying blow left everyone in the hole astonished, igniting a flicker of hope within them. The gasoline was plentiful, and the flames grew ever larger. The zombie rats outside, initially responding to the Rat King's summons, had charged forward. Their earlier collision with the door was merely instinctive, driven by their desire to enter and feast on flesh. Now, faced with the surging flames, they instinctively sensed immense danger. After a few unwilling screeches, they abandoned their assault and retreated toward the main horde. The roaring fire became the most formidable barrier, halting the advance of the zombie rats. However, Lin Yu understood that this reprieve was contingent upon the Rat King's orders. If the Rat King commanded an attack, they would charge forth fearlessly, regardless of the flames. Liu Xian and the others gathered beside Lin Yu, contemplating the inferno before them. Chapter 55, Big Brother Xia, I have a lucrative business proposal for you. Squeak. At that moment, dozens of ordinary mice scurried out from the kitchen on the first floor of the hotel. They had not yet mutated and were only the size of a fist. It seemed as if they had received a summons, emerging from the shadows to join the larger gathering outside. Ignoring the raging inferno at the entrance, they rushed in one after another. However, being mere ordinary mice, their fate was all but sealed. As soon as they plunged into the flames, they were instantly incinerated. Witnessing this scene, several individuals felt a chill run down their spines, their expressions darkening. This city is destined to fall into darkness. Lin Yu sighed. They all understood that in the coming days, mice from every corner of the city would converge there, creating an unfathomably terrifying force, one that would be nearly insurmountable. What shall we do? Yi Piao furrowed her brow. There is a method, Liu Xian whispered. We can rally the experts of Chennai City on the forum and find a way to make the zombies and mutated mice turn on each other. She continued, then, the top-tier experts can carry out a decapitation strike to slay the Mouse King. I'm afraid that if the news spreads, some might flee immediately. Lin Yu shook his head. In this apocalypse, human nature was the ultimate test. Shiyun, please post a message detailing this situation, alerting all evolvers in Chennai City to exterminate ordinary mice on sight. This will lessen our burden in the future. Even those who wish to escape won't find it easy. Only true experts can manage to flee. Understood, I'll write it now. Liu Shiyun nodded and immediately set to work. Minutes later, the sounds of squeaking ceased outside the hotel. All the zombie mice had departed. Instantly, everyone in the hall collapsed onto the floor, overwhelmed with the relief of having survived. Thank you for saving our lives, esteemed one, said a man named Hisong, rushing to Lin Yu and bowing deeply. Judging by Lin Yu's recent display of fiery power and the effortless leap of several individuals from the 6th floor, he knew these were no ordinary evolvers but likely formidable awakened beings, each exuding an air of pressure, except for that little girl. Lin Yu's eyes brightened as he surveyed the group before him. He was in dire need of manpower, and with these individuals, their progress would accelerate significantly. Do you know where these zombie mice originated from? Lin Yu inquired. Esteemed one, we have no idea. We were initially clearing zombies in a group when we felt the ground tremble, and a dark swarm of mice charged towards us. Fortunately, countless zombies were in the way. Indeed, had those zombies not been in front, we would not have survived. It was terrifying. I saw those enormous mice devouring the zombies. A cacophony of voices recounted their harrowing experiences, still tinged with fear. Come here. Lin Yu beckoned to a young man named Yanlong. Upon hearing this, Yanlong scampered over excitedly. Esteemed one, did you call for me? Go and seal the door using your talent. Esteemed one, I have no magic power left. Yanlong's face fell. Lin Yu ignored him. In light of his predicament, Yanlong trudged to the entrance and once again channeled his ability, manipulating metal to barricade the door. I need you to assist me with something. I will ensure your safety during this time, Lin Yu addressed Hisong. Esteemed one, if we cannot accomplish what you ask, wouldn't that be tantamount to seeking death? Hisong hesitated. Will you do it? Just one word. Absolutely, whatever the task, we shall not falter. Seeing Lin Yu's steely gaze, the man quickly affirmed his commitment. Ask your subordinates if anyone is willing to join us tomorrow. After giving his instructions, they returned to the 6th floor. The unfolding events had surpassed Lin Yu's expectations. He needed to contemplate carefully. The rodent tide posed immense danger, yet it also harbored numerous opportunities. With this in mind, he promptly created a post on the forum. Big Brother Xia, are you there? I am the magician, I need to discuss something. With such a straightforward title, Lin Yu spent 1,000 evolution points to pin the post. The instant it went live, comments began flooding in beneath it. Esteemed magician, may I inquire about your thoughts on the 100-nation struggle? The Sakura nation is utterly detestable. Do you have any opinions, esteemed one? After pondering briefly, Lin Yu replied directly, in the 100-nation struggle, our Great Xia will undoubtedly emerge victorious. None can take that from us. As for the Sakura nation, I find their Mount Fuji quite intriguing. I believe it is likely to erupt next year. I also eagerly anticipate trampling the cherry blossoms. Har har, your words resonate deeply with me, esteemed one. Before long, Lin Yu's response spread throughout the Great Xia, garnering applause and excitement from countless individuals, all eagerly awaiting the day of reckoning. What brings you to seek me after several days? Big Brother Xia replied. I have a lucrative business proposal and wish to collaborate with you. Pray, do tell. Lin Yu once again spent 1,000 evolution points to set the conversation thread between them to private, visible only to both parties. Currently, regional channels allowed open conversation but lacked private messaging capabilities, making it difficult to discern identities. The simplest means of communication was indeed to create a post and reply. I am presently in Qianhai City. You should be aware of the situation here. Lin Yu got straight to the point. I just saw the news about the terrifying rodent tide that could potentially obliterate the entire Qianhai City. You don't intend to ask for my assistance, do you? Your insight is commendable, and we are in perfect alignment. I await your arrival in Qianhai City. Lin Yu replied cheerfully. In the ancient town of Xian Mountain in Koan City, Big Brother Xia stared at Lin Yu's response, his mind buzzing. What wisdom, what did I say? Did I agree to anything? I refuse. After a long pause, Big Brother Xia sent a terse reply. Big Brother Xia, I suggest you still consider yourself human. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only just reached the 2nd tier. With your unique talent, ascending to the 3rd tier should be a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree? What are you implying? If you were to completely extinguish your humanity, you could unleash your army of zombies to attack humans recklessly, consuming flesh and blood, which would expedite their evolution, yielding you even more crystal cores. But you have chosen not to do so, haven't you? After a moment of silence, Big Brother Xia responded. You are correct. This so-called apocalypse, this so-called zombie king, is not what I desire, but I have no other choice. Big Brother Xia suddenly cursed, abandoning his gentlemanly demeanor, revealing his deep frustration with his circumstances. I, too, wish to eradicate all humanity, allowing my zombies to advance rapidly, thereby facilitating my own breakthrough, yet I find myself unable to act. This indicates that you remain a human, not some abhorrent creature of the undead. I suspect you are insulting me. Back to the matter at hand, you can bring your zombie army to Qianhai City, where they can contend with the rodent tide and mutually consume each other for evolution. I estimate that many 2nd tier and even 3rd tier zombies and mutated mice will emerge from this, and given the vast number of zombies present, it's a risk-free opportunity for you. Moreover, with only a limited time remaining until the 3rd month of the apocalypse, the 100-nation struggle, coupled with this rodent tide, presents an opportunity to enhance one's strength. Big Brother Xia did not respond, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 56, The Black Rose. After a brief moment, news finally arrived from Brother Xia. I will set off immediately. In his heart, he believed that he and humanity were akin, rather than those wretched zombies. Mobilizing the undead to combat the rat tide could indeed be seen as a means of saving humanity. This conviction was the catalyst for his determination. As for the 2nd and 3rd tier crystal cores, that was merely secondary. In terms of advancement, he would always maintain a leading edge over others in the early stages. After reaching an agreement with Brother Xia, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rat tide surged forth, but he did not fear for his life. He sought escape, and the tide could not hinder him. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that there were still hundreds of thousands of survivors in Qianhai City, and he was not yet capable of such cold-bloodedness. Furthermore, his sister remained unaccounted for. Lost in thought, Lin Yu posted another message. The illustrious Brother Xia, ranked 1st in the world, invites the formidable individuals surrounding Qianhai City to join in exterminating rats, slaying zombies, and acquiring high-tier crystal cores. In the post, Lin Yu elaborated on the fierce clashes between zombies and the rat tide, which would yield numerous 2nd and even 3rd tier cores. This was a rare opportunity for the strong. After posting, Lin Yu felt no inclination to revisit it and prepared to rest. He had done all he could, the rest was left to fate. All he needed was to locate his sister, and if the situation became untenable, he would withdraw with those around him. However, now that Brother Xia had agreed, he felt considerably less anxious. This life, after all, is somewhat different from the last. Lin Yu gazed at the rankings for Yun province, noting the emergence of names he had never heard in his previous life, stirring a sense of reflection within him. Among the 100 slots on the Yun province tier list, apart from Brother Xia at the second tier, the rest were all first tier. Many of the prominent figures ahead were unknown to him from his past life. In the city of Koan, Brother Xia stood atop a building, overlooking a sea of zombies below, numbering at least 100,000. He bellowed commands with fervor. Then, the earth trembled as the horde of zombies, obeying his orders, began their charge towards Qinghai City. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Brother Xia felt a surge of ambition. Third tier. This time, his goal was the third tier, with nearly 2 million zombies in Qinghai City. If he could incite them to inflict harm upon one another, zombies tearing each other apart, thousands of second tier and hundreds of third tier cores could be born. In the ancient town, at the lobby of the Shijie Hotel, Chen Jinger observed the 2 posts Lin Yu had shared, smiling softly before exclaiming, "All members of the Black Rose, heed my command. Prepare yourselves. Our target is Qinghai City." Upon hearing her words, everyone in the lobby paused their activities and gathered around her. "Jingjie, I heard that a terrifying red tide has erupted in Qinghai City. Could it be too dangerous?" "Danger often accompanies opportunity, does it not? You all have reached the first tier, but the number of crystal cores required to break through to the second tier is substantial. Only in Qinghai City can we swiftly ascend to the second tier. Moreover, your leader's leader is currently there." At this, a knowing smile graced Chen Jinger's lips, her expression enigmatic. "Brother Yu is also in Qinghai?" Liu Yu asked with excitement. "Yes, prepare yourselves. We depart." Chen Jing'e fixed her gaze on the direction of Qinghai City, her eyes seemingly aflame with determination. "Madam Lin, await us. I shall ensure that the Black Rose becomes the mightiest faction within Eternal Day." After Lin Yu's departure, she named the team she led the Black Rose, a division under the banner of Eternal Day. She was the queen of the Black Rose, while Lin Yu was the king of Eternal Day. "Xiao Yu, who exactly is our leader's leader, to be even more formidable than Chen Die?" A robust man beside Liu Yu whispered. This man was none other than Lu Qi, who had once sought to recruit Chen Jinger and had been chased and beaten by her after her awakening. Possessing an S-class talent for ability absorption, Lu Qi would have astonished Lin Yu had he been present. The once rival had now become Chen Jinger's subordinate. It was worth noting that his talent was extraordinary. As long as he continued to absorb the abilities of powerful beings, he had the potential to reach the pinnacle of strength. Liu Yu cast him a sidelong glance and replied, "We all refer to him as Brother Yu. His strength certainly surpasses even that of Jingjie. As for his code name, I am uncertain. Perhaps only Jingjie knows. More formidable than Chen Die?" Lu Qi gasped in astonishment. He had believed himself to be among the strongest, given his dominance in the town center. Little did he know that in Shijie, he was overwhelmed by the awakened Chen Jinger, who subsequently recruited him, only to discover that there existed an even more powerful leader. His fighting spirit ignited, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of their leader's leader. In the town of Danlang, beneath Qinghai City, the sky was drizzling lightly. A young man clad in white stood serenely in the rain, seemingly at ease. Surprisingly, the raindrops vanished before they could touch him. "Boss, do we really have to go?" At that moment, several individuals approached the young man, their faces etched with resignation. Their leader was always like this. Whenever he felt heavy-hearted or displeased, the sky above him would inexplicably weep. It was truly a headache. "Yes, because he is there. Moreover, I am eager for the 100 Nations War. The Great Xia Kingdom shall claim the first position." The young man suddenly broke into a smile. In that instant, the world transformed. The rain that had been falling just moments before ceased, giving way to brilliant sunshine. "Let us depart." The young man brushed off his garments and turned away from the crowd, gradually walking away as a throng hurriedly followed. In the city of Licheng, the closest to Qinghai City, 200-man teams led by experts were also en route to Qinghai. On the Erlai Expressway, 5 SUVs sped past. A team of only 17 individuals was also racing towards Qinghai City. "Brother, our Yun province is truly teeming with experts." Brother Xia, ranked first in both lists, Yun, ranked 9th in the Great Xia Kingdom tier list, and the second-ranked magician in the evolution points list are all in Yun province. They might all be in Qinghai City. Indeed, our leader only ranks 17th in the tier list and 9th in the evolution points list. Inside the leading vehicle, a few men whispered among themselves. "Isn't this magician the one who was the first to exchange for attribute fruits? That should be him." Although his name is not visible on the forum, in the first 2 days of the apocalypse, only he had amassed enough evolution points to exchange for attribute fruits. This individual is likely not weaker than Brother Xia. He has already secured numerous attribute fruits ahead of everyone else. Perfect. This time, we shall confront them in Qinghai City. The man in the passenger seat had eyes like lightning. as if thunder roared within him. He was the leader of the Thunderstrike team, Divine Punishment. This time amidst the rat tide, we should reap a considerable number of second-tier crystal cores. Reaching the peak of the second tier will be no challenge. In the 100 Nations War, each nation only has 100 slots. I must secure one. It is an honor to fight for my country. Divine Punishment felt a surge of excitement, though this team of only 17 was small in number, each member was an elite expert. Chapter 57, Are the women beside the big shots all this strong? The Thunder team, the great leader Shinfire and his second-in-command Heiyu are both S-rank awakened beings, the rest are A-rank talents, possessing formidable strength. Lin Yu's 2 posts have caused a tremendous uproar surrounding Qianhai City. Self-proclaimed strong evolvers have all set off, eager to partake in the spoils. Their intentions are quite simple. The notion of rescuing others is utterly impossible for them. They are merely in pursuit of high-tier crystal cores. With the likes of Brother Daisha and the magician present, numerous experts are bound to gather, so there's little need to worry about personal safety. In the near future, Qianhai City is likely to witness the emergence of a substantial number of second-tier powerhouses, and it wouldn't be surprising if several third-tier ones appeared as well. Lin Yu observed the various comments beneath his posts. He could foresee that many astute strong individuals would go to great lengths to claim their share. The following day, as Lin Yu and his companions descended the stairs, He-song and Yanglong were waiting with more than 30 people. Are they all willing? Lin Yu surveyed the group with great satisfaction, noting that nearly half were eager to follow him. Of course, it's our fortune to be able to associate with such a big shot, He-song replied with a cheerful smile. Indeed, whatever you require, we are at your service, came the chorus of agreement. Very well, let us proceed. Lin Yu nodded and led the group out of the hotel. Outside, chaos reigned, many buildings lay in ruins, and not a single zombie was in sight. It was apparent that the nearby zombies had perished in last night's rat tide, not a soul remaining. Let us go. Lin Yu determinedly set his course towards the street. Zombies, so many zombies. Surely the big shot doesn't intend for us to engage in battle with these zombies. After walking for a few minutes, the group caught sight of countless zombies wandering the streets and lurking in shops, their legs growing weak at the sight. The sheer number was staggering, with an initial estimate suggesting there could be tens of thousands. Be big shot, we can't possibly provoke so many zombies, can we? He-song's voice trembled as he spoke. Are you afraid? Lin Yu asked with a grin. Big shot, I believe we should lure them away and then strike. Charging in recklessly is tantamount to courting death. His fear was understandable. Previously, when over 100 of them had cleared zombies, they had only tackled smaller groups. When faced with larger hordes, they either took the time to circumvent them or dispatched faster evolvers to lure them away, eliminating them one by one. Though this method was time-consuming, it ensured safety. All right, let me outline your tasks. Lin Yu's demeanor shifted to serious as he addressed the group. We will handle the zombies, and all of you are responsible for collecting the crystal cores. Simply hand them over to Shiyun. He gestured towards Liu Shiyun. He continued, I won't let you toil for nothing. You will receive 5% of the collected cores as your reward, but I advise against any dishonesty. Otherwise, I will feed the offender to the zombies. Lin Yu's cold gaze swept across the crowd, sending shivers down their spines. Is it really that simple? He-song was taken aback. He had anticipated a perilous endeavor, but it turned out to be merely collecting crystal cores. Even 5% seemed rather meager, given their strength. How many zombies could they possibly slay in a day? Perhaps 2,000 or 3,000 at most. This meant they would each end up with fewer than 10 cores. Moreover, with so many zombies gathered, wouldn't they eventually flee during the chaos? However, in the next moment, he realized just how mistaken he was. Lin Yu opened his mouth, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, transforming into a sea of fire upon reaching the zombies. One by one, the undead were incinerated, leaving a plethora of crystal cores scattered across the ground. Is this person even human? He was this big shot. With a mere flick of the wrist, he annihilates zombies as if they were mere chicks, a single move wiping out a multitude. The fire abilities are so powerful and magnificent. The onlookers were left speechless. The method and speed with which he dispatched zombies were unprecedented, achieving an efficiency they had never witnessed before. They could only wonder how long this extraordinary power would last. If it could endure, even 5% would result in a significant haul for them. What are you standing around for? Get to work. He-song urged. At that moment, he resolved to closely follow this remarkable figure. It would be even better if he could become one of his subordinates. Meanwhile, Yi Piao, with a wave of her hand, inscribed a double enhancement spell. Speed doubled. Instantly, she left behind a series of after-images, plunging into the horde of zombies, her sword flashing. With a single stroke, she could sever the heads of a dozen zombies, and her incredible speed allowed her to reappear elsewhere after each attack. This woman is terrifying as well. He-song felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Piao's method of zombie hunting was akin to chopping vegetables, effortlessly easy. Her speed was so extreme that even he, a first-tier evolver, could only catch fleeting glimpses of her. Indeed, none of these individuals are ordinary, not even the women. Realizing this, he turned to observe the last of the trio. As expected, those in the big shots company were no less formidable. In the distance, Liu Shiyun appeared equally at ease. With each snap of her fingers, the very fabric of space shattered, resulting in swathes of zombies being obliterated. While her range didn't match Lin Yu's, her area attack skills were still remarkably swift. Thus, Lin Yu and his two companions rampaged ahead, while the 30-odd followers diligently gathered fallen crystal cores from the ground. Their progress was significantly quicker than before. In just half a day, they advanced 10 kilometers. At this rate, Lin Yu estimated they would reach Qianhai University in a couple of days. At that moment, at Qianhai University, in the library. Har, I finally reached the first tier. Zhao Qiu exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. After 6 days, he had finally gathered 10 first-tier crystal cores, successfully breaking through to the first tier. He could now steal another talent. Lin Xiaoyu, you've defied me for a day. Once I acquire your talent, I will make you wish you were never born. Zhao Qiu's expression twisted into a malevolent grimace. Chapter 58 I shall steal your talent, Lin Xiaoyu. It is time to take away your gift. Zhao Qiu's excitement was palpable, his eyes glinting with a mix of greed and exhilaration. After enduring a prolonged wait, he had finally arrived at this pivotal moment. He had long yearned to possess the formidable talent residing within Lin Xiaoyu. At last, the opportunity had ripened. However, Lin Xiaoyu's immense power made her subjugation no simple feat. From his girlfriend Fang Siki, he had learned that Lin Xiaoyu had awakened an A-grade talent, a quintuple enhancement of strength, a truly extraordinary effect. He estimated that at level 10, Lin Xiaoyu's strength would be around 60 points, with a 5-fold increase, that would amount to over 300. This was utterly preposterous, such exaggeration was hardly befitting of an A-grade talent. Now that Zhao Qiu had broken through to the first tier, his attributes had doubled, yet his own strength reached a mere 221 points. He would need to employ the A-grade thunderstorm ability, which would further amplify his power, to surpass Lin Xiaoyu. However, the stronger your talent, the more thrilled I become, for it shall all belong to me, Zhao Qiu murmured to himself. Not one to be overly arrogant, he prudently decided to bring Fang Siki along. This woman had also awakened a talent, but had concealed it in order to support Zhao Qiu. No one was aware of her status as a talent awakener, only Zhao Qiu knew that Fang Siki had awakened an A-grade talent. Weakening, once unleashed, it could forcibly diminish another's strength and magical power for a certain duration, achieving a reduction rate of 20. With her by his side, he could safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. I trust everyone is aware of the rodent tide plaguing Qianhai City. Zhao Qiu gathered everyone together. Brother Qiu, it is said that those zombie rats are as large as wolf dogs, swift, with sharp fangs, and exceedingly ferocious. We cannot withstand them. Everyone, please remain calm and listen to me. The city is rife with zombies, and escaping has become virtually impossible. In the past, we could clear out some zombies bit by bit, but there was always a chance to escape. Now, however, the mutant rodent tide is upon us, and it threatens to devour all living beings, including the zombies and us. Zhao Qiu's expression grew grave, and his words drained color from the faces of all present. The good news is that many powerful individuals are converging upon Qianhai City. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Therefore, our task is to gather sufficient provisions in advance, then take refuge in the library, waiting for the crisis to pass or seizing an opportunity to leave Qianhai City. For a team lacking in strength, Zhao Qiu's plan was undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. Stockpiling food and awaiting the rodent tide to subside, regardless of the ultimate outcome, it was certain that both the zombies and the rodent tide would suffer devastating losses, making escape considerably more favorable. Let us heed Brother Qiu's words, comrades. Today, we shall expand our search radius and gather more supplies. Within the team, everyone concurred that this was indeed the best approach, and without further arrangement, they sprang into action. Concerned for their own safety, their enthusiasm surpassed that of anyone else. Once everyone had dispersed, Zhao Qiu exchanged a knowing glance with Fang Siki. Xiaoyu, please wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Fang Siki called to Lin Xiaoyu, leading her upstairs. Zhao Qiu cast a glance around before following suit. Siki, what is it? Upon reaching the 5th floor, Lin Xiaoyu remained oblivious to the impending danger until Zhao Qiu appeared, prompting her to sense something awry. A sinister smile adorned Zhao Qiu's face as he advanced step by step. Zhao Qiu, what are you plotting? Lin Xiaoyu, I covet your talent immensely, a 5-fold enhancement of strength is terrifying indeed. Would you be so kind as to grant it to me? Zhao Qiu's eyes blazed with fervor. Soon, he would acquire a second talent, leading to a qualitative leap in his prowess. The A-grade Thunderstorm could only double his strength upon obtaining Lin Xiaoyu's talent. When he unleashed Thunderstorm, his power enhancement would be maximized, achieving that fivefold increase while also inheriting the traits of Thunderstorm. Talent is innate to every individual. How could it possibly be given away? Lin Xiaoyu's instincts heightened with vigilance. While others may be unable to do so, I can. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyu's expression turned icy as she inquired, "What exactly is your talent?" "I possess the ability to steal the talents of others, so it would be in your best interest to cooperate with me willingly." Otherwise, a malevolent glint flashed across Zhao Qiu's face. Chapter 59, Could it be an S-class talent? What a fanciful delusion. You refuse to drink the toast and instead choose the penalty drink. Zhao Qiu understood that ultimately, force was the only solution. He ceased his idle chatter and directly invoked his Thunderstorm talent. His strength attribute surged dramatically, doubling to an impressive 442 points. Instantly, an abundance of lightning coalesced within his palm and was hurled forward with great force. Lin Xiaoyu was taken aback. She sensed the aura of death and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the impending doom. Lin Xiaoyu, the distinction between rank 0 and rank 1 is an entirely different concept. You might as well abandon your struggle. Zhao Qiu's form flickered like lightning, moving with astonishing speed. Even in his initial rank, his speed attribute far surpassed that of Lin Xiaoyu, and the Thunder talent not only doubled his strength but also enhanced his speed by an additional 50. He closed the distance with remarkable swiftness, launching a powerful right punch. The fist, imbued with electricity, appeared before Lin Xiaoyu in an instant. So fast. Lin Xiaoyu felt a blur before her eyes as a fist charged with lightning hurtled towards her. There was no escaping it. Stealing her resolve, she reacted quickly, clenching her right hand into a fist to strike back. Bang! Upon the collision of their fists, Lin Xiaoyu's body was sent hurtling through the air, toppling a row of bookshelves. The disparity was overwhelming. Even though Lin Xiaoyu had consumed a golden fruit that greatly boosted her strength, she remained merely a level 10 ordinary evolver, with a strength attribute of 283. 8. She could effortlessly contend with those of A-rank talents within the same tier. However, surpassing that level was utterly inconceivable. After all, at this moment, Zhao Qiu's strength attribute had astonishingly reached 442 points. Cough, cough. Lin Xiaoyu spat blood as she struggled to rise from the scattered books around her. With just a single blow, she had sustained severe internal injuries, leaving her with almost no strength to resist. I warned you, the first tier is not a battle you can withstand. If you cooperate obediently, you will suffer less, Zhao Qiu remarked with a cold smile as he approached. Go to hell. Lin Xiaoyu, filled with indignation, summoned all her strength to strike forward. Yet, with a mere casual punch, Zhao Qiu sent her flying once more. Why go to such lengths? Zhao Qiu lifted Lin Xiaoyu from the ground, his right hand pressing firmly atop her head. He began to invoke the talent-stealing ability, his hand emanating a blue glow that enveloped her. Moments later, Zhao Qiu opened his eyes, his expression darkening. He had failed to steal any talent at all. Nonetheless, he refused to concede, attempting to steal again. After 5 attempts, his face bore an expression of utter despair. Qiu Ji, what's wrong? Fang Siki approached him. I don't know what's happening. I couldn't steal her talent, he replied. Siki, why are you doing this to me? Lin Xiaoyu gasped, blooded and struggling to speak. I'm sorry, Xiaoyu, please don't hold it against me, Fang Siki said, her gaze averted from Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, offering a faint apology. Then she turned to Zhao Qiu and inquired, Qiu Ji, could it be that her talent is not A-rank, but S-rank instead? S-rank? Yes, A-rank talent allows for a doubling of strength, yet Xiaoyu can enhance hers fivefold. It simply cannot be A-rank, can it? Your reasoning is sound. Zhao Qiu fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, he was convinced that Lin Xiaoyu's strength augmentation must indeed be of S-rank talent. His A-rank talent stealing would not fail against talents of the same level, while higher-tier talents could only be attempted. Then let us bind her and confine her. I will try again tomorrow. Zhao Qiu's heart swelled with fervor. S-rank was vastly more formidable than A-rank, and although success was not guaranteed, his talent-stealing ability could be used 5 times a day. He was determined that over 10 consecutive days, he would surely succeed, as he had ample time. Little did they know, Lin Xiaoyu possessed no talent at all. She had yet to awaken. Thus, whether it was 10 days or even 10 years, Zhao Qiu would never be able to steal any talent from her. Qiu Ji, this can't be kept secret forever. The others in the team will eventually discover it, Fang Siki expressed her concern. It matters not, even if they find out, what can they do, dare they oppose me? The recent battle where he had overwhelmed Lin Xiaoyu had inflated his confidence. Once, she had been the strongest evolved individual in their team, yet now she could not withstand even a single punch from him. He felt no fear whatsoever. The two of them bound Lin Xiaoyu to a thick stone pillar. Hey, cough. Lin Xiaoyu coughed up more blood. At that moment, she profoundly regretted not heeding her brother's advice. Initially, she had remained in the dormitory, enjoying food and drink, waiting for her brother to come for her. Unfortunately, on the 7th day after the apocalypse, her roommate Fang Siki and her boyfriend Great Xia were pursued by zombies and rushed back to the dormitory without the keys. Being her closest friend, she momentarily softened and allowed them entry. However, the food in the dormitory was insufficient for 3 people, ultimately leaving them with no choice but to venture out in search of sustenance. Gradually, they formed a team of 100, experiencing more danger than they had anticipated. Little did she know, the greatest peril came from those closest to her. Fang Siki, you treacherous woman, if I survive, I will ensure you suffer 1,000 deaths. And Zhao Qiu, you wretched couple, do not let me catch you. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with hatred. She recalled her brother's words and felt an even deeper sense of regret, hatred, despair, and various negative emotions surged wildly within her. At that very moment, it hurt so much, Lin Xiaoyu felt a piercing pain within her, as if a terrifying power was awakening, threatening to tear her body apart. Is this feeling? Is my talent about to awaken? Chapter 60, Savoring the Flavor of the School Bell. Lin Xiaoyu was on the verge of awakening. This was the reference image for her awakening mode, enduring excruciating pain. A flicker of joy ignited within her heart as she recalled her brother's words. But it hurt so much, an inexplicable force within her was persistently striving to revive, yet it seemed to lack something crucial, preventing her from truly awakening. The overwhelming agony caused her to lose consciousness. Brother, where are you? Are you all right? After a brief moment, she slowly regained consciousness. She was uncertain how long she could endure this torment or if she could hold on until her brother arrived. All she could think about was him. For the time being, she would not perish, for Zhao Qiu could not siphon her talent. As long as that remained true, she could continue to live. The only uncertainty lay in how long her captor's patience would last. The following day. I refuse to believe I cannot steal it. Zhao Qiu's face was grim, and moments later, his agitation intensified. After attempting to execute the talent theft 3 times without any response, he began to doubt himself. Is it possible that my A-level theft is ineffective against an S-level talent? Lin Xiaoyu, bound to a pillar, wore a pallid expression as she silently observed the frustrated Zhao Qiu. Qiu Ji, is there a possibility? What? Xiaoyu possesses an S-level talent. To steal her ability, she must cooperate. If her inner resistance is substantial, the theft may fail, Fang Siki proposed. That makes sense, it could very well be the reason. After all, S-level talents are extraordinary. Zhao Qiu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He believed he had stumbled upon the most plausible explanation. However, understanding the issue is one thing, how to resolve it is another. Lin Xiaoyu was clearly unwilling to cooperate and willingly relinquish her talent to him. He fixed his gaze on Lin Xiaoyu, lost in contemplation. Xiaoyu, you should cease your struggles, submit your talent willingly. By doing so, you may lessen your suffering. I assure you, once I acquire your talent, Qiu Ji will not harm you and will allow you to remain in the team, ensuring your safety, Fang Siki interjected. Indeed, as long as you obediently cooperate with me, I will guarantee your safety. Otherwise, Zhao Qiu's voice turned cold at the end, the threat implicit in his tone. Delusional. Fang Siki, how foolish of me to consider you my closest friend, only for you to betray me so ruthlessly. You shall not escape unscathed. Lin Xiaoyu glared at her so-called best friend, her heart heavy with sorrow. And you, Zhao Qiu, even if it costs me my life, I will never allow you to succeed. Lin Xiaoyu understood that if she agreed to their demands, she would immediately expose her lack of awakened talent. If she cooperated and Zhao Qiu still failed to steal her ability, suspicion would inevitably arise. Eliminating all impossibilities leaves only the truth. Once Zhao Qiu and the others discovered that she possessed no talent at all, their humiliation would incite their wrath, leading them to kill her without hesitation. But she did not wish to die. She longed to reunite with her brother. Only by refusing to cooperate could she compel them to seek alternative methods to gain her compliance, thereby buying herself some time. Slap. In the midst of her contemplation, a resounding slap struck her face. Damn it, Lin Xiaoyu, do not push your luck. My patience is limited, Zhao Qiu stated coldly. Lin Xiaoyu, it would be wise for you to face reality. If you persist in your defiance, I have plenty of methods at my disposal. Fang Siki's expression darkened, her anger evident. As Lin Xiaoyu remained silent, Fang Siki finally shed her pretense, revealing her most contemptible nature. Qiu Ji, since she refuses to cooperate, keeping her is of no use. Weren't you always eager to savor the flavor of the school bell? Now is your chance. Upon hearing Fang Siki's words, a lewd smile spread across Zhao Qiu's face. Indeed, since he could not obtain her talent, he need not pursue it. There were plenty of talents to be stolen from others. Fang Siki, you are inhuman. Lin Xiaoyu's bound body trembled with fear. Fang Siki smiled disdainfully, her right hand caressing Lin Xiaoyu's face as she wickedly remarked, what a pity for this lovely visage and this perfect figure. As she spoke, her hand gently lifted Lin Xiaoyu's chin. Once Zhou Ji grows weary of you, he shall cast you to the likes of those gaunt men. I imagine they would take great pleasure in you. Fang Siki, like a devil, tilted Lin Xiaoyu's chin and added, I wonder if they will treat you gently. After all, they harbor a deep hatred for you. Fang Siki, I was truly blind to consider you my best friend. If you dare treat me in such a manner, my brother will not let you off easily. He is already on his way to find me. In that moment, Lin Xiaoyu felt utterly helpless, unsure of what to do, and could only invoke her brother's name for a semblance of courage. So you have a brother, do you? Chapter 61. She appears to be mad. So you have an elder brother. Zhao Qiu showed no fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Perfect, we shall set a trap and use you to lure him here, eliminate him, and ensure that he poses no further threat. Additionally, let him witness the humiliation you endure. Har har har, as Zhao Qiu spoke, she seemed to envision the scenario, growing increasingly exhilarated. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu, upon hearing these words, felt as if her mind had erupted with a deafening bang. A singular voice echoed within her, Zhao Qiu intends to defile me, to slay my brother, and to make him witness my plight, and no. This absolutely cannot be allowed. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly shook her head violently, murmuring to herself. I cannot be defiled, I belong to my brother. No one shall harm my brother. Moreover, he must never see me in such a disgraceful state. Zhao Qiu's words had utterly provoked Lin Xiaoyu, plunging her into a frenzied state. The hatred from Fang Siki's betrayal, the despair of human nature, and her obsession with her brother, all manner of negative emotions surged uncontrollably within her, intensifying with each passing moment. Qiu Ji, Lin Xiaoyu seems to be acting strangely. Zhao Qiu was still lost in her imaginings and had not noticed anything amiss until Fang Siki spoke up, prompting her to glance over. Instantly, both were struck with terror. They beheld Lin Xiaoyu, resembling a madwoman, shaking her head incessantly, murmuring to herself. It appeared she had completely lost her sanity. Qiu Ji, what should we do now? Fang Siki inquired. Damn it, it seems she has been overstimulated and driven to madness. The opportunity for her talent is lost. I shall first indulge myself with her. Zhao Qiu, at that moment, paid no heed to the talent and wore a lewd grin. She reached out her hand towards Lin Xiaoyu's voluptuous form. Just as Zhao Qiu's hand was about to make contact with Lin Xiaoyu, a piercing scream startled her, causing her to retract her hand. In the next moment, both witnessed a scene they would never forget. From Lin Xiaoyu's body, dense black mist began to rise, enveloping her entirely. A chilling aura spread from her like a surging tide. Swish, in an instant, Lin Xiaoyu abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide open. The cold pupils bore no trace of human emotion. Qiu Ji, what on earth is happening? Fang Siki's eyes revealed a look of horror. How the hell should I know? Zhao Qiu cursed under her breath, slowly retreating. At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu was entirely unrecognizable from the impression they had of her. She seemed to have transformed into an entirely different being. No, it was incorrect to call her a being. For in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, they saw no vestige of human emotion, only a chilling calm, an unnerving calm that bordered on the sinister, akin to the eyes of death, indifferent to all. Then, with a resounding thud, the steel cords binding Lin Xiaoyu appeared to be torn apart by an unfathomable force, snapping one by one. A thunderous roar erupted from her body soared into the air, suspended in the void, as a magnificent, inexplicable aura began to rise from her. Qiu Ji, I have a terrible premonition. Fang Siki stammered, could it be that Lin Xiaoyu has awakened some extraordinary talent? Rumors had circulated on the forum about individuals who had awakened dual or even triple talents. Let her be what she is. As long as she hasn't reached first tier, I fear nothing. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Qiu's eyes. In midair, Lin Xiaoyu continued to emanate a terrifying aura, her pressure mounting exponentially. Black mist spread from her form. Strike first to gain the upper hand. I shall ensure your demise. Zhao Qiu resolved instantly, refusing to wait any longer. Regardless of what was transpiring with Lin Xiaoyu, the danger she exuded was intolerable. In an instant, arcs of electricity enveloped Zhao Qiu, and bolts of lightning flickered. He unleashed his talent, Storm, as the terrifying power of lightning surged wildly within his palm. Die! The lightning coalesced into a colossal sphere, which he hurled toward Lin Xiaoyu. Seeing that Lin Xiaoyu did not evade, a smile crept onto his lips. If this strike landed, even a first-tier individual would suffer grievous injuries, let alone Lin Xiaoyu, who was merely at 10th tier. It matters not what has transpired with you. Fang Siki watched the scene unfold, her anxiety alleviated. She could almost envision the lightning exploding upon Lin Xiaoyu, reducing her to mere fragments. Suddenly, just as the two began to breathe easier, a tremendous boom erupted. A terrifying surge of magical energy exploded around Lin Xiaoyu, forming an immense pillar of magic that shot skyward. An overwhelming presence radiated from her, enveloping both in a sense of boundless pressure. The storm sphere was now upon them, charged with fearsome energy, hurtling toward its target. Will it strike true? Both wore expressions of eager anticipation. Chapter 62. Are you a devil? Slap. In the next moment, the expressions on the faces of the two individuals froze in disbelief. Lin Xiaoyu casually raised her hand and gently struck the thunderstorm energy ball, sending it soaring away. Can an energy ball really be swatted away? Zhao Qiu felt his mind falter. No one understood better than he did how immense the energy contained in his previous thunderstorm strike was. Any obstacle it encountered would have exploded upon impact. The terrifying power was sufficient to obliterate everything within a radius of 7 or 8 meters. Yet, what could it possibly mean to have it swatted away with a mere slap? Before he could ponder further, a deafening explosion echoed nearby. The thunderstorm energy ball, once propelled away, crashed into a bookshelf, detonating and reducing everything around it to mere fragments. You too, have you decided how you wish to perish? Lin Xiaoyu's icy voice resonated, causing the temperature in the space to plummet significantly. Zhao Qiu was instantly enveloped by a chilling aura of death, prompting him to retreat, fear beginning to take root within him. What was this woman? Even if she had awakened her talents, it shouldn't be to such a terrifying extent. The oppressive force continued to escalate, reaching an unfathomable level that made him feel as if he were confronting a demon from the depths of hell. Run! This singular thought consumed him. His life was paramount. He swiftly turned, his figure transforming into a fleeting shadow as he darted towards the exit. However, there was one who was swifter than he. Upon sensing the peril, Fang Siki immediately turned and fled. Do you think you can escape? The frigid tone sent shivers down their spines. Fang Siki gritted her teeth, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes as if she had made a critical decision. Without warning, she pivoted and struck Zhao Qiu with both hands, sending him hurtling backwards. Damn! You wretched woman! The astonishment on Zhao Qiu's face morphed instantly into fury. He could never have anticipated that, in a moment of crisis, this woman would not only abandon him but also betray him. Fang Siki seemed unfazed by his curses, racing down the 5th floor. Bang! Zhao Qiu crashed violently into several rows of bookshelves. As he rose, he found himself staring into Lin Xiaoyu's merciless gaze. Rest assured, she won't escape. You two are destined to die. Her voice dripped with coldness. Zhao Qiu's hair stood on end. Die! A massive black sword rapidly coalesced in Lin Xiaoyu's grasp. Behind her, a pair of ebony wings unfurled. Her body became a streak of dark brilliance, traversing the air in an instant. The next moment, droplets of blood began to fall from the dark blade. Before Zhao Qiu could comprehend what had transpired, even before his expression could shift, waves of excruciating pain surged through him. Thud! Blood suddenly erupted from his arms, which then fell lifelessly to the ground. His legs followed suit. Severed in the same instant. It dawned on him that the sword strike had cleaved through all his limbs. The speed was so overwhelming that his body had no time to react. The sensation of pain arrived belatedly. His anguished screams reverberated throughout the library. You shall remain here, watching as your blood seeps away bit by bit, savoring the endless torment, Lin Xiaoyu stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Tell me, will you die from the pain or the loss of blood? You devil! Zhao Qiu shrieked in a frenzy. At this moment, he could not fathom how events had spiraled to such a dire conclusion. Why had Lin Xiaoyu awakened so suddenly? Even if she had awakened a second talent, it should not have been to such a terrifying degree. Yet, no one would provide him with answers. He was destined to carry this question, along with his resentment and regret, into the abyss of suffering that awaited him. On the first floor of the library, a gathering of 30 to 40 individuals, all subordinates of Zhao Qiu, were present, while two groups had ventured out in search of supplies. As they engaged in idle chatter, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the 5th floor. What is happening? That sounds like the boss. Everyone gripped their weapons tightly, rising to their feet and fixating their gazes on the staircase. Just then, they beheld a woman hastily descending from above. Fang Siki, Zhao Qiu's girlfriend. Sister Siki, what has happened? Someone immediately inquired. Lin Xiaoyu has gone mad. She took advantage of Brother Qiu's moment of inattention and struck him below the belt before attempting to flee. Fang Siki quickly fabricated a story. Brother Qiu instructed me to inform everyone, do not let Lin Xiaoyu escape. We must capture her, or Brother Qiu will be furious. Upon hearing this, the group understood immediately. And oh wonder the scream had been so heart-wrenching. It turned out he had been struck down there. Given the intensity of the sound, it was likely a serious injury, perhaps even rendering him incapable of performing certain acts in the future. Sister Siki, rest assured, we will not allow Lin Xiaoyu to escape, one of them declared. Their team primarily relied on Zhao Qiu's strength. With such a crisis at hand, Zhao Qiu would undoubtedly be enraged. After all, no man could tolerate such an injury. If they failed to capture Lin Xiaoyu, they would be unable to withstand the wrath of Zhao Qiu. Lin Xiaoyu has truly lost her mind. When she descends, let us all rush to subdue her, if Fang Siki commanded, her gaze flickering with determination. Chapter 63. Can you escape? No sooner had Fang Siki's voice faded than Lin Xiaoyu's figure surged forth from the staircase of the second floor. Brothers, charge! Instantly, under the leadership of a young man, everyone rushed forward, barely a shadow visible. Witnessing this scene, Fang Siki turned and sprinted towards the library's exit. You seek death. Lin Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy as she beheld the oncoming throng. Though she remained unaware of their motives, it mattered little now. She was no longer the kind-hearted girl she once was. Gripping her black sword, Lin Xiaoyu unleashed a devastating strike. A fierce beam of sword light sliced through the air, decapitating the first 7 or 8 individuals in the front. Blood gushed forth, splattering those behind them. In that instant, everyone regained their senses, halting in their tracks as they beheld Lin Xiaoyu, who appeared transformed. You all deserve to die. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes burned with murderous intent as she watched Fang Siki flee through the door. Her cold gaze swept across the crowd, leaving them feeling as though they had been sliced by blades. Sister Xiaoyu, please, don't kill me. We were all coerced by Fang Siki. We never intended to harm you, Xiaoyu, for the sake of our shared past as classmates, spare me. Faced with Lin Xiaoyu, who resembled a vengeful deity, everyone trembled in fear. Some knelt, begging for mercy. Heavens, what has become of this woman? How has she transformed so utterly? She was once somewhat kind-hearted, and now she has morphed into a terrifying harbinger of death. Enough. Let destruction reign. Final destruction, Blade Storm. Lin Xiaoyu swung her black sword, unleashing a tempest of sword lights that ravaged the entire space. In that moment, her mind was consumed solely by the lust for bloodshed. She yearned to slay these ungrateful souls, to eradicate those she had once protected. Her sword struck down not only them, but also her own compassion and reluctance. In this moment, she felt no hesitation. She resolved to sever the ties of kindness, meddling, and softness that resided within her. Thud, thud. The sword energy lashed out, mercilessly tearing through everyone, reducing them to mere fragments of flesh, blood splattering everywhere. When the chaos subsided, the library bore no remnants of intact bodies, the ground soaked in crimson, even the walls and pillars around them were shredded, creaking ominously, on the brink of collapse. It was likely that by dawn, the entire library would be reduced to rubble. Can you truly escape? After executing this devastation, Lin Xiaoyu's gaze fixed upon the direction where Fang Siki had fled. Then, with a powerful beat of her black wings, she transformed into a streak of darkness and sped away. Phew, she shouldn't pursue me, right? Fang Siki ran for 7 or 8 minutes, glancing back and allowing herself a slight sigh of relief. However, fury soon consumed her, and she erupted, damn it, damn it, damn it. Fang Siki was confounded. After struggling to carve out a semblance of status and power in this apocalypse, everything had collapsed in an instant. She blamed all of this on Lin Xiaoyu, never once considering her own shortcomings. That wretched woman, how has she suddenly become so formidable? She muttered as she walked. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air behind her. Are you speaking of me? At the sound of that familiar yet foreign voice, Fang Siki's body quivered. She stiffly turned around, meeting Lin Xiaoyu's gaze, cold as ice. Xiaoyu, her voice trembled. Xiaoyu, I didn't mean it, please spare me. In that moment, her only desire was to survive. Bang, the response was a heavy kick, striking her chest and sending her crashing to the ground. Lin Xiaoyu approached slowly, her demeanor unfaltering. Xiaoyu, please don't kill me, I beg you. Fang Siki, once arrogant, now found herself utterly pathetic. Crack, the sound of shattering bones echoed as Lin Xiaoyu disregarded her pleas, crushing both of Fang Siki's kneecaps beneath her heel. I considered you my closest sister. Why would you seek to harm me? You still plotted against me with such malice, are you even human? Lin Xiaoyu continued, her tone detached. In the next moment, she shattered Fang Siki's arms. Fang Siki screamed, the excruciating pain nearly rendering her unconscious. Lin Xiaoyu seized her by the collar, dragging her like a lifeless dog, step by step, towards the library. Xiaoyu, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Enduring the agony, Fang Siki's pleas continued, but alas, no one heeded her cries. Lin Xiaoyu dragged her slowly, leaving a long trail of blood in her wake. Chapter 64. The ruthless Lin Xiaoyu. 10 minutes later, the two returned to the library, where Fang Siki was already on the brink of collapse. Sensing that Lin Xiaoyu had come to a halt, she struggled to open her eyes, only to be met with a violent churn in her stomach. The scene before her was one of utter carnage. Shattered corpses, severed limbs, and the acrid stench of blood permeated every inch of the space. Fang Siki's complexion grew even more pallid as she retched repeatedly, feeling as though bile might erupt from her throat. This hellish tableau was beyond the endurance of her malevolent psyche. Lin Xiaoyu cast her onto the ground and retrieved a knife, brandishing it before Fang Siki's face. Xiaoyu, what do you intend to do? No. Please, I beg you, spare me. Fang Siki's eyes widened in terror as a dreadful realization dawned upon her. Lin Xiaoyu, with a knife in hand, suddenly brought it down, slicing across Fang Siki's left cheek. This incision is for the moment I opened the door to let you in at the dormitory, Lin Xiaoyu declared, and then struck again. This one represents when I shared my food with you. This cut signifies the time I saved your life while clearing zombies in the cafeteria. This one is for your betrayal, conspiring against me with Zhao Qiu. This incision is for the vile methods you devised to coerce my submission. With each utterance, Lin Xiaoyu inflicted another wound upon Fang Siki's face, rendering it a canvas of bloodstains. The harrowing experiences of recent times had imparted to Lin Xiaoyu a profound understanding of humanity and despair. She finally comprehended the words of her brother. Lin Xiaoyu, you wretched woman, if you have the guts, just kill me. Fang Siki could no longer bear the torment and unleashed a tirade of curses. Very well, if you wish for death, I shall grant it. Lin Xiaoyu's tone remained calm as she gently grasped Fang Siki's hand. Then she made a swift cut, lacerating her wrist, blood flowing freely from the small wound. Following suit, she inflicted similar cuts upon Fang Siki's limbs. This is how wrist-cutting suicides are portrayed on television. Now experience the ebbing of life. After completing her grim task, Lin Xiaoyu tossed aside the knife and retreated to a corner, curling her legs and leaning against a stone pillar. She did not leave, for the ordeal was far from over. She awaited someone. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the pervasive stench of blood, amplifying the atmosphere of desolation. Alone, Lin Xiaoyu sat amidst the corpses in the library. In a large supermarket near Qianhai University, a small squad of over 20 individuals was busy gathering their spoils. Monkey brother, fortune has favored us today. We encountered a Tier 1 zombie with severed arms. Indeed, with this, Monkey brother can advance to Tier 1 and no longer be at the mercy of that scoundrel Zhao Qiu. A group of eager followers surrounding the thin monkey cheered in delight. And that Lin Xiaoyu, that vile woman, has been opposing us all along. What was it but the violation of a few female classmates, yet she continues her relentless pursuit. Exactly, once Monkey brother levels up, we should bring that woman along for some fun. One lewdly chuckled. Har har, well spoken. After I ascend, we will seize the initiative. The thin monkey waved his hand, assuring his followers, brothers, fear not, follow me, and you shall enjoy the finest delicacies and the company of beautiful women. A chorus of whistles erupted, their spirits evidently lifted. Before long, the thin monkey achieved his coveted breakthrough, becoming a Tier 1 powerhouse. Brothers, follow me, we have business to attend to. He gestured grandly, leading his entourage toward the library. An hour later, the thin monkey, accompanied by over 40 followers, arrived outside the library in full force, their laughter echoing. What's that smell? How disgusting. As they stepped into the library, a foul odor assaulted their senses, nearly inducing vomit. Damn it, what are Zhao Qiu and the others doing? They almost made me regurgitate my last meal. One of them cursed. This scent, it seems to be the stench of blood. The thin monkey squinted, recognizing that such a potent aroma indicated many had perished. Could it be an internal conflict? Or perhaps other evolved beings have attacked? As this possibility dawned upon them, the group grew vigilant, cautiously advancing deeper. Upon entering the library, they were left speechless by the horror unfolding before them. It resembled a scene straight from hell. Corpses littered the floor, many in a state of dismemberment, blood stained the ground, emanating a suffocating odor. Monkey brother, these are all Zhao Qiu's people. They are all dead, not a single complete body left. After a thorough inspection, they reported back to the thin monkey, their faces pale with shock. Even they were unsettled by such grotesque devastation. Boss, there's one person left. It's Lin Xiaoyu. She's still alive. At that moment, someone spotted Lin Xiaoyu huddled in a corner, clutching her knees. Hearing this, the thin monkey's heart soared with delight. As long as she was alive, he had long coveted this campus beauty. Chapter 65, they were all killed by me at this moment. On the other side, just ahead lies Qianhai University. This area appears to be devoid of zombies, suggesting it has been thoroughly cleared. Yi Piao, being a teacher at Qianhai University, was naturally familiar with the surroundings, guiding everyone to the entrance of the university. In the span of 2 days, Lin Yu and his companions had swept through the area as if it were an uninhabited realm, dispatching any zombies they encountered with ease. They had eliminated 72 first-tier zombies, and even Lin Yu had reached the 3rd level of the first tier, with 53 first-tier crystal cores still in hand, sufficient for him to ascend to the 8th level of the first tier. The individuals accompanying them, who were aiding in collecting the crystal cores, had all attained level 10. Let us proceed, Lin Yu said, a hint of excitement in his voice. In this life, he finally felt free of regrets. Xiaoyu must be residing in Building 11, correct? Yes, I am acquainted with the route, Lin Yu replied, leading the way with an eagerness that was palpable. Now, it had been precisely 30 days since the apocalypse had begun, a full month. The zombies within the university had largely been eradicated by the survivors, allowing for a smooth passage. Before long, they arrived at the first-year female dormitory in Building 11. Lin Yu dashed inside, searching for Xia Yu's room. What could have happened here, he muttered, furrowing his brow at the sight before him. The door to Xia Yu's dormitory stood wide open, with numerous bloodstains marring the corridor. Fortunately, no blood or remains were found within the dorm itself. From the looks of it, she must have fled and is not here, Liu Xian remarked. There are likely many survivors still within the school. Perhaps she is with them. We will inquire with someone to ascertain the truth, Lin Yu responded, his brow knitting even tighter. No one understood better than him the depths of human greed and the horror it could unleash in the apocalypse. Lin Xiaoyu was not only beautiful but also a campus belle, although her attributes had significantly increased under his guidance. A month into the apocalypse, any capable evolved beings were likely already at the first tier. Hence, Lin Yu was filled with concern. Exiting the dormitory, he began to wander the campus. At this hour, most survivors are probably scavenging for supplies or combating zombies. It is unlikely we will encounter many people on campus, Liu Shiyun calmly analyzed. Let us move. Lin Yu replied, making his way outside. After several twists and turns, they finally discovered 3 survivors in an alley not far from the school. Besieged by hundreds of zombies, Lin Yu summoned a flame blade in his right hand, executing 3 swift strikes. The massive blade, spanning 40 meters, cleaved through the 9th and 10th level zombies, reducing them to halves. The 3 survivors stood in stunned silence at the effortless display of power. Are you students of Qianhai University? Lin Yu inquired as he approached them. Yes, we are Qianhai University students. Thanks for saving us, man. Hey, it's Teacher Yi. One of them exclaimed, recognizing Yi Piao, who nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, asking, do you know where Lin Xiaoyu is? Lin Xiaoyu? I know, one of the students replied. She seems to be with Zhao Qiu's group, one of the larger teams at the school, located in the library. However, it appears some incidents have occurred in their team recently, related to Lin Xiaoyu. As the student spoke, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and raised his gaze to meet Lin Yu's murderous glare. He faltered, unable to continue. Clarify your words, Lin Yu demanded, an aura of terrifying killing intent emanating from him, causing the surrounding individuals to feel a shiver of dread. I heard that for some unknown reason, Zhao Qiu has imprisoned Lin Xiaoyu. Let us go to the library. Lin Yu's expression hardened, a glint of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Yi Piao, sensing the gravity of the situation, wasted no time and led the group forward. At the library, the thin monkey accompanied his band of followers, pinching his nose as he approached Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu, what transpired here? Where is Zhao Qiu? Why are all these people dead? At that moment, Lin Xiaoyu slowly lifted her head. You have finally returned. I have waited for you for a long time. Her voice was soft, and a flicker of light shone in her eyes. Upon hearing this, the thin monkey's expression sharpened, sensing something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Monkey brother is asking you a question, why are all these people dead? One of the subordinates shouted angrily. They were killed by someone. Lin Xiaoyu stated, her face devoid of emotion. Who did it? The thin monkey inquired, frowning, and why are you unscathed? Because, Lin Xiaoyu met his gaze, a chilling smile spreading across her face, they were all killed by me. The proclamation hung in the air, plunging the scene into a profound silence. The atmosphere grew tense. Damn it, you're not telling the truth, one subordinate declared, still in disbelief, but in the next instant, a flash of blade light swept through the air, and he clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground. It was only then that the thin monkey and his crew snapped back to reality, hastily retreating and drawing their weapons in defense. The Lin Xiaoyu before them was utterly abnormal. Thin monkey, I have awaited you for a long time. Lin Xiaoyu slowly rose, pointing at the corpses on the ground. They have also awaited you for a long time. Chapter 66. What gift have you awakened? Damn it, whatever trickery you're up to, everyone, charge. The gaunt monkey shuddered, rallying his underlings as they surged forward. Destruction of the end. Lin Xiaoyu gazed at the approaching throng and spoke in a haunting tone. Suddenly, an unparalleled and colossal aura surged forth from her, as thick beams of magical energy erupted around her. At the same time, a pair of obsidian wings sprouted from her back. What the hell, what is this monstrous thing? Is she transforming into a little demon fairy? The onlookers were struck with horror, halting their advance in unison. The overwhelming presence emanating from Lin Xiaoyu enveloped them in an intense sense of dread. Blade storm. Yet Lin Xiaoyu showed no signs of hesitation, clutching a massive black sword, she condensed its power. With a single sweep, she unleashed a multitude of sword lights, numbering in the hundreds, intertwining and forming a terrifying tempest of sword energy that ravaged all directions. Swish, swish, the sound of sword energy tearing through flesh echoed incessantly. Run! She's a demon, someone shouted in sheer panic. The gaunt monkey, equally astonished, had thought that with his recent breakthrough to the first tier, he would be considered powerful here. Little did he know that Lin Xiaoyu had inexplicably transformed into such a formidable being, and he felt the chilling breath of death creeping ever closer. As the sword energy surged, the gaunt monkey hastily grabbed one of his subordinates, using him as a shield. In the next instant, the sword energy exploded, shredding the hapless minion into 1,000 pieces, while the remaining energy pierced through the air. How is this even possible? The gaunt monkey was left with countless unanswered questions as he faced his demise. Within mere moments, the library was engulfed in a hellish baptism, the stench of blood thickening to an unbearable degree. Crack, the surrounding concrete pillars were marred with deep gashes, some even severing the steel reinforcements within, producing a series of sharp cracks. It's going to collapse. Well then, let everything be buried here. Even once was Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaoyu murmured to herself. With renewed vigor, she swept her great sword once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of sword energy that instantly obliterated the supporting pillars of the library. With a flap of her wings, she transformed into a wisp of shadow and soared into the air. Boom! The library erupted with a thunderous roar, followed by a violent tremor, as if the earth itself had convulsed, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. The deafening sound echoed far and wide. What is that noise? Lin Yu and his companions, racing forward, suddenly felt a tremendous vibration. It seems to be coming from ahead, that's where the library is located, Yi Piao remarked. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he quickened his pace. Boom! The entire library crumbled, sending up a cloud of dust. Lin Xiaoyu, witnessing this scene, felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She did not know where to go now. And the next moment, an overwhelming sense of weakness struck her, causing her to sway unsteadily, nearly collapsing. I need to regain some strength. I'll wait in the dormitory for my brother. Soon, Lin Xiaoyu made up her mind. She found a pile of rubble and sat down, leaning back to rest. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and the others arrived at the site. They stood dumbfounded before what had once been the library, now reduced to a desolate ruin. Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu! Lin Yu called out loudly, scanning the surroundings. Oh, I think I heard my brother's voice. Lin Xiaoyu, on the verge of slumber, suddenly opened her eyes wide, then shook her head. I must be dreaming. Xiaoyu, are you there? Suddenly, a clearer voice reached her ears. Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in realization. She hadn't misheard. It was indeed her brother's voice. He had come to find her. Brother, is that you? In an instant, Lin Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable surge of strength, struggling to rise from the rubble. In a heartbeat, she spotted the anxious and frantic figure of her brother. Brother! Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed with joy, disregarding her fatigue as she dashed toward Lin Yu. Xiaoyu, Lin Yu, hearing that familiar voice, turned around abruptly, only to see a blooded figure sprinting toward him. His face lit up with excitement as he opened his arms to embrace her. Bang! A resounding crash followed, dust swirling around them. Xiaoyu, from now on, don't be so reckless. My old back has important missions to fulfill. If I get hurt, I might never find a wife, and the Lin family could face extinction. Lin Yu lay sprawled on the ground, arms and legs akimbo. Don't worry, if you can't find a wife, there's still me, Lin Xiaoyu replied weakly, her body resting atop him. The two remained entangled, lying in the pit. Lin Yu, overwhelmed with excitement, had forgotten about Xiaoyu's terrifying power and was knocked down by the charging girl. The immense impact shattered the earth beneath him, creating a web of tiny fissures. Let us get up. I want tea. Lin Yu, exasperated, embraced the delicate figure in his arms. They lay quietly in the pit, savoring the rare moments of tranquility and warmth. Liu Xian and the others stood at a distance, watching without intruding. After a considerable time, the two finally emerged from the pit. Xiaoyu, didn't I tell you to wait in the dormitory for me? What happened? Lin Yu gently wiped the blood from Xiaoyu's face. Brother, I'm sorry, I should have listened to you. Lin Xiaoyu recounted everything that had transpired in detail. Silly girl, it's I who should apologize. I should have come sooner. Lin Yu felt a pang of guilt. Brother, I don't blame you. Besides, this might actually be for the best. If I had always been under your protection, I would never have grown. Lin Xiaoyu shook her head and added, if I hadn't gone through these experiences, I would have only been a burden to you. Perhaps I wouldn't have even awakened my talent. Listening to her, Lin Yu held her a little tighter. Silly girl, kindness is reserved for those close to you. In this apocalypse, you must understand the darkness of human nature and adjust your mindset. We have the strength to help others, as long as it doesn't harm us. But always maintain a sense of caution. Being able to extend a helping hand is already a great kindness, and never put yourself in danger. Unless one day, you become strong enough to fear nothing. Lin Yu gently patted Xiaoyu's shoulder, offering comfort. Millimeter, brother, I understand. Lin Xiaoyu replied. By the way, what talent have you awakened? It seems extraordinarily powerful, what is it? Lin Yu was immensely curious, for it must be something exceptional to have collapsed this 5-story library. Chapter 67, The Flames of Lava Beneath the Cherry Blossom Mountain. What talent? SS level. The ruin of the end. Upon Lin Xiaoyu's utterance, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Even Liu Xiyun was taken aback, as it was only now that she learned of Xiaoyu's extraordinary talent. To directly awaken at SS level. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. How could others possibly thrive in such a circumstance? In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone awakening with dual S levels. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a possibility that perhaps someone had awakened but chose to keep it concealed, thus remaining unknown to everyone. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. It appears that this world is not devoid of fated individuals. I am not the protagonist of a novel, destined to receive the favor of fortune alone. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to relax. It was time to journey to Kyoto and seize the Phoenix's Nirvana flame. Moreover, there awaited a life he needed to claim. However, to eliminate that individual, he would likely have to contend with the entirety of the Empire, necessitating thorough preparation. Once he absorbed the Phoenix flame, his talent would undoubtedly ascend to the SS level, and then he could proceed to the sacred mountain of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Cherry Blossom Mountain, to procure the lava flame. By the way, the sun flame, Lin Yu was suddenly struck by a bold idea. What would transpire if he ventured into the sun and absorbed its flame? In the next instant, he hastily cast aside this outrageous notion. Such a feat was beyond his current capabilities. Nearby, Yang Long wore an expression of utter despondency. The esteemed figures before him were either S-level or dual S-level, leaving him, an A-level Kurami, feeling utterly insignificant. Brother, when I awakened, all my attributes increased by 100, and my magical power surged by 10,000. Xiaoyu beamed with pride, finally having awakened her own talent. Upon seeing her brother, the emotions she had previously suppressed began to resurface, and a smile graced her face. As she spoke, she revealed her attributes. Codename, Brother's Little Cotton Jacket. Level 0 Tier 10. Magic Power 16, 000. Strength 358-35. 8. Constitution 155. Speed 208. Spirit 155. Golden Power Divine Mark Permanent 10 to Strength Attribute. Her talent, SS End of Destruction. Yang Long found himself at a loss for words. No expression could adequately convey the tumult of emotions he experienced at that moment. While others would be ecstatic to awaken even a B-grade talent, unable to sleep from excitement, those before him were either S-grade or SS-grade talents. He felt a profound sense of isolation. Even without advancing to the first rank, his attributes already rival many first-rank S-grade talent bearers. No wonder such destruction was wrought last night. Liu Xiyun and Yi Piao gasped in unison. With attributes nearing their own, what would happen if he were to reach the first rank? Wouldn't his power be almost double theirs? Lin Yu understood that this remarkable feat was not solely due to the dual S talents. The golden power fruit had played a significant role as well. It was a treasure the likes of which he had never heard in his previous life. Little you should absorb these first-rank crystal cores now that your talent has awakened. There's no need to suppress your level any longer. Lin Yu retrieved 30 crystal cores from his pocket. All right. The young girl responded with a cherubic demeanor and immediately began absorbing the first-rank crystal cores. Before long, the 30 cores turned to dust. Lin Xiaoyu's aura intensified, and her immense magical power surged uncontrollably, erupting forth from her being. An explosive force, dark magical energy ascended, forming a 3-meter diameter pillar of power that enveloped her entirely. Her true form was obscured. The overwhelming magical energy generated a high-pressure current, stirring up dust and debris. The hair and clothing of Lin Yu and his companions were tousled by the force. Yang Long was particularly vulnerable. He was pushed back 2 steps by the sheer pressure. So powerful. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He could scarcely fathom the despair of facing such an opponent. Moments later, the pillar of magical energy dissipated, retracting back into her body. Brother, I feel incredibly strong. Lin Xiaoyu exclaimed, rushing over for another embrace. Stop. Lin Yu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, halting her advance. While he could catch her using his power, he feared inadvertently harming her. Brother, let me show you my attributes. Lin Xiaoyu cheered, her newfound strength dispelling her long-standing frustrations. Codename, Brother's Little Cotton Padded Jacket. Level First rank, level 3, magical power, 35,000, strength, 71671, 6, constitution, 310, speed, 446, spirit, 310, golden power glyph, permanent 10 to strength attribute, talent, SS apocalypse of destruction. With such formidable attribute panels, she is on the verge of rivaling Lin Yu. The double S talent enables her strength to triple, the strength of 787. 6, when amplified threefold, can reach an astonishing 3150. 4 points, this is nearly the power of an ordinary 4th tier evolver without any talent enhancements. At this moment, she has undoubtedly become the strongest individual beneath Lin Yu. Obtaining the golden fruit and a dual S-tier talent awakening at the 0 tier, such an opportunity is likely unique in the world, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim. Such a fortuitous chance is unlikely to be encountered by another. Yanglong, I present you with these 10 first-tier crystal cores, take them and advance. Lin Yu produced 10 first-tier crystal cores and handed them to Yanglong. Yanglong, a metal manipulator, possesses a commendable combat strength, provided he is not compared to S-tier individuals. He also has the potential for advancement in the future, and during this period, he has demonstrated dedication and commendable character. Boss, these are first-tier crystal cores. Yanglong exclaimed in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Lin Yu would generously bestow upon him such a precious item in such quantity. In this era, many are willing to fight to the death for a single first-tier crystal core, underscoring their significance. No need to worry. What I give you is yours to keep. While crystal cores are indeed valuable, I place greater importance on people. Your performance during this time has been commendable. I hope you remain trustworthy in the future. Lin Yu did not elaborate further. There is no need to clarify what is mutually understood. Rest assured, I will not let you down, Yanglong replied earnestly. Upon receiving the crystal cores, he immediately began to absorb them. Before long, he successfully broke through. Yanglong approached with a beaming smile. Uncle, your advancement was so subtle, it was nothing like the grand spectacle of Sister Xiao Yu's. The innocent remark from the young Liu Ru caused Yanglong's smile to freeze instantly. The allure of the first-tier cores diminished in an instant. Har har. This scene provoked hearty laughter among the group. Let us return to Almer, there are plentiful resources to be gathered there. Master, what are your plans moving forward? Yi Piao inquired. Indeed, with his long-lost sister found safe and sound, what should come next? Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. The vendetta from his past life remains unavenged in this one, the Xia family in Kyoto, Xia Haran. Although he has yet to emerge prominently, Lin Yu is aware of his formidable and insidious nature. Calculating the time, it will soon be 3 months after the rodent tide, and the contest among the nations is drawing near, he mused to himself. What are you murmuring about, brother? Nothing. My future plans will always revolve around one objective. To seek various high-tier flames, phoenix fire, earth core fire, star fire, and even solar heart fire, the fire of rules, consuming them to elevate my talent to 9S. And the next target is the phoenix fire in Kyoto. Having located his sister marks the resolution of a significant matter, and Lin Yu begins to strategize his subsequent endeavors. Once the group arrived at an Almer and cleared out the zombies, Liu Xiyun promptly collected all usable resources, securing them in her infinite space for utmost safety. Lin Yu also intended to rest thoroughly for a day, as the imminent battles would be perilous. A gathering of individuals on the second floor of Almer arranged sofas and lounged comfortably, while others engaged in a game of mahjong, enjoying a moment of leisure. Brother Xia, have you arrived? Lin Yu sent a message to the zombie king, Brother Xia, referencing his previous post. No reply came. Brother Yu, there are now 6 second-tier individuals in the entire Great Xia. Liu Xiyun's voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu opened the leaderboard to investigate world tier rankings. 1. Brother Xia, 2nd tier 2. Blade, 2nd tier 3. Dawn, 2nd tier 4. Gentleman of Humility, 2nd tier 5. Genius Scientist, 2nd tier 6. Grand Mage, 2nd tier. All second-tier individuals are formidable forces within Great Xia, a remarkable honor that undoubtedly astonishes foreigners. Brother Xia is exceptionally gifted. It seems he will continue to dominate the tier rankings. Liu Xiyun recalled their first encounter. At that time, she and Lin Yu were scouring for first-tier zombies, while Brother Xia merely needed to gesture, and zombies would self-destruct, delivering their crystal cores. This was nothing short of a game-breaking advantage, none could rival him. Before the 5th tier, it is generally like this, but once one reaches that level, advancing further becomes increasingly challenging, Lin Yu remarked, shaking his head. The path to advancement becomes more arduous with each tier. Among these 6, several were previously unknown. How did they suddenly reach the 2nd tier? Yi Piao chimed in. Each individual on the world leaderboard is remarkable. We must not underestimate them, Lin Yu explained with a smile. Blade is a soldier king from the northern military district, possessing innate strength and talent, so it is no surprise he ranks 2nd. Dawn is the possessor of an absolute real talent, and his strength remains a mystery. What Lin Yu did not disclose was that Dawn was the strongest among the first tier in his past life, with unfathomable abilities. Leading the Dawn's 9 radiances, Dawn, Breaking Dawn, Morning Sun, Dusk, Afterglow, Daybreak, Twilight, Hope, and Dawn, a formidable assembly, each member exceptionally powerful, with the top 4 having entered the strongest ranks. Grand Mage awakened an extraordinarily powerful necromantic talent. A single individual constitutes an entire army. Genius Scientist, the prodigious daughter of the Wang family in Kyoto, Wang Yiling, the mad scientist. Upon mentioning this woman, Lin Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Chapter 69, Ambition comparable to the Empress Wu Zetian Wangfengzi. This woman is truly a prodigious genius. It is due to her that a new order swiftly emerged in the apocalypse. Initially, the onset of the apocalypse obliterated all scientific civilization, steering humanity towards evolutionary advancement. However, this Wangfengzi ingeniously amalgamated evolutionary civilization with scientific progress, achieving countless feats that transformed the world. A single woman, whose ambition rivals that of the Empress Wu Zetian, should not be underestimated. Master, how many crystal cores do you still require to reach the 2nd tier? Yi Piao inquired. Just 2 more, it won't be long now, Lin Yu replied with a smile. At that moment, he noticed a response from Xia brother. We have been here for some time, currently gathering zombies in the western district of Qianhai City, Xia brother reported. Have you sensed any unusual movements from the rat tide? Lin Yu asked. Indeed, I have gleaned some fragmented consciousness from the 2nd tier zombies here, Xia brother responded. A few days ago, the Rat King was summoning all the rats in the city, urging them to mutate rapidly and strengthen their numbers. During this period, they clashed with numerous zombie hordes. The southern district has been utterly reduced to ruins, devoid of any zombies or survivors. Lin Yu's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. The southern district had a population of at least 20,000, not to mention the 300,000 to 400,000 zombies. Have they all been consumed by the rat tide? That's the information received. Have you not noticed the lack of activity from the rat tide yesterday and today? Are you implying? Lin Yu's expression grew tense. I suspect the rat tide's army is undergoing evolution. The Rat King must have ascended to the 3rd tier and possesses considerable intelligence, Xia brother speculated. If that is the case, the rat tide may launch an assault tonight at the earliest, or by tomorrow at the latest. Lin Yu exclaimed. I must cut our conversation short. I have successfully gathered the majority of zombies in the western district and am preparing to lead them against the rat tide in the southern district. However, I am concerned that the rat tide may have already surged towards the eastern district. As the conversation ended, Lin Yu felt a weight settle upon him. With the rat tide having devastated the southern district, their next target would likely be either the western district, where Xia brother resided, or the eastern district, where he currently was. Realizing this, he sprang to his feet. Brother Yu, what is the matter? The southern district has fallen. The next target of the rat tide is likely our eastern district, Lin Yu stated gravely. Given the previous circumstances, it was evident that the Rat King had attained a high level of intelligence, distinguishing it from ordinary rats. The western district had been consolidated by Xia brother, whose formidable strength would likely deter the Rat King from attacking there. This left only one option, the eastern district. The expressions of the others shifted, for while a solitary mutated rat was not particularly daunting, the prospect of hundreds of thousands charging forth was truly terrifying. It would be akin to a locust swarm, leaving no survivors in its wake. The number of zombie rats is overwhelming. No one knows the precise count. We can only hope that Xia brother leads the zombies to engage the rat tide swiftly, thereby significantly reducing their numbers. We must prepare as well. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, the ground began to tremble, the vibrations growing increasingly intense. This is not good. The rat tide is upon us. Everyone turned pale. Hundreds of thousands of rats, each the size of a wolf dog, surging forward. What a horrifying spectacle that would be. No one could fathom the terror it would unleash. Silence! Lin Yu commanded, quelling the unrest among the group. This encounter with the rat tide was markedly different from the last. Previously, it was merely a passing wave, but now it was a calculated assault, intent on devouring all living flesh. Everyone held their breath, the tension palpable. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of massive impacts reverberated from the first floor of the armor building, akin to a colossal hammer striking at the hearts of the onlookers. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety and dread. Faced with the overwhelming number of rats, even the most formidable among them would struggle to survive. Lin Yu surveyed the 30 or so individuals present, a flicker of compassion in his gaze. The majority had yet to reach the first tier. How many would endure this calamity? Crash! The sound of the door collapsing thundered as countless mutated rats, drawn by the scent of the living, surged through the breach. Thousands upon thousands of them. Yanlong, seal off all access points to the 3rd floor with metal, leaving only the staircase available, Lin Yu instructed loudly. Everyone, block the staircase entrance and eliminate any mutated rats that breach our defenses. Lin Yu believed this to be the most prudent course of action. He approached the window and gazed outside. His heart sank at the sight. The entire city was inundated with mutated rats. They flooded the streets, alleys, and storefronts, overwhelming every corner of the metropolis. The sheer terror of their numbers engulfed the urban landscape. Chapter 70, Second Order. On a street, a dozen individuals were frantically fleeing. They had originally been clearing out small clusters of zombies in an alley when the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Instantly, they recalled the discussions on the forum regarding the rat tide in Qianhai City. As expected, in mere moments, a dark mass of rats appeared at the end of the street. They surged forward, colliding with the thousands of zombies that occupied the area. Roar! The zombies went into a frenzy. After toppling a mutated rat, they opened their mouths to bite, tearing off large chunks of flesh and devouring them. Squeak! The mutated rats were undeterred, their claws sweeping through the air, instantly severing the zombies' throats. The mutated rats were swifter, their claws sharper. The zombies stood no chance. It often took several zombies working in unison to bring down a single mutated rat. Brothers, run, the rat tide is upon us. Everyone's faces turned pale with fear as they sprinted away. Behind them, thousands of zombies were quickly engulfed, unable to hold back the tide for long. Boss, there's a massive horde of zombies over there. Which way do we run? Someone cried, their voice tinged with despair. Damn. The leader, Yisu, felt a wave of hopelessness wash over him. With zombies blocking their path in overwhelming numbers and the even more ferocious mutated rats behind, there was nowhere left to escape. What could they do? His mind raced as he looked around and shouted, to the rooftops. The crowd's eyes brightened, and they used their feet to push off the walls, leveraging their strength to climb to the rooftops of the second floor. However, all their efforts were in vain. As the rat tide surged forward, the low buildings collapsed under the onslaught, and several individuals fell in despair. In the next moment, the black torrent swept by, and they barely had time to scream before being swallowed by the tide. Similar scenes of horror unfolded in every corner of the eastern district of the city. At Ormer, Lin Yu and his companions barricaded the stairwell, barely managing to hold back wave after wave of the rat tide. After Yanglong reinforced the structure with metal, the entrance could only accommodate 7 or 8 mutated rats attacking at once, granting them a momentary respite. This can't continue. More mutated rats will come rushing in, and eventually, many areas will be breached, Liu Shiyun remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. Unless these individuals advance to the First Order, experiencing a surge in their attributes, they won't have a chance to break through. Otherwise, I can't save them, Lin Yu replied. They intended to leave. The rat tide was unstoppable. Their speed attributes were significantly higher than even the First-Order mutated rats, making it relatively easy for them to escape if they were determined. Each of them had a speed exceeding 150 points, with the weakest among them, Ryuko, still boasting 140 points. A level 10 zombie had merely 55 points of speed, unable to catch up with them. Indeed, including Yanglong, Hisong, and a few First-Order individuals, as long as they aren't entangled with First-Order mutated beasts, escaping shouldn't be difficult. But for those who haven't reached First Order, it might be quite challenging. Lin Yu's gaze flickered as he turned to Yanglong. Go and assess how many crystal cores the brothers need to reach the First Order. Understood. Yanglong did not ask further questions and immediately set off to complete the task. A short while later, he returned, saying, Boss, we still have 27 brothers left, with 6 at the First Order, the other 21 are still at level 10. In order for these 21 to advance, we still need 123 crystal cores. Each of them had accumulated a few crystal cores, more or less, 123 cores. That amount is manageable. Lin Yu was already at the First Order, level 10, and had an excess of 32 cores. Although Liu Xian and the others also needed cores, they were not in a rush. With their current strength, they could protect themselves adequately. Brother Yu, I have 6 unused cores here, Liu Xian spoke up first, knowing Lin Yu well. I have 7 here, Yi Piao added. Without hesitation, Lin Yu accepted the cores and, along with his 32, handed them to Yanglong. Yanglong, here are 45 cores. Let some of the brothers advance to the First Order. I will find a way for the rest. Boss. The surrounding individuals had been listening to their conversation the entire time, and at that moment, they fought to suppress their emotions, their resolve to follow Lin Yu growing even stronger. Enough with the sentimentality. Only those who survive have the right to continue following me. Lin Yu waved his hand, interrupting their emotional outpouring. You all stay here and guard the entrance together, I will go out for a bit. After instructing the women, he moved swiftly toward the entrance. Thud. Thud. The sounds of mutated beasts meeting their demise rang out as he descended. He slaughtered his way through, with no mutated rats able to impede him. They were merely level 10 nuisances in his eyes, akin to ants. Squeak. Just as he reached the first floor, countless mutated beasts surged toward the entrance. Flame roar. A terrifying pillar of flame erupted, clearing a path ahead. He burst out of armor, activating his reconnaissance skill, faintly sensing waves of energy far stronger than level 10. Indeed, there are quite a number of first-order mutated rats. Lin Yu darted through the rat tide like a wraith, leaving no mutated rat able to touch his clothing. With a speed of 624 points in his normal state, he was comparable to the second-order level 10 mutated rats, allowing him to dispatch the lower-tier ones at will. Thud! A massive rat's head soared into the air. Lin Yu conjured a 2-meter-long flame blade in his hand, effortlessly severing the creature's head and claiming its crystal core. Thus, Lin Yu moved like a spectre through the swarm, specifically targeting the first-order rats. Fortunately, the rat horde had recently undergone a brutal period of slaughter and evolution, resulting in a significant number of first-order mutants. Within just over an hour, he would have enough cores to meet his needs. Squeak! A tremendous rat shriek echoed. Following that, a dark shadow lunged toward him. This mutated rat was significantly larger, its aura far more potent. It bared its teeth, blood dripping from its mouth, its rows of fangs gleaming ominously. Second order. Lin Yu's eyes brightened. Heaven had a path, yet it would not tread. Hell had no doors, yet it chose to enter. What did he lack the most right now? Was it not the second-order crystal core? Chapter 71, The Rat Can Use Kamehameha Die. He moved like a phantom, appearing directly behind the second-order mutated rat in the next instant, bringing down the massive flame blade. Without any surprises, a head flew high into the air. To Lin Yu, second-order rats were merely slightly larger, and, after slightly more than an hour, Lin Yu had acquired a sufficient number of first-order crystal cores, yet he had not returned. He was in search of a second-order mutated rat. He needed just one more core to break into the second order. Unfortunately, while first-order mutated rats were plentiful, he had not encountered another second order. He sighed softly and quickly moved back toward Ormar. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the number of zombies and rats assaulting Ormar had increased, with several first-order rats joining the fray. If this continued, and with more mutated rats meeting their demise, it was likely that an ever-growing number of mutated rats would converge. At that point, aside from a few S-class talent holders, the others might not escape. Lin Yu's expression grew grave as he dispatched a group and charged inside. Boss! Boss, you're back! As Lin Yu ascended to the third floor, everyone greeted him with immense joy. Distribute the cores among those who haven't advanced. Once the breakthroughs are complete, we'll withdraw. He produced 78 crystal cores and handed them to Yanglong. In just a brief moment, everyone had completed their advancements. Let's go. Lin Yu wasted no time, leading the way. Acting alone was a vastly different concept compared to leading a group. When alone, he could exploit his speed advantage, weaving in and out with ease. However, at this moment, he found himself having to face the incoming mutated rats head-on. If he yielded, the trailing group could easily be scattered. Once trapped, the endless tide of mutated rats would encircle them, making it nearly impossible to maneuver, no matter how swift they were, due to a lack of solid ground. Flame blade. A 40-meter-long blade coalesced, cleaving through the air in a series of strikes, clearing a path nearly 100 meters ahead. Move quickly. Everyone did not dare to hesitate, sprinting at full speed in the opposite direction of the rat tide. Bang! Suddenly, several enormous mutated rats crashed into the crowd, scattering them. Liu Ryuko was accidentally knocked away. Ryuko. Liu Xian's eyes widened in horror as she raised her hand, shattering space and tearing apart over 20 mutated rats. However, the area they cleared was instantly filled again. The sheer number of mutated rats was overwhelming, pouring in relentlessly. You all go ahead, I'll rescue Ryuko. Lin Yu shouted, turning back. In a few leaps, he reached Ryuko's side, dispatching dozens of mutated rats with a single stroke before pulling the girl along. It seems that the disturbances here have caught the attention of the Rat King. Lin Yu frowned. He sensed that all the mutated rats appeared to be converging toward this area. The two of them were now quite far from the others, surrounded by countless mutated rats. Boss, where are you? Suddenly, a voice called out, accompanied by flashes of electricity. I'm here. A 40-meter-long blade swept through, clearing a path. Boss, I've come to get you. A figure shot toward him like lightning. Lin Yu recognized him as just an ordinary member of the 27. Apparently, he had suddenly awakened a speed talent, quite impressive. Boss, my sister and the others sent me to retrieve you. The man unleashed a bolt of lightning, electrocuting several mutated rats. Good, let's go. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a tremendous mental force lock onto him, causing his expression to change. He handed Liu Ryuko to the man, saying, take her away, I'll hold them off. Understood. The man wasted no words, scooping up Liu Ryuko and vanishing into the swarm like a flash of lightning. Squeak. A gigantic mutated rat lunged toward the flickering light. Looking for death. Lin Yu was faster, appearing in an instant. A fiery breath erupted from him, smashing into the mutated rat. Watching the flash of lightning disappear, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he had no reservations. He charged directly at the recently struck second-order mutated rat, bringing his blade down. The second-order crystal core was now in his possession. Roar! A colossal beastly roar echoed, and Lin Yu beheld a brown giant rat, larger than a vehicle, bellowing toward the sky. Despite being a rat, it emitted a roar akin to that of a great beast. Is this the Rat King? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Energy was wildly coalescing in its mouth. And the next moment, a terrifying beam of energy erupted from the Rat King's maw, shooting straight at Lin Yu. Har, even rats can use Kamehameha now. Chapter 72. Those who can be trusted with one's back. Lin Yu, wary of underestimating his opponent, immediately entered the dragon flame form. The Rat King before him was a formidable third-tier creature, capable of unleashing energy beams, undoubtedly awakened with innate abilities, and possessed considerable strength. His power surged rapidly from 972 points to 3,888 points in an instant. In his dragon flame form, his primary attribute, strength, was amplified threefold, while other attributes doubled. How terrifying! Fiery roar! Lin Yu bellowed, a column of crimson flames erupting from his mouth. The two waves of energy collided mid-air, unleashing a blinding brilliance. Subsequently, the red flames pierced through the Rat King's energy beam and continued onward. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Historically, it was said that when opposing waves collided, one would inevitably lose. No, from this day forth, it shall be rewritten. Whichever side faces me in a clash, shall be the side that falls. With a shriek, the Rat King leapt sideways, its massive form soaring into the air. The flaming column crashed down, resulting in a monstrous explosion, tearing apart countless mutated rats, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Roar! The mutated Rat King was filled with trepidation. How could this diminutive creature, not even second tier, possess such overwhelming strength? In an instant, it let out a howl, summoning a multitude of mutated rats to charge forward. Lin Yu remained unfazed. With no concerns for his safety, how could a mere tide of rats ensnare him? He deftly maneuvered, leaping and dodging with agility. Squeak, squeak. The Rat King issued a command. Endless waves of mutated rats surged forth, filling the entire space and leaving him with no foothold. Yet, Lin Yu was unperturbed. He sprang into the air, using the heads of the mutated rats as stepping stones, racing towards the Rat King. Flames coalesced, and a crimson flame blade descended. Boom. A swath of mutated rats was obliterated, but the Rat King, enveloped in dark light, evaded with astonishing speed, slipping away effortlessly. The speed of a third-tier creature is too swift. My attacks cannot reach it, Lin Yu thought, his gaze shifting with frustration. The Rat King's speed was at least around 1,600 points, while in his dragon flame form, he could only muster 1,248, an insurmountable gap. Very well, I shall await the arrival of Brother Xia and his undead army. Lin Yu sheathed his blade, stepping atop the heads of the mutated rats, swiftly making his way towards the outskirts of the city. After more than 10 minutes, amidst the tide of rats, he spotted two figures. A streak of lightning darted through the swarm. It was the man who had previously awakened the lightning ability. The other appeared to be a shadow, weaving skillfully on the ground, entangling many mutated rats in a web of shadows, toppling them all to create chaos within the rat horde. Shadow ability? Intriguing, Lin Yu mused as he swung his enormous blade, effortlessly clearing a path through the mutated rats surrounding the two individuals. Boss. Fantastic, it's the boss. The two, upon witnessing the signature attack, looked up to see Lin Yu charging forward atop their heads of the rats. Let's go. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swung his flaming blade, clearing the rats and circling the two, lifted them onto his back, and together, they propelled forward, using the rats as leverage. Occasionally, mutated beasts would leap to obstruct them, but they were swiftly dispatched by Lin Yu's blade. After considerable effort, the trio finally traversed the tide of rats, arriving at a hilly terrain where the two collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Why were you still in the tide of rats? Where are the others? Lin Yu inquired. Boss, we fought our way outward, but there were simply too many mutated rats, and we even encountered a second tier and over a dozen first-tier ones. It was only with Xiaoyu and a few of the elder sister's assistants that we barely managed to carve a path. Indeed, I saw the rats multiplying, so I chose to remain behind with Ju and to hold the line. The shadowy man interjected. By the way, boss, my name is Xiao Li. Lin Yu scrutinized the two. They had merely been ordinary members among the 27, their ascension to first tier had been due to his influence. He had not anticipated that they would awaken their abilities, indicating the arduousness of escaping the rat tide had awakened their latent potential. More importantly, it was astonishing that they were willing to stay behind voluntarily. Do you truly dare to remain behind with just the two of you? Do you wish to court death? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Boss, our lives and strength are yours to claim. We have long ceased to be concerned, one replied. Indeed, it would have been effortless for you and the elder sisters to escape, yet you chose to take us with you, treating us as kin. How could we remain idle? The other added, their faces bearing a hint of weariness that belied their youth. Very well, welcome to Eternal Day, Lin Yu declared with a grin, extending his hand towards the two. Upon hearing these words, they were momentarily taken aback before elation coursed through them. This group had long aspired to join Eternal Day, yet only He Song and Yang Long had succeeded, while the others remained in the evaluation phase. Receiving Lin Yu's acknowledgement at this moment filled them with immense joy. You are aware of the principles we uphold in Eternal Day, are you not? Indeed. In Eternal Day, we are individuals who can be entrusted with one another's backs. Those who oppose us shall be met with the wrath of a betrayed lover, swiftly vanquished. A glimmer ignited in their eyes as a steadfast conviction began to take root and flourish within them. Excellent, splendid. Lin Yu laughed heartily, feeling that all his efforts had not been in vain. In his previous life, true powerhouses within Eternal Day were few, yet they were renowned for their unwavering conviction, unafraid of life and death, instilling fear in many factions. I wonder where they might be. Chapter 73. The robust foundations of various nations. The mutated rats were overwhelming in number, densely swarming and engulfing the city, and as they fled, they could only discern a vague direction. Now outside, the three of them had yet to uncover any trace of Liu Shiyan and her companions. Well, it's fine, their prowess is more than sufficient for self-preservation. We can contact them later, Lin Yu remarked, observing the dusk settling around them. He then resolved to sit cross-legged on the ground, stand back a bit. He instructed, Xiao Li and Juan, bewildered yet obedient, distanced themselves from Lin Yu. He produced 10 second-tier crystal cores and commenced the absorption process. Boom! In an instant, an immense surge of magical energy erupted from his being, a column of magical power enveloping him, expanding to a diameter of 4 meters, continuously radiating outward. Sand and stones were sent flying. This was the eruption of magical energy. All the magical power within him surged forth, forming a pillar that concealed his figure, rendering his true form indistinguishable. It felt as though an ancient demon god was awakening within the magical column, an overwhelming pressure radiating like a tidal wave, permeating the surroundings. Xiao Li and Juan were directly pinned to the ground by this oppressive force, as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them. We should run a bit further, Xiao Li stammered, his teeth chattering, struggling to articulate his words. Who could have imagined that Lin Yu's breakthrough would be so formidable, that a mere eruption of energy would leave them unable to move? The terrifying spectacle continued. Beneath Lin Yu, the earth fractured, debris scattering in all directions. A crimson magical column shot forth from the shattered ground. After a considerable time, the terrifying magical energy dissipated, revealing Lin Yu seated within. Lin Yu clenched his fists. Second tier, he glanced at his attributes after the doubling of his rank. Quite powerful, exceedingly strong. Codename, Magician. Level, second tier 0, magic power, 158,000, strength, 1, 944, constitution, 1, 164, speed, 1, 248, mentality. 1, 372, talent, S-class flame controller, flame unlock forms, blaze, dragon's fire. All foundational attributes had surpassed 1,000. This was a level that ordinary third-tier evolvers could only attain. Boss, that explosion of energy you just unleashed was terrifying. Xiao Li and Juan clambered awkwardly to their feet. Indeed, you resembled a super demon lord. I nearly soiled myself, did you? Xiao Li felt quite embarrassed, forcing a smile. Metaphor. Har, Lin Yu and Juan burst into hearty laughter. Boss, right behind you, there are 3 foreigners who have also reached second tier. They almost pushed you out of the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu opened the global ranking leaderboard. Global ranking board, 1 ST, Dashi Brother, Dashier, second tier 2 ND, Blade, Dashier, second tier 3 Road, Dawn, Dashier, second tier 4 TH, Modest Gentleman, Dashier, second tier 5 TH, Genius Scientist, Dashier, second tier 6 TH, Grand Mage, Dashier, second tier 7 TH, Magician, Dashier, second tier 8 TH, King Arthur, Britannia, second tier 9th. Lucifer, Heaven, second tier 10 TH, Chinher, Sakura Country, second tier instantly. The global leaderboard saw the addition of 4 second tier powerhouses, bringing the total to 10, of which 7 hailed from Daxia.I and the forum. Our Chinher is starting to gain momentum. All of Dashier should take heed. It won't be long before Chinher claims the top spot. The champion of the 100 nations shall undoubtedly be our Sakura Country. Is everyone in Sakura Country such a fool? If all of you are so blind, trampling blossoms seems rather effortless. Our Dashier has so many strong contenders ahead, and yet a mere 10th place entity dares to boast. Dashier's folks, you wouldn't understand, our Chinher is on the verge of reaching 3rd tier. When that happens, it will dazzle your eyes. Look, a cow is soaring in the sky, within Sakura Country, inside a shrine. Jinhakoan, with the competition among the 100 nations drawing near, only a few days remain. During this period, the shrine will mobilize all forces, at any cost, to slay second and third tier zombies and mutated beasts, providing you all with crystal cores. You are the future of the shrine, may you clear away all enemies and lead the empire to the pinnacle of the world. Rest assured, Shrine Master, during the competition among the 100 nations, I shall undoubtedly vanquish every foe. Jinher declared, wielding his katana, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Similar scenes were unfolding across many nations. Within heaven, Gabriel, the Pope has brought you something remarkable. An elderly man clad in a crimson robe produced a vial of crimson liquid from a golden box. What is this? The man dubbed Gabriel asked, his pupils narrowing. This is an original crystal core that the Divine Court has studied for hundreds of years without progress. It finally reacted over a month ago when the apocalypse arrived. This potion is derived from the original crystal core and seems to contain substances related to innate abilities. For the sake of the competition among the 100 nations, the Divine Court has extracted 4 of them to be administered to the Empire's strongest 4, while the remaining 2 will be reserved for research. The red-robed elder gazed at the potion in his hand, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I will not disappoint the Pope's expectations, Gabriel replied respectfully, carefully accepting the potion. In Dacia, within the Forbidden City, in a quadrangle, within a study, Divine Master, the various legions in the Forbidden City have been integrated and are on standby. However, several ancient families seem reluctant to heed the shrine's orders. Should I pay them a visit? Blade, clad in a black Zhongshan suit, grasping a tang saber, inquired of the elder before him. Let it be for now, as long as they don't cause trouble, we shall temporarily overlook them. This world has ultimately changed, with nuclear energy rendered ineffective, all relies on evolution. For now, it's best to avoid internal strife. The elder pondered for a moment, then stated, issue military orders to the various legions nationwide and ascertain how many will heed the orders. Also, what progress has the Wang family made in their research on those crystal cores? With little time left before the competition among the 100 nations, let us see if they have developed anything of value. If so, it can be given to members of the Dragon team with moderate potential. As for you all, who have already awakened formidable talents, it's best to refrain from using such external substances. I am concerned that they may hinder your future development. Rest assured, Divine Master, I will personally pay a visit to the Wang family. Chapter 74, Young man, please do not kick outside the city of Qianhai, in the East District, within a makeshift air raid shelter. 70 to 80 individuals huddled together, men and women, old and young, squatting on the ground, clutching their knees and trembling with fear. The rodent tide is utterly terrifying. They swarm in droves, devouring everything in their path, be it zombies or survivors. Thank goodness we didn't reside within the city, otherwise, we would have surely met the same grim fate. Indeed, I came to Qianhai City in search of my girlfriend, yet before I could even enter, the rodent tide struck. I wonder if my stunning girlfriend has become a meal for the zombies or the rats. A young man with a buzz cut expressed his relief, tinged with trepidation. At dawn tomorrow, I shall flee this place, escape this wretched city. In a corner, Lin Yu and his companions sat with closed eyes, quietly resting. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the shelter. Damn it, truly unfortunate. These damned rats have left me famished all day. Before long, several figures barged in, cursing as they entered. Upon seeing the crowd, the foremost youth was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find so many people in such a desolate place. Then, his eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Go, demand their food, anyone who refuses will face my wrath. Liu Qi's menacing voice sent shivers down the spines of all present. In this apocalyptic world, aside from the formidable awakened ones, everyone else was desperate for sustenance. The burly man nodded in compliance, striding toward the group. Hey, kid, do you have any food? Hand it over. The burly man brandished a steel knife, threatening the person nearest to him. Brother, I have no food on me. Try asking someone else. The individual remained remarkably calm, lifting his gaze to meet the burly man's. First tier. With just a glance, the burly man felt a chill run down his spine and quickly retreated. If you don't have any, then so be it. This exchange relieved everyone, as it seemed the burly man was relatively reasonable. He quickly turned to the next person, a rotund woman who appeared to weigh at least 300 pounds, resembling a giant ball. Young man, I have no food either, please ask someone else. Her sweet, almost flirtatious tone nearly sent everyone spiraling into despair. The burly man, dazed, kicked out in frustration. To his astonishment, not only did he fail to topple the hefty woman, but he was also pushed back 2 steps by the force of his own kick. Good heavens! Is her bulk truly beneficial? Feeling the icy glare from Liu Qi, the burly man grew furious and put more force into his kick. This time, there was no doubt, the hefty woman was sent sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of kicks. How can someone so fat have no food? Do I look like someone easy to deal with? Around them, people felt a chill of fear, silently thinking, when you first approached the first individual, you were so polite. Wasn't that being easy to deal with? Please, young man, stop kicking. I'll do anything you ask. The woman's pleas, punctuated by her exaggerated tone, were utterly nauseating to the onlookers. The burly man, his face turning purple, kicked with even greater ferocity, shouting in between. Young man, is it? Who the hell is your young man? After countless kicks, the hefty woman fell silent, evidently having met her fate. The burly man, expressionless, snatched her designer handbag, revealing over 20 protein bars and some bread. Damn it, truly a case of refusing the toast and opting for the punishment. He cursed as he exited, delivering a few more kicks for good measure. Pointing his knife at the remaining crowd, he barked, everyone, hand over your food voluntarily. If I find any hidden, you'll share the same fate as that deceased hefty woman. The crowd's faces turned pale, their anger stifled by fear. Whenever the burly man approached someone, they meekly surrendered their provisions. Sir, please, leave us a little, my grandson will starve otherwise. An elderly woman clung to the burly man's leg, tears streaming down her face. Her bag contained a surprising amount of food. It was a miracle she had survived this long. Get lost, if you keep whining, I'll take out your grandson too. With that, the elderly woman fell silent, retreating to a corner. Subsequently, around 30 others, though filled with rage, complied and surrendered their food. To their surprise, these individuals were not particularly strong, appearing to be only at levels 3 or 4, yet they possessed a fair amount of supplies. Brother, I just escaped here today. I truly have no food. A rather attractive woman, pale-faced, implored. As she spoke, she turned slightly to demonstrate her lack of hidden provisions. Strip off your clothes. Who knows if you've hidden anything in your bra? Who has such a large figure? The burly man leered. The woman's expression darkened. With so many eyes upon her, being asked to undress was a severe humiliation, yet, in this apocalyptic world, dignity was a luxury she could not afford. Just as she prepared to unbutton her clothing, a voice interjected. That's enough. The food we just confiscated should suffice for you all. A square-jawed man, armed with a sword, emerged from the crowd, exuding an air of righteousness. Beside him stood a 10-year-old girl. What do you think you are, to instruct me? The burly man's demeanor shifted to a chill. In an instant, the square-jawed man appeared before the burly man, delivering a heavy punch with astonishing speed. First tier. The burly man barely had time to think before he was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily at Liu Qi's feet. Liu Qi's face darkened as he shouted, Are you looking for death? Brothers, let's take him down. He charged forward, but little did he know the vast disparity between 1st and 10th tier. Within mere moments, all his lackeys lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. Liu Qi, too, found his right arm broken, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. Get lost. The square-jawed man glared fiercely. He had initially wished to avoid involvement, but these individuals had gone too far, murdering, stealing from the elderly and children, and humiliating women. He could no longer stand idly by. You'll pay for this. Don't you think being 1st tier makes you invincible? Liu Qi clutched his arm, seething with rage. Leave now, or die. The square-jawed man stepped forward, causing the bullies to flee in terror. Once the thugs departed, the square-jawed man's expression softened as he addressed the remaining crowd. Everyone, please take back your food. Upon hearing this, those who had been robbed rushed forward to reclaim their supplies. Old lady, that pack of cookies belongs to me. Are you putting it in your bag? What proof do you have that it's yours? It has no name on it. I'll beat you to death. Help! Someone's trying to kill me, this old lady. Come and judge. The scene unfolded like a chaotic echo of the world before the apocalypse. It took over 10 minutes for the uproar to subside. Thank you, brother, if it weren't for you, we would have faced starvation by tomorrow without knowing how to survive. Indeed, you are a true gem, young man. The elderly woman chimed in. Thank you. The crowd continuously expressed their gratitude toward the square-jawed man. With this minor incident, the atmosphere lightened, and everyone engaged in lively chatter. Lin Yu and his companions, however, remained absorbed in their own affairs. Tomorrow morning, we will go find Xiao Yu and the others. They are in an abandoned construction site. Lin Yu had managed to contact his sister through a post, relieved to hear they were unharmed. However, 6 of our brothers have perished. Xiao Li and Ju and fell into a somber silence, overcome with sorrow. Do not dwell on it. Focus on resting. Tomorrow, the zombies and mutated rats will clash, and then it shall be our time to hunt. Lin Yu gently patted their shoulders. In such dire circumstances, one must learn to adapt. Chapter 75, The Malevolence of Humanity Within the Confines of the Air Raid Shelter. Flickering torches cast their glow persistently. After more than an hour, a cacophony of footsteps echoed, heralding the arrival of numerous individuals. The commotion roused many from their stupor. "Brother, they are inside," one voice grew increasingly closer. Minutes later, a throng surged in, and the pallor of the gathered faces transformed as they recognized the newcomers. Liu Qi and his companions returned from their retreat. "Brother, it is him, a first-tier master." Liu Qi pointed at the man with the square face, addressing the leader of the group. Liu Minute scanned the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the square-faced man. "Brother, in this apocalyptic world, why oppose me for the sake of these people? Why not join us in our grand endeavor? If this man were to ally with him, he could overlook the transgressions against his brother." "Alas, it was not to be. Those who do not share my path cannot be my allies," the square-faced man retorted coldly. He remained steadfast in his convictions, resolute not to sully himself alongside these miscreants. "Har, it seems you still fail to grasp the brutality of this new world," Liu Minute sneered, addressing the assembly. "You only needed to surrender your provisions to survive, but he chose to stand against me, even breaking my brother's hand. Now, you shall all perish." His expression twisted into a malevolent grin. The henchmen behind him revealed their murderous intent, knives glinting ominously with cold light. Bloodstains adorned their garments, a testament to their violent pasts. Panic erupted among the crowd. Those who had once expressed gratitude towards the square-faced man now bore expressions of hatred. The absurdity of human nature was laid bare in that moment. At that juncture, the square-faced man stepped forward, raising his hands in a gesture of calm. "Fear not, everyone. As long as I am here, they dare not lay a hand on you." "What assurance do you provide? The adversaries before us are numerous and formidable, merciless killers," came the retorts. "It is your fault. Had you not sought to draw attention, they would have merely taken our provisions. Now, they seek our lives. Indeed, it is all your doing. You have brought this upon us." The ugliness of humanity was starkly displayed in that moment. "You speak nonsense. Were it not for my father, you would have perished for lack of sustenance. It was my father who saved you," a young girl beside the square-faced man protested vehemently. "Brother, this is not my fault. He instigated this. We would willingly offer our food. Please, do not kill us." A man suddenly fell to his knees, crawling towards Liu Min. As he advanced, he frantically produced food from his person and extended it in desperation. His plea sparked a wave. Soon, a multitude of others followed suit, kneeling and weeping, hurling accusations at the square-faced man, unleashing the most venomous words they could muster. "You are the villain. It is all your fault." Suddenly, the grandson of an elderly woman rushed forward, delivering several kicks to the square-faced man. "What are you doing?" The young girl, witnessing her father being assaulted, was filled with rage and shoved the elderly woman's grandson to the ground. The boy tumbled down and began to wail. "Grandson, my dear grandson, what has happened to you?" The elderly woman rushed over, cradling her grandson and hurling curses at the young girl. "You little wretch, how dare you strike my grandson?" The girl opened her mouth to retort, but was restrained by a man. "Enough, Xiao Chan, let us go. We shall not involve ourselves in this matter." The square-faced man observed the scene with a heavy heart. They think they can escape the consequences of their actions. Unexpectedly, the elderly woman lunged at him, drawing a dagger from her clothing and plunging it viciously into his side. She withdrew the dagger and struck again. The tableau left all present in shock. The square-faced man could hardly believe it. He pushed the elderly woman to the ground. Despite everything, he did not retaliate, illustrating the adage that the good are often taken advantage of. No amount of strength could shield him from this. "Has she lost her mind? That man has aided her," Xiao Li exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "The wickedness of the villain surpasses your imagination," Lin Yu remarked, equally astonished, harboring a deep disdain for the elderly woman. "Boss, I can no longer bear this. These people are utterly despicable," Juan commented, his face contorted with displeasure. "Do not rush. He has merely been stabbed twice in the side. With a first-tier physique, he will recover in a day or two," Lin Yu replied nonchalantly, casting Juan a sidelong glance. "Moreover, some must endure betrayal to grow. What use is it to assist them now? Unless they change their naive mentality, they will surely perish the next time such circumstances arise. In this apocalyptic world, those who cling too tightly to their ideals seldom survive long. They may have saved him this time, but what of the next? To survive, the middle-aged man must alter his mindset and relinquish his savior complex. Others cannot do this for him. Let us wait a moment longer. Once he realizes that his idealism cannot save others, but only endangers himself, I shall intervene," Lin Yu stated calmly. "One cannot alter entrenched beliefs without first-hand experience of despair." At that moment, the elderly woman, with her grandson, hastily knelt before Liu Minute, pleading for mercy. "Brother, I have wounded him. Does this mean I need not die?" Liu Minute paused, then erupted into laughter. "Har, is it truly worth stepping up for such a person? What do you intend to do?" The square-faced man's complexion paled slightly, pressing firmly against his wound. His daughter wept beside him, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You broke my brother's hand. You must either join us or pay with your life," Liu Minute stated coldly. "Then you may try," the square-faced man replied, tearing a strip of cloth from his garment to bind his wound. This injury was trivial to him. He then drew a sword from his back, speaking slowly, enhancement, sharpness. As his words fell, the sword glimmered with an eerie light. An enhancement ability, Lin Yu observed with intrigue. Enhancement abilities are a rare form of special talent. Some possess great power, while others are weak. In certain aspects, it bears resemblance to Yu Piao's techniques, allowing individuals to imbue their understanding of certain abilities and traits onto objects or others, thereby enhancing them. Kill. The square-faced man moved like a bolt of lightning, charging towards Liu Minute with blinding speed. Strike when you see an opening. Liu Minute discreetly signaled to a nearby ally, who was also a first-tier fighter. He believed that with one acting overtly and the other covertly, they could easily vanquish the square-faced man. Earthstone wall, Liu Minute shouted, summoning the earth element, causing a massive stone barrier to erupt from the ground, standing before him. Slash. The square-faced man, undeterred, swung his sword, effortlessly cleaving the stone wall in two, continuing his relentless assault. Earthstone armor, Liu Minute activated his talent, causing the earth and stone beneath him to rapidly coalesce into hard plates, enveloping him completely, leaving only his eyes visible. He became a towering figure of stone over 3 meters high. Each step he took sent tremors through the ground. This fellow clearly possesses great strength and defense, yet his speed is likely lacking, Juan whispered, echoing the sentiment of all present. Generally, such bulky individuals exhibit a shortcoming in speed. The square-faced man swung his sword again. Clang, clang, clang. The sword struck the stone figure repeatedly, but even with the enhancement, he could not breach its defenses. After dozens of exchanges, the square-faced man was panting heavily. Blood continued to flow from his side, rapidly draining his strength, and his complexion grew increasingly pale, his speed diminishing, the joints at their weak points. The square-faced man's expression hardened. He realized that if this continued, he would surely perish. Gritting his teeth, he seized the opportunity and struck at the knee joint of the stone figure. Boom. Indeed, the stone at the knee shattered under the impact. The sword pierced through, instantly penetrating Liu Minute's knee. Chapter 76. Forbidden techniques. A wretched scream pierced the air. The man with the square face swung his sword once more, cleaving towards the opposite side. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the side, claws elongated and glinting with a chilling light, lunging towards his chest. This was the other individual's talent, Cat's Claw. Clang. The square-faced man swiftly defended himself, raising his sword to parry, the eerie claws colliding with his blade, producing a shower of sparks. Yet, his sword only managed to block one claw. The previously stabbed kidney was now torn apart by another claw, a torrent of blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a stone giant delivered a formidable punch, crashing down upon his sword and sending him hurtling through the air. Dad. Cough, cough. The man expelled great gouts of blood. Xiao Chan, I lack the strength to lead you to safety. It's all my fault for meddling. Cough, cough. Blood continuously trickled from the corners of his mouth. Dad, no, it's not your fault. It's that old hag's doing. If it weren't for her sneak attack, you wouldn't die. At that moment, Liu Minute swung his stone fist towards the two. Should he strike true, both would undoubtedly perish. He understood well the adage that villains perish from verbosity and would grant no respite to his adversaries. He believed in seizing the moment to claim their lives. The time is ripe. Lin Yu, witnessing the unfolding events, ceased his idle observation. He believed the man must now perceive the depths of human nature and abandon his saintly ideals. I have noticed some questioning why the protagonist did not act sooner. Allow me to clarify. First, his father had been cursed and was nearing death. The protagonist was unaware, believing a couple of knife wounds to the kidney would heal in a few days. Second, his father was so saintly that without experiencing the ugliness of humanity, he could not change his mindset. Saving him now would lead to further demise later. Lin Yu's figure flickered and he appeared directly before the stone giant. He raised his right hand, effortlessly intercepting the incoming punch. Flames erupted from his palm, and the terrifying force sent the stone giant flying. Lin Yu turned to gaze at the kneeling figures surrounding him, his eyes cold as ice. He recalled a poignant saying from before the apocalypse, you may choose to hide in silence, but do not mock or vilify those braver than you, for the light they strive for will illuminate your path as well. This sentiment epitomized the individuals before him. Remember your father's words. Live well. The square-faced man spoke, his right hand gently pressing against the little girl's back, whispering, Father will bestow upon you all his strength. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. This thought had long been contemplated by him. Dad, no, I only want you to live. The little girl shook her head vehemently, her cries heart-wrenching. It is futile, my time is already limited. Having been cursed by that individual, I have but a few days left. Cough, cough. The man continued to cough up blood. His previous wounds were minor, but he had been cursed beforehand, with only 2 or 3 days remaining to live. Addition, inheritance. The square-faced man bellowed, tightly embracing the little girl. In that instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from his body. Blinding light enveloped them both, the power from the square-faced man transformed into shimmering threads, continuously seeping into the little girl's form. Meanwhile, his own body began to wither away. Dead, a piercing howl emerged from the brilliance. In that moment, Lin Yu felt an intense unease. He swiftly distanced himself from the pair. This unexpected turn of events was beyond his anticipation. As the light dissipated, the scene revealed left everyone aghast. The square-faced man had transformed into a mere skeleton, cradled in the little girl's arms. His flesh and organs had vanished, leaving only the stark bones. Most alarmingly, black runes spread across the bones, firmly embedded into the remains. This sight sent shivers down the spines of all present. This is a forbidden technique, addition, inheritance. Lin Yu's expression shifted. This form of enhanced ability required the sacrifice of one's flesh, blood, and soul to transfer power to another. The process was exceedingly perilous, with a success rate of less than 10%. Should any complications or rejections arise, both parties would meet their demise. He was merely stabbed twice in the kidney. Surely, he did not need to resort to such a forbidden technique. Lin Yu felt bewildered. For a first-tier evolved being, sustaining a couple of knife wounds was trivial, and with a few days of recuperation, he would have recovered. There was no need to reach this extreme. Lin Yu glanced at the little girl. At that moment, she emanated a dark aura of magic. Why, we saved you, yet you turn to blame those who rescued you. The little girl murmured to herself as she held the skeletal remains. Had it not been for these people, her father could have spent several more days by her side, perhaps even discovering a means to lift the curse. But now, you all deserve to die, to descend into the depths of hell. The little girl suddenly lifted her gaze, her pupils transformed into an abyssal black, devoid of any irises, utterly terrifying. Forbidden. Fate's grief. She fixed her gaze on all present, her voice chillingly uttering those three words. Lin Yu's countenance changed dramatically. Grasping Xiao Li and Juan, he retreated at lightning speed. He was all too familiar with those words. This was a superlative talent tied to the laws of fate, achievable only through the purest of emotions. Once invoked, it similarly demanded the sacrifice of one's life and soul, unleashing dormant potential in exchange for ephemeral power. Why did you conspire to kill my father? Why? The little girl slowly rose, her pitch-black pupils locking onto everyone. Boom. An unfathomable surge of dark magic erupted around her, spiraling out of control as she began to unleash her fury. The magical energy coalesced into a towering pillar, obscuring her form. All present could only glimpse the icy black pupils radiating an otherworldly glow within the erupting mass of energy. The pressure intensified, and the magic grew stronger, overwhelming all to the ground. The little girl moved, extending her right hand towards those gathered. You shall all perish. Die. At her fingertips, a black energy sphere began to coalesce, swelling larger until it reached the size of a basketball. Whoosh! The energy sphere transformed into a laser beam over a meter in diameter, hurtling towards everyone. Wherever the beam passed, the ground fractured, and walls were obliterated. The individuals, unable to utter a sound, were consumed by the radiant column. Run! The stone giant Liu Minute, gripped by sheer terror, spun around and fled with all his might. You shall die as well. The little girl turned her head, a black beam erupting from her palm, a terrifying wave of energy carrying cataclysmic power, obliterating everything in its path. No. The desperate cries were swiftly engulfed. Then, a horrific explosion ensued, the energy wave annihilating all. The entire shelter trembled violently, crumbling under the force of the energy. It's over. Xiao Li and Juan trembled in a corner, the residual energy shock causing them to spit blood. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous wave of magical energy erupted from Lin Yu. With no other choice, he too unleashed his fury. Flames surged, enveloping him entirely. He grasped Xiao Li with one hand and lifted Juan with the other, flames shooting from beneath his feet as he soared through the shelter ceiling. The earth quaked, and explosions resonated continuously. The entire shelter was reduced to a heap of rubble, as if struck by missiles. The magnitude of the little girl's earlier energy wave was akin to that of several missiles combined. Boom. Debris from the shelter exploded outward, revealing a black figure emerging. It was the little girl. The magical energy surrounding her continued to rise, showing no sign of abating. She carefully laid her father's remains aside. This cannot stand. I must interrupt her. If her life and soul burn out completely, she will perish. Lin Yu observed the figure with a grave expression. Forbidden. Fate's grief was a technique that required the sacrifice of everything to gain fleeting transcendence, borrowing power from the future. After the brilliance fades, only ashes remain. Moreover, the sacrificial process was uncontrollable. Once initiated, it could not be halted until death ensued. And no one could halt it. Can no one stop her? I must try. Lin Yu's eyes blazed with determination, his body shot forth like an arrow, racing towards the little girl. Dear readers, if you enjoy this story, would you kindly send me a free gift of electricity generated by love? Thank you in advance. Chapter 77, The Prince of Vegeta's Combat Technique. Stop this at once. Lin Yu was engulfed in flames, his magical energy surging forth as he delivered a powerful punch. The little girl lifted her pitch-black eyes, stepping forward with determination. In her mind, she wished to avoid battling before her father's remains, fearing she might inadvertently destroy them. Bang! A slender arm, accompanied by a delicate hand, unexpectedly intercepted Lin Yu's fist. The clash of their forces generated a terrifying shockwave, transforming into a formidable current that radiated outward. Incredible, it must be noted that Lin Yu was currently at the second tier and in a fiery state, his strength immensely amplified. Yet, such a fearsome blow was effortlessly thwarted. Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Come again. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with tremendous power. Remarkably, the little girl did not falter. With graceful movements, she skillfully parried each of Lin Yu's strikes. The two became mere phantoms amidst the ruins, their bodies colliding incessantly. Is this truly a human battle? It's utterly terrifying. I can barely glimpse their after-images. Xiao Li and Juan observed the combat as if it were an animated spectacle, utterly astounded. What is that? The Prince of Vegeta's combat technique. Their eyes widened in disbelief. In the midst of the fray, the little girl darted away from Lin Yu, her palms gathering swirling black energy waves that surged towards him with relentless speed. These waves, upon contact with any object, erupted into horrifying explosions, far surpassing the might of the Prince of Vegeta's technique. This cannot continue, her power is escalating, and the sacrifice persists, Lin Yu mused, his brows furrowed as he noticed the little girl's hair beginning to turn white. I must exert absolute strength to subdue her, or the outcome will remain unchanged. With this thought, Lin Yu ceased to hold back. He unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy, a terrifying pillar of magical power erupting from his being, causing the very earth beneath him to fracture under its immense weight. Fragments of stone were pulverized as they were drawn into the magical column. Dragon flame form. The yellow flames surrounding Lin Yu instantaneously transformed into a deep crimson hue, marking his most potent state. Whoosh! He moved with unparalleled speed, appearing behind the little girl in an instant, and without reservation, he delivered a powerful strike to her back. Boom! The little girl was sent hurtling like a cannonball into the debris. Lin Yu charged forward once more, pinning her down as his fiery fists rained down upon her like a torrential storm. At this moment, his speed and strength eclipsed all previous measures. Although the little girl attempted to muster her own strength, she could hardly withstand it. At least 1/3 of his blows landed squarely upon her. In that instant, Lin Yu had finally subdued the little girl completely. Wake up. If you continue to sacrifice yourself, you will perish, he bellowed frantically, delivering another heavy punch to her chest. Of course, he tempered his strength, refraining from using his full force. Poof! Blood erupted from the little girl's mouth. In his dragon flame form, Lin Yu was unstoppable, even against her complete sacrifice. Have you forgotten your father's words? He wants you to live well. Daddy, this utterance from Lin Yu finally stirred a flicker of consciousness within the little girl. A struggle emerged in her pupils. There's hope. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this. He tightened his grip on her limbs, unleashing another torrent of energy. The dreadful magical force cascaded upon her, thoroughly suppressing her. Under Lin Yu's verbal assault, the little girl's awareness grew increasingly lucid. I cannot perish. I must bring Daddy home. The darkness in her eyes gradually faded, revealing her irises. Moments later, all the black magical energy enveloping her receded into her body. Only then did Lin Yu release her, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you, big brother. The little girl, regaining her senses and recollecting the events that transpired, expressed her gratitude to Lin Yu. It was only then that Lin Yu realized he was still seated atop her. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he hastily stood up. Cough, cough, as the little girl rose, she coughed up a significant amount of blood. Her hair had turned completely white, her once delicate hands now shriveled and frail, resembling those of an elderly person. She stumbled forward, step by step, towards her father's remains. Even Lin Yu, seasoned in the face of life and death, felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Daddy, I will take you home. Tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks as she carefully removed her outer garment, wrapping it tenderly around the remains. Big brother, what is your name? The magician, Lin Yu. Thank you. I am called Xiao Chen. If I survive, I will seek you out. Lin Yu was the only one who had stepped forward to assist her. Had it not been for him, she would have continued her sacrificial ordeal until her demise, leaving her father's remains unburied. Without looking back, Xiao Chen carried her father's remains, moving step by step into the distance. Her frail form appeared exceedingly solitary. Lin Yu opened his mouth, yet ultimately said nothing. He was uncertain whether Xiao Chen would endure. Although he had forcefully interrupted her sacrificial process, she had already sacrificed much prior. Xiao Chan's exterior still resembled that of a child, but her vitality within might have long since withered. I believe you can survive. Your father would surely wish for your well-being, Lin Yu suddenly called out, directing his voice towards her fragile silhouette. I in the distance, the slight figure, now shrouded in darkness, trembled momentarily, pausing before continuing forward into the abyss. Thank you, the barely audible whisper could only be heard by the night. Boss, are you all right, boss? At that moment, Xiao Li and Juan rushed over, their faces smeared with dirt. Lin Yu gazed at the vanishing figure, shaking his head. Will that little girl die? Both felt a pang of sympathy. I do not know, it is all dependent on her, Lin Yu reflected. The forbidden technique, Fate's mortality, is aptly named. He sighed, contemplating the remarkable nature of a zero-tier, level 10 little girl wielding such forbidden power to match him, a second-tier combatant. However, why did her father suddenly transform into a mere skeleton before his death? That too is the result of forbidden power, an effect of the innate talent inheritance, Lin Yu explained softly. Perhaps, with the strength inherited from her father, her chances of survival may increase. This was the only solace Lin Yu could offer himself. Xiao Qian possessed two forms of forbidden power, life and death, a phenomenon unheard of in his past life. Perhaps she could truly persevere. Yet, if I were driven to the brink, even death would be worth it if I could borrow such invincible power to exact revenge, Xiao Li mused with a hint of nostalgia. You are mistaken. Only by possessing the most extreme emotions, the purest feelings, and the most resilient will can one have even a 1 in 10,000 chance of awakening. Even if you do awaken, it will merely be a fleeting moment. When the power wanes, death will follow. Such is the nature of fate and causality. Lin Yu fell into contemplation, recalling those who had employed fate's mortality in his previous life. Some had sacrificed everything for love, others for hatred, belief, or righteousness, exchanging their all for future strength. They sought to fulfill their final wishes, yet none survived. Each tale was one of tragic grandeur. Let us depart. Chapter 78, The Forbidden City, Divine Command. In the wake of recent events, Lin Yu and his companions fell into a contemplative silence. They ascended the towering trees, taking refuge among the branches to rest. Lin Yu opened the message sent by Brother Dashi. Tomorrow, I shall lead the horde of zombies to arrive, at which point I will orchestrate the slaughter between the zombies and the mutated rats. A flicker of relief washed over Lin Yu's sorrowful heart. This news was indeed uplifting. Allowing the zombies and mutated rats to engage in a brutal conflict, devouring each other's flesh, would significantly diminish their numbers while simultaneously evolving high-tier crystal cores. For humanity, this presented a twofold advantage. What an event to anticipate, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Subsequently, Qianhai City in Yun Province would witness the emergence of numerous second-tier beings, and perhaps even third-tier entities. Once we breach the third tier, the power dynamics will irrevocably shift, and the 10 forces of the Evolution Temple will be established, heralding the dawn of a new world order. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. The Great Xia Empire, formerly governed by the imperial lineage of the Qian family alongside 7 ancient clans, now found itself altered in the apocalyptic aftermath. Some of these ancient families had directly weakened, falling from the locus of power. The reigning monarch of the Qian family seized the opportunity to establish the Evolution Temple, successfully enticing several of the most formidable ancient families within the Forbidden City to join the temple, thereby becoming one of its 10 factions. The Xia family, Xia Heron, Lin Yu pondered, recalling the lethal individual Xia Heron, a member of one of the temple's 10 forces. In this lifetime, I shall slay you, and no one shall impede my resolve, not even the Evolution Temple. On the 51st day of the apocalypse, in Qianhai City, Brother Dashi, Jianqi, finally unleashed his zombie army upon the mutated rat horde. Lin Yu had already reunited with Xiao Yu and the others. They stood atop a skyscraper, gazing at the ominous battlefield in the distance. With nearly 2 million zombies in Qianhai City feeding the tens of thousands of mutated rats, we should see a considerable number of third-tier beings emerge, Lin Yu remarked, excitement bubbling within him as he beheld the magnificent spectacle. In this lifetime, his evolutionary speed was far swifter than in the previous one. Master, how long do you think it will take for this battle to conclude? Yi Piao Piao inquired. Even with relentless fighting, it should take 5 to 6 days, Lin Yu replied. During this time, let us merely observe. The sheer number of zombies and mutated rats is overwhelming. Let them exhaust one another. Many shared this sentiment. Throughout this period, various powerful individuals who had arrived from other regions to Qianhai City were quietly observing the fierce battle from various locations on the city's periphery. On a hillside outside the city, 17 figures stood beneath the morning light, 5 off-road vehicles parked beside them. Boss, it seems that Brother Dashi and the magician have begun their conflict. I wonder what methods they employed to incite the entire city's zombies to attack the mutated rats. These two are shrouded in mystery, difficult to fathom. As long as we remember our purpose, the rest is of no concern to me. The imposing figure of divine punishment stood at the forefront, his eyes ablaze with fervent intensity as he surveyed the distant clash. Let us wait a few days. Once the number of zombies decreases to hundreds of thousands and the mutated rats dwindle to merely tens of thousands, we shall surely witness a plethora of second-tier and even third-tier evolutions. At that point, it will be our turn to act. We should encounter numerous formidable beings. I eagerly anticipate the opportunity to engage them in battle. Clad in black attire, Heiyu shared his enthusiasm. Indeed, boss, it would be ideal to defeat the magician and Brother Dashi and recruit them into our thunderous team. Upon hearing this, divine punishment felt his own fighting spirit surge. In another direction, the rain god, draped in white, perched atop a tree branch, gazing into the distance. He too awaited the unfolding events. Jingjie, can you reach the boss? Liu Yu asked, his face alight with excitement. I left a message on the boss's post. With so many replies, he probably neglected to read it. I haven't informed him. I intend to surprise him. Chen Jing'er leaned against her motorcycle, peering into the distance, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Whoosh, at that moment, a figure descended from the sky. As the figure landed, the enormous wings, spanning 7 to 8 meters, swiftly retracted into their body. Jingjie, I flew around the city and discovered numerous teams, some with as few as 10 members, others numbering in the hundreds. The newcomer was Lu Qi, having accompanied Chen Jing'er from Kundu City. They had encountered numerous skirmishes along the way, including vanquishing a second-tier mutated eagle, from which Lu Qi had absorbed its flesh and gained the ability to fly. Have you spotted the boss? Liu Yu inquired. I haven't seen the boss, so I cannot be certain, Lu Qi replied. Everyone has worked hard to get here. Let us take a few days to rest as there will be plenty of fighting ahead. Understood, Jingjie. In the Rules Forum, Dusha region, a message reverberated across the nation. Divine Command, the various legions in the Forbidden City have been consolidated and are now issuing orders to legions nationwide. In the face of global calamity, as soldiers, we must take it upon ourselves to protect the Xia Empire and safeguard the populace. Local legions, please respond. This marked the first public announcement from the Forbidden City, declaring its stance, and many ordinary evolvers, struggling for survival, glimpsed a ray of hope. Yet, some powerful evolvers furrowed their brows, filled with apprehension. Numerous smaller factions convened, their expressions grave as they discussed the implications. The message from the temple, while seemingly neglecting to mention evolvers, indicates a desire to consolidate the nation's legions. Once completed, Dusha may regain its former order. At that point, will we, the powerful evolvers, be conscripted or captured for experimentation? After all, throughout history, those who wield power have often faced retribution. It is hard to say. Once the individual from the Forbidden City completes the consolidation, they likely will not permit powerful evolvers to roam freely. One individual lamented. You're overthinking it. We are in an apocalypse, with the majority of humanity struggling on the brink of survival daily. Even the temple cannot put an end to this calamity just yet. Others remained unconcerned, acknowledging the changing times, setting aside the threat of zombies and mutated beasts. The evolvers themselves, having awakened formidable powers, would hardly acquiesce to subjugation. What use is a large army? Everything ultimately rests on the strength of powerful evolvers. This is a world that respects might. Moreover, even if there is a true threat, it is likely to first target the strongest, such as Brother Dashi and the magician. We can merely observe the unfolding events. That makes sense. We shall see how the magician and his allies respond before making further plans. Chapter 79, The Mad King, the Forbidden City, inside a hidden chamber within the Wang family courtyard. Yiling, how is your research progressing? The military has already issued orders nationwide. I estimate it won't be long before they come demanding the results of the original Crystal Core studies. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit appeared in the hidden chamber, inquiring about the diligent figure occupied with various instruments. I will report my findings when I have them. What is your urgency? The woman replied without turning, her focus unwavering on the apparatuses before her. Behind her stood 20 enormous cages, forged from an unknown metal, each containing a zombie. Wang Yiling, the family has graciously elevated you to the second tier. It is time for you to repay that debt. The elderly man, dissatisfied with the woman's demeanor, bellowed. How you elevate me to the second tier? You merely treat me as a guinea pig, subjecting me to immature serums that have left me in this grotesque state. Such a gift, why do you not keep it for yourself? The woman suddenly turned, revealing a face contorted in horror and ugliness, her eyes gleaming with hatred and a thirst for blood. Wang Yiling, do not forget, your brother's life and death lie at my whim. The elderly man, unnerved by her gaze, instinctively took a step back. Hey, you rely solely on my brother to threaten me. Wang Yiling retracted her bloodthirsty glare and regained her composure. After a few moments of silence, she spoke. I wish to see my brother. It has been over a month since I last laid eyes on him. After our meeting, I will share the latest research results with you. This method can produce the third tier without any side effects, she continued. A method to create the third tier. The elderly man's pupils dilated, and his breathing quickened. This signified that their family would acquire greater power, allowing them to seize the initiative in the current world. However, he soon regained his composure and looked at the woman before him, stating, "Very well, but you must first inject this." As he spoke, he produced a vial of medicine from his bosom. The azure liquid emanated a faint glow. This serum could temporarily seal the abilities of an evolved being. "Hey, you intend to use my own research against me? The Wang family truly embodies a lack of humanity." The woman scoffed, her expression calm, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. "Regardless, you are now in the second tier. We must exercise caution. As long as you obediently serve the family, I will guarantee your brother's safety for life." Wen Yiling remained silent, accepting the vial from the elder's hand and consuming its contents without hesitation. "Excellent, in half an hour, someone will bring your brother here. By then, I hope your research results are as you claim." The elder was quite satisfied. He regarded Wen Yiling with a tinge of regret, lamenting the deep-seated enmity between her lineage and the family, which could not be reconciled. Otherwise, with her research talent, she could surely extend the Wang family's legacy for centuries in this new world. Alas, Wen Yiling harbored nothing but boundless hatred for the main lineage of the Wang family. The elder exited the hidden chamber, instructing the guards outside, "Keep a close watch on her, report immediately if there are any developments." "Understood, head of the family." Outside the chamber, 21st tier experts stood vigilant, their vision unobstructed by the large, high-tech glass, allowing them to observe everything within. Every move made by Wen Yiling was under their scrutiny. As she watched the elder depart, a cold smile crept across Wen Yiling's lips. An hour later, 5 peak first-tier experts entered, escorting a frail youth. Xiaochuan. Wen Yiling felt a surge of excitement. Among the Wang family, her only concern was her brother. The others, though related by blood, treated them with indifference due to their mother's humble origins, viewing them merely as tools for the family. The elderly man was the current head of the Wang family and her biological grandfather. "Sister, I'm fine," Wang Chuan replied, equally animated, rushing toward her. The siblings embraced, tears streaming down their faces. "Yiling, you have seen your brother. It is time to fulfill your promise," the elder approached. "Hey, why should I share my findings with this heartless family?" Wen Yiling suddenly raised her head, a mocking grin upon her lips. "Do you wish to go back on your word?" The elder's expression darkened. Behind him, 5 peak first-tier experts closed in. "Wen Yiling, I shall grant you one last chance. Surrender your research results obediently." "Har har har, do you think you can still intimidate me as before?" Wen Yiling suddenly burst into laughter, her tone brimming with madness. "Attack!" the elder commanded, his voice icy. The 5 figures behind him drew their swords simultaneously, resembling leopards as they lunged forward. Swish! The blades cleaved through the air, severing the bodies of Wen Yiling and her brother in two. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They had expected Wang Yiling to possess some trump card. Considering she was a second-tier stronghold, though she had consumed the sealing serum, it was conceivable she might have other means. To their shock, she was bisected by a single sword strike. "Wait, no blood." A man noticed the anomaly. As he spoke, chilling laughter echoed within the chamber, sending shivers down their spines. In the next moment, the chamber's space shattered like a mirror, splintering into fragments and dissipating into thin air. Then, an identical hidden chamber materialized. The only distinction was that Wen Yiling stood in one corner, clutching Wang Chuan, her gaze coldly fixed upon them. "What is happening?" "Wen Yiling, was not your power sealed?" "And your face?" The elder stared in astonishment at Wen Yiling's exquisitely beautiful visage, his heart racing with dread. Everything before him shattered his understanding. The disfigured face, ruined by the experimental serum, had now miraculously restored itself. "Har har, did you not anticipate this? That experimental serum, while it marred my face, has also allowed me to awaken my true potential. Furthermore, today, I have completely resolved the side effects." Wen Yiling's gaze remained icy as she regarded the elder, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Her voice dripped with derision, as if mocking the elder's ignorance and folly. "This is impossible." The elder's eyes widened, an unnameable fear surging within him. He had always believed he held the reins of the situation, yet he had not realized they had been ensnared in Wen Yiling's trap from the very beginning. Wen Yiling's lips curled into a triumphant smile. She continued, "Throughout this time, the entire chamber has existed within my realm of consciousness. Everything you have witnessed is but an illusion. Every detail of my daily research, including my consumption of the sealing serum, has merely been an illusion crafted for your viewing." The elder, struck by her words, felt as though he had been hit by lightning, his body trembling uncontrollably. How can this be? Sweat poured down his forehead as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Despite everything appearing so real, how could it possibly be an illusion? From this day forth, the Wang family shall be under my control." Wen Yiling laughed maniacally, a touch of madness in her demeanor. She activated her innate ability, and the entire chamber momentarily flickered before becoming crystal clear. Countless demonic beasts tore through the fabric of reality, lunging toward the elder. Quick, stop them, do not be afraid. This is an illusion. The elder steadied himself and commanded loudly, yet, in the next instant, a demon's claw pierced through his back, delivering a heart-wrenching pain. The clarity felt so real, yet he was certain they had fallen into Wang Yiling's illusion. Why did it hurt so profoundly? He even felt the essence of life ebbing away. Cough. Is this truly still an illusion? The elder coughed blood, his body weakening as he crumpled to the ground. Life extinguished. 2 minutes later, the hidden chamber echoed with silence, devoid of any survivors. Pop, the illusion shattered, and the chamber returned to its former state, save for the addition of several corpses on the floor. From now on, the Wang family belongs to me. Wang Yiling's eye sparkled with madness. At this moment, I shall compel this world to dance for me. Chapter 80. The Great Web Brothers monster hunt. In the grand courtyard of the Forbidden City, where the deity resided, a sense of urgency permeated the atmosphere. My lord, among the military legions stationed across the 36 provinces beyond the Forbidden City, only 11 provinces have explicitly responded to the summons. The others remain eerily silent, seemingly intent on establishing their own dominion. At this moment, Dao Feng exuded an aura reminiscent of a blade poised to be unsheathed, radiating an intimidating chill. This development was somewhat unexpected for him. It was astonishing that merely a third of the stationed forces were willing to heed the call, a situation that would have been inconceivable in the pre-apocalyptic world. Nevertheless, this outcome was anticipated. The fact that 11 provinces are still willing to comply is, under the circumstances, quite commendable. The deity sighed, feeling powerless. In this era, humanity teetered on the brink of extinction, besieged by zombies and mutated beasts spawned from nuclear energy. These were humanity's most formidable foes. A single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. What of the ancient noble families? Inquired the deity. The Wang family has undergone a significant transformation. Wang Yiling, the so-called madwoman, has ascended as the head of the family. She is willing to share the research outcomes of the original crystal cores with us. Dao Feng paused briefly before continuing. The Xia family is also inclined to form an alliance. As for the other ancient families, some have completely fallen from grace and pose no threat. The remaining few have yet to respond. Very well, let us first collaborate with the Wang family to share the research findings, thereby strengthening the Long Group's capabilities to face the myriad nations vying for supremacy. Understood. 4 days swiftly elapsed, and the leaderboard witnessed a surge of second-tier experts, numbering no fewer than 167. With the unwavering support of their governments, several authentic top-tier foreign powers had successfully breached the second tier, with some even preparing to challenge the third tier. In Qianhai City, under the deliberate orchestration of the Great Web Brother, the bloodshed intensified. Over 1.5 million zombies within the city were gradually thrust into the fray. This venture to Qianhai has proven immensely profitable, the Great Web Brother exclaimed, unable to contain his gentlemanly demeanor. Within a mere 3 days, he had orchestrated the slaughter of over 1 million zombies, reducing the population of mutated rats to below 60,000. In the process, numerous second-tier beings emerged, with even a solitary third-tier entity manifesting. His own level soared, reaching the pinnacle of second tier, level 10. Just 8 crystal cores stood between him and the third tier. With the abundance of second tier mutated rats, another wave of evolution will undoubtedly propel me into the third tier, he mused, excitement mounting. Currently, the global count of second tier entities remained below 200, while he was on the cusp of achieving third tier status. Who wouldn't be exhilarated in such a position? Those individuals must be itching to make their move, he thought, recalling the magician Lin Yu and other hidden powerhouses lurking in the shadows. However, in terms of gains, none can rival my achievements. He roared with bravado to his army of zombies. That should suffice. Piaro, Xiao Yu, let the 3 of us advance first, while the rest hold back, Lin Yu commanded, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation as he surveyed the battlefield ahead. Having rested for 4 days, he was in peak physical and mental condition. Without hesitation, he surged forward, his speed akin to a streak of lightning across the sky. Now a second-tier being, he could effortlessly eliminate second-tier zombies in his ordinary state. Flame Blade. Lin Yu summoned flames that coalesced in his hands, designed to exterminate first and second-tier zombies, as well as mutated rats. Hours passed, and the numbers of zombies and mutated rats on the battlefield dwindled significantly. Almost every few minutes, a new second-tier being emerged. In a particular area of the battlefield, a massive mutated rat sank its teeth into the head of a second-tier zombie, devouring its flesh and blood. Boom. The power within it seemed to reach a critical threshold, unleashing a formidable surge of magical energy. From a distance, its body appeared to swell uncontrollably, doubling in size within moments. Third tier. Lin Yu sensed the burgeoning energy from afar, a surge of joy swelling within him as he raced towards the source. Kill. At this moment, several hidden powerhouses could no longer restrain themselves, charging into the fray. The rain god manifested, his expression cold and severe. In his vicinity, the sky inexplicably began to drizzle. Each drop of rain seemed imbued with immense force. As the rain fell upon the zombies, it pierced through their bodies, reducing them to mere sieves. Wherever he passed, both zombies and mutated rats met a gruesome demise, their forms riddled with wounds. On the opposite side, the divine punishment descended with a thunderous storm, arcs of electricity dancing as the heads of zombies erupted violently. In this instant, all the concealed evolvers sprang into action. Flame form. Lin Yu shouted, yellow flames igniting around him, transforming his form into a blazing light as he sped towards the third-tier mutated rat. Flame blade. A 50-meter-long blade of fire materialized, cleaving through the air towards the third-tier mutated rat. As the flaming blade passed, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew through the air. Bang! The terrifying strike struck true against the mutated rat, sending it flying. Magic array, hellfire. At that moment, a booming voice echoed across the battlefield. As the sound resonated, a colossal magic array materialized above the third-tier mutated rat, the crimson pattern spinning slowly as they gathered terrifying energy. Great Wet Brother, this kill is mine. Do not even think about stealing it. Lin Yu bellowed as he raced forward, determined not to let this third-tier crystal core slip through his fingers.